800 days since the last major international event. It's Ultra Academy North America. He gets far! He gets on far! A team, and then the kill comes out, and Hixie will get another championship from Ultra NA. It was the last one left. Now it's the last chance for Ultra, and they're getting peace at the front doors of the lobby.
7 seconds needed, and this could be the hole to do it. Denza putting them in the dirt. Teamwork.
Por ahí ya están lloviendo las balas. Savage quiere revisar. La gente de Master Tech.
Still with the Savage take that in elevation. It's what he ought to do. Almost getting another.
And we finally crown a Challengers champion again.
It's time for the last leg of the race. We are starting off the North American Call of Duty Challengers LCQ. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is the lovely as ever Enigma. We're here to bring the action for today. Andy, how you feeling, man? I mean, this is a great time to be alive right now for some Challengers play.
I mean, I don't know about you, Seymour, but I'm physically sweating going into this one. I'm pumped, ready for it. As you said, last leg of the race in what is the deepest talent pool region we have. North America doesn't mess around. We're going to go into our first series with some of the greatest players of all time to ever touch the game. Boy, I'm ready for it, and I hope the players are too.
But I'm right there with you, whether it's the gameplay or whether it's the hot weather right now. I'm physically sweating, physically excited for this one, and I couldn't be any more ready to get kicking off North America. Let's check out the bracket, though, because the bracket is where we're going to be starting things off. It's already or something to highlight that Ultra NA and Iron Blood qualified for champs already. So they're not going to be showing up in the LCQ. We got it's 8 teams right below them here. In a galaxy, that's going to be Prolute & Co. Knights of Ren right below them. That's going to be, if I remember correctly, Mock, Gunzy, Bink, and Radial. Team Exposed, that's Clayster & Co. Timeless, your previous COD Agent X Electrify Steel champions, Kaiser, John, Jintroid, Rex. Electrify Steel, that's where you're looking at Goddard X, Pander, Pentagram, and Fame. Mau Mau, that's going to be Capsule & Co. Boston Academy, Sensor & Co., and Awoba Bobs NA. The last team to talk about, Yuli, Mind, Hollow, and Cryptic. It's going to be quite the LCQ, Enigma.
Yeah, an unbelievably stacked bracket there. We look at it, and we don't have any more time for preamble, Seymour. We are off and away. Boston Academy, Awoba Bobs NA, Bouquet Hard Point. Let's get this started.
I mean, why not? We're looking at Yuli, Mind, Hollow, and Cryptic on the side of Awoba Bombs NA, and Boston Academy, Sensors, Ghosty, Bull, and Shawnee. Why not start off in the cage to open up LCQ, as already we're getting so much carnage on the map. Awoba Bobs with a hot start to get control of P1, but that's a hard time. It's going to be step number 2, flipping out these spawns.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that they already want to do that. 2 kills will allow them to start to apply that pressure. A third one does indeed come through. And, oh, actually, we have a little bit of a skip here in our feed. And Awoba Bobs have indeed gotten themselves in. They've flipped the spawns already. Boston Academy, a lot to do. Need to get started.
What the talk about here is that, I mean, this is Awoba Bob's NA roster. Nothing to kind of look over the X or half of the X Stallions roster from previous in the years. I mean, that roster made some waves and they turned some eyes, and now looking to see if they can make it into chance by qualifying for the last chance qualifier would be a huge thing to accomplish for a lot of these players. You just break out into the scene once more, and then they are rotating so good over the P2, already set up on the inside. They have to worry about Boston Academy breaking from the better spawns, but holding it from the front. So far, so good. A few nades and a few kills go the way of Boston Academy, and it looks like they're going to break back in.
Yeah, it's a lovely, patient pick apart of the setup there by Boston. They found the angles and didn't challenge it one by one, didn't throw themselves in, didn't get carried away. Nice, calm, collected. And when we've been watching these guys lately, they've looked a lot better as a squad. They've only gotten better through the year, been showing some incredible results, and really are looking like a good side to watch throughout this. However, right now, chasing the game a little bit, Awoba Bobs will assert themselves around a 15-point lead as we move over towards bottom grandmas, and there's rotations already on the board.
It is. Fight on the rotation. It's going to be Ghosty shutting down Yuli back at trap time. Awoba Bobs NA looking to hold on these spawns, but they do get flipped out. So Boston Academy first for the initial here in Grandma's. planting themselves inside the house. But Wobobob's looking for the break on the inside. It's going to be Yuli taking down Volans. The opening that Wobobob's needs to just fly on in, and Cryptic lines up too. It's clean as ever for Wobobob's to get in, but the close spots for Boston not going to leave this as easy as they thought for Wobobob. The Shawnee's going to manage to get them back into this for Boston Academy, but it's scrappy as you'd expect for this P3. And Andy, now Wobobob with the better spawns. They can just fly into this again and again, keep on reinforcing this hill, and manage to keep time away from Boston.
Yeah, they are indeed the better spawns here for this hill to an extent. The problem you have with these hedgerow spawns is if you go all 4 down, you can be trapped in the back. You can be really struggling to get out, and they're doing a great job at the minute of just ensuring there's enough trades to give them a clean exit route into the hill. We're going to look then over to P4. Wobobobs have extended that lead out a little bit more. Right now, Boston Academy, they need to be set up. They need to try and hold for as long as humanly possible, and 2 kills off the break is not good.
Their hold for initial hasn't been the best, and Wobobobs just fry them to break in right at the start of Barn, spawn them out back over towards Rama. So a little bit of a flip of the script right now, and it's Boston on the outside looking in. But look at that, Volans 3 for himself is going to get Boston right back into this hill. Break fully in for Boston to start collecting this time as well, and Volans is tearing it up 4 in a row, 53 to 83. Plenty of time to still pick up here, but Wobobobs with that close spawn, they'll be able to flood this in again and again and reinforce it, keep Boston away from that time, and get them back into the hill.
Yeah, now Wobobobs at the minute playing the simpler game. Look at Yuli again on the rotation, looking to set himself up, stop any Boston Academy player that might try and rotate through Grandma's in towards this tree area and stop a setup coming through. And Wobobobs just playing really good hardpoint right now. Fundamentally, sure, you can talk about the better KDs winning the gunfights, but they're setting themselves the foundation to allow those gunfights to be really damn simple. When you make the game that easy, you're going to look real good.
Oh my god. We'll be able to remove a Wobobob the hill for now, but a lot of presence here from those red arrows as Kywin on the flank. Volans, he's going to break this hill open, doubles down river, and it's going to be Ghosty, a third for Boston to break into the hill. 98 to 70. Almost a close, or almost a tied game after this hill. Boston have the chance to flip this around, but a Wobobob, they don't want to allow that time to go away for free. They're going to keep on hitting this. They're going to find the kills needed as well. Get back into time, Andy, and look at Boston in the situation that they're in. They want to take another swing at this, but you have to think about trying to flip these spawns too.
We've been bringing him up. We've been speaking about Volans a little bit, how he's been heating up in this game. There's a lovely wrap through the water wheel side of the map in order to stop this setup from Wobobobs. This could have been a considerably bigger scoreline gap just moments ago, but it's huge out of him. It allows his team in. We will then finish our first set of rotation, 75 to 112. Boston Academy still got all the chasing to do. We're in for P1, but can they start to assert themselves in dominance here? You're going to need Shawnee and Sensor to build themselves into this game.
With one good away from flipping, 79 to 112, not a comfortable thing. If you're Wobobob's NA on both cars, you know, a little bit goes a long way. You're still looking to stay strong throughout the second rotation. Boston's going to hop back into this hill. Yuli trying to keep them away. Wobobobs with the better spawns. Look at Kywin. Volans already on the flank. He flips the spawns for Boston, and Wobobob's now on the worst preferred side for the P2 rotation.
See a Cryptic just looking to try and open this up a little bit. Will catch one player. Ghosty will trade it out though, so slows that down, picks up a second, doesn't recognize that Yuli's on the rotation, but alongside him though, and Yuli wins it, and that will start to shift around these Boston Academy players. Can Volans shut this out and sniff away any danger right after the start? It's dealt with. Boston Academy have the hill. Can the Wobobobs break themselves in?
They've been so good for breaking so far, and last time in this hill, it was Boston to hold from the front. The Wobobobs trying to mirror that now in the second set of rotations, but look at Volans' pressure on the front line. The SMG is tearing things up for Boston. Volans is on 4 in a row again, getting away with 5 HP. How much more damage can he do? Finally cleaned up by Mind, as that streak will go no farther. The Wobobobs now looking to pick up the pace, trying to get back into this time, but Boston, they've completely cut away that lead. Enigma, we're looking at a tie game after the second hill in the second set of rotations, and Wobobob's NA, they need to make sure they lock down this rotation.
Yeah, all of a sudden, this script has indeed flipped. Boston take the lead. The Wobblebobs don't get anywhere near P2, really. They have that opening attempt, the push back, and you can see how far Volance gets across the map there before he's finally cut down. The amount of extended pressure that they have away from the hill. We're going to move then over towards Grandma's. The Wobblebobs were in here last time. They did a pretty good job, but Boston Academy were happy to mix it up instead. And as you see just briefly, the hill here is going to be relatively open. Ghosty by himself.
These close gunfights have been so good for Wobblebobs. If you're not getting Volans for that early break, Boston have struggled to get into this hill, and you see exactly that. A Wobblebobs NA, they have their feet planted inside the hard point. They clear out 3 in a row from Boston Academy. Ghosty's going to be the closest one around. Actually pulls a spawn for his teammates. You're going to get a pinch in for Boston. They get the breakaway. It's a 3-for-2 trade on the inside of Grandma's. Still some presence here from a Wobblebobs as they're going to get right back into things with a beautiful slide in from Yuli. So the pressure's not done yet. You still have 20 seconds to fight for here. Looks like Ghosty's going to take one more shot at getting this scrap time. But as he drops, as he falls, you got to look over to Barn.
You do. And last time around, it was Boston that were in here nice and early. They were broken. A Wobblebobs will have to make that happen again if they're going to break themselves back into this. Boston Academy will be set up. Boston Academy will have players setting themselves the early kills. You have tank control. You have mid control, but they've got to be careful of that wrap from Cryptic coming through River.
A little bit slow, so don't worry about it too much. And Ghosty's going to be there. He shot that down. But take a look at Sensor. Putting so much pressure on the respawns off of Wobblebobs back over towards Grandma's. That lead from P3, it is all gone. And now Wobblebobs looking to fight from the front. They do get the kills to break into the hill. So now they flip the tides, stoking up some of this time here in Barn. There's still 30 seconds to fight for. You can see Boston trying to desperately get back into this hill. Mind is going to get a little too aggressive. Allows for an opening for Boston to strike. Ghosty trying to find his way in. He's only good for one at the moment. Contention through the back. And Ghosty's still good. Ghosty's still in the hard point. Volans to help him out. Boston looking for the last 10 seconds, but Mind, he's going to win it out.
Yeah, last time we went over towards this hill, by the way, it was indeed a long hit from a Wobblebobs that got themselves in, but Volans was very happy to hit through that water side. This time, however, you're going to have to be careful of that water pressure coming in. Cryptic in through the back of Ghosty gets the kill. A bunch of your Wobblebobs players picking up kills there. Boston going to be pushed away, but get the spawn in the bottom corner of the map.
Cryptic getting so much information in this position with the AR. He's feeding it to Mind. And Boston, they are walking to the slaughterhouse right now. That is P5. All the way spawning out now, back over towards Barn. It's going to be a long trek for Boston to get back to this hill, but Kywin, I mean, who else but him to break back into this hill, keep a Wobblebobs out for a little bit of time for Boston to work back across this. And look at Yuli keeping the reinforcements away from the hill, allowing a Wobblebobs a safe passage back in. 205 to 164. Boston, they need perfect hard point now.
They do. You're right. They have to bring this back from somewhere. We've been talking a little bit about it. Shawnee and Sensor, they've started slow. They haven't really built into it from there. They need to get going now, or else game one is done and dusted. It's Bokeh hard point, so we have to talk a little bit about game clock. We've got a minute 30 still to go. If Boston do want to get into this, they're going to have to be very aware of that starting to creep up on them.
I say Boston has no room for mistake because only 30 seconds. That is enough for a Wobblebobs to keep them at arm's reach. They need to turn up here, and they've allowed Cryptic to get a glide bomb as well. So if this goes over to P2 and Boston have the early rotation, a Wobblebobs, they have the means for an early and easy break. Inside Hill 1, you can see a lot of presence here from Boston, zoning out a Wobblebobs back over and towards Grandma's, but Cryptic through the front door, cutting down the numbers, keeping Boston out of that time. The Sensor wins a crucial gunfight to at least soak up some of it. There's 22 seconds, so we will be seeing a hill number 2. But this is where I was talking about it. A Wobblebobs, they don't need the rotation. They have that glide bomb.
They do indeed. They could open up with that. Mind those happy to open up with an MP40 in hand will eventually fall. The problem is for Boston Academy here. They've no one sat deep in. Wobblebobs are able to fly on through tanks here and apply some pressure. So Boston Academy, it looked okay there for a second. It looked possible. But now they're scrambling around.
May have been a crucial mistake. Not keeping that player tucked back away. Look at Mind making the flank. He's going to take down Sensor on that flank as well. Ghosty for the trade, but it's allowed a Wobblebobs to sink into this hill. Yuli trying to end this here. Glide bomb's going to get invested. Things start to tumble out of their way as Boston Academy are falling deeper and deeper into the hole that is the Bocage Blender. And a Wobobob's looking to end out with a bang on this map number 1. Only 8 more seconds. And you can see Boston spawning so far away from the hill. Can anybody even touch in time? Hollow, he's got the watch over right now. Shawnee trying to make something happen, but it's just not going to be able to make it. And that is going to be 250 to 175. A win on map number 1, Bocage, going to a Wobobob's NA.
Clinical stuff out of a Wobobobs. I spoke about it throughout that first rotation. They were winning the gunfight, sure, but they were also just hitting very important fundamental points. If they were not set up in hills, you saw like Raps coming through tree in order to get themselves around the back of Grandma's, completely catching the Boston Academy players off guard. Or if they were indeed set up, you saw a lot of those trade engagements going their way. And problem is, as well, we're going to take a look at our stats, no doubt, at some point. There's some performances there where it's slow out of the gate. If you are Shawnee and Sensor, it's a slow start to your day. You can't be messing around. We're at LCQ point now, boys. You got to wake up and start to take charge of your own destiny on this. If you've been talking as long as you have on Twitter, you want to make sure you get to that finals. You can't be putting up numbers like this.
Oh, and for sure, when you look at Boston, I mean, Volans was having a game on Bocage. Ends out 35 and 33, but he was piecing together 2 to 3 kills per break that Boston were seeing out of those hills. And Wobobobs on the opposite end, they had all 3 of their submachine gun players, the Flex and the 2 subs, working hand in hand to constantly break from the front every single time. It didn't even seem like they needed that early rotation in Nigma, because every single time Boston were set up, Wobobobs, they just shut them down immediately.
Yeah, 100%. It was, if anything, the game is Bocage, so you end up with this closer scoreline than you probably expect. But really, this could have been a far bigger scoreline had we been elsewhere. So you call it 1 point. It's the Bocage blend. You can be stuck in it. You can be in a bit of a pit there, but it's a slow start. There's no such mistake from Team Exposed. All 4 players playing very well. We've spoken about each individual throughout the map, and they looked strong there. I'm looking ahead through the rest of our series. I mean, there's a lot of maps here where we don't really slow down when it comes to needing some slaying out. We do obviously move on to an S&D now, but you gotta get moving if you're the Boston Academy.
Well, for folks wondering above our heads why it's Timeless and Team Exposed, that was our Bravo stream here on the North American LCQ Challengers. Our Alpha stream is going to be covering Timeless versus Team Exposed. Your previous COD agent, ex-Electrify Steel amateur finalist in Timeless, looking to take on, I mean, world champions at that. I mean, yeah, you got John on Timeless, a world champion for himself, but when you look at Team Exposed, you got Felony, Glacier, Pristini, and Venom to top it off. I mean, this is a deadly roster, and the fact that I was highlighting that COD Agent tournament that we just saw, you know, mocking the pool play format and the double elimination to get through it at the end of the year, Team Exposed didn't play in it. You know, Glacer's team was nowhere to be seen in that, and Timeless, they had a fantastic tournament series there, shutting down Prolude and Co. in the grand finals. I think it was the best Call of Duty I've seen John play all year. And the rest of his roster on Timeless, you're looking at Kaiser, Jintroid, Rex. I mean, the supporting cast, they were just enough to just work around John like he's the pillar and basically fly at any opponent they saw.
Yeah, I mean, they go into that COD Agent amateur finals, they come out victorious. There was a lot of good teams in there. Yes, your Team Exposed wasn't in there, but it's still a statement going into this LCQ today. And you're right about John. I you know, those question marks around performances at points throughout this last year or two, but there's no doubting that he looked absolutely fantastic in that tournament and that he's ready for this one. I think the guy that I'm going to look for through this series, though, is going to be Pristini. We casted a little bit over the elite stage not long ago. He looked absolutely different level. He looked insanely good, very, very much so on top form. And honestly, after the break he took and coming back into challengers later than a lot of the players playing, he's hit such a good level very, very quickly. And I'm fully expecting him to take over in this one.
I was impressed with Bustini, the level that he hit back in the the rest of his squad back on 705, but now on Team Exposed, what can he do when he's got Glacier heading this team and Felony, the brains of the operation for the squad? Well, Timeless is looking to put them to the test, and right away, it's a Gavitu hardpoint. Hill number 1 looking to be quite the test for each of them, but it's going to be Timeless walking away on top, and it's looking like they're going to be soaking up a little bit of this early time as well, zoning out Team Exposed from the outside, but it's not going to keep Glacier out for long. He breaks back in. Jintroid trying to win the 1v1, but it's a team nade from Felony to keep Glacier out of it.
It does, but it also makes sure it kills Gintroid at the same time. So a moment to breathe there for just a second. We're already going to start to get those P2 rotations. It's going to be Clayster up against Gintroid over there, and Clay wins it in order to get that top bolt control. He's looking to shut down the cliff.
Rax is going to open up the exit. Timeless. Find cliffs and a second one at a Gintroid alongside Rax to allow that potential setup here on top shift. Your ARs locked in. Exposed now. They can walk right through Rex in this setup. Clayster will get the trade. The pistol on the ladder allows Pristini into the zone for this hill. Breaks it all by himself, but not for long as Timeless still has a presence up top. John's going to jump on down and make sure nobody's grabbing the time for now.
Yeah, big fan. Nice and early out of the way that Timeless are approaching these hills. Different angles, ensuring they have those setup lines and crossfire. It's a little bit one-dimensional out of exposed. We need to see a bit of a calming down from them almost. Communicate with your boys, set yourselves up, attack this systematically. Stop throwing yourselves forward. The one thing that Team Exposed do have right now, they are on the preferred side for our first money hill of the map, which is going to be your P3. They still want to contest over this P2 though.
Always a time for free. Have the rotation over to beach. They want to mitigate the damage as much as they can before they have to lock down a full 60. But take a look at the minimap. Gintroid, he slipped through on a force freak, looking to turn this into streaks. That's a big shutdown from Venom. And player number 3, Rex, is going to fall as well. That is huge for Team Exposed.
It is. Pristini catches one in the back. He's looking for more. Well aware that Gintroid and Kaiser are nearby. Wins against Gintroid, but is traded out. So this now gives an opportunity for Exposed side to get in. And it's just bullied away. Sorry, Timeless to get in around the back, of course. And they do have P1 control here, though. Rex continuing to rain fire from above. And there's a spawn on the opposite side of the map for Felony, by the way. It's going to allow a pinch on P1.
A Timeless spawn all the way over towards cages. It's a quick hit back into that hill. They break it pretty easily, and zone Team Exposed all the way back over to P4. But it's not a worst case scenario for Team Exposed. You will have the better spawns now for the rotation. You're just giving up a lot of time to Timeless, who already have a huge lead over yourselves. So if you're Exposed right now, you are looking to plant yourselves in P4 and not allow Timeless anywhere close to this hill.
Absolutely, and they need that at this point. It's quite a sizable gap to start this one off, around a full 60, so you want a really good hold here. Venom with your top ship control will line up Kaiser. It's damaged. He's back down. He will be support from Rex, though, who does trade it out. That will now hand top ship to your Timeless squad and give them another route in, but Gintroid trying to push through this P1 beach side.
Love this for Exposed. You know, the fact that they pick up Venom, I think he's the biggest X factor for what you're going to get around your veterans in place here in Felony. But Venom now, he had a breakout last year, made it to the CDL, didn't have the best showing that he wanted to, but in Vanguard, he's been tearing it up inside of Challengers, now looking to do it alongside some world-class teammates. That P4, it's been all but over for Team Exposed. They've been locking it down for now, have completely brought this one back, only down by what looks like is going to be 10 points going into the next hill, hill number 5. And Timeless, they're just giving it up.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Timeless probably could have made that decision a little bit earlier as well, to be honest. Do we continue to push this? Do we back on off? But they're going to be safe for now. P5 can be a very sleeper money hill, but look at Venom. He picks one up. He's going to be in around the back of Red, gets caught by a Hail Mary nade. Just pause for a second here. If you are Team Exposed, just pause. Get that spawn coming in through. They do get it indeed, and this will give them a route now to attack from the back.
Gintroid could read this time, and it looks like he's aware, but still going to lose the gunfight. Venom looking to break the hill. MP40 in hand. See you later, Kaiser. What is that shot on the Rex? Venom, 2 in a row, 3 in a row. Oh my word, he just worked John inside of that hill. The full break for Team Exposed, but how long can they hold on? Timeless still managed to find the kills to keep them out of this time, but still down by 10 or 16 points as Exposed wants to soak up every single drop of this 5th hill.
You will indeed see Timeless still hold around a lead. I mean, Team Exposed get this scrap, they will jump over him, but it's that calming and that assessing of the situation from Pristini to get the spawn to allow his team in. That was what I wanted to see. I wanted to see that change up in their approach. They get it. That, for me, is danger signs if you're Timeless. Team Exposed starting to find their form. The chemistry, the communication is starting to line up.
Full setup for Timeless. Exposed had trouble breaking this first time around. Felony's going to open up with a big first blood, but look at the answer back from it. Timeless is just so much better. 3 in a row, beach control, hill control, and a lead to work alongside of it. Everything working for Timeless on the rotation. to this second set. And if your team's posting, what do? You need this rotation. You need Venom to go big on that gunfight, and he is going to take down Kaiser, and that's going to be aware for Timeless that they need to disengage from this hill. They need to be aware of the rotations.
Absolutely, and the problem is here that as Exposed continue to hit this, Timeless are already rotating. You're going to see Kaiser get himself into the ship. Jintroid looking to set up big kill in the middle to give his team the middle control, and all of a sudden, everything good that I was saying about Team Exposed, calming it down, playing the game correctly, out the window. Timeless assert themselves a new lead.
Well, spawning so far out as well, and they would get to this LST ship. Everybody from Timeless firing on all cylinders in the second set. I mean, these can be crucial money hills now, especially the second one. If you can set up a spawn trap over towards Cliffs, it's going to be so hard for Exposed just to get out of their own spawn, but Clayster's going to give him an avenue. Big double kill there from a world champion. And now looking to open up an avenue into the zone. He breaks it with the help of Venom, and Exposed hold on before Timeless hit 200.
A huge moment there out of Clayster, by the way. That spawn trap was indeed well set up. They could have just siphoned off Cliff, siphoned the Exposed team back in their spawn. Clay with a massive 3-piece to at least make this bleeding a little less painful. The problem is, though, you still have Team Timeless who are rotated in for P3. They can win it there. Exposed got to go big on this P1 push.
This rotation, player 5 and 7, be massive. For Exposed, Venom's going to open up, and he loses out on his teammate. I'm looking to cut off the rotations as well. Doesn't want to go through ring just yet. He's going to have the crossfire with his team. Cuts down Venom on the cross, and it's 2 down for Exposed. This is where you said Timeless can end it here and now. Open up with a map win on Gavitu and shut down Exposed early. And they're looking poised to do it as well. Only 20 seconds left. Team Exposed spawning so far out, Enigma. And I don't have time to think twice. They have to go, and they need to go now. Pristini and Clayster, they give him the opportunity. Rex is about to be blindsided for the crossfire. Player number 5 goes down, still inside the hill. 5 seconds left. Rex just needs to stay alive, and the rest of his team's going to do the job. 250 hits, and Timeless take Gavitu. Timeless
Manage to set themselves up from that P1 hole that was so very, very impressive. I ramble about it. Team Exposed, they looked good. They were building themselves back into this game, finally starting to approach things correctly. Can they now assert themselves a bit more onto the map? And just as it looked like Team Exposed were building ahead of Steam, Timeless slammed the door shut, steamed themselves straight through to a victory to take your map 1. We will jump back into our Boston Academy against a Woba Bobs series. So Woba Bobs taking the hard point relatively comfortably in the end.
1v1, Volans goes to the plant too, and I thought that might have been an opportunity for Volans to really turn that round around, but Woba Bobs 4-1 inside of Tuscan. That Bokash map 1, it looked good. I mean, it was close, but I mean, that's what you're going to get out of a Bokash. Woba Bobs, they had the lead the whole game, Enigma, and now leading 4-1 in the search and destroy. I mean, they are coming different today.
They are indeed coming very, very different. You're right about that bow cage. It looked a lot closer on the scoreline than it ever was in that map. And Woba Bobs continuing that form here, up 4-1, their attack round, and you're going to see 2 players throwing at your P5.
Impressive. Woba Bobs just fishing for that. You get a 2-2 stack from Boston Academy on either site. Doesn't like a Woba Bobs know exactly what to do. If Mine can take down Sensor, it may rotate the bomb over to this B side, but at the same time, you think you might a little bit of leeway. Plants at that. So this engagement between Mines and Sensor, it can turn this whole around to whatever a Woba Bobs wants.
The problem here, if you are a Woba Bobs, is you're almost trying to bait a push through your P1 and see if anyone would come in through your Vine side. It never happens, and now you've got no map control really, and only 30 seconds left to go.
Boston doing a good job at not allowing any information over towards a Woba Bobs. Now the time burning, and Wolves has to decide what they want to do. In this bomb down is going to be a hard task, especially with all 4 players already rotating for Boston Academy. They're going to be right away, allowing themselves to hit that bomb planter right off the bat. Bomb gets planted, Ghosty goes down. An exit for a Woba Bobs to stay in this.
Sensor's got to go. Sensor's got to move. Sensor moves. Sensor is cut down by Hollow. That needed to happen earlier. It needed a pinch on fire. And, well, all of a sudden, we do have a kill in return. Shawnee picking up Cryptic, a 3v2, 28 seconds to go for the retake.
Can't settle for just that. He needs to find a second one, and Yuli's going to shut down Volans. So no help for Shawnee, and as soon as he peeks out, he's going to go down as well. 5-1, Awobabob's running through Boston Academy on Tuscan.
The scary thing there, if you're Boston as well, is that a lot of that looked good. You managed to give away no information. You've got a lot of things locked down. You haven't fallen for the bait trap. You've managed to just essentially squeeze the Wobabobs into a box with very little time to get the bomb down, and it all falls apart from there. A slow start out of your Boston team. These guys definitely have it in them to make a run today, but we're not seeing those signs of life just yet.
All something huge and miraculous here from Boston Academy. Tap on the line right now. Yuli's going to open up with the first blood on the sensor. That's bomb down in you. Oh, no. Blank coming out from Mind. They have no idea. I mean, this could shut it down. Heads up play from Shawnee, though. Gets the read. Right timing, right place. And bomb did get recovered. But still, Boston not in a great spot, especially considering Ghosty gets caught by that nade.
Yeah, and look at Awobabobs, by the way. They're just going to regroup. We saw this at the start of the year. We saw teams do this a lot at the start of the year, essentially begin to conga line themselves through the map. You have now seen Cryptic drop off a little bit, but Yuli and Hollow just going to set themselves up top fire, try and deny this A plant as much as possible. They've got each other's backs. Volans, he had a very good map one. Going to need to have a very good round here if his team are going to manage to get the bomb down. Problem is as well, Shawnee is so far away.
Very sad. The Wobabobs have to rotate back to that B site. He has an opportunity, but Hollow denies him of everything. 1v3. Bomb gets planted. Time in Volans' hand. And love this call. Wrapped through well, but Hollow's going to seek him out. The pistol's going to get it done. Awobabob 6-1 over Boston Academy on Tuscan, making it look easy.
I mean, we obviously only catch some of those rounds, Seymour, but that looked very simple for your Awobabob's side, even when Boston Academy seemed to do things right. When we think about that defense where they essentially managed to push Awobabobs into a plant situation, you still didn't really see much of a pushback from your Boston side. We're going to move back over then to our Team Exposed Timeless game. On board with Felony, Berlin Search and Destroy.
We saw these two teams back on Gavatu. It was really the pacing of Timeless that impressed me. Back in the COD Agent tournament and here inside the LCQ. I mean, you're looking at, you know, what John brings to the roster. It is there are separate pacing of what these founders are used to. He tries and he flies. Back it up with this the young guns of Timeless is something to just look at, be in awe of, and how much they could take the rhythm of the game. And inside the Search and Destroy, they're going to find themselves in a 2-2, have to recover the bomb. Rotating back over towards this B side. Player number 5, Introid, finds this kill on the rotation for Venom. And shot exposed right down.
I was about to say, is he top 30? Is he Oh, that's so unfortunate if you are Jintroid, but Venom won't care. He'll gobble that up. 1v2 situation here for Dylan Rex. B-bomb planted down. And this is looking like a lot to ask.
Rex doesn't know where he wants to go. He doesn't know where the post plan's going to be. Thinks Venom's going to be P5, which he is, and question mark is Pristini at this moment, but Venom's going to get on the flank. The right time. 20 seconds left. Rex trying to force the gunfight versus Pristini, staying alive in the backline, but it's not going to be enough. Again, that flank from Venom just so quiet, so sneaky, and timed to perfection. Team Exposed going to open up with round number 1. And folks, if you're wondering, we do have the names flipped around up top, so
there we go,
and we do. But let's talk about that round 1 because Venom aced it. I mean, I didn't even notice. That was a very quiet ace.
Yeah, and just systematically picked it apart as well. Team Exposed there, getting that first blood and then just catching a lot of players. I mean, a little bit of fortune perhaps in the Jintroid kill, but he was confident on the late wrap as well for that final kill. So looking good at the start of this one. A push from Timeless.
Players Exposed Venom play on the shelf, walks away with the trade, but can't find anything more. Rex is going to try to trade this one out, and he does 2v2, but the rotation's already here for Exposed. Rex, beautiful shots on the Clayster, doubles down inside that site, leaving last alive Felony. Will still have a presence here, but you can't take down Rex. He's working his 9 to 5 in the offices right now.
It's an answer back. Dylan Rex, Venom, what you can do, I can do as well. Picks himself up, 3 shots down the entire time exposed setup that was there. Really good stuff out of him. Seeing a very different approach on the offense as well. This was extremely aggressive, very happy to take the gunfights out of time. Must be interesting to see if that continues throughout the evening. If your team exposed, someone needs to help Venom. He's the only guy with a kill right now, and he's got all 6 of them.
He just gets an ace like he did one. Venom really needs help, but there's a lot to ask for, so more correct. I would like to see exposed, you know, remove some of those donuts on their side. Does look like we're getting a B execute. From team proposed if they can Introid. Huge player off the board. He is going to get stunned up, so they know there's going to be a player lurking, but the follow-up is going to be Brastini inside mailroom. Catches off Jintroid. That should be a bomb getting planted. Exposed, very wary of getting it down.
Yeah, but look at the wrap. Venom's on the wrap. He's going to get in behind here, and he might catch several players off guard. He does get Dylan Rex, and that then sends Timeless scrambling, and they're running onto the end of Automaton's setup. Kaiser in a 1v4.
Perfectly timed by Exposed just to wait for Venom to make his play. Opens things up, and like you said, sends Timeless into a scramble. Yes, Kaiser's able to find one, but that's all he's going to find in the round. A beautiful second one out of Team Exposed. They find 2 in a row now with a perfect execute over to B. And Venom making it all happen.
Venom really showing himself in this search and destroy. Picks up the ace in the first round. Really good flank there. There must have been some seriously solid communication coming through as well. Boys, wait, I'm on the wraparound. Hold fire for just a second. They do that. Venom gets that pick. Timeless brought down, cut apart, stabbed in the back. We're going to go on this aggressive hit towards B, but Kaiser happy to set up and make plenty of noise from mid.
Telling you, right into the spot Introid was in.
Oh.
Difference we're changing. Two's going to be there, so again, there's going to be the information of a player lurking towards this B hut, but this time, Felony, he's got some help. Clayster on the watch is going to rip Rex right off of that cross. Allow Felony a chance now to turn the tides here back in favor of Team Exposed. Window's going to open. Jintroid finds the trade. Bomb going down. And again, look at the minimap. Venom trying to work this flank.
Yes, indeed. And Kaiser's missed him completely. I think he also missed Fellow who slid in and was unfortunate not to make more out of his situation. Venom, massive gunfight, gets it traded.
But you get Pristini as well. Kaiser's already found it in the round. This would finish it off. The sun's going to be there. And Kaiser does everything. Timeless take the round to even us up once more. And beautifully played out of Kaiser. Yes, he makes the flank, or misses the flank from Venom, but he finds Clayster. He turns around. He cleans up Venom anyways, and he finishes it with a 3-piece.
Beautiful stuff. Manages to drag his team back level. That one as well. The first round so far in this S&D map that's gone against First Blood victory. Team Exposed, seeing the better in our opening engagements, but Timeless and Kaiser in particular happy to play the map from there. It's going to be a split push actually out of Team Exposed. A late B hit perhaps. 2 Timeless players set up top fire.
Very passive this time around. Jintroid going down towards B really shut down their reach. Make sure that they don't allow Venom to slip the line as he has 2 rounds in a row. Want to make sure that if they are going to retake this B site, they do it as a 4 full roster. The way that they're approaching this. Have the crossfire from players 5 and 7, Jintroid and John, and they're on to side to the middle of the map, and Jintroid gets the first blood this time. Rex to double down, opens up a world of opportunity here for Timeless just to get aggressive.
And do 0 map control as well out of Felony and Venom right now. They're in a world of problems. And if Felony opens this door, Jintroid's waiting for him. And Venom.
Slide out. John's going to shut him down. Felony looking to work his magic, but there's just no magic to be worked. As all 4 players are inside the courtyard, and as soon as he flies out and finds that trade, the whole army of Timeless just fall right onto his position.
It's a massive gunfight on on your outer docks, essentially, with Clay and Jintroid there. Jintroid coming out on top. Honestly, thought he was going to lose it. It looked like Clayster had gotten the better of it in the opening couple of bullets, but Jintroid managing to get a huge pick that really pushed Exposed into the back there. Pristini perhaps aiming for a trade, gets caught as well. 2v4 situation. Those are never easy when you're trying to play offense. Fast B hit this time out of Timeless.
Outside of Jintroid, but he gets or out of Felony. And 2 shots on the back him up. Approaching the B side, Jintroid. Oh, you gotta stay alive there, and he does. Rushes the life into the B hide and down. Gonna drop. That should be bomb plant.
Good. Clayster will answer back. So we're back to a 3v3. The problem you have here for Exposed is no one's aiming to get round the back here. And you're going to see those Timeless arrows now shift towards your warehouses. Kaiser sets up deep towards P5. Dylan on the lip. And Kaiser will find Venom as well.
Lacer's gonna do. Big win on the Jintroid. All up to Rex now. Has the post plant set up. Back over towards warehouse. Full eyesight on that bomb. He's gonna have to take a big win here while Clayster diffuses it. 18 seconds left. It looks like Laser, he's just Rex his time. Has to check it, and he will. Both players gonna be there. 13 HP, and Rex falls. Gonna be a free defuse for Clayster. Pristini cleans it up, and back to even we go. 3-3.
Love the work there, by the way. I mean, so many times you will see a quick hop of the bomb and essentially Pristini left in a 1v1, but Clay stays on Overwatch, keeps his head, poked up over the top of the bomb, which means that if Pristini, for whatever reason, can't clean that up, he's there to trade it out. Does a great job, allows enough damage to get Pristini up close, get the kill. Lovely stuff out of them too. Really something to sit here and talk about a Clayster Pristini duo. A couple of years of watching these two be truly, truly top level and showing what they've got in this series.
2080. By a few shots of an auto, but going to be 2 players to drop from Team Exposed. Jintroid rushing into the mail room. Down towards A. Full setup here from Timeless. Another one bites the dust. It's going to be Pristini this time to drop, and that's going to leave a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Venom. Made his way back into the defender spawn, but he's got the whole 3 players to take down and the bomb to work alongside, and it's just not going to be able to happen. He won't be able to recover the bomb. He won't even be able to find a kill. Jintroid's going to close out on the round and keeping the numbers in Timeless's favor. Now up 4-3.
Yeah, and the thing for me is as well, like the Team Exposed rounds at the minute, they feel like they're having to really pull something special together in order to break down this Timeless side. Whereas the rounds that Timeless then go on to win, they just seem very clean, quick. All of a sudden, it's a 1v3, maybe a 2v4 scenario for Team Exposed. Exposed got to be getting more out of these opening engagements. And look at this out of a hit for Timeless, all towards A.
Couldn't agree more. Team Exposed needs to go big with these opening engagements, and this time Venom's going to be here. 8-6 has been having a fantastic Berlin, but can he lead his team to a round win to even us up once more? Kaiser for first blood. Timeless is going to get onto the site. John's going to find a second. Venom is down. A trade from Pristini, but it might already be too late. Kaiser has slipped into the back line. Fenelini will shut that out. So no flank anymore from Timeless. Bomb hasn't been planted yet. Still some time to work with here if you're Team Exposed.
Looks like Team Exposed want to take this from plat side. Bomb goes down. You're going to see John and Rex back on up. They're not sure. You can see the heads on the swivel. They're not sure. As a flank come in, that noise there tells you everything. And Team Exposed will be unhappy that they've not picked up a kill there. Dylan Rex definitely the one that got away.
John gets the information. Rex just has to play the post plant at this point, and it looks like John is going to sneak his way onto the flank. Both players there should line up, but Felony's going to turn and burn. 1v1 for Pristini. Can't hop the bomb right away. He thinks Rex is going to be there, but look at Rex play the clock to perfection. He's got the internal clock in his head. He knows when to check it. Doesn't stay alive. Oh my word. Pristini just iced up. Rex checks just a second too early and gives the round away.
Spoke about him at the top of the series. He looked different in our elite, and here today making some plays. Pristini reads this to perfection, bides his time. He's patient on it, catches Dylan Rex coming back on through. The problem there for Rex, of course, being that he was never in a situation to really check the bomb. The amount of time that had passed means that he just has to. Pristini's well aware of that. Pristini's done the math, and he catches him. Great stuff for each. What an S&D we have on our hand here. We've seen a couple of loose opening engagements, out of your Team Exposed side. Can they be cleaner here?
But like you said, I mean, the Team Exposed, every single time they take a round win, it's just a miracle to make it happen. They need some consistency, and here it is, Venom. for first blood to open up the opposite. Bomb looking to go down right away. A trade did happen from Timeless, so this retake will be even, but most plans set up for Team Exposed. Nobody on the flank.
Clayster as well, trying to get himself up onto top third. Will have that position, but Jintroid through station will open one up. 3v2.
The numbers, but you don't know Felony is laying down. They're going to take the fight to Clayster. Now Felony, he needs to pull something out of his hat. Bomb should be planted from hopping the defuse. Will be Rex right away. Nobody will be here. Slides on in. There's just no time. Rex sticks it out to the end, and a free defuse for Timeless. 5-4 they go. Map point now looking to go 2-0 up over Team Exposed.
It's just, if your Team Exposed there, you've got to, once you get that bomb down, you've really, I don't know, the bomb goes down, and for me, they're just never really in a position to then set themselves up neatly. Timeless, you get Jintroid in through station, for example. Clay, he wasn't in top third already, so he's having to reposition as that's going on. Timeless players are being aggressive. You got to make it happen here. Going 2-0 down in this series would be a lot to ask for on the comeback.
Especially how good Timeless is playing right now. You can see why they were the champions of that amateur final tournament the other day. Nade is going to be there. Stunned up is Venom. John's going to cook him. Nobody on the flank here for Team Exposed, so it's going to be a good old fight. All eyes forward, and Rex is going to double down. Beautiful nade, though, from Pristini. He's going to close that bomb out and back him up.
Bomb will be retrieved, and looks like it will be rotated away. The big question here, can Fel and Pristini catch anyone on that rotation? Can they get a kill? It would be huge for them. Unfortunately, it goes the other way. Pristini in a 1v3 to save the map.
You've seen them in this position so many times. Kaiser's going to get the information. Bomb getting planted, so a lot on the shoulders of Pristini right now, and he's not even going to get past John. Timeless with a 6-4 win on Berlin. Search and Destroy. 2-0 up over Team Exposed. We talk about something that I was not expecting, Enigma. Timeless are coming out with the fire right now.
They are showing us exactly why they won that COD Agent Amateur Finals, looking really, really good. I mean, in that Gav hardpoint, it looked like for a second that Team Exposed had managed to really build themselves up ahead of steam. Timeless were very happy to shut the door on that one. In this, again, like every time Team Exposed took a round, it felt like that they had to like claw it away from Timeless. And some of these rounds for Timeless were just quick one and dones. Okay, opening engagements, we're fine here. You guys are in a 1v3, 1v4, whatever. Nice and easily done. And that final situation, those final 2 rounds as well, fine margins. If Fellow pushes a fraction earlier on that defuse, he gets both kills. So it's a misfortunate for him there. But then that final play there, if your Team Exposed, you need to get a kill while players are rotating away. Instead, you lose a player on rotation. Just goes against you. And we do see our scoreboard here in front of us. I mean, not the best out of Clay, but otherwise, I mean, pretty solid out of everyone. Kaiser in particular, 11-5.
Yeah, and what I'm looking at from Timeless is just the consistency out of all 4 players. You know, Kaiser had some pretty amazing moments in that Search and Destroy. I mean, I'm thinking back to that 3-piece that I got back in one of the earlier rounds to just pick apart Team Exposed through the middle of the map and, you know, catch Venom on that flank. And we see Venom 9-9, but he was really only finding those kills when he was on the flank, only doing big things when he was able to slip the line undetected. And as soon as Timeless started realizing what Venom was trying to do, I mean, they kept on shutting him down and not allowing that to be an option in the later rounds. So Timeless are going to finish it off 6-4, go up 2-0. We get a look at our map set. This is the first time we're going to be looking at the back half of this series. We get a Berlin control, a Berlin hardpoint, and a Bokosh Search and Destroy. This is if Team Exposed want to reverse sweep. They have to knock off all 3 of these maps.
They do indeed, and I hope they like Berlin because we've got lots of it coming for them.
We do.
You mentioned something there as well about Venom that I feel is important to bring up for the previous map as well as the context of the series going forward. One of the things that we are seeing out of Team Exposed is Team Exposed, my goodness me, is this fits and starts sort of performance where they look really good for small periods, and that goes to individuals as well. For example, Venom was 6-1 at the start of that S&D. The fact that he finishes 9-9, the rest of the map just went to complete bits for him. And they've got to avoid this now. They need all 4 players to be firing. They need to see out longer periods of success across the map, assert some real dominance, not just maybe 60 seconds in the map where they look really good or so on. If you're going to make this reverse sweep happen, it has to be off of a consistent performance through a map, not just one very good hill. For example, in Gav, they picked up a full 60 seconds at one point. The map score at the end was a huge chasm difference. It just shows that they've got it there. They just need to continue to make it happen throughout the rest of the map.
I couldn't agree more, Enigma. But as we get set up for this control, we're going to be cutting to a quick little break. And when we come back, it's going to be the continuation here for the North American LCQ. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, folks, to the Call of Duty Challengers North American LCQ. My name's Seymour, and alongside me is Enigma. We just got through 2 maps from Timeless versus Exposed, and Timeless leading 2-0 in the series. Never expected this. But, you know, when you look at the stats, when you look at what Timeless just accomplished in a double elimination bracket alongside group stages, I mean, they brushed through that bracket, and they made it happen in that grand final versus Prolude & Co. And coming into the Challengers LCQ, I mean, they are really giving Team Exposed a run for their money in round 1.
Oh, they absolutely are up 2-0 and have looked very much so like they have the answers for anything Team Exposed can throw at them. But speaking of which, Team Exposed throwing everything at this 8-point straight off the rip. Obviously, the place that you want to hold down your Timeless, and first take is already through.
I love this call to do this right off the bat. They catch Timeless a little bit off guard. And second take's going to be cemented as well. Finally, he's going to go down, but the progress is still there. For Team Exposed, finally a few kills going into that zone for Timeless, and they're able to hop in for the contention, break it as well with a double kill at a Rex, but that got a little bit scary. And now you get the rotations off the respawn back over to the B zone.
Indeed, it was very, very scary for a moment for Timeless, and they've had to abandon ship as well and just start to run straight across towards B. And if you look at Fellow, he's slipping through. If he wins this gunfight, oh, huge out of Dylan Rex, because if that comes on through, Fellow's onto A, and Timeless have a lot of decisions to make. Turns out, though, we get a situation where Timeless do just enough to send Team Exposed packing.
How you doing? Almost getting the spawn trap as well. A few players escape for Exposed. They hop back onto the B. Stop the clock at 52 seconds, and Jintroid will fall as well. Now, Dylan Rex, the only player really pushed up here for Timeless, at least able to take down Pristini back towards those train tracks. But other than that, this B zone looks pretty cemented for Team Exposed. It doesn't look like Rex really wants to push away from that position, and as soon as John goes down, you can really see that Timeless are really putting everything that they can into this A zone to make sure that it doesn't snowball.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan, by the way, of that position out of Rex, getting himself very, very forward alongside the trains. We've seen that set up multiple times out of Team War over on the European side of things, and it tends to do quite well. And it's going to need to do quite well because B comes in. You are a life up if your team exposed, and you only need 1 tick.
2 kills already for Venom. It's going to open up the floodgates, really, for Team Exposed just to fly on forward into the A zone. Time is stopped at a minute 34. There are 2 players inside of this, and the time's going fast. I mean, Timeless, they got to step onto it, and they don't. Team Exposed, they slip through the gap. They hop onto the zone, stack it with 2 players. Before you know it, it's already done.
I mean, as clean as you like, really, out of Team Exposed. That could have even been better. We saw there was a massive gunfight that Rex won against Felony, which could have ended up being the A zone coming through even quicker if it had gone the other way. Timeless answering absolutely nothing. We spoke before we took that small break about how Team Exposed need to build themselves up. It needs to not be fits and starts. You can't just have a really good round now and let it all fall apart in this next one. They have to come out well here as well, assert themselves on the map.
Pressure over towards B early from Clayster. Rex is going to catch him off. No A presence like Team Exposed had for Timeless, and all players just working to lock down B early. Get that time buffer. But Venom again on the flank. We saw it so much in the Berlin Search and Destroy. Was so pinnacle in a lot of those round wins, and won't be able to make anything other than 1 kill happen. But it allows Venom to set up in the back, just like we saw Rex early. Won't be able to transition into a couple kills, but just making sure that they're burning Timeless's resource while getting this B zone under lock.
Look how far forward Pristini is, by the way. He's going to cut off anyone trying to get themselves out of warehouse. Turns at just the wrong moment. COD timing at its absolute finest. But in the back, that is going to cause a lot of problems for reinforcements arriving. However, another tick of progress comes through for B. Team Exposed needing to squeeze, and 2 kills will go their way.
Pristini on the flank's going to strike. Looking for a second one. It's going to be Rex to trade it out. Back and forth, but it's Felony on top. On the overextension, you're looking at Clayster trying to make it happen again for over towards train tracks. Will fall. So an opportunity for Timeless maybe to hop over to that A zone, but a full triple stack out of Team Exposed. That's not where you want to go if you are Timeless. And even if you go to B, I mean, Felony is piecing you right now. He is unstoppable through the middle of the map. Has found 3 in a row for himself. Finally going to drop, and that should be B. Done and dusted.
Team Exposed very happy to give that up. Look at where they want to be. We took a glance down at the mini-map while Fella was still contesting over at that B point, and all 3 of them were sat in the back of A, but Dylan Rex will open up the first, slides into secret. And if you're Pristini now, you need to get in, support your players, but you got to be careful of that wrap coming in from John.
Almost not as clean, but similar position for Timeless pushing into this A zone. You don't have that 2-tick cushion to really put this away in a few seconds, but Timeless, they did have a chance there to send this out of proportion inside round number 2, but Team Exposed, they stabilize. Now Felony looking for a little bit more off the respawns, get some good damage down. Will he find a kill? No. Shot down by John with the beatdown. But on the opposite end, it's Venom to trade things out, and Pristini keeping numbers in Team Exposed hands.
Kaiser's going to be a real pain here, but the communication needs to come through. He needs to time this with his teammates. Hit the back as his teammates hit the front. Dylan Rex will open one onto Venom. So opportunity here if you are Timeless to squeeze this. Get yourself in on the valued A point.
Oh, he gets spotted out. Looking for the good old 1-2 punch right now, but Timeless just can't get anything going right now. Kaiser's going to fall. No more flank presence. All eyes forward for Team Exposed. Pristini around the outside. He's going to find his 3rd in a row. Look at his shot down, Timeless. Another 3 down. Spawn Trap is looking to enable now for Team Exposed to close out the 2nd round. And only 24 seconds, Enigma. This is not looking pretty.
It isn't. And Pristini as well onto a 5. Oh, I just loved him to play his life a little more. Perhaps aiming for the glide bomb. Ends up falling. Fellow will trade. A last Hail Mary hit out of Timeless. No respawns remaining, and it's not looking good.
Oh, it's not looking good. I don't even think that Rex can get in time. He's going to try. Manages to tuck, but only with 0.7 seconds. As soon as he's traded out, the round trickles away, and that's going to be 2 in a row for Team Exposed. The best we've seen them yet inside of this series. Now a chance to send this to a map number 4. Keep the series going. Start your reverse sweep. Everything begins here for Team Exposed in round 1.
Absolutely. And Timeless here have a lot of questions to answer. Do you send all of your players to A this time, because last time you were bullied out of there immediately and nearly lost it within the opening moments of the map? Or do you try and contest B again? Well, we're going to see 3-1 hit out of Timeless, and it's going to be basically matched out of Team Exposed.
Venom leading the charge. Felony's going to back him up. Looking at a flank from John, but Felony shuts down John as well. Now look at this positioning from Venom. Hoping to just slip on in. Play it right, and look at that trigger discipline. Nobody's going to guess. Venom strikes. A-zone under siege. 2 players here to stack it. 1 tick already cemented, and no more flank. Jintroy's going to get caught by Pristini. 2nd tick being worked on. And nobody on Timeless really having an opportunity to get back in. This is going so fast. Can anybody shut this one down? It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Maybe John can slide in, but the A-zone, it's already gone.
Venom is flying right now. No more playing the flanks. He's happy to play straight up front, close and personal as well. He's very much so enjoying himself in this passage of play, up to a 5. And if you're Timeless now, how do you defend this? You've not had a great time defending anything. Definitely not that preferred A zone. So B, as you watch 3 of your players fall, Dylan Rex, the last to really put up a fight at this point before the ticks start to come in for Team Exposed.
24 lives to 17. All red in the kill feed so far. Pristini's going to be watching those reinforcements. He has all eyes on that boulevard. He will drop. It is a moment for Team Timeless to try to get back into this. Rex has a little bit of a flank play going, but he has to time this right with John, or else Team Exposed may shut them down again. Rex is going to find Claystar. Felony looking to cut off a few players. Only good for 1 right now. Traded out by Kaiser, and Timeless have a little bit of time to breathe.
They pushed it back. You've got to consider as well, though, by the way, that they are currently a whole squad wipe of lives down. So if Team Exposed turn the dial up here, move the pace forward, and it comes down to a team deathmatch game, they're still in a difficult position. Pristini finds one. One position that Team Timeless have is that Kaiser has managed to make his way all the way through to the back here and will start to cut off any reinforcements at the knees. It doesn't really matter if your teammate's losing at the front.
But you do know, I mean, even on Berlin, as soon as you only have to look at this one zone, it does become a little bit easier for the defenders. Unfortunately, you're not going to find the gunfights. A little bit of a weird beatdown for Pastini. Knocks the noggin of Kaiser. 3 go down. 2nd tick's going to be cemented. You need a big play out of Rex here. He has to get into the zone. Can he make the play for his team? Felony's going to go down. A few chip damage here from Timeless sliding on in. Rex is the hero that you need if you're Timeless right now.
Absolutely huge, but is it only delaying the inevitable as he falls? It is 14-6 on time.
No.
13-5, sorry, on lives. Clayster hitting absolute beamers as we go to the final stage of this round.
Oh, the 3-time makes it happen. And Clayster keeps it going. Exposed a 3-0 sweep in Berlin. And the series Enigma, it's not done yet. We get to see another Berlin. We get to see another map between these 2 teams. And oh my, this was disgusting from Clayster. I'm so glad that was the final kill because he absolutely worked John in that position.
He did indeed. And speaking of works, by the way, we come back into this series between Boston and Awobabobs. This was 2-0, by the way, to Boston in this map. And on board with Sensor, who struggled in the hard point, struggled in the S&D, and is not having a good one in the control.
Oh, it's 2-0 for Awobabobs.
Sorry, my
throughout
apologies.
this series. Boston did start off so strong to this Berlin, but Awobabobs have brought this one back into the A zone. We see Boston Academy stop the time for a second, but this defense looking good for Awobabobs right now. A kill for Ghosty is going to open things up. A mine looking to shut them down. Sensor's going to invest a glide bomb. Can he catch the player inside Secret? Yeah, Yuli's going to get caught. And now a chance for Boston to strike, but Hollow on the flank. He can be the make or break right now for the setup, but he's going to take down Folons. He broke it.
This, though, is still ridiculously close. 1 life between. 1 minute and 10 to go. Awobabobs are set up deep. Mind, though, pushing out. He's up to 44, by the way. We've missed a map out of that young man. Sensor, though, will catch him. And the thing is now, this will allow a wrap. That's what I want to see. Ghosty, fly at it. Go towards fire. Get yourself in and around this point. Allow your team to squeeze.
Squeeze really good right now if you're Boston. This A zone, it's not easy to break, especially when you have this pre-setup.
Pardon?
From Awobabobs. Ghosty's going to go down, and this flank from Hollow again looking to stump anything that Boston has going for them. Now player disadvantage. Shawnee's going to even this one up in only 32 seconds.
There was a possible flank opportunity there that comes in from Center, and instead of going around Fire, he cuts back through. Unfortunately, gets caught. This is going to be one last Hail Mary hit out of Boston, or your series is done.
It's now or never. Loser bracket on the horizon for Boston Academy. 11 seconds left. A flank play out of Yuli. Are they going to be ready for it? It's 2 on the front line going down, but here come the subs. Mind and Yuli go big. All up to Shawnee on the inside, stopping the clock at 8.6 seconds. He's going to try to back up, see if he can find some opening, but it's not going to happen. Boston gets shut down, and Awoba Bobs 3-0 sweep them right into the loser bracket.
Worst bit about all of that as well, by the way, I think there was a little bit of a mix when we first came into this, but in that control, make no mistake about it, Boston Academy were up 2-0. So you've had a reverse sweep inside your control as well there, out of Awoba Bobs. Demoralizing first round out of Boston, a team that a lot of people would probably have had as an outsider to make the run, but make no mistake about it, they've looked better and better and better, had a really good performance on LAN. Definitely one of the sides that has talent there, but this is a humbling reminder. They've got to make a long run now.
And you and I both said, going into this is that, Boston have impressed us. They just got better and better as the year goes on. And I expected them to come out swinging in the LCQ, but at the same time, you cannot take it away from the rest of the teams. Awoba Bobs, they've been practicing too, and they came even better into this LCQ. Boston, you're talking about improvements. Well, top 6 in Toronto, top 4 in Boston, and then top 3 in the recent COD Agent X Electrify Steel tournament just the other day. And they come into this and they get knocked to the losers bracket right away. That is definitely a humbling position right there, but you have to stick it to Awoba Bobs. They've definitely been molding into this LCQ, and they came out with the right opportunity.
Yeah, 100%. Mind there drops a 40 bomb throughout that control. And if you were 2-0 down, you've managed to make that bit of a comeback, then you're looking at that, man, as to a big reason why. It's very much so been a very strong statement from then out of winners round 1. They will obviously progress. I believe, remind me of the bracket here, they played the winner of this series. Am I correct?
Well, let's take a look at the bracket. Let's take a look and see who they move on to play for Awoba Bobs NA. So all the way at the bottom, they play the winner of Electrify Steel and Mau Mau. That's GodRx & Co. on top and Capsule & Co. on the bottom of that matchup. And if we're talking about, a team that I'm going to have my eyes on for this LCQ, it's going to be Electrify Steel, because all those players now playing in a facility in Texas, all in one area, you can imagine that is definitely going to boost the confidence for the squad.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much to talk about when it comes to that Electrify Steel squad, but a massive talking point that goes all the way back to MW, if you're GodRx, is how good you've been on LAN versus how good you've been online. It's pillar opposites, and Electrify Steel doing everything that they can to try and give these boys the opportunity to shore themselves up online and putting them in a facility for this weekend. Very much so looking forward to seeing how they do, because if they do get to the LCQ, which is, the 2 champs, which is on LAN, I really do fancy that squad to do some serious damage.
And we've seen them just do great things every single time they go to LAN Enigma, but we got to forget about that for now. That's for the future. Right now, we got the present. Timeless up 2-1 over Team Exposed. It's a 3-0 sweep in the control for Exposed to elongate this series, but we're not done with Berlin just yet. We got another hard point.
We stay indeed at Berlin, and I don't know, that control had the feelings of a reverse sweep momentum builder all over it. And how does this one start? Well, Dylan Rex gets you first. Clayster trades it out, and it's going to be mayhem on the point.
Absolute mayhem, absolute pandemonium, but it's going to be Timeless walking out on top. They have the spawns back over towards Fire, so Team Exposed should be here first. Look at that forward aggression from Jintroid. He's going to slow things down. Team Exposed at a halt. All's going to be riding onto the flank from Venom again, and all by himself, he pieces 2 and gets them back in.
He's got to be such an annoying player to play against. How many times today have we called Venom on the flank? Venom with the discipline. Venom with the heads-up play. He picks up 2. He's in behind. He catches Rex. He sees Kaiser. He will eventually fall, but Clayster's there for the trade. P1 will be a split point situation. Clay here, the only player rotated over for P2. Timeless then will be in with an opportunity to set up and hold, but there's a lot of routes into this, and we spoke about it before. Team Exposed starting to look more and more the players we expect them to be.
Oh, and we came into this saying Venom needs to be the X factor for this team, considering that Team Exposed have a lot of experience playing together back on United. But, I mean, Venom's been the most consistent, and he's not slowing down yet. It's a couple of those veterans that we're seeing that need to pick up the pace and help him out inside of these respawns. We saw it in the control. Can they do it again in the Berlin to send us to a map 5? Well, Felony's starting to heat up on top of Mailroom. Inside the hill, it's going to be Pristini trying to play his life. He's going to go down all up to Clayster now. Big 1v2 here, and he's going to be broken by John. It's a desperation now for Exposed to try to get back into this, keep Timeless out of the hill, but they have to worry about the rotation as well.
They do, and the spawn will come in for Jintroid that tells Timeless to swivel. They now know that Team Exposed did not hit the rotation, and that in fact, Timeless have been gifted one here. And Team Exposed are spawning all the way at the back end of the map. If you're Pristini, you will start to get some spawns in around train, but you've got a long way across this map and then a very difficult hill to break.
Hill under control for Timeless right now. You look at the minimap, you can see how far away Exposed are, and Kaiser picks off Pristini. What an annoying player, just like Venom, to worry about in your backline, and everybody falling apart for Team Exposed. Just one by one, they're dropping. Pristini finally going to find a break, but just like that off the respawn, the rest of Timeless just get right back into Pinnacle form. They clear off these Exposed players, and the inside is Clayster trying to make a hero play, but Exposed again, they fall. Felony on the front line. Can he make something happen? No, Jintroid's going to shut him down, and time keeps on progressing for Timeless.
It all just goes back to that decision, really, to hit P2 a little bit too long. The spawns then go against you for P3, and it really could have been a situation that flipped on its head entirely. Timeless do a fantastic job. You're right about Kaiser. Very, very frustrating individual to play against when he's playing like this. Exposed this time will be rotated in. They will have the setup for our train hill. This one is very far from simple, especially when the open engagement goes against you.
Placer trying to set up. Nice, John. What an angle from top third. Back and forth trades, but it's going to be an opportunity for Kaiser now to strike, and he does. Breaks the hill from the front. Working for the rotations. That's working for the reinforcements, and Kaiser just pieced Venom. It won't amount to a full break, though, 4 times. You can see how far they will be spawning out in comparison to Team Exposed. So this is some good time for Team Exposed to pick up to try to close this lead, Enigma. With 25 seconds, I mean, he doesn't even want to strike this. It looks like they're going to try to give it another go.
I mean, you still can try and hit this, I feel, because of the fact that P5 smack bang in the middle of the map. You're never more than a stone's throw away from it, regardless of where you spawn, really. I like that kill, though, in mid, by the way. Fellow moved himself up to top third to give himself the viewpoint over P4 and then start to be an influence over P5. John catches him, kills him. It's a massive point there to stop this exposed steam, head of steam that they start to build into maps. Timeless, always aware of it and always trying to shut it down.
Boy, they line up for Clayster. Clearing out that train station, trying to work for the rotation. If he can find a few more kills, pull these spawns away, it would be huge for Team Exposed. Unfortunately, he's going to drop to Rex. It's going to keep things in Timeless's favor for the rotation to the second set. Here in P5, we haven't seen a lot of time get picked up, but we're used to that. Inside Berlin, P5, not really the most favorable to find time on in, but Timeless will step in for a moment. Clayster's going to take out one. Jintroid for the trade on the inside. Team Exposed looking to get as much as they can before the second set starts.
And this hill essentially just turns into a bloodbath every single time. We've got everyone trying to hit trades. It's purely about just guns up. I'm swinging at it, and this is what I wanted to talk about. Do we get rotations in from Exposed this time? Play big kill, but you will have spawns, by the way, coming in for Jintroid. So preferred spawn still in for Timeless. Team Exposed gonna have to break this from the front.
3 in a row. Oh, big from Clayster. He's on a 5 spree. Team Exposed, they break from the front. They know those quick respawns will be there for Timeless, but it doesn't look like Timeless really care. They're gonna cut through the middle of the map, try to slip through a secret, start a flank around, and it looks like John's on the case. Rex is gonna open up with 2. What can John do? Inside the hill, it's gonna be Venom to fall. Clayster all up to him on the inside, but Kaiser's gonna remove him. And Timeless, they get back in just in time, still hold on to their lead, and they flip out Team Exposed back over to Fire.
They do. But look at Venom here on the run. Again, on the flank, just trying to get his team in. 2 kills at the front if your Team Exposed. Venom will make his way into the hill. John last alive here for Timeless. Team Exposed playing it well, playing it correctly, and doing enough to set themselves now in a position to start to build ahead of steam. That what we've talked about several times throughout this series. Once Team Exposed do get moving, they're a dangerous force. Clayster, by the way, up to 17-12. Make that 18-12. Looking every bit the 3-time world champion we know he is.
Oh, he has stepped up so far in this series. Exactly what I was asking for, to work alongside your submachine guns on Berlin. Kaiser trying to find a way in. There's a pinch for Timeless, but one angle is going to get shut down, and it's allowing a little bit of wiggle room for Team Exposed to move throughout this hill. Unfortunately, you lose the gunfights around the outside and allows Timeless a way in. Clayster just around the corner, but he has to play his cards right. He can't get too aggressive. He can't play this too fast. He has a chance to pinch with his teammates. He's going to make it happen. Rex falls. And here's the follow-up now from Team Exposed to try to break on in. They make it happen. John, last one there. At least able to find one. Keep Team Exposed away for now. But it's not going to deter them from the later scrap time.
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. If you are Team Exposed, they've made the adjustment. They've learned from last time. They didn't send all 4 bodies towards P2. They have the P3 hold. Now, can they set up and do what Timeless did to them just moments ago? One rotation ago, a full 60 here, and the entire script is flipped on its head. Sorry, the entire script is flipped on its head.
Felony. Aggressive there is going to meet the guns up too. You still have the setup for here from Team Exposed. You remember how hard it was for Timeless to get broken here. Well, it's looking to be mirrored by Team Exposed as they have flipped this lead out 158 to 148. Now Clayster and Co, they want to push to a map 5. They found their lead. They've got their foothold in Berlin. This is where it all begins.
You can already see as well, by the way, Venom's been sent. Venom's starting to move. He's pushing himself through. He wants to get into the next hill. He's going to have John to catch on the route. But can he get in quite? He gets the kill.
He gets the kill. He gets the second one as well. Timeless are going to be spawning out. And the Team Exposed, they're still well and alive over towards that P3. So lucky enough for Timeless, they don't get fully broken because of that. And they will be the first ones into Hill 4.
That's unfortunate, but Venom will spawn, by the way. You do have that spawn then coming in from Team Exposed. They will get that preferred side. Timeless, you've got your presence up in ticket, but careful here and find the players that are surrounding them.
Timeless coming away with a few big kills on the inside of this hill. Holding on to the time. Basically neck and neck, a 4-point game. We'll see another lead change if it does keep true to this hold for Timeless. But Clayster's going to open things up. Venom across the trains from the top rope. It's going to be a break. 4 clean down for Timeless, and Team Exposed reap the reward.
Now, last time around, fella wanted top third control, and he didn't manage to get it. I thought he was going to look for it there again and traded out. This time, John finds him again. John just being a thorn in any sort of P5 presence that Team Exposed want. Last time, though, this hill was exactly what you expect, Seymour. It was very much so 50-50, teams trading backwards and forwards. That goes that way again. Team Exposed will be happier with it. They hold a 15-point lead towards the end of our second rotation.
And even still, the rotation over to P1, it wasn't dominated by one team or the other Enigma. It was broken pretty easily by Team Exposed, and at the same time, Timeless repeated that right after. So this rotation is going to be a big question mark to see who is going to lock it down, and can they really cement it. Team Exposed are going to amass 200 points first inside of Berlin Hardpoint. You're looking at Timeless now to break this one in. John's going to open up Jintroid for the break. The rest of Team Exposed just lurking around the outside. They still have that spawn, so you can see the submachine guns. They want to get aggressive.
Doing a little bit of trickery there out of Jintroid. Breaks some ankles and manages to get some important kills to delay Team Exposed moving that lead ever forward. Venom will hit. And the thing is, with Venom being sat in P5, is he can now stop any players trying to get themselves in through station while his teammates try and defend P1. But at the front here, it's not clean and simple. Jintroid will eventually fall. It will be Team Exposed in for P1. They can see it off here. This is such a difficult hill to break.
From that 5, you can see Timeless just grouping up to spring on the site. All 4 players, 4v3 now that Prasini's gone. Jintroid will double down. The break from Timeless immediate inside this hill number 1. Looking at the flank too, Jintroid's just going to make matters a little bit worse for Team Exposed, but with winner's advantage, I mean, they are not too worried right now.
No, but for me, that's such an easy break. Timeless just walk on through. Fully Exposed out of a hill that is typically quite one that you want to get rotated in first and set up to defend. Will still be plenty of time here. And the thing is, for Exposed, they can continue to hold this late, trickle themselves ever closer, because even though Timeless can win on the next hill, they would have to be playing pretty much perfect. And Clayster's giving them a real nightmare over there. He will eventually be found. He will eventually fall, but a lot of good work there, pushing Timeless all the way back. 245 to 205. We go into another P2 hill.
We're looking at Bokosh, Venom, looking to get inside. 5 seconds left on a 5 spree, but finally cut down by Rex. Things a little bit mixy here. You need Rex to go big for Timeless to hold on, but in go Team Exposed. They can end this one. Rex has to get aggressive. Persini for the trade. Contention's going to be out, and Timeless on top, but Felony's looking to ice up, and he gets it done. Timeless, they fall, and Team Exposed, we are going the distance. Felony just absolutely ripped them apart.
We spoke about it after map 3. We said it had reverse sweep energy. It definitely showed signs of life out of this Team Exposed side. You saw Venom with incredible trigger discipline, incredible flanks coming in through the map, the communication clearly coming in from the boys. We said this could well be the catalyst to get them through to the back end of this series. Would we see the Bocage S&D? Well, the answer is yes.
Oh, yeah.
That was very much so. A very strong end towards that map for Team Exposed. It made the adjustments. That was the important thing there. When you think about that first rotation, still hitting P2 super late, they give up P3 and give up essentially a full 60 seconds of time. I was worried. I was watching the mini-map and a couple of players thinking about it. They want to go and get engaging in P2. They want to try and take the fight, but they back on off, set themselves up for P3. Everything changes from there. You make those adjustments mid-map, you're showing some real talent. That's why we're seeing our way through to map 5.
And here we go. The series layout for this best of 5. Team Exposed, they win the back half so far. They send us to a Bokosh, starting their reverse sweep here in round number 1. I mean, I wouldn't start the LCQ any other way. You know that these teams are looking at it like their season is on the line here in your North American Last Chance qualifier, and they are playing like it as well. You get Timeless absolutely swinging in the first 2 maps, but the bounce back from Team Exposed, it has been everything.
It has, but we go to then Search and Destroy, and we throw it back to map 2, where Timeless came out on top, and it was all about the starts of rounds. It was all about how things opened up.
Right.
The First Bloods weren't very different, 6 one way for the other. The problem always was for Team Exposed is that they very rarely seem to capitalize on any sort of situation where they went a man up, and when they went a man down, it went up to bits immediately. We're talking 2v4 situations straight away. They've got to avoid that here. Give themselves a fighting chance throughout the rounds. Go from stage 1 of a round with a set of players that can actually go and get the bomb down and make something happen on the map, not just hoping to claw together a team that are just all over you.
No, excellent points, Andy, but we're going to have to wait to see this Bokosh map number 5. We're going to throw it to a break, get these teammates or get these teams populated into the lobby, and when we come back, it's going to be the finale between these 2 teams. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, folks. Map number 5 between Timeless and Team Exposed. We got Bocage, Search and Destroy. My name is Seymour. Alongside is Enigma and Andy. Moving into the second Search and Destroy between these two. We just saw how much or how easy Timeless ran through that first S&D. Well, into the second one. We need a lot of players to step up. I think Venom had a huge Berlin S&D. If he can do that again on Bocage, I mean, this is going to be his playground, but you're really looking to the veterans to continue with the consistency that we've seen in the back half.
Yeah, I think that this was part of the series when we look back to map 2, where it was kind of fits and starts. You spoke about Venom there. He started 6-1, but ended up finishing 9-9. So although he had a fantastic start to the map, the back half he just kind of disappeared a little bit, and that's what they need to avoid. And several things that come out of that, if you were looking for lessons for Team Exposed, is in particular again around making sure that they don't all fall apart straight away, that they give themselves a fighting chance later on in rounds, because we've seen them get better and better throughout this series. Comms are starting to look on point. Players are starting to look better. Venom's looked incredibly disciplined. But you've done all this hard work now. You've won map 3. You've won map 4. Put yourself within reverse sweep potential. You don't want it to all fall away now by giving up the early rounds like you were doing in that map 2.
Well, game 5, folks. Round number 1 of our last chance qualifier here in North America. This is the last leg of the race to get to Challengers Champs, and I mean, things couldn't start off any better between these teams. And Timeless really bring it to Team Exposed. They have looked fantastic going into the last end of the year. A lot of breakout players to be looking at behind John, dropping down from the CDL. I said it previously, Enigma, in past days, that it almost feels like a redemption arc right now for John, coming down into Challengers, see what he can do into the later end, but he can lead Timeless here to a victory in round 1.
Kaiser opening up with the first blood and removes Fellow off of God Tank, a massive part of the map to have hold of. And this is going to open up this entire north side of the map. Now the entire tank side. The stun will catch Pristini as well. That's a lot of information, but Venom manages to catch Jintroid with the bomb.
John's going to follow this one up, back and forth, 2 versus 2. Rex picks it up, and Team Exposed off-site for now. Pristini's going to back up towards the B side, and it looks like they're reading this perfectly. Timeless don't know this, but they're about to walk right into Team Exposed players. Pristini gets caught, dropped down to 80 HP. Will manage to escape with his life. Is Rex going to hunt this down? It doesn't seem like he wants to. The bomb's actually going to wrap back to A.
Don't mind this out of either side right now. Timeless trying to pivot, work something on the fly. Team Exposed happy to sit back, reassess the situation. But how they put me at Clayster opens up onto Dylan immediately. Doesn't give him a sniff. Kaiser now in a 1v2.
And they know Kaiser's going to be playing that God Heady. Kaiser does drop from it, trying to reposition. See if he can figure this one out one step at a time. And it looks like Pristini's going to get caught. Clayster looking for the trade, but Kaiser escapes into Grandma's. Clayster drops the defuse right away, and this is so bold. I don't know if Kaiser's going to expect this. I mean, this is only round number 1, but Clayster, I mean, he's got the guts. That's why he's the 3-time.
Does not mess around. The second he sees this engagement, he dives to the bomb immediately. Beautiful stuff. No fakes here. Nails it. Gives him and his team the 1-0 lead. I mean, that situation could easily fall apart. It's the mentality, the heads up 200 IQ play that we expect out of a player like him, but it's still all about on the day, and there's no bigger time in your season to be pulling off plays like that.
Exposed want to repeat what they just got here on offense now. Very defensive-sided map, so I don't expect this to be any different. But Venom's going to go for the quick plant towards the A site. You get the bomb down, you have the post plant, and just look how deep Pristini's playing.
Dylan here. Get a nade out from top. Durani's 2v3. Catches Fellow pretty hard. And Dylan, by the way, doesn't find Fellow. Felony picks up the kill instead. It will be a 1v2 for Kaiser. Bomb down. This is a tough one. A lot of work to do. Do you instead, though, play for the streaks? And he doesn't even get that opportunity.
I mean, left on the shoulders of Kaiser once more. You just look at the front line there for Team Exposed. They had the crossfire down into pit. And as soon as Timeless tried to get that retake right away, try to fight the aggression with their own, they walk right into the trap that Team Exposed laid. You expect Team Exposed to go for the post plant setup, but instead they wait, they bait Timeless into that, and they played that perfectly.
He did. It was also ridiculously unfortunate gunfight there in the middle. Dylan Rex jumping out over the top of Fellow, essentially, who does everything so well. And the open engagement again goes to Kaiser out here in tanks. He's enjoying these opening fights, but then teammates falling elsewhere.
Venom's going to double down. It's a big opening from your sub. And Team Exposed now, the world right now, in the palm of their hands for Bokaj. Minute 4 to work with. Timeless still have plenty of room to bring this one back. I love how passive we're getting out of Timeless out of Team Exposed right now. They're not allowing any kills for Timeless to pull this back into a 2v2. Haven't even yet recovered the bomb. Finally, Rex is going to pick this up, but they're walking right over towards A, where all 3 Exposed players are rotating things around. Rex is going to drop that bomb down once more. Everything on the shoulders of Kaiser once again. This time a 1v3 instead of a 1v2. Can he clutch up with 34 seconds? He's going to get spotted, and he's going to get hunted down.
Yes, call, and time and time again, you spoke about there, by the way, that the passiveness that Team Exposed put in. That's the difference that they're showing from that game 2. In map 2, they were almost overeager, getting caught in difficult positions. This time, they're just backing off and bringing Timeless into the trap, essentially pulling them in and making it so that they're having to come on forward. Team Exposed 3-0 up, learned a lot of lessons from map 2, applying them here. Did you ever close to that reverse sweep?
Flawless so far, Enigma. I don't expect Team Exposed to switch things up just yet, but as soon as they do, they walk into the counterattack for Timeless. Felony and Venom down, bomb down. Clayster looking to make some heroics happen, and he will manage to slip a kill down through the middle of the map. With Rex dropping, that's going to allow Clayster a chance to pick up the bomb, pick up an MP40. 1v3 for zone. We've seen Kaiser in the situation, hasn't been able to clutch, but Clayster's looking to change that up, has completely slipped through the middle of the map, back over to B towards B without anybody spotting it, and Timeless still think he's over on the A site.
If anything, he could have gotten the bomb down a little bit quicker. Obviously, he doesn't know that. Bomb will go down now. You'll see all of the Timeless players turn heads, and Kaiser, the man who has been frying throughout the start of this S&D, will help his team back onto the board. That's a beautiful onto Clay there. 7-2 for the young man, but the scoreboard at the top reads 1-3. Need a bit more out of him there. Clay, unlucky, really. He's only got that option, essentially, in hand. Get the bomb down, try and play from that back tree, and he's caught immediately.
It's not like Kaiser's had a bad game. You know, he might be 7-2 and down 3-1 right now, but he constantly is getting left in unwinnable situations throughout the start of this game. Finally, Timeless give him a chance to really move through the map with a little bit of support, and absolutely beams Clayster off of that plant. Now Timeless looking to use that momentum they just got in the past round to see if they can find a second in a row, close the gap between that 3-1 lead. And I'm loving the patience at the same time out of Exposed. Last time they got caught through the middle of the map, they got blooded early. They don't want to repeat that.
Yeah, and very much so a different defensive setup this time as well. Fellow in the past been caught out on that God tank. They've very much been losing the opening gunfights to Kaiser out on tanks. This time, they don't want any of it. They're just backing off and trying to pull Timeless into their trap. And look at the flank from Clay.
Everything's going to be on this flank from Play right now. Venom able to sneak away a kill, but Timeless, they double down. Felony for the trade, and it's going to be a 2-on-2. Bomb hasn't been planted just yet. I'm pretty sure Timeless are understanding that there's a potential for a flank, so they slip through the middle of the map. They're going over to B to get the plant.
Now, if you are Clay, does he get the same kill that Kaiser had on him moments ago? The answer is no. He's looking for it, Felony, but might give the info.
Felony, a lot of pressure. John is going to weasel him out. Glacier now has to go big. Both players on opposite ends. Has to get one and snap to the other. Can't hunt down the first kill. Trailing a ghost at the moment. Can't find it, but able to rip off Rex. 19 seconds left. The trade right there. Not going to be able to get it first, but John's going to follow it up. He knew he got the initial damage, and he's going to finish the job. John's going to bring us to a 2-3 scoreline. Close that gap to only a 1-round deficit.
John does absurdly well there, by the way, to stay alive. Slipping, sliding, just about staying up, and frustrating Clayster, buying time. Rex does arrive, is killed, but it just means that John manages to escape, and Clay, unfortunately, not able to see that one out. Timeless. 2 rounds on the bounce now, bringing this back bit by bit. We got a game 5 on our hands well and truly here, Seymour.
I mean, like I said, wouldn't have it any other way. Enigma to open this one up. Team exposed. I mean, they found 3 rounds in a row, but Timeless right now on a warpath to bring this back. 0-5 finally gets a kill, this time onto Venom. That's such a huge turning point.
And it's another pick, and I'm getting a little bit of deja vu out of map 2, where these situations, these 2v4 situations come about. Timeless happy to just play back, and 1v4 if you are Clay. He's been good so far in this map, but asking a lot out of the map.
Good.
Is he this good?
6-4 right now, 7-4, recovers the bomb. Right through Grandma's he goes, back up into the attic. Taking the full route, it looks like Kaiser might not be ready for this. On the angle, gets the information, backs up, John on the cross, finishes the job. 3-3, Timeless, man. What a way to bring yourself back in this map 5.
Indeed, and as I said, it's a rinse repeat of the kind of rounds we were seeing in map 2, where all the opening engagements go against Team Exposed, and it leaves them in this spot where they're just essentially having to play picks. And off of that, Timeless just happy to play all the information, happy to just, okay, do we need to play this together? Do we need to back off? Well, we know where the remaining players on the map. There isn't too many of them to count. John, by the way, up to a 6. Keep an eye on that.
6 in a row. That would be huge on Bokosh, especially if you can get an early plant down on offense. Slow again out of Exposed. I'm the only one over towards this A site playing very aggressive inside Grandma's, but rest of Exposed maybe expecting a hit towards B right now. Timeless, they don't want that at all. Door's gonna open. Venom didn't make any noise, but as soon as they see that door has swung, should be ready for some presence. Be careful. Oh, he's gonna get Pristini out with his life too. Venom doesn't move an inch. So patient right now, and it's gonna pay off. That's bomb down. Venom gets out.
The patience, the discipline. We saw it in map 3. We saw it in map 4. He brings it again here. Could have been a huge turning point in the round. And oh my goodness me, baits John in.
Venom is doing it all right now towards A. Rex is going to bring things back for Timeless. Kaiser looking to work this bomb, but Venom is still here. 3 in a row, looking for the ace. The hit fire through the door. Venom removes Timeless from the map.
I gotta watch that back. Just hope and a prayer. Reads where Dylan is and sprays back through. Dylan's gonna be wondering just what on earth happened. Venom hitting another ace. Picked one up in map 2. Picks one up there. Shuts down all of Timeless, and you can see the excitement it's bringing to these boys.
Oh, yeah. He had to be one shot, Enigma.
Has to be.
I said, I mean, this guy, he's the X factor for the team. And look at what he's bringing. 9-5 on 4 in a row. Bomb in hand, and this is electric over towards the A site. Oh, through the door. Jintroid gets first blooded. Venom looking for a second, but he's just trying to heal up. Play those cruddy angles. Timeless need to work a kill back, but unfortunately, Rex is going to fall. Kaiser on the forward progression. Is he going to expect Felony to be so close? He should, but Felony's going to give this one up, and the bomb's already over at B.
Oh, massive kill, though. Out of Kaiser. That there could well have been a 1v4 situation. Kaiser, who's had a fantastic game so far. 10-4. Now in a 2v3 retake situation. Gone alongside him, and Clay catches the man who's been on point.
Kaiser just needs some help right now. John trying to do his best. 8-4 for himself, but look at the setup for Exposed. If it's not player number 5, it's player number 6 to follow up. Both separated, both isolated. John's going to have to go big, and he's not going to read Pristini sitting in spawn. Exposed on match point right now, looking for the reverse sweep in round 1.
It goes back to, sorry, not Pristini, Venom in the previous round, picking up that ace, shutting down Timeless. You're just tuning in, Team Exposed with 3-0 up. Timeless brought it back to 3 apiece. And an ace out of Venom in your round 7 is what has given Team Exposed the legs underneath them again. Venom, by the way, still on a streak, has a 5. So even if these opening engagements don't go their way, he could play that out, pick himself up that all-important glide.
It was a slow start, but Exposed, welcome to the LCQ. Timeless, can they bring this back? It is a big question, and it is a big ask right now. A-site, it is open for a plant. Nobody from Exposed really there. No, unfortunately for Pastini, he's not going to get the stun through the window.
We've all been there. Happens to the best of us, apparently. Makes me feel better about my rank play. Again, though, this setup from Team Exposed on the defense. Look how deep Felony's changed his situation to be. Early on in the game, playing God Tank. Now playing the back hedge tank. So difficult for Timeless to unroot him.
John's gonna get the info. Felony knocked down to 40 HP. Bomb gets planted. And look how close John is playing to that angle. Felony hasn't spotted him yet. Oh, Steeny over. He's gonna get the eyes on. Finishes the kill as well. First blood and second for Team Exposed. Now looking for the collapse. Here comes Venom to strike. Bomb hasn't even been planted yet. And Kaiser, 1v4, can't get the job done. Exposed on the reverse sweep, and they're moving on in the winner bracket.
What a way to start our LCQ, Seymour. Sorry, did we come into this and we're 2-0 down if your Team Exposed? They looked lifeless. We talked about fits and starts and how they just hadn't really done anything to assert themselves on the map. They pick up a 3-0 win in the control, make a huge couple of plays and adjustments throughout that map 4. And then here in map 5, I mean, you go back to that Venom Ace, the chat must have been going loud at that point. Reverse sweep well and truly on. There was no recovering from that if you were Timeless.
I mean, I looked at the maps, I looked at the search and destroys, and I see a Bokosh map 5. If you get there, it is going to be an absolute playground for Venom, and that it was. I mean, you had some big moments from the support as well. The veterans stepped up in the second half of this series, and that reverse sweep, it was well earned from Team Exposed. I mean, everything starting on that control. I think you're looking at the way that Exposed have been playing this series. It is the slow play, you know. Sometimes they're not going to be as up in the face as a team like Timeless will be, but they're going to pick you apart. And as soon as they do, that's chance for Venom to hit those flanks, be annoying, constantly find 1 or 2 kills on the rotation. And I think if anybody you're going to talk about from this game, it's got to be Venom. I mean, constantly finding those plays to turn the tide for Team Exposed, and an ace inside of it. We cannot talk any higher about Venom right now.
No, definitely not. I mean, I came into this series wanting to talk about Pristini, and you came in with a couple of your own, and we very much so have seen showings from all players, but Venom, indeed, the catalyst for this team to bring it back. That ace was absolutely huge, not only because it's an ace in a search and destroy round for your LCQ, but the timing of it, the importance, the weight in that moment was huge. The moves that he made, constantly hitting flanks, being a nuisance throughout your control and your hard point, the lessons that Team Exposed learned throughout the series and then applied the fine lesson to any team. Never chalked, boys.
As you get that final look at the scoreboard, you can really highlight a few players there. I mean, Clayster right alongside Venom to 11-6 for himself. What a series from him. I mean, even in the control, Clayster was putting up big numbers. In the hard point, he was leading the slang, and he was really a big piece of the puzzle there for Team Exposed to make that reverse sweep happen. But Enigma, I mean, that's our round 1 right now. We got to see Boston Academy get 3-0'd by Awobabob's NA. And now game 5 for Exposed to make that reverse sweep happen. 2 very distinctly different games in our Alpha and Bravo. But if we take a look at the bracket, we can take a look at how things have been progressing throughout this winner's bracket. And realistically, if I'm looking at this, I think it's such an important moment for Team Exposed. Nobody wants to go to the lower bracket in round 1, especially considering that this is the last chance for you to, show what you have to offer. Qualify for champs. You don't want to be the team to have to fight through the lower bracket.
No. There's so much talent. North America is such a deeply stacked. When we come to the talent pool, when we come to the amount of just pure raw CDL championship, CWL going back years experience, the levels of quality that's here is quite absurd. You go into losers bracket, you're still going to be matching phenomenal players, and you've no room for any more mistakes. We do indeed take a look at our bracket in a galaxy. We'll be playing against Team Exposed indeed in your winners round 2. Wobblebob's NA waiting on Electrify Steel and Mau Mau, and Electrify Steel side. I was speaking about them before, Seymour. I want to see them. And actually, we've got the update. Mau Mau.
We got a live update right there. Okay. I love that. That is a W prod right there. We get to see Mau Mau advance through the bracket. That's Capsidal and Co. Taking down Godorex, Pander, Fame, and Pentagram. Capsidal playing with Exotic, Noisy, and Phantoms, and that team in its own right. I mean, when I look at them, I mean, talk about an aggressive play style. When you look at that roster, you're just expecting them to be all up in your grill. But folks, that's going to be it for round one. As we get things set up for round number two, we're going to cut to a quick little break, get our next lobby populated. We'll see you on the flip side with some more Call of Duty Challengers North American LCQ. Welcome back. Apologies for the extended break, but we were getting these players into the lobby. We got In a Galaxy now versus Team Exposed in our round 2 matchup as we follow in through those winners bracket. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Enigma, and we're here with the action. I mean, let's talk about these two teams because Team Exposed coming off of a Game 5 victory just on stream. We haven't yet get to see In a Galaxy yet. That is going to be ProLoot and Co. And if I'm wondering anything, I expect Team Exposed to be coming out with that momentum from a Game 5 victory.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, game 5, reverse sweep, making all the plays, looking damn good for it. Venom in particular, very, very impressive through that series. Goodness me. And yeah, I'm expecting them to come off the back of that and really steam straight into this series. Galaxy, they used to be called 705. And this side, I didn't see much of their series, but as well, if they've come into this winners round 2 match, then they're going to be riding a high as well. So a clash very much of two titans coming into this series.
And I mean, like, just look at the lobby we have. I mean,
Yeah.
every single person in this lobby at one point was a CDL player. You got Pro Loot, Dave, Patty, Diamond Con, and Royalty going up against Venom, Felony, Pristini, and Clayster. I mean, we got world champions. We got CDL players on deck. And that is crazy to be looking at only in round 2 of challengers. Vanguard's been an interesting year, Enigma, but if I'm looking at it going into this series, I mean, you have to figure that these two teams are in such a good position of qualifying for champs. I mean, if you're looking at anybody, it is these teams who are bringing down those CDL players who have that experience at tier 1. And this is going to be a banger matchup to really dictate some big names going into the winners finals.
Yeah, if you were sat looking alongside you, if you were sat in one of these teams and looking at the players around you, you're very comfortable with how strong you look. We do have a map set, and it appears in front of us here. Hardpoint Tuscan is where we're going to get ourselves started off. Bocage, S&D after that. Control on Tuscan, and if we make it to maps 4 and 5, Hardpoint Berlin, S&D on your Siege. So a very different map pool to the one that we just played. It's going to be hard to then take anything that Exposed played in the previous series into this, but one thing that we saw for sure throughout that past series is they learned lessons on how the opposing team played, adjusted, and made some real progress throughout the second half of the series.
No, we get rid of the Gava 2 hardpoint. We get rid of that map 2 Berlin search and destroy. And the control's not going to be there either for Berlin, which we just saw Exposed start the reverse sweep on. But I'm glad we get to see a Desert Siege. I feel like it has been a very long time since I've commentated over a Desert Siege. Wouldn't mind seeing it go all the way to a distance between these two teams. And if you're Exposed, I mean, maybe, just for the sake of not having to play back-to-back best of fives, you're going to be trying to avoid it. And having that search and destroy on Bokash right there in map 2 is definitely going to be something that shows me that Team Exposed are hoping that they can start off this series a lot better than they started it off against their first matchup on stream. And I think everything's going to be going into this Tuscan hardpoint as just a repeat of what I was saying. Is a couple players to highlight definitely will have to be, Venom for sure. We need to see him put up those numbers again inside this Tuscan for Team Exposed. But if you're looking to get that backup, I want to see somebody, support him a little bit. I think Glacier was doing a great job in that first series to start that reverse sweep to help Venom in a lot of those situations. But at the same time, you were getting Felony and Persini just doing the dirty work around the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things actually going into this Tuscan hard point for me is whoever's starting on bad side, how do they then play out the opening portions of the map? Because you've got a lot of experience in this lobby. You ran through it. There's so much high tier experience in this lobby. So do you see plays and counter plays, not necessarily around P1, but in terms of teams trying to flip out to play for P2 afterwards? That is going to be an interesting thing to watch for immediately. You spoke about Venom. Absolutely. Definitely a player who showed us a lot throughout the last series. I think for me here, there's a couple of interesting storylines. Play, Diamond Con, teammates, obviously last year, perhaps a little bit of something going on there. That one will be fun to watch. But again, I've spoken about him last series. I want to see something out of him this weekend. I really do think that Pristini is a man to watch throughout this weekend. He was absolutely on fire in our elite, and I'm hoping to see that level of Pristini again.
I'm hoping to see it as well. And folks, if you're just tuning in, I mean, this is the NA LCQ for Call of Duty Challengers. And, one thing you have to put into factor is that only one team qualifies for champs. Only one team gets to go to LA from this region. You already have Iron Blood and Ultra NA qualified, waiting in champs. But only one of these 8 teams gets to meet them there as well. You got Mau Mau and Awoba Bombs NA on the bottom side of this winners bracket, both going head-to-head to see who's going to meet one of these two teams inside of that winners final. We will get to see them on our Bravo stream throughout this series as well. But Enigma, I mean, if you're looking at these names, I mean, there's so many options to be watching. I mean, who do you think, if you're going to put your money on anybody, who would you be looking at?
Well, right at the top of the afternoon, I said, I wanted to see a lot from Electrify Steel. They're a side that has a ridiculous amount of talent, very good on LAN. The online perhaps hasn't been that great. They would probably admit to that themselves. That storyline goes back years, especially if you're God RX. And this weekend, Electrify Steel have stuck them all in a facility. They're in Texas. I was speaking to God RX about it during the week. They were very excited for that. And then they've gone and lost in winners round 1 and drop into losers round 1 against Boston Academy. So I don't even know. My prediction that I had about Electrify Steel, they're going to need to make one hell of a run through a lot of great sides in order to pull off the prediction that I had.
Well, we were saying, you don't want to be the team to drop into the lower bracket in round 1. Now we got Knights of Ren, Timeless, Electrify Steel, Boston Academy, all here, all fantastic teams now having to make that run. And it's going to be a long, grueling, set of Vanguard for the rest of those teams. But hopping back into the series, we got In a Galaxy, Team Exposed, looking to go head-to-head on Tuscan Hardpoint. I want to ask you just right away, going to Tuscan Hardpoint for map 1, we saw Gavitu for Team Exposed, and they lost it to Timeless last one. Do you think this is the right switch that you hope to see?
I mean, it's tough because I don't necessarily, I haven't seen a lot of reps basically from this side on this map, so it's tough to see. But I'm glad that we're not seeing Gav again, because they really struggled there in our first series this afternoon. So I'm glad to see that they're trying something else instead, that they're going to go for a different play style, because obviously Gav as well, in the way it plays, is very different to a lot of our maps, especially Tuscan. It's extremely AR dominant. You're usually talking 6 ARs out of the 8 players on the map, whereas here you're typically seeing a lot more of your traditional 2 ARs, 2 subs, perhaps a bit of flexing in between. So very much so a different map setup. But it's hard for me to kind of predict how they're going to play this one out. Again, I want to see straight off the start of the map. Do we see teams playing counterplay instead for the P2 spawns, or get themselves over onto the good side of the map?
I put you in a pretty bad situation for that as well. I mean, this is LCQ. Everybody is coming out and playing their best Call of Duty right now because they know their season's on the line. If you don't qualify for champs, you're pretty much done for the season, and you just get to watch from the sidelines. So we're going to have to get the best of the best out of the best of the best right now. And hopping into game 1 Tuscan, I mean, it's a big question. See if Team Exposed can start off better than they did in their previous series against Timeless. But at the same time, we get our first look at Prelude & Co. from Galaxy going head-to-head with them in winners round 2. It seemed like they brushed through their winners round 1 match as well. So, I mean, they've been waiting a little bit for Exposed.
Yeah, they have actually. I was kind of trying to find out what had gone on in that previous series, but I think you're right. I think it was relatively straightforward for them. So very much so a team to take it to Team Exposed, but enough waffling from us. We are off and away by Tuscan Hardpoint.
On board with Prelude right away. Team Exposed is going to wrap right through the middle of the map. Player number 2, Venom, already on the flank. We saw this again and again last series, and he's going to strike onto Dave Patty. Prelude, the only one from Galaxy, able to find a kill, and they're backed all the way into church. This is a great time for Exposed right now. How will Galaxy answer back?
Galaxy were immediately reminded of how annoying Venom can be to play against. Picks himself up, 3 opening kills, hits that flank indeed through church, and he's going to be the player to watch throughout this one. He's clearly brimming with confidence, and look at him again, already starting to hit out P5. He's going to start to go towards P2, try and get his teammates in. He's going to have Dav Paddy against him.
Oh, this is exactly what I want to see. You need this play out of Venom. You need this fast-paced aggression to be keeping Galaxy a little bit staggered out or on the map to allow Exposed to slowly work their way in. And Venom's going to be in a great position now to punish the rotation for Galaxy. Able to find one. Won't recall for Dave Patty to be here. And you're going to get the sponsor for Galaxy right on top of the second hill. Still some time for Exposed. 44-0. Have yet to give up a point towards Galaxy. But this is the class that we're looking for now. Off of the respawns. Galaxy's going to hop into the point. Take down one. A flank from Venom again. Will be able to take down Prelude. Finally drops. DiamondCon will get the trade, but the damage, it's already been done.
It has indeed, and it all comes off of that flank from Venom, because the fact that he was so far pushed forward towards the P2 spawn meant that the Galaxy players were spawning out, therefore unable to support. And if you watched as well, the Galaxy players didn't actually know where Venom was. They thought that the pressure was going to come in through the tank side, so it completely lost Venom in that sense, and it all falls apart for Galaxy there. There's no hold in place. Exposed gets straight on in. Exposed up to a 70-point lead as we move over towards P3.
And oh my god, he is everywhere, but nowhere on the map at the same time. It's like you're fighting a ghost, Enigma. He is just so sneaky all the time. Finally, Diamondcon will get the jump on him. It's going to be 3 down for Team Exposed, and a great setup for Galaxy early. The only thing you have to worry about is player number 4, Clayster, on rooftops.
Yeah, they get a couple of close spawns. The Team Exposed, Clay being one of them, and then there's a couple of players spawn over by P1. However, Clay gets caught by Dav Paddy in the back. Fellow will be the last to apply some pressure here, and he will fall. There's players arriving in through the front, but if you are this Team Exposed side, you've got to win some gunfights, and they are doing it.
Dave Paddy watching the Proloot. A lot of help for Proloot right now. Pristini trying to finesse his life into this hill. The rest of Team Exposed will jump out. It's going to be a one-on-one on the site. Royalty's going to get there in time to help out his teammate, and he's actually going to finish off the job as well. 16 seconds here. Team Exposed, they want to take off the pressure from that scrap time, but they have to be worried right now of the rotation because Proloot already on the case. He's wrapped all the way around the map. Can break this early setup from Team Exposed, flip the map out for spawns, and Exposed have to be worried about this. They cannot drop any players. They have to be aware of Proloot here, and it looks like Glazer's going to get eyes on. A little bit of damage in the chase, but he's going to chill in the corner for now.
Yeah, the spawns do come in, by the way, for Galaxy. Proloot does his job. It was a lot of time bought, but only 10 seconds gone in this hill, essentially. And Clay has got a lot of players around him, somehow still alive. How is he still up? He does eventually fall. Those spawns just allowing an endless flood of Galaxy players, but they're still yet to get in. They finally managed to contest the point, and it's a couple of kills out of Royalty, 1 out of Proloot to finally send Team Exposed packing. But they're going to straight come back at this. Look at them queuing up at the front door.
You know, exactly like we've been talking about from Venom, just being that annoying player. I expect it out of Royalty for Galaxy. We are going to get a little picture-in-picture to look at our Wolvabobs versus Mau Mau on Gaffa 2 Hardpoint, where we just saw Team Exposed play in their map number 1. And it does look like a Wolvabob starting as strong as they did against Boston Academy as well. We're going to have to keep that in the back of our minds. But a Wolvabob's poised right now to shut it down. It looks like they can finish it inside of this hill 3 as well, but on the screen right now for Exposed versus Galaxy. Galaxy looking for the break in P5. Pristini gonna get a little bit aggressive. Lines up 1. Can he escape with his life? He gets out. MP40 in hand. Royalty for the trade. Venom keeping things in favor for Team Exposed, and the trades are just ever so keeping it in their hands.
Just off a screen, by the way, Venom again, not only the guy that plays the flank when he's going for attack, but defends it, catches Dav Paddy trying to hit the rotation around the back of his team and manages to shut out the pressures, therefore avoiding a pinch and allowing his boys to defend from the front. Eventually, Galaxy will bully their way in, but this next hill is crucial. This next rotation, massive for Tuscan Hardpoint. Get yourself into the start of your P1 or the second rotation, and the stats don't lie. There's a lot of teams that come away from this with a sizable lead.
Diamondcon's already rotating over there. Will get the better of Clayster for the rotation. A full setup for Galaxy, but maybe just look at the minimap. Another flank coming out from Exposed. This time it's going to be Pristini, not Venom. They have no idea. MP40's there. A little bit shaky, but gets the job done. Looking for a second. Slides on in. Proloot sent to the grave. Pristini trying to solo break this now. It's a 1v3 on the inside. Finally going to drop, but it's the 1v1 against Royalty that's going to finally keep him away. And Royalty has a lot of in his shoulders right now to allow those respawns to get back into this hill, and he does enough.
Pristini, absolutely disgusting play, but unfortunately teammates fall all around him. Pristini, by the way, has not spotted, I believe that's Royalty right next to him. A couple of trade situations back and forth, but look again at your minimap, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, man.
Venom on the wrap through, already considering P2. The second half of that previous rotation fell apart a little bit. Can Venom be the catalyst to help his team get moving? Unfortunately, he gets caught, but already seeing Galaxy having to back off because of that pressure, because of the fact that Venom is just annoying them at all times, never, ever being caught on the map.
Doesn't break the spawns, but he does secure that scrap time. So a sizable lead for Exposed to have some room to start this break. Venom and Felony leading the charge back in. Clayster is going to hop onto the hill, but you're looking at the pressure through Patio. It's a full onslaught from Team Exposed to see if they can root them out. Unfortunately, they're going to lose a couple gunfights, and Galaxy still holding on. Proloot's going to come to the rescue for his last remaining player, and that's going to send Team Exposed packing for the moment.
Well, spawns continuing to come in for Galaxy. They're continuing to hold and set up, and goodness me, what a gunfight win out of Venom. Not an easy one by any stretch. Clay will be there to hit the trade. Clay will clean up Royalty with support over the top. That's 3 dead. If you are Team Exposed here, though, you have a decision to make. Do you start to send players on the flank? You do. Sorry, the rotation, and Proloot will pick up both.
I mean, that's something that's been missing through the first set of rotations, is somebody to close those flank opportunities from Team Exposed. And again, Pristini's going to get caught by Proloot 4 in a row for Proloot. Moving over to this Fountain Hill, this is going to be a good setup for Galaxy.
It's a long route across the map for Exposed. You've essentially got 2 banks of 4 to break through because of the fact that you're spawning so far away. Galaxy will like the odds here. And it's another gunfight win out of Proloot to shut down pressure. But Team Exposed boys aren't spawning very far away. Couple in fire, couple in L.
Proloot 6 in a row. Can he get that glide bomb? It's going to be big for the later ends. Won't be able to secure it. Clayster shuts him down. But on the opposite end, I mean, you can see the rest of Exposed drop. Clayster now the only one here. Waits for the grenade of Felony. Able to get the chip damage on Diamond Comet as a team nade from Pristini. Venom trying to make his way into the hill, but the help is here. Proloot's going to cut down the rest. And Galaxy, hold on. We're going to get a lead change. Player number 1, Pristini, it doesn't look like he's going to go just yet. Only on 6 HP. Has to wait for the regen. But that lead, it has changed. Galaxy now turn the tables, looking over to Church.
The concerning thing here as well is in our previous set of hills, Team Exposed were in first for this, and Galaxy eventually broke it with Proloot controlling these back spawns. You can see that he's here again, slips through the net, isn't caught. Pristini eventually will clean him up, but where do they spawn? The spawns come in for Exposed this time. So this time, can they hold it?
Big question. Made through a window from DiamondCon. Needs some information, but what a cheeky angle for Venom. Plays the off angle, finds the player, wrapping around, and Felony's going to hold on tight. The spawns do flip, so Galaxy will be able to hit this right away. Get back into this, and DiamondCon will root out that last remaining player. Venom's looking to make this a little bit hard to gain this time if you are Galaxy, and he is just finessing his life on the inside. What a menace in the sub roll. Unfortunately, he isn't going to find the kill, so Galaxy now keeping the lead in their favor. You're getting a couple stragglers here from Team Exposed who don't want to get too aggressive, because if they do, they're allowing Galaxy now away over to P5. Venom again, he needs to go big.
Yeah, it's the first one, and it's going to allow his teammates to start to arrive in through fire, but he's going to have to buy just a little bit more time. You can see the players in yellow starting to line up. Dav Paddy just around the corner. Venom does unfortunately get caught. The opening pick goes the way of Galaxy. The first 2 as well. Exposed are under the cosh.
Free fire from Felony, won't hit any targets, has to back up. Galaxy bully their way in, but look at that, the disengage from Felony, and the respawners help him out. Team Exposed, they get a full team wipe, all 4 down, get back into this hill. They gain some time now, and I'm pretty sure they can win off this. They can win off this, so Galaxy, you cannot give this time up. Pristini being a rat in the corner, slides on out. Dave Paddock gets the trade. Into the hill we go. 228 to 215. Contention about. DiamondCon finds the kill. Venom's going to go down. And Galaxy hold on for now. Pristini's going to make one last try. Does get the kill, but at least Proloot is there.
I like this out of Exposed, though. Well aware of the map. Knew that they couldn't win it, so they've rotated on over. Clay is here, having himself a map, by the way. That party's going to set up in your top church, but Pristini's well aware and backs him on down. Exposed will be set up. They can win it here. Galaxy have players, though, in good positions. Look at Proloot trying to get around that backfire.
Proloot's going to make or break this whole thing. Dave Paddock goes down, but here's the flank. Proloot finds one, loses out on 2 teammates, so he's got to go big. Has Royalty right next to him, but playing on the early corner, it's going to be Felony. Answered back by Royalty. Contention's going to be there. 4 seconds left for Team Exposed. Galaxy, they get their way in. Venom, another double kill. 2 seconds left. DiamondCon gets back into the hill, holds on, and it's running time for Exposed to get back into this. Glaciers going to step onto the hill, contest it again. Royalty's going to cut him down back and forth, but it's still Galaxy on the inside. Only 2 seconds for Exposed to win this one out, but they're not giving it up. Galaxy still walking away with the connection for now. Royalty on the inside. Glaciers going to overwhelm him. The time is going to tick down. Finally, Team Exposed. They get those last 2 seconds, but they had to sweat for it.
Oh, they did indeed. It's wild to think about how that one ended, considering about how strongly Exposed started that one. They ran away with it, 80, 90 point lead, something like that. Galaxy bring it back throughout the second rotation, but Exposed will see it out eventually. And I love the way they played that end hill as well. Fully aware they could continue to just sit on P1, not engage at all, because let's say, for example, that is a hill that continues to go on for a little bit longer. Galaxy have to then consider the rotation to P2 and start to have less numbers around for P1. You're Exposed. You can just play scrap time, see it out from there. What a map to start our series.
I just, every single time we get a new series, Enigma, it gets better and better. 250 to 235. For a second, I was a believer in Galaxy. I thought they were about to make it happen, just constantly clutching up in 1v1 scenarios. And you can see this, how tightly knit these two teams played. You look at Clayster and Venom, two players that I highlighted to lead the way for this team inside of map 1, inside of the series, and they popped off. You get Pristini right alongside them, 29 and 25. And on the opposite end, very consistent out of Galaxy. That's why it was so close. And realistically, it was the second half that really showed the best for Galaxy. The fact that they were able to shut down those flank plays from Venom.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at players that kind of took over the board a bit, Venom's only going to go 30 and 30 there, but he's playing a ridiculously tough role and was constantly a thorn in Galaxy, 100%. Clay goes 32 and 23. Huge performance out of him. I think one player that particularly to look at, Royalty, started off very, very well. Unfortunately, ends 23 and 32. Not the best start to the series for him. I mean, it's fine margins across the board. It's such a ridiculously stacked lobby. Such a good set of players here that we get to cast over. And as we take a breather for just a moment from the end of our Hardpoint Tuscan, we look ahead then towards the Bowl Cage S&D. And we spoke about it in our last series, Exposed. They can get a little bit overeager, caught out in your opening engagements and end up losing the round before it's even really begun. Got to avoid that here because Galaxy have more than enough quality to punish them for that.
I mean, they just won on this map. I mean, this is exactly where they want to be for Search and Destroy. A 6-3 win over Timeless, who are giving them a lot of problems back on that Berlin Search and Destroy. You have to feel good right now. If your team Exposed walking into this map number 2, you win out on the hard point. You're leading the series, a big change from that first series you had today. You don't have to worry about the reverse sweep. Now it's just, what are you going to get into the map number 2? We've seen this team, and like you said, they do get a little bit overeager, but, you know, when it does happen, when you see Venom find those double kills inside of Bokosh, he is just, he's that guy. He's always making those openings. If he does fall, you see Team Exposed definitely in a bad situation, but when he is thriving, they're going to be in a successful situation. So if you're looking at Galaxy, I need to see Galaxy playing like they did in the second set of that hard point. They need to be watching for those flank plays. They need to have their eyes on all routes available, because if they can catch out Venom, they can really turn the tides of this map number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. And Venom, by the way, in the last series, picked up an ace in each S&D. So not just a player to watch for on the flanks, but a player to just get rid of. He's one of those where you call him out on the map. Okay, Venom is no longer a problem for us. We don't have to deal with him. We don't have to be checking every single nook and cranny of the map for where he might well be. So very much so the player that you want to be trying to find in your opening picks. Perhaps call out, you know, what are Exposed doing? Where are the players putting themselves throughout the early portions, and try and shut down their big power pieces. But as we load into this one, 1-0 to Exposed indeed. They've won essentially the last 4 maps they've played. They've come into this series hot. They take this one as well as way. They very much so are riding a massive wave of momentum.
That game 1, if I'm Galaxy, I'm not even worried about it. It was so close that going into this map number 2, they are just looking to pick up where they left off. Oh. If you're at Venom, you're looking to pick up the bomb first before you move on any farther, and that's going to mean that Team Exposed, they don't get that hard start. That they do. Not a lot of aggression, but it's not going to deter them whatsoever. Venom's still getting aggressive over towards A, and he's going to get that fast plant.
Fast plant indeed, and whoever threw a stun there, nothing giving. Massive gunfight, by the way, down in River between Davpaddy and Pristini. Pristini just needs to hold him there, essentially, and Royalty will open things up, a 2v4.
Yeah, Felony goes down on the close angle now. Venom has to back away. Gonna spot the cross, but Diamondcon with the slide on in. He is gonna ruin Venom's chances inside of this round. Now Pristini has the angle, but he can't get the shots on Diamondcon. The defuse is gonna come through, and Galaxy, what a break back in.
Yeah, it looked all good there for a minute. If you were team exposed, bombs down, all 4 players alive, got yourself set up in some nice positions. Galaxy absolutely sweep them aside. Example here, DavPatty reads exactly where Pristini is going to be coming from. Cleans it up. Even though it's again that thing where team exposed, they can put themselves in good positions, and all of a sudden 2 players go down and it's a totally different situation. They've got to really avoid those scenarios unfolding. I know it's easier said than done, but it keeps happening. Got to make those adjustments.
Gotta make those adjustments for sure. Going into the second round. Gonna get aggressive out of Diamondcon with that, or out of Royalty with that bomb, just like Venom, but not as aggressive. Not going for the quick plant that Team Exposed have done countless times. Instead, it's just passiveness met with passiveness. Even Venom's not really on a flank. He's just gonna be sitting out towards those cars, waiting for maybe the cross through mid and hoping to get that bomb down.
One of the adjustments the Exposed have made here, by the way, in the last series, when they played Bokeh S&D, they started off having players very aggressive, getting themselves onto the God tank around defending A, and later on in the series backed off and instead played behind the tank around the hedges. They've already started going with that. So learning and trying to apply all the same.
Venom, he's gonna get caught. Proloot spots him out. That's the opening now for Galaxy to start surging forward into the site. You have the rotations for Exposed. They're going to be right there, but look at this pivot. Clayster has to be aware of it. He's going to open up the window, try to spot out the rotation. They know they're not going to be anymore, but Diamondcon's going to spot him out, forces Clayster off. Look at this rotation. Proloot removes him from up top. Now it's going to be a bomb plant. Felony has to make the play, but he drops 2. All up to Pristini on the flank. 1v4, able to find one, but it's Pristini off the top ropes, and they're going to get the job done.
Beautiful spot out of by Diamondcon there, recognizing that the window was open. I'm not sure if he actually sees it open, but he recognizes that someone's up there, catches Clay, calls that out. Proloot's there to clean that one up, and from there, your team exposed, you're scrambling around a bit. A couple of kills, 50-50 maybe could have gone their way, but Galaxy looking really good at the minute. They're happy to play the starts real slow, play for information, assess the situation, open up with the first blood, and just swarm the map from there.
Back onto the attack. Team Exposed stumped twice now inside of Bokosh. An offensive round for Galaxy that just looks so good off of a pick through Venom. How can they answer their way back? They can't go down 4-3. They don't want to fall any deeper to this team. But Royalty, another close angle. It's going to be Venom to drop again.
Another first blood for Galaxy. All 3 now on the map have gone their way. And DavPatty has played this out of position so many times and played it so well. We will see a 2v2 situation. However,
Pristini. Oh, Pristini can change this whole round. DavPatty on the Godheady, though. And he gets his gun up enough to take down Pristini on the flank, all up to Clayster. Hopping from fence to fence. Recovers the bomb. Really go for the plant. It doesn't matter. The player behind him is going to spot him out. Galaxy 3 rounds in a row. Exposed have no answer.
3 first bloods, 3 rounds. Easy maths when you play search and destroy like these boys are doing right now. And for Team Exposed, you've got to start getting yourself on the board nice and early. I feel like Venom gets over aggressive. We've spoken his praises a lot this afternoon. We've talked about how good he's been, but flying in through bottom grandma is there. You're asking for trouble, perhaps too over eager out of a young man. Okay, Clay.
Yeah, okay. What did that fence do to you? I mean, it's just a fence.
Smiley face for us, I guess. I don't know.
Middle of the map. Felony is just looking for maybe somebody just make a mistake, peek out right into the sightline, and he's going to get it. Spots out under Royalty. Royalty feeds the information to them, and they're going to spam Felony away from that attic position. Bomb yet to the side on which side it wants to go, but with the rotation over towards B, it seems like Galaxy, they want to take a shot towards Riverbed.
Dude, Clay's been here for a very long time, by the way. Well aware of how much pressure is coming. DavPatty will kill him, but Fellow will pick up Royalty, and Proloot will clean up Fellow.
Oh, no.
2v3 situation. However, bomb is down and not being recovered.
I want to see Felony play his life a little bit longer. DiamondCon will be traded out. 2v2. Pristini on the hunt for a little bit more. Rat in the hand. Can he get a kill? 1v2 as Venom goes down and will be finished off by the rest of those Galaxy players. And right now, Team Exposed, they just looked a little bit lost on the map. Clayster goes down the position. It's very decisive out of Galaxy to try to force a mistake out of Exposed over towards B. They get the first blood. Felny tries to make a hero play from the top ropes. He just bites off a little bit more than he can chew. And as soon as that happens, Galaxy make the smart play to pivot back towards A, catches the flank off from Pistini, and it was all but over then.
Indeed, and Venom, by the way, on a donut currently. Daft Party opens up with another first blood for Galaxy, and DiamondCon will make it an even worse situation.
Oh, they're falling apart. What is it? What? Can I get a time check on that round?
These are the exact rounds that we were seeing in that map too last series. All of a sudden just completely falls apart for Exposed. Nothing really happening. It's tough right now. Clearly frustrating out of Exposed. They've tried playing the passive game. They've tried being more aggressive. Nothing is giving. Nothing is working. Galaxy systematically picking things apart, playing for information, communicating it so well. By the way, we get a look in at our Wobblebobs Mau Mau series. Wobblebobs taking map 1 and 3-1 up in the S&D.
Yeah, at least Mau Mau's having a lot better of a time than Exposed right now. They're just down bad in Bocage right now. Have yet to find an answer for Galaxy. And in the opposite end, Venom just, what did I say? He gets shut down and the rest of Exposed can't make anything happen. 0-5 in the scoreboard, 0-5 in the stat line. Need to look at if anybody's going to start this fight back inside the search and destroy. It's going to be Venom, but what a beautiful start to the round with Clayster finally finding a first blood for his team.
It's not just that as well. Finally, Team Exposed have won a battle down on this riverside. So often it's been just messy, and Venom will be a bit annoyed there that he's not had the cover come in. Clay will get damage out. Clay's just being toyed with by Daft Party. But finally, it is all cleaned up. Exposed get one onto the board. Important for Exposed there to finally win some gunfights. Not only to open up a round, but they've been losing so many of those opening AR engagements. Clay will get the first. Lack of cover for Venom will be a question mark. But the thing is here, not only is it a long way back into the round, but Daft Patty was sitting on a 10. The guy's fully streaked out.
He's 10-1. He was 10-0 in that round after he took down Venom. And, it's a big, spotlight right there on the veterans of Team Exposed. They're slow playing ARs, just not to get over aggressive as soon as Venom goes down. They take their time. Venom finds a double kill, and Clayster is able to help to close things out. Over to A. Doesn't slow down the pace. Finally, Venom's going to find himself on the board. Bomb not dropped. In fact, the glide bomb's looking to snowball this out of their hands. Venom is going to double down in this one, keeping numbers in Exposed's favor. Dave Patty last alive in a 1v2, able to trade out onto Felony. With the bomb in hand of Venom, they could just plant this, force Dave Patty to get aggressive, and then double team him on any set of this map. Exposed are looking to start this climb right now.
Very poor use of the glide bomb, unfortunately. Daft Patty there brings it in, perhaps gets information, changes his target. Would have gotten a kill had he gone with his initial selection, changes it perhaps because he feels his teammate's going to clean it up. Teammate does not. And glide bomb connects with nothing. Daft Patty's had himself a hell of a round, but
it's hard when your enemies just scurry on in. Back turn to the bomb site. Venom right along on the stairs. 15 seconds left. Dave Patty has to make a move. Shots on a Bristini. Venom hasn't shown himself. Excellent patience out of the young gun. And as soon as he peeks out, he's able to finish it for Exposed.
Well, 2 rounds on the bounce. Streak used as well. You never know. I'm not going to call it, but Team Exposed starting to build themselves back into this. We've seen so many times this afternoon. They love to build momentum. They very much so play off the back of it. They're starting to see a little bit of something here. Venom started this afternoon 0-6. Sorry, this map 0-6. Now on a 3 streak as well. Honestly, the minute get that first blood, remove Daft Party from the map, and Expose her in with a chance.
Slow and steady out of Galaxy. They just want to let Exposed stir. If that's the case, we've seen Exposed really crumble on the pressure of those late round attacks. Those 20-second executes. that Galaxy love to do, just flip from site to site. It looks like they want to do it over towards A this time. See if they can force a mistake, get a first blood, and wrap on out of here. You look at this nade spam here. Double nade into the back. Nobody's going to be there for Grandma, so no information. And immediately the call to rotate through the middle of the map. And Venom, he's got a window. Spots out Proloot. Gives away his position. And now Venom, he has to get out of here, but the door's open. Proloot's going to be there. First blood.
Beautiful bait and switch work out of Galaxy. Fella will even the board back up, though. Proloot, we've seen him be a menace around Grandma's multiple times throughout this map. Clay left in a 1v3. Clay is removed. Galaxy see out a convincing 6-2 search and destroy victory. And as soon as you felt like Galaxy flicked the switch in that last round, and you saw it multiple times throughout the map, as soon as they turned it on, as soon as it go, you just felt that Team Exposed had very little to send them packing.
And you know, it's what you want out of Proloot. It's what we saw in the hard point, and we get it again in the search and destroy. He just constantly shutting down Venom in that submachine gun role. And you know Proloot, he's got the strats. I mean, he just played under the wing of Coach Rambo Ray for a majority of the CDL season. He's got the search and destroy strats for maps like this, for times like this in the LCQ when it matters the most. And as soon as they take out Venom, Proloot is basically free to do whatever he wants around the map. His only job is to take down Venom. Anything more, it is just lights out for Exposed after that. And Proloot, he goes 9-4 into the map. Yeah, we can talk about Dave Patty. He had a very stable game, you know, anchoring back with his team, finding the kills, finding the openings, and finishing out on those rounds. But Proloot, he was the man to make it happen.
No, you're 100% correct. And we spoke at the very start of the map. You've got to shut down Venom. That job was clearly assigned to Proloot. And in that final round, you could see that the player we'd been speaking about as Venom with the good trigger discipline and the players playing very much so, you know, him playing very much of the mental game against his opponents. Proloot just baits those shots out, lies down at the door, and Venom is caught running straight into him. So very much I was winning that game of mental matchups. It's tough if your team Exposed. They win that Bocage S&D last time out. This time does not go their way. And you could see as well in the AR battles, in those opening bloods, they weren't getting them going either. It felt like Pristini was getting further and further and further back along that tank side the more we opened up the rounds. Clay we saw one opening blood perhaps down on River, but lost that gunfight more often than not.
Oh, that's going to be an answer back from Proloot & Co. in a Galaxy inside of the search and destroy. Team Exposed, they edge out that Tuscan hardpoint, start the series off strong, but what a way to bring things back into your own right if you're Galaxy. A 6-2 win on Bocage, leading into now a swing map. Tuscan control on the horizon, Enigma. I'm so excited to get this map, to see what these two teams have, to see who is going to take the lead inside of the series. But before that, we got to get this lobby populated. We got to get these players into it. So folks, we're going to take a quick little break, get things ready for the control. We'll see you on the other side. And welcome back, folks, to the CDL Challengers LCQ for North America. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Enigma. And we're hopping in with our swing map of control on Tuscan. I know you guys were wondering where it was going. We had a little bit of trouble getting in here. I know Outcasters start the game. Well, here we are. We're getting in with the action, Enigma.
Yeah, there's a reason why we don't look at the chat, but it's okay. We're all good. We're finally in. There's no more game crashes going on. We are off and away with our Tuscan control. And casting our mind back to the last series we watched Team Exposed play, it was a very strong control performance. They were very, very good. Dominant, you could say. And straight off the bat here, though, Galaxy taking it to them. They've managed to get 2 ticks of progress on A. Third likely to come through soon, unless Persini can make something happen from mid.
There's a couple flanks here. Through exposed. Persini cuts through the middle of the map. He's going to get the jump on Diamondcon. Relieves the pressure for now. Looking to work this tick of progression back down. 14 exposed to have some pressure, have some control over towards this A zone. Setup's going to be here again. No flanks for exposed. Haven't been able to slip the line just yet. They know somebody's going to be in U, and Felony was there. Now dropped 3 in a row, though. Going to be dropping 4 team exposed in the A zone. It is gone.
It is indeed, but Team Exposed won't mind that. The way they play control defensively is often to send a couple of bodies towards the harder to defend zone. Make sure that they keep a couple back in case there's a late flank. For example, in this situation, Venom playing off towards B and his Hail Mary nade coming in through P5 to get himself a kill there. Persini, by the way, might just slip the net and catch all 4 players here.
I was waiting for a flank from Team Exposed. You know somebody's going to get it done, and Persini leading his team back on in. Finds one, gets out. Allows for the respawns to start fighting the good fight inside the front line. A few players here from Galaxy now trapped. Felony is going to drop Diamondcon, and Persini is able to just sit in a corner now, wait for the next respawns, and actually just sit here. And every single time they eliminate a player from Galaxy now, they're going to be spawning all the way deep into P3.
I think actually Clay gets the worst timing in the world. Turns just as 2 Galaxy players rotate past him over by Church. Venom here. Just trying to stay alive. The opening picks do come on through if you're a team exposed. Another wave surely being swatted away here.
And Persini, now that he has that flank angle, he's able to just live rent-free in the back line of in the Galaxy, waiting for them to get aggressive and striking when they least expect it. He's going to be such a nuisance for the rest of this round, and if Team Exposed have anything going for them right now, it is going to be the presence that they have on this map and the control they have through it. Full high ground. Map's been flipped out. Galaxy now have spawn control. Royalty's going to open up with a double kill. Allow for a little bit of openings to get onto the zone. Prolude's going to remove Venom from up top. Chance to get on, and they do. 30 seconds left, but not many out of the fights up top. It's not comfortable just yet for Galaxy. They still have to win some of these gunfights. Prolude's going to try to go big, but they get shut down, and Diamondcon in a big position now to turn things around, but he has to do it all.
He does indeed, but there might be arriving support from Royalty. By the way, he's picking up massive kills at the minute. Got 2 a moment ago towards Top Church to help his team onto the point. Gets another 2 to try and give them a last push.
5v4, 4v4. Now a 4v1 as things just light up. It's going to be Galaxy hopping onto the zone. Clayster last alive. Able to make it interesting, but he just can't get it done. What a way to open up control. I mean, right down to the wire.
Huge stuff out of both Royalty and Diamondcon. Royalty, I said, there's 2 kills that he picks up on his way through Church. The second one, he has no right to win. That allows his team to spill onto the point. Exposed to then scrambling, losing lives as they do so. And the fact that Diamondcon stayed alive in the back gave Team Exposed no foundation to set themselves up a defensive hold. Galaxy with a massive offensive round to start this one off.
Round number 2, Exposed back on the offense for themselves. Can they replicate what Galaxy just did to them? Well, looking for middle map control. Venom's going to get shut down. And again, the key storyline for Exposed, if Venom isn't popping off, how good will we see this team? We're going to have to see a few key players step up to the plate.
Yeah, and you've got to be careful as well if you're here Team Exposed, because you've got players arriving in numbers around you. Look at number 1. That will be Prolu on the map. He is round the back here at Tree. Pristini.
Ooh, stay alive right now if you're Pristini. He's just going to get caught from the helping players. Dave Patty after respawn will take him down, but Glacier cleans up Prolude. Dave Patty falls. Exposed are able to hop right back onto the zone. Second ticket progression will be cemented.
Well, and again, Galaxy happy to play this the same way Exposed did. Back on up. Play the defense around B. And you actually have Royalty pushed up very far here. He's probably going to catch... or could catch Pristini, who's trying to get himself in through P5, cut off those reinforcements, and provide early information to his squad.
Felony's going to kick it off. He's got 4 in a row. Kenny turns into the streaks, hops onto the zone, able to get 1. Wraps back around, looking to finesse his life with the streak in hand. Unfortunately, going to fall to DiamondCon. Big kill there from Galaxy to shut down what could have been a glide bomb if Felony was let loose. Now, in the backline, you're still looking at Venom. See if he can turn away some of these players, and he is going to get Royalty's attention, but immediately taken down.
Much more traditional hold this time, just fighting it around your P5 entryways, and it's all gunfights going the way of Galaxy. Make that 3 players dead for Exposed, and look at how aggressive Galaxy want to be here. They want to squeeze the life out of this push. Still 90 seconds to go, a lot of lives to go in this. Can they squeeze them out here?
If it's not Venom, it's Prolude right now. Flank central between these two teams. Nobody knows. The trigger discipline for this previous CDL player is going to be exemplified in this play. And here he goes. He gets 1 on Pristini. Tries to drop down a finesse, but he's just going to slow down this attack from Exposed. Burn that clock a little bit. He doesn't get a second, but I mean, it's a job well done there for Prolude on the flank.
And Prolude was actually almost very unlucky there. If anything, Prestini turns around at just the wrong moment for him, catches him there. Felt like a play out of the Rambo Ray textbook there, all the way through the back indeed. But it has slowed Team Exposed down dramatically. We're down to 45 seconds. Doesn't feel like very long ago that was a timer that would allow them to build something. Now they need to start moving. They need to fly forward and really start to take these gunfights to Galaxy.
Again, a player in such a pivotal position. Number 3, Dave Patty, has slipped through. Even if Exposed get into the zone, you don't have to worry about that flank presence. Completely pinched over towards Patio. Here comes Dave Patty. Clayster rips him a new one. And there's the opening. Team Exposed we're looking for. They're going to hop onto the zone. Hopefully stop the clock. DiamondCon up top will be able to cut down 1. But here comes Prolude again on the flank. Back and forth we go. The respawn's here for Galaxy. So close to the action. Dave Patty looking to go to the rescue. But Pristini's nade will help out Venom. Still inside the time will be Venom. Trying to keep things going here for Exposed in round number 2. 12 seconds left. They cannot afford to get off. 9 versus 5 in the live feed as well. So if you're Galaxy, you can just go TDM style, and it looks like they want to take it to them. They get the kills. They remove Exposed, and there's no time to get back in.
What falls apart there for Exposed at the end. It looked like that they had managed to get themselves in just for a moment. Venom staying alive. Pristini's nade comes on over the top, and they've gotten themselves into a position where tick count is still around the same as Galaxy because of the fact that Galaxy only managed to pick up. They won it essentially on the kills. They didn't get all the ticks come through. So Exposed were looking fine for just a moment there, but because they lost in that NTDM style, they pushed into a situation where they have to continue to hit it. It just falls apart 2-0. I was speaking before. Team Exposed dominated the control last time out. This time, not looking so good.
Not at all. And you have to think, I mean, if Galaxy were able to clutch up in that map number 1, I mean, this could be the verge of a 3-0 sweep for Galaxy. So Exposed, I mean, yeah, they have the comfortable gap of knowing that there's going to be a map number 4, but they don't want to allow a lead in Galaxy's favor. Here we're looking at Dave Patty, seeing if he can slip into the spawns. Get the jump onto Pristini. Finessing for the regen, but he can't stay alive. It's 2 ticks of aggression over towards A before Exposed are able to shake things up. But as Clayster and Felony go down, that should be the A site gone.
Good indeed. And you'll see then a reshuffling of the board, a reset from the players. Venom with a huge opening pick there because in the background somewhere, Prestini's got down and 3 down if you are Team Exposed. Oh, Clayster with a massive 2-piece. Just as it looked again like Galaxy were going to put some real pressure onto Exposed. Clay answers back, gives his team a moments of reprieve. Pristini, by the way, is underneath P5. Could catch a couple of players here.
Clayster absolutely sucks that. Now it's Pristini's turn on the flank. We saw what he could do back in round number 1 this time. Only good for 1. Allows Felony to follow up. And it is going to be a couple kills for Galaxy to get their way on in. DiamondCon worked the flank, removed that player and spawn, took down Clayster, allows Royalty into the zone to stop the clock. 1:48, 22 lives to 15. Galaxy, they have a lot of cushion right now inside of the round, and it looks like Exposed, they want to just run it right down, see if they can bully their way back in. They get a few kills, they get the job done, but now they have to worry about Prolude and Dave Patty, who's wiggled their way into the hill.
Yeah, and Venom tries to hit the flank through P5, and DiamondCon gets the timing on him, manages to clean that one up, so there's nothing coming in through the front. Felony could be something as he gets towards T, but unfortunately his teammates are just losing time in the back. 2 ticks are through. This is nearly done.
Galaxy look too good right now. 7 lives to 17. It's only a matter of time before we're going to be seeing this. A 3-0 sweep from Galaxy. A couple of players from Exposed, they want to make this a little hard. They want to prolong this and take it right to Galaxy for now, but no more respawns. It is going to be Pickens for Galaxy. Fish in a barrel, waiting for the respawners to come back up. They're going to hop on the clock, force these players to get aggressive. Felony's going to go down, all up to Prestini. He's going to drop, and Galaxy 3-0 the control to take a lead in the series.
At the top of the series, if you'd have said to me, what were you thinking the Team Exposed might look good in, it would have been Control after how dominant they were in the previous series this afternoon. But good lord, ProLoot, by the way, has himself an absolute map. They shut down so many of those flanks, the difficult situations that you can be put under by this Exposed side. Galaxy were very happy to swat them away. And I think a lot of it goes back to that first round where they managed to win the offense, because from there, Team Exposed scrambling at all times to try and recover that. You think, for example, round 2, they'd actually done a good job on offense. The Team Exposed picked up a tick on B, managed to nearly get a second tick through on B. So it wasn't a bad push through, but it just, when you think back to that first round where Dav, Paddy, and Royalty in particular go huge, that is the catalyst for that entire 3-0 sweep.
And it seems like right now between these two teams, the Tuscan, the Search and Destroy on Bokaj, and now the Tuscan Control, it's who can get some better flanks going on, because I mean, Venom has been completely silenced in this best of 5 so far, 16 and 19 in that map number 3. We highlighted him as that player to get the job done. Be flashy, take down Galaxy, but he hasn't had an opportunity. And why is that? Is because his counterpart right now, ProLoot, doing the exact same thing, just getting the better of him every single time around. 28 and 16 out of ProLoot. He had himself a map.
Yeah, he has himself an absolute pop-off. Drops the most damage in the lobby, 20 non-traded. That's ridiculous when you're talking that he's running an MP40. Guy had himself a real series. And you look across the board, and you look at Felony and Venom here, like they are really under the caution. It all comes from plays like that towards the end where ProLoot's just squeezing the life out of their spawns, putting them in that blender. A really, really good map out of not just him in particular that we're highlighting, but the whole Galaxy squad seemed to clutch up when they needed to, play their lives at times where it was important. You think about Royalty picking up important 2-piece kills in that first round. Huge from them.
Oh, now that's going to bring us to our next map in the series. Map number 4, we're looking at Berlin Hardpoint. We just previously saw Team Exposed play Timeless here, and it was one of the maps to start the reverse sweep. 250 to 210 in their favor, so it just goes to show that when Exposed are winning their hardpoints, it is neck and neck. You look back at the Tuscan and the way that Team Exposed were playing that, they had the advantage the whole way through, but throughout the second and third rotations, or going into the third rotation, you started to see Galaxy start climbing their way back into it, and a lot of players heating up that have not stopped since then. Map 2 and 3 have been dominant for Galaxy, and going into this hardpoint, you have to be a little bit worried from Exposed, because that map on Berlin Hardpoint last series against Timeless, it was not clean.
No, it wasn't. And they had major difficulties, particularly in the first rotation. I think one of the things was that they learned their lessons a lot. But you think back to, for example, they were all hitting P2 way too late, gave up the spawns for P3 and lost a full 60 there. They later adjusted to fix that, but they can't afford to make that early mistake here. This Galaxy team are a little bit above right now. They're outperforming them. And if you allow them full 60 holds, I expect this to fully go Galaxy's way. So for Exposed, I definitely want to see them learn the lessons from the previous series, apply them here. And in particular, I'm wanting to see Venom get back to that flanking nightmare to deal with player. Try and put the opposing Galaxy players under some sort of pressure throughout the map. Stop them having nice defensive holds. Stop them having foundations to build from or easy entries to try and break points.
No, I could agree with more with you. It's what we're gonna have to see in this Berlin. But to talk about the other series that we got going on in the winners semifinals, it is a Wobblebobs NA versus Mau Mau. I didn't see the results for that Search and Destroy, but they did take that hardpoint victory, so they were in a very good position going into the map 2, and they did look like they were still in a good position for the Search and Destroy when we did get that picture-in-picture. But you know, looking at that series as well, winner of that goes on to play the winner of Galaxy versus Team Exposed. And right now, the way I'm seeing Galaxy play is they're making no mistakes. They're hardly messing up in the Search and Destroy and the Control. Yeah, that hard point was a little bit back and forth, but towards the end of it, Enigma, if they started that hard point the way they finished it, that could have been ugly. We could be looking at a 3-0 right now. And if Galaxy are playing this way throughout the winners bracket, you have to be afraid going up against this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things as well, if you are exposed, you've shown a lot this afternoon about how you are quite momentum based. When you get things going, you're hot. When you don't, you're not. And they, ever since midway point of that map one, have really struggled to deal with Galaxy. Players like Pro building themselves into the series, very much so. So you're right. This is concerning at the minute for exposed. Do I do they have the potential to bring this and win this? Yes, 100%. But they've got to start off hot immediately, whether that be P1 or just throughout the entire first rotation. Good, solid rotations in, good, solid holds. If I worry a little bit as well that if this becomes a really strong start for Galaxy instead, this becomes a steamroller.
We get a little time to breathe after some electric plays out of Galaxy to take a 2-1 series lead. Going into this map number 4, we're putting a lot of highlight on the team exposed right now, but Galaxy have been playing lights out. And, it is that submachine gun duo in Royalty and Prolute that have been just impressing me time after time. And going into this Berlin, if they can keep up with that pacing, you know what you're going to get out of the ARs. But if those submachine guns can continue dominating the map, I mean, this is where they're looking to put this away in 4.
What a series it's been as well. So far, what an afternoon we've had. We started with a reverse sweep. We've looked across into other series. A Wobblerbob's throwing Boston, now running rampant over Mau Mau. Whoever wins this series, by the way, will likely face an Wobblebob side that are running rampant right now in the series they're playing.
Pressed on every front, not just NA, EU, LATAM, APAC. It has been quite the ride for LCQ for now, folks. Don't forget to tune into all the streams going on this weekend because it's not only NA that qualifies. We get one from each region across the world for Call of Duty, and it is going to be quite the ride when we do get the champs. But into this Berlin, so far exposed, in control of P1. They gave away 12 seconds, but as soon as they broke now, full control, and also look into the rotations. I love this heads-up play, and Venom looking to cut off the rotations. Royalty will get a team kill. That should slow things down.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. As soon as Team Exposed managed to bully themselves into the hill, they were happy to send players away towards P2. Pristini catches one massive kill in particular on the rotation. There's going to be support here. Clay will stay up, plays his life beautifully. Venom helps out. And little plays like that is exactly what we need to be seeing. Just don't make it easy for Galaxy. Don't make these situations any easier than they have been so far. And Pristini continues to cut off reinforcements arriving. Spots out Prolute. Oh, Prolute will eventually go down.
Oh, look at that feed, though, exposed. The transition from Hills 1 to 2, it has been flawless so far. A few lost gunfights, but when you get into the meat of things, they have not allowed Galaxy to step anywhere close to the second hill. And look at Venom now trying to mosey his way on through Boulevard. See if he can flip these spawns out. Won't be able to make it happen. You're still collecting that last 17 seconds. It doesn't look like Galaxy want to take a shot at it. Prolute may look in for a second, but traded out immediately by Venom. This is going to be the last 8 seconds to exposed.
I like this out of Pristini as well. Already starting to get across the map. Wins a gunfight on Royalty to open up fire. Allow his teammates to get up close and personal. The spawn's actually out for Royalty. He spawns at station. So the pressure coming in through the back from Venom is huge. And he gets a 2-piece as well.
No way. Venom is turning up right now when you need him to. Pristini flips things around now in his positioning. You get the break from the front if you're exposed. Now in control of the rotation to Hill 3. You're looking at Galaxy off of the respawn. They're spawning out. And if your team exposed at the same time, you're spawning out. So nobody in control of these spawns for now. Felony on an island has to turn up. He won't be able to make it happen. Galaxy fight back in.
It's tough to say how that comes out, really. If you're exposed, you're probably happy with the fact that Galaxy get in first and you're not giving up all the time. But I really thought that play through the back would have given them something to then perhaps get in the hill themselves, extend this lead out further. Pristini goes for a swim off the side of the map, doing a dashy. And Felony, by the way, starting this rotation on over. Got to keep an eye on Royalty, who's up to 5. You know how important glides can be on certain hills here, particularly the current one we're rotating into.
Is that the thing now, or are we calling it the Dashi? I mean, this guy's literally got Crim6 on his team, and we're calling it the Dashi.
Hey, look, it's the most memorable one of recent time, okay?
Well, It is not going to be memorable if you are Pristini right now. Although, for your team, luckily enough, you're still in the lead and you're bullying across the map. Clayster's going to pop 3 to get over towards the train hill. You don't win the spawns in the backline. You still have Galaxy to worry about. Pristini's going to have some good overwatch here, and he's picking away at them. Has to help with Clayster to double down. Royalty slides across, but they fall at the seam, trying to work their way on in, but Exposed are doing such a good job at zoning out these players. The ARs are doing so much damage.
They are. This is okay if you're Exposed. You're keeping them off the point. You're keeping Galaxy backed away. DiamondCon will finally get in, wins the gunfight onto Clayster. And we now look then towards P5, a hill that is notoriously mixy. It's all about considering the fact that you've got P1 up next. So a hill that you want to make sure you are rotated in for. And Exposed need to not throw themselves at it at this P5 for too long. Last time they played on Berlin, they really struggled with not throwing themselves at hills for too long and instead giving up spawns. They need to focus on that here.
Oh my. What a kill from Proloot there. Absolutely works Felony. Nobody with control of this hill for now. It is just back and forth tug of war through Berlin. Trying to find an avenue right now is Galaxy. Royalty tucked away in the staircase. He's on 5 in a row. A glide bomb would surely be great to have if you're Galaxy looking at the rotations into the second set. Might not need it for P1, but going over for the rest of it, as soon as you hit that P4, Royalty having this streak would be huge. That's 6 in a row. Can he lock it down? Staying alive too at this, gets the full reach and going for the challenge. Venom trying to finesse his life, but Royalty's going to clean him up, and that's a glide bomb lockdown.
The worrying thing is here, this is starting to feel a lot like map 1, where Team Exposed start really strong and then Galaxy starts to build momentum into the game. In map 1, Exposed was so much further down the line that Galaxy couldn't eventually catch them. Right now, they're rotated in for P1 and could overtake them right here.
Big win from Venom to get into the zone. Now Galaxy spawning up towards Fire, trying to trail on in right behind them. You are going to get a pinch from players number 7 and 5. It looks like Royalty leading the charge in behind. Is Pristini going to read it? He does, but he won't win the fight. Royalty with the pistol out, leads his team on in. Where's the follow-up going to happen? Through the window, it's DiamondCon. Venom on 3 in a row. Venom almost getting 4. It's going to be Fellow to help him out on the inside. 23 seconds now to pick up.
A lot of scrap time that is very valuable to Exposed right now. Finally slowing down this Galaxy comeback. Play, by the way, is up to 22 and 13. Make that now. He's had himself a really good map. His rotation's already in here, and Daft Paddy gets caught.
Venom has turned up here in map number 4, and thought he was going to get the jump onto Proloot. They were watching him like a hawk. Clayster is going to follow up with his teammate now. Exposed, starting to build that lead that we saw back in map 1, but Proloot, what a pivotal play right there to keep his team in contention for Hill 2.
Massive play out of Proloot. Hasn't been the best map for him so far, but that's an absolute snapper. Get his team into P2. Clay will open up on Royalty over towards Station. Proloot's got to check this. Got to try and catch Clay arriving, and he does. That then stops the reinforcements coming in. Venom has managed to bully his way in from the side and still causing a problem here for Galaxy.
There's bullies all over the map right now in Berlin, and whether it's Proloot, whether it's Venom, you know, Felony, Clayster, you name it. Everybody is turning up here in map number 4. You can see Galaxy still wants to put it away here. So they're not going to be giving away time for free to Team Exposed. They know they have the rotation over to P3. They are going to have it locked down, but you remember last time, I mean, they got broken so fast from Team Exposed. They can't allow that to happen again.
Want to see if that dock hit comes in again. It is. It won't be Venom this time. Clayster will actually pick a kill, and Felony gets one as well, but Royalty's in the back.
Royalty's in the back. Is it going to be enough? The spawn out for Galaxy will be there, but it's 4 down simultaneously for Galaxy to keep holding on to time here inside P3. We look at our picture-in-picture, and it looks like a Wobobob sitting 2-1 on a Gava2 control over Mau Mau. 1 round away from sweeping themselves into winners final. You have to keep your eyes on that, folks, for the remainder of that control to see if the Wobobobs can get it done. You do get a break for a moment here from Team Exposed. 22 seconds to fight for. Galaxy don't want to give it away, and they're not going to.
Now, the thing here for Galaxy as well is they start to try and get this game closer again. Royalty has managed to pick himself up a glide bomb. So although we are going to have Team Exposed arriving first for our P4, that glide is known to be able to open things up very well here as well. A lot of information when you require it. And Venom, who's having himself a hell of a game, who likes to play his flanks and play awkward angles could be exposed from that streak. Here it comes.
Here's the glide bomb. He's been sitting on it since P1. Finally going to drop the hammer to look to open things up. Doesn't find anything. It's a 1 versus 1 trade, and Venom and Felony keeping things going for Team Exposed. This is a big blunder for a Galaxy.
Glide just feels... We've second time throughout this series that we've seen a glide, if anything, be a hindrance to a team. It's not really provided them with anything, and you've essentially got to play it off the map during that time. Team Exposed continuing to back Galaxy down. They're going to slowly get themselves over that 200-point mark. And for Galaxy, this is very one-dimensional. They're all hitting through the front. They need to start to approach this from different sides. Or are they already starting to set up themselves for P5? Well, Fellow catches Royalty looking for high ground.
Looking for that map number 5. Trying to go to the distance again. Enigma Exposed. 215 to 149 in a sublime spot to put away map number 4. It is going to be a break for Galaxy. 3 in the feed, so they'll be able to stabilize for now, but rotating on in. You see Team Exposed looking to work one by one. The nade spam's going to go through. Royalty's still alive on the inside. Actually gets the better of Felony too, so no way in just yet. Through the wall, a couple of wall bangs will take down Royalty, but somehow he is still kicking on the inside of Station. Venom looking to lead the way for Exposed to get an avenue into this one. He is going to shut down a few players. Felony finishes off the 2. A pinch play to break into Hill 1 or Hill 5. Royalty's going to be forced off of that. And it's a big moment for Exposed. Now 25 seconds left. You cannot win it here. And Galaxy, they need to understand that they need this rotation to P1.
They absolutely do. It's a huge kill gunfight going down over there, by the way. Clayster picking up Diamond Con will be shut down. So Galaxy prioritized the rotation correctly and will be set up for P1 here. Royalty trying to push out, deals with Venom up to 30 bomb himself, having an absolutely fantastic map. Exposed need to break. You can actually win this here if you're Galaxy, but you've got to get every single second.
I mean, surely not. Surely it doesn't happen. I mean, last time on Tuscan, this was a similar situation for Galaxy, and they made it look so close. Here comes the break for Exposed. Dave Patty's going to line up too. Looking for the flank now. Exposed trying to find their way in. Pristini gets the break. 230 to 201. Team Exposed now moments away from sending us the distance. Diamond Con, what a beautiful shot there. Team nades galore from both sides as this is absolute pandemonium.
Pandemonium indeed, but if you are Exposed, you can rotate away from this. Galaxy can no longer win. And last time around, you rotated over to P2 well. You were very comfortable there indeed. So Galaxy have to start making some decisions.
Pristini is trying to make his way in from behind. The respect is going to be shown now that Clayster goes down. Diamond Con just barely chasing him out. Will get the jump onto Pristini, but this needs to be a good rotation here from both teams. Galaxy, they can do this, but unfortunately, they lose 3 in a row.
Royalty. I mean, you can buy your time all you like, but you have to go. The Galaxy players have to go. There is 7 on the clock.
Huh?
Okay. Then.
Royalty gets stuck.
Okay,
Prolude has to help him out a little bit. Galaxy, now the breaks can come through with one less player. Dave Patty makes it happen, but it's Felony again on Berlin. Same time, same plays, same exact moment. Felony clutches up in the 1v1 and Exposed send us to a map 5.
Well, it's difficult to talk about that ending a little bit. And it's very unfortunate for Galaxy, but Exposed made the right call, rotated themselves in for P2, set themselves up, got that clean 3 down in order to give themselves a solid defensive setup, and they see it through from there.
I mean, he must have been stuck. I mean, that was on purpose, right? he must have been stuck in like the rocks or something. Maybe got his foot caught under a few pebbles, just couldn't move through that.
I'm sat here saying you've got to go.
You should just.
You got to go.
Like, you can't go at that point. Like, what do you do if you're Royalty? It is so unfortunate at the end there. You have to play one player down for the retake over to P2. They almost make it happen too. Felony again wins a clutch 1v1 to win a Berlin hardpoint to send us to a map number 5. And the absolute ice in the veins of Team Exposed, it cannot be overlooked.
Clayster dropping 35 indeed, Venom dropping 32. You got some big performances out of a lot of individuals in this lobby. 4,200 damage out of Clay as well. Got involved in absolutely everything that was solid about his team across this map. We go to another game 5, and of course, last time out, we watched Team Exposed take it to a game 5. They won, and they won relatively convincingly as well. But they started that one off 3-0 up, was brought back to 3-3. Massive Venom Ace gave them the momentum to see that out. I don't know if you, in this Desert Siege map, can hope to give up such an advantageous lead. You cannot afford to give a team like Galaxy momentum, especially after they 6-2 during the first S&D.
No, for sure. You have to look over that bow conch. You have to come in with a blank slate if your team exposed going to the Desert Siege. I wanted to see the map 5, and we're getting the map 5. If your team exposed, you've played a lot of Vanguard over the past 2 series. But folks, we're going to cut to a quick little break, get things set up for this last map. And the biggest question here is, can Team Exposed do it twice in a row? Game 5 on the horizon. One more map between these two. Team Exposed looking to go back-to-back in map 5s in a galaxy far away, seeing if they can shut down Team Exposed, send them back into the lower bracket, and keep on moving forward through the winner's side of things. It has been a crazy series. I don't want to talk about what just happened in Berlin. Let's look at Desert Siege and Clayster taking a first blood on a Prelude.
Yeah, huge first blood. Interesting defensive setup, by the way. If you're Galaxy, they were not interested at all at playing one side of the map, completely knew what they wanted to be, and very much so single-filed it. But that first blood will be what Team Exposed are hoping to play around here.
I'm going down for Pristini over towards A. And Galaxy really in a spot where they can take him down. Pristini does dance with the devil for a bit, but a lot's going to be riding on this flank from Royalty, taking his sweet time to open up. You cannot allow yourself to go down if you're Dave, Patty, or Diamondcon in this situation. Royalty trying to work his way in behind. Glacier seems like he knows that, and he's going to hunt him down. All up to Dave, Patty, and Diamondcon now will be able to find another one, but now Diamondcon 1v2, 19 seconds left. Both players separated, so that's going to take 2 isolated 1v1s. Zane's one on Felony, 12 seconds left. Has to hop the bomb, cannot afford any time left. And then that's going to be Team Exposed taking round 1. It got dangerous, but I mean, they were set up and they finished it.
Yeah, first blood, by the way, coming in absolutely massive. It allowed Team Exposed to set 2 players essentially watching that flank, making sure all the gaps were covered, and they do catch Royalty coming on through. Clay does a great job then of breaking ankles and winning the gunfights, but it's just, if they instead lose that opening fight, they essentially have very little coverage on the flank, spread very thin. Royalty perhaps makes a play. Team Exposed's opportunity to try and defend this.
Hoping to catch somebody through the middle of the map. Nobody's going to be there for Galaxy. A little bit of a picture-in-picture for our B streams. It looks like Mau has forced a map number 4, seeing if they can go to map 5. Inside of the game here, though, bomb gets planted. You lose out on a player for Galaxy. Royalty trying to finesse his life. Somehow still alive. 1 HP. Felony's going to trade that one out with a wallbang through the bomb. The 3v2 for the retake. Prelude evens us up. Sniper's out of Diamondcon's hand as well. Felony gets ripped off of that, all up to Clayster. 24 seconds, 1v1 Prelude has got to play the clock at this point. He knows Clayster has to play around the time. Cannot afford this one. Clayster's going to take it. Prelude spots him out, hops the defuse. Prelude, is he going to check this once more? Has to wrap around the other end. Clayster's going to stick it out to the end. Is he going to do it again? No way! You let Clayster do that again.
No way, no, they cannot. After game 2, where they saw Clay do that, they cannot then allow it to unfold again. Where is Prelude trying to get at him from there? Goodness me, Clay makes the heads-up play, and look at what it means to the boys.
I can imagine what Clayster is saying right now. Just like, all right, you can't let me do that. It's game over from here. If you're Exposed, you're up 2-0. You're feeling good. Looking to close out the series and keep on going through the winner's bracket, which has not been easy for this team whatsoever. But man, in these game 5 search and destroys, they make it look simple.
We've spoken multiple times about how these boys are momentum players, how they play off the back of the energy with each other. If you're coming off the back of that defuse from Clay, he's getting loud in that chat right now. You know it. We know it. Galaxy also losing the first blood here.
I need some of that energy right now. 2-0. First blood for Team Exposed. Royalty looking to bring this one back on. Bomb gets planted. Pristini's going to be caught 3v3. And Royalty gets out of here. Prelude's going to hop the defuse right away. Looking to take a little bit of a page out of Clayster's book. Unfortunately, Clayster's going to spot it out. Not allow that to happen. Now left alone. Felony 1v1. He knows where Diamondcon is in. Look at this play. Will Felony read it this time around? Has to wait it out, but Diamondcon's going to do it too! What is this search?
What on earth is going on, Seymour? Teams just not checking the bomb. It's one of the basic rules, the bread and butter of search and destroy. If you have the bomb down, go and look at it. 2 rounds now, back to back, where players are just happy to dive the bomb, have no problems then defusing. What is this search right now?
Check the bomb. 7.5 seconds. I mean, it's a little bit harder than that, but they call their bluff, and you know what? That's kind of typical, but you're a little rattled if you're both teams at this point. You are absolutely ecstatic about those two clutches right now, but opening up this round, you can see that they just want to go into pure chaos towards that B side. Back and forth trades. It's going to be bomb down, numbers to team exposed, and they are sitting pretty over towards B.
Yeah, Prestini has an eye on where Diamond Con is. So there's a lot of information being played here. Team exposed, happy to hit the flank. Galaxy looking for players that aren't there, chasing shadows. Bombs retrieved, and that will now tell Team Exposed everything. Bomb's going to go down. They have 2 players on the flank.
Not sure if they knew that that bomb was down. If they did, they're just looking to flip out this map. Catch Galaxy off by guard, but it looks like they know it's been too quiet, so Prolude watching his back like a hawk. Clayster and Felony both going to be here. Prolude meeting him around the corner. Felony takes the wide swing. He's going to win it out, and Clayster's got that sniper. Rips Diamond Con off the head. He exposed back up to a 2-round gap.
Recovering well from what must have felt like the round before, throwing one away and not checking the bomb. Team Exposed continuing, by the way, to get those first bloods, open up with a kill that then allows them to play numbers advantage. And we saw in round 1, they used that numbers advantage to watch their own flank. In this round, it's instead to send more players on the flank and continue to have Galaxy swiveling, pivoting, unable to read where their opponents are coming from. Fellow, by the way, up to a 3. Definitely players to keep an eye on right now.
What do you say after you lose back-to-back rounds in a Ninja Diffuse? You just kind of laugh it off. Just, okay, go next, I guess, at that point. Because I thought they both made mistakes. And here in this round, it looks like Team Exposed have completely regained. Glaciers going to find 2 openings on 3 in a row for himself. 7 and 2, might I add. Huge numbers right now for the vet. Bomb going down towards B. Diamond Con lurking over towards A. Might be able to catch Felony with a late flake, but it looks like Glaciers going to spot him out. Big kill there from Diamond Con. Now you're looking at Dave Patty to make something happen.
You are. Diamond Con knows that the jig is up. Players are going to be aware of where he is. The flank might well be off, so he's having to double back, get to his teammate. Dave Patty's been involved in a couple of gunfights and found nothing yet.
The shots to the wall. Cheeky angle for Diamond Con. Dave Patty's going to go down 1v3, and that's a tall mountain to climb. Exposed take him down 4-1 in map number 5. Name a better duo than Exposed in a map 5. I'm waiting.
Oh, they've really shown up so far in this one, fixing a lot of the problems that they've had throughout S&D so far this afternoon. And if anything, this felt like a flipped reverse. Clayster opens up with 2 massive kills, which means that Galaxy in a 2v4 situation, we've seen Team Exposed then see out again another numbers advantage. Fellow moves up to 4 of a streak. Talking glides very, very soon.
Open this one up. Still Diamond Con with a sniper in hand. His teammates are going down, but trades back and forth. 2v2. Very aggressive. Look at Team Exposed. They're just trying to weed their way into the back line. Diamond Con on one side, Prolude on the other. Both players for Exposed. Very aggressive in this position. Pristini's going to spot out Prolude. Takes him down. Last one alive is going to be Prolude. Or Diamond Con has the sniper and pistol. He's going to get caught with some pretty bad timing in 5-1. Oh my word, Exposed, man. They are running through Galaxy in map 5.
Are indeed. You can never, ever say never, but this is very much so. Match point for Exposed. Another game 5. Another set of ridiculous plays coming out of several individuals. Felony up to 6. Definitely a player here who could open up with the first blood, bring a glide into the scenario. Diamond Con's going to run a sniper instead. But Fellow is the viewpoint we want to see.
This is the exact map you wanted to go to if you are Team Exposed. That slow play AR role thriving inside Desert Siege. The snipers haven't been that bad either for Clayster's hand. Diamond Con hasn't seen the same success. And look, he's getting pressured out already. Prolude's going to go down looking for the follow-up. Pristini gets 2. Venom a 3rd. Dave Patty, last one standing. Tucked away in his own spawn. Afraid of what's up ahead of him. Can he make this clutch happen? He's going to give his position away. Venom's going to pop on up, and Venom's going to put him down. Team Exposed. They do it again. A map number 5, and they crush Galaxy under their foot, and they move on to the winter final.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought at one point, I thought towards the end of that control, with how strong Galaxy had looked from halfway through map 1 to nearly making the comeback to being dominant in the S&D, dominant in the control, I thought this was going the way of Galaxy. But Team Exposed hold it all together. There's an unfortunate ending to map 4, but make no mistake about it, Team Exposed put themselves in the situation to win that well and truly, fix the mistakes from their previous Berlin hardpoint, and then see it out here on Siege. Beautiful stuff from them. And you saw when Clay made that ninja diffuse, how excited the boys looked, how excited they were getting. Once they're going, once this team are feeling the momentum shift, they well and truly run with it.
I mean, 2 ninja diffuses back to back. I mean, cannot stress that enough that the only round that Galaxy won was a ninja diffuse from DiamondCon. Absolutely absurd things going on inside Desert Siege, but Exposed, it does not deter them from taking that win. You look at it, you talked about Felony. He had himself on map 9-2, and it really fits to this Exposed roster. I mean, that slow AR roll thriving in a map like Desert Siege, and if you can enable Venom or Pristini to get aggressive in any way, it's just going to complement your team.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, throughout the middle of the series, when Galaxy looked so good, they shut down so many of the players that had been great this afternoon, like your likes of Venom. And so, but then you see players like Clayster step up, drop huge 2 pieces to open up rounds. When you're doing that, I mean, my God, he's one of the best to ever play the game, but he's still got it, Seymour. He's still showing the qualities that he brings to a side.
And we get to look back at the series that we got in a Galaxy, man. They looked so good in maps 2 and 3, but you get to that Berlin hardpoint, you clutch up in that last hill if you are Felony. Send us to a map 5. I mean, that is the recipe to success right now for Team Exposed. Like, if they could get to a map 5, I trust this team to close it out. They don't look good in the meat of things throughout that search and destroy the first go around. They get smoked by Galaxy in that bocage, but as soon as they get some momentum, like you said, that momentum goes such a long way with this Exposed roster, and it shows in that Desert Siege. As soon as they get that ninja diffuse, I'm sure that they were going wild. I'm sure that even though they get ninja diffused by DiamondCon, they didn't care one bit. They were having a grand old time in that map 5.
I mean, yeah, they're definitely well aware as well, because of the fact that they've picked up the previous map and then they come into it with their own ninja diffuse. They were probably just very much so capable of laughing that one off and going and playing their own game. It could have been a tilt moment for them. It could have been one of those. It could have been, we've thrown away such an important round. What are we doing? But instead, you saw that they just continued from there and looked really, really good. And obviously, Team Exposed moving into our winners finals. We will get to see the bracket. It does come up. Team Exposed will await the winners of Mau Mau and Awoba Bobs. Now, I believe Awoba Bobs took the first 2 maps, but we have now hit a game 5. So Mau Mau going for that reverse sweep.
Now, I want to take a look at the lower bracket, too, because a couple teams have been knocked out already for the North American LCQ. Boston Academy sent packing. Knights of Ren sends packing. Timeless is going to be waiting for a team to drop on down, but in a Galaxy, they're going to be joining Electrify Steel in that lower bracket now, having to make a run of their own.
Yeah, and I mean, just talking about the players that have been eliminated from this, Mock, Gunzi, Bink, Radial, they're your Knights of Ren squad. Of course, Boston Academy, they need very little introduction since Ghosty, Shawnee, and Volance. Very, very good talent that has been eliminated. More players will be eliminated in that next stage. And you look at the #1 seed in the Galaxy, Electrify Steel, the team that I called at the start of this to go on to win it and get themselves 2 champs. Well, they have got a hell of a task ahead of them because this Galaxy side have got a lot of qualities about them. That one's going to be a banger of a matchup.
It's a stinger to lose out on Boston Academy so early. I mean, Ghosty, he has had one hell of a season inside of that roster. And to dip out so early, it's just unfortunate to see. But it looks like we're going to be getting things ready for our next series, maybe hoping to take a peek into that Awoba Bob's Mau Mau Game 5. So, folks, we're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, hoping to get a little bit of a sneak peek in that last map. Well, looks like we're going to take a look at a Wolva Bombs versus Mau Mau. Desert Siege is on the menu. A game 5 in the winners semifinal again. I mean, Clay Sturco, Team Exposed, they just got the job done. But now let's see who's got the ice up in the opposite side of the bracket. Folks just tuning in, my name is Seymour. Alongside me is the ever so dashing Enigma, Andy. I mean, let's get into this one. This has been quite the day. Another game 5.
Another game 5 and potential for another reverse sweep. We saw one earlier with Team Exposed pulling it off, and this one is Mau Mau looking to make it happen after coming back from 2-0 down, frothing away. Let's find out who's joining our winners finals.
Oh, I mean, I know you and I are both cat lovers. I'm loving that logo for Mau Mau. It's the first time I ever got an up close look at it as well, and it is adorable for that. But inside the round, Mau Mau, they open up with the first blood. Yuli's going to answer back with sheer aggression into the backline. Phantoms goes down. And look, that bomb is rotating. If player number 8, if Cryptic's not ready for this, he might be caught off guard. But instead, he's going to hit a nice shot with the sniper. Can't follow it up onto Noisy. 2 versus 2.
Does a great job there, Cryptic manages to hit the snipers. Players are rotating in front of him. And now 2v2 situation here. Bomb just being marauded around. And Mau Mau happy to just set up in University for now. Aware that they've got 40 seconds. But trying to catch a Wobblebobs who will be shifting between these bomb sites looking for them.
They're just going to be letting the situation sit inside of a Wobblebob's head right now and stir. They're happy to wait for a mistake to be made. Noisy's going to catch Yuli. Mine for the trade. 1v1. Noisy's got 19 seconds left. It looks like he wants to hop for the bomb plant right away. Mine has the idea that this is going to happen as well. It looks like he's watching over at Noisy. Is he going to expect the aggression right away? Checks around the corner, but it's going to be Mine with the auto to win it out. Big wins there coming out for a Wobblebobs.
He's having himself an afternoon, by the way. We tuned in to a game he was in earlier. I think it might have been against Boston. I'm pretty sure he hit like 45, 47 elims in a hard point. The guy has been frying all afternoon. Comes up big there. It clearly locked in. Shoots at dust, essentially, at one point, but picks up the first kill. Aware that his teammate instead goes down to someone else and sets up ready and cleans it up. And unfortunately, we might have had someone drop out of the lobby.
Uh-oh. Big round 1 for Mau Mau, or for a Wobblebobs NA, but unfortunately, we're going to have to, figure out what's going on there for the rest of the team. So Desert CJ, again, first we could talk about that. I mean, we literally just saw Exposed have their way with Galaxy inside of that first series or for the winter semifinals. And now to see it again between these two teams, I mean, it's not the same situation, but it's quite similar to the first series that we have. It's a reverse sweep right now to see if Mau Mau can take down the likes of a Wobblebobs NA, who started off very strong in the beginning of the series, Enigma.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think one thing to take out of that first round is that Mau Mau got the first blood but lost the round. You don't see that too often on Siege. It's a difficult map to then play the numbers against you. So very good recovery out of a Wobblebobs. There will be a lot of learning, of course, in those early rounds where players set up. For example, they now know that Cryptic likes to put himself on the back tower and won't rotate in front of him again, lest they face the wrath of his sniper rifle again. Yeah, I'm just sad that we've ended up having this happen because you and me were pushing so hard to get to see this. And now we've had a crash.
And then it's just, we get to dip out of the round number 2, sadly. But I did pull up the stats from the Berlin hardpoint that these two teams just had. It was a 250 to 146 win for Mau Mau. Oof. And leading the way for this team has been Capsule. I was going to highlight him if I didn't see it, but it's nice to see that he is leading 4 kills for this team. I mean, 25 and 16 in that Berlin hardpoint against a Wobblebobs NA. You can see the rest of them very consistent 19s out of the rest of the team, but Capsule is definitely going to be somebody to watch out for, especially on a Desert Siege. We were talking about the slow AR play. Well, at the same time, Desert Siege can be quite susceptible to some quick plays through University, and Capsule can be that guy.
Yeah, 100%. You get yourself control of that center of the map, and it just gives you so many options then to move around from there. Not just that, by the way, looking at that score sheet, Capsule picks up 1 minute and 56 in the hill, beaten only by Exotic, so he was Mr. Do-It-All. And we were, I don't know about you, Seymour, but I was personally very surprised to see him picked up by that Boston side. Don't get me wrong, very talented, of course, but it was a bit of a shock to see him go in, and boy, did he perform very, very well. So there's definitely a lot of talent on this man, and he's looking to take that talent all the way to champs.
I was trying to look for the search and destroy as well through it, but I totally agree. Capsule was a great player on Boston. I was sad to see him go. And Boston still make it to champ, so we get to see how that roster fares out with Vivid on it now in place of Capsule, but dropping down into the challengers. The same story that I was putting up for John. He has a great performance though on that Boston Breach side. Coming back to challengers, what can he do here? Because previously, before getting picked up by Boston, wasn't the greatest when it came to placings inside of challengers in the past. In Cold War, I think he was averaging top 32 placements. So coming now on a team like Meow Meow here in the LCQ, looking to, fix those mistakes that were happening last year, and he's definitely has been an upgrade inside Vanguard. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of him inside of this game so far, inside of challengers, especially with this Meow Meow roster, and alongside some pretty big talents. I mean, you look at Noisy for himself. I mean, coming out of the CCL, he has had some pretty breakout moments in his own right. I mean, winning out the CCL or coming close to winning it. If not, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but he has been up at the top for CCL last year inside of Cold War on that Ottawa Braves roster. And he's definitely been showing it throughout Vanguard as well.
Yeah, and other players as well, like Exotic, Phantoms. These are players that are constantly on that cusp, you feel. I mean, obviously, Phantoms did go up at one point and spend some time on that Paris Legion squad, but you feel like there's more to come from both of these players, and they're very much so on the very edge there. So this is an opportunity, and we know a lot of stock for next season comes from the back end of the previous season. So as everyone starts to look ahead and towards Modern Warfare 2 and the roster building there, a lot of these players are trying to make their case. Performances like that from Capsule is a solid reminder of, well, Boston let me go. I mean, I still have this. I still have the qualities of what it takes. But all four of these players definitely trying to make a noise here.
We're waiting to see what's going on right now with this game number 5 between Bobs and Meow Meow. I'm not sure how quick they're trying to get it started for it at the moment. So it looks like they are lobbied up. They're getting things going into this map 5. We're just going to wait to hop into the Desert Siege. Now, any takeaways from what you saw inside of that map number 1 between these two teams? Because we haven't really been able to highlight Bobs that much, especially against Boston inside of that winners round 1. But, it's the first sights of Meow Meow as well. What are your takeaways so far?
I mean, I'm assuming you mean round 1 from the Desert Siege that we saw there. So essentially, it was concerning for me if you're Mau Mau that you've picked up. Wonderful name, by the way. I can't stop saying that. But it's concerning that they picked up the first blood, but then ended up losing the whole situation. Essentially, mine there clutching up a 1v2 at the end. So see out those advantages. That's got to be something that your foundation is built upon throughout Desert Siege in particular, and pick up playstyle. Desert Siege very much so benefits from teams being openingly decisive, not playing passive. They decide to dominate one side or the other of the map, or even just take control of that university area that we spoke about how good Capsule could be there. And finally, enough from us, into round 2.
Into round 2. Bobs up 1-0. I'm now looking to answer back, but not to mention, that round 1, the way that mine played that was just exceptional. This time around, he's going to be first-blooded. Cryptic for the trade. Has bomb in hand. He doesn't want to drop here, but that's going to be bombed down. Noisy drops it inside of University, and he even finds his way out. Unfortunately, he walks right into the native hollow, so Yuli will be able to recover it pretty simply.
Yeah, absolute Hail Mary nade out of hollow, by the way. Right arm on him, lands straight at Noisy's feet, and, well, Phantoms has just given himself up. They know where he is. Bomb might start to be rotated. Hollow needs to be careful here. Don't be over-aggressive. You don't need to be. And I think Phantoms is maybe starting to read this. Yeah, it looks like he could be.
He's got the read. Can he get the kill, though? Spots Yuli on the exit, and Yuli's going to spot him, too. So information for both teams on how to play it. You can see that Hollow working all the way around the flank of his own spawn. Yuli, though, going to get blindsided by Phantoms with that sandbag position. We're going to tease him as well. These players are just trading blows right now. 43 HP for Phantoms. Can he get this kill? 22 seconds. I mean, he still has plenty of time for the defuse, so we can just rush right into it. Phantoms does it all. Pistol in hand, auto in hand. It doesn't matter. Big clutch for Meow Meow.
Absolutely huge from Phantoms. He catches Yuli with his pants down, and it leaves Hollow in such a difficult spot, who's then just essentially trying to buy time. Phantoms plays his life really well and wins a gunfight and clutches around. He has no right to, Goodness me, Wobblebobs and Meow Meow happy to just throw rounds back to each other on this one. Gotta credit the plays out of Phantoms, though, clutching up big, one apiece. Going into round 3.
I know we're focusing on North America right now, folks, but there's so much action going on right now in Challengers LCQ. On the EU stream, it's the grand finals to see who's going to qualify for that region. Aim up 2-0 over Minnesota Rocker, looking to punch their ticket to Los Angeles right now in a Gavitu control. So you don't want to miss out on that. But in this search and destroy, things are neck and neck. Tied 1-1. The opening engagements, it's going to be a 3-2 advantage to a Wobblebobs on defense.
Yeah, by the way, Mind doing very, very well there. Mau sent 3 players into Bottom University. The fact that Mind comes away with 1 is huge and likely a lot of information as well. That's allowed his teammates to pivot around. It's 3v2. And I like this out of a Wobblebobs back on up, get around each other, play the angles. I'm out hoping for a bit of information, perhaps an overeager player to come through, or maybe a crack in a fence to provide a sneaky angle.
Cryptic finds another one. Exotic to fall. Noisy last alive. Bomb in hand, but he's going to get the full aggression of a Wobblebobs around the corner. And they clean him up easily for that. A Wobblebobs now 2-1 up. They answer back from that round loss after the reset. And it's all because of this guy right here. I mean, Cryptic. I mean, yeah, Mind clutches up that 1v2 to win the first one. But Cryptic in that round, and in previous rounds too, when we saw him against Boston Academy, I mean, he is definitely a big difference maker for this Wobblebob squad.
Yeah, Sean, you are worth your weight in gold if you're good at search and destroy, especially when we start to touch these game 5 scenarios where you need your players to really just lock down tight, nervy scenarios. Cryptic getting out some important kills, and Capsule's got a lot to do here, but gets the kill on Yuli.
He does. Are we seeing a trade from a Wobblebobs? Not just yet. They want to dedicate to the bomb plant. Meow should be aware of this, and with a player advantage, will we see them pounce?
With the lack of numbers here, it means Noise is allowed to just start to wrap around the map. He doesn't get caught. This is problems for Wobblebobs.
Might not see mine, but Capsule's going to sniff him out. 2v4 now. You have to know where these last couple of players are just because of the positioning of Noisy. Hollow's going to make himself known. Runs right out into the open, and Phantoms lines up to an absolute picture perfect round there for Meow. Flawless for a 4-player still alive. Exotic's going to pick up the defuse, and that's going to bring us back even.
Camp goes huge on that first blood. I mean, when he slid the corner, I thought he was dead to rights. A lot of players looking back at him. Bomb should go down. Instead, he makes that situation a nightmare for Wobblebobs. Gets the kill, well aware then of where the bomb is. Allows his teammates to start to direct themselves correctly. And it's wonderful, wonderful stuff. That round goes a totally different way if that open engagement goes differently. And 2 apiece, these teams just trading blows back and forwards, sparring with each other at this point. But who will land our killer blow?
That's a big question. Now back onto the offense. Meow hasn't been able to get things going here. I mean, they've been moments away from winning offensive rounds. You think back to that round number 1 that they lost in a 1v2 to Mind. And it's been haunting them ever since. But that's the opening you're looking for. Exotic's going to get the set nade. Capsule to follow up. A 2v4. Bomb isn't rushing over to A just yet. So you can see Meow. They're not looking to get over aggressive. They want to do this surgically.
Absolutely. And Wobblebobs were kind of hoping that they would catch some players. And Hollow actually does manage to catch Noisy on rotation. That will tell them that the bomb's moving off towards A. And look at Cryptic adjust accordingly. However, Capsule's kind of lingered behind and could catch a couple of players here.
Nobody spots him. Or maybe they did. They're just taking their time. Exotic gonna be lurking. Gun not out. A bomb on the ground. 2v2. Somehow Wobblebobs have answered back inside the round. Only 30 seconds to work with if you're Meow. Hollow's gonna spot out onto another. Look at the positioning of Cryptic as well. If anybody wants to cut through the outside, he's gonna spot them out. So if you're Meow, you need to hit this head-on collision style. Right now, Capsule's going to peek it. Goes down. Phantoms in the 1v1. Cryptic around the outside. Just going to get the information. Has time in his hand, so he can just wait this one out. He doesn't need the challenge just yet. He just needs to know where his opposing team player is and run away.
Breaking every single window on his route to escape. Just frustrating. And playing his life does so well, but Mind goes ridiculously big there, managing to get Hollow, my god, Hollow is the one who goes ridiculously big there, shows some incredible talent to stay alive, but also pick up a couple of kills. Gets up from behind the bomb, should be dead to rights, rips a headshot straight out, and all comes to fruition from there for a Wobblebobs. Up 3-2.
Am I gonna go this way? Am I gonna go this way? You gotta figure out for yourself. I mean, it is a labyrinth on Desert Seas sometimes when the noise is running amok. But now Meow Meow in the driver's seat with an offensive round win, something that they struggled with last time they finished pretty simply last time. Wobblebobs looking to do what they could not here. Bomb planted, Yuli sitting on top of it. All players have rotated from Meow Meow. They're going to be here, but they need an opening. Exhaust's going to get some damage down to Hollow. Yuli's going to peek up. So many players low for Wobblebobs, and you need to strike here if you're Meow Meow. Unfortunately, though, Yuli still walks away. 6 HP, and Hollow to back him up. 2v4, 18 seconds left. Exotic last alive, and things have just fallen to the wayside, Enigma.
How does Yuli stay alive? How does Yuli stay up? There is no way there that he should not only stay alive, but also manage to come out with the first blood. I was concerned there because Mau not sending anyone on the flank means it's just super one-dimensional, but can they get the first blood and then start to give Wobblebobs a couple of question marks? The answer is no. Apparently, Yuli just goes absolutely huge. Hollow, by the way, picks up a couple of clean kills as well, up to 6 and 3. Mau will feel like these last 2 rounds have definitely gotten away from them a little bit, and it is 4-2 now if you're Wobblebobs.
Big win there now to give you the advantage. A 2-round cushion for Wobblebobs to work with. Looks like Meow Meow want to take a shot at this A site quick. Stuck inside of University, and a lot of information right now for player number 2, Mind, to work with. You do lose out on Yuli, but with Mind's positioning, you know that this is going to be an A plant.
Yeah, Mind here. Lurking around the back, hoping to catch anything giving, but Hollow, I think we just saw him miss his jump to top tower. Maybe he actually jumped off the back, but Mind is around the back. Mind has found something here, some timing.
Yes, he's found a blood to bring this one back. 3v3, Capital keeping numbers in Meow Meow's favor. Back and forth trades, but can Mind get the job done? He cannot. Exotic's going to cut him down. Last alive will be Cryptic. They know exactly where he is, and a sniper in a can. I mean, you took the wrong guns to this fight.
You did indeed. I mean, I'm all for seeing some snappy shots come out, but a very difficult situation to be left in. 1v3 included. Capsidal will be the man to pick up our final kill. We go back within 1 round of these teams touching each other. And again, for Mau Mau, I feel it's a couple of rounds you can sit and say, okay, we kind of threw that one away a little bit. There's definitely room for them to build themselves further into this game, perhaps take a lead at some point. Got to start opening up with those first bloods and seeing out situations that, quite frankly, Wobblebobs have no right to win.
You're furious. I mean, the Wobblebobs, they got first round before the reset. So it's going to transition here into the second one as well. Big answer into this round for Wobblebobs as they just rush into University, catch 2 players off by guard. At 4-2, this bomb's going to rotate over to A. Easy bomb plant. Can Capsule bring this one back? He cannot. Unfortunate plays here from Meow Meow as they are falling apart. You're looking at match point here if you're Wobblebobs. All you need to do is take down Phantoms in the back. Not going to see him out just yet, but as soon as he makes it no, you can imagine that all these players are going to collapse onto his side, and they don't even need to.
Onto series point for Wobblebobs, and that was as clean as you like. Open up with all the kills and then set up patiently as bomb goes down. Hollow here cleaning up. 1100 damage, by the way. Having a very, very strong map. He's had a up and down time of the last couple of years. Once, obviously, of course, of Optic LA. Now down in the Challenger cycle, but starting to push himself 1 round away from pushing himself to LCQ Winners Finals.
Looking to wipe those struggles right off the board here, making it to Winners Final. Going up against Team Exposed. Clayster waiting for him. In that grand final spot. Quake plant over to B. I'm loving this. Phantoms even gets a first blood.
Yeah, this is huge, by the way, because Wobblebobs now lack the numbers. You can see as well. Look, Mau Mau setting up so deep defensively and also have eyes on the flank. And Noisy will rip Yuli. 4v2 scenario. Good luck with this.
Oh, they know where Hollow is. Noisy, another one. Cryptic. Able to ring off a shot with the sniper rifle, but Meow Meow can do it too. And they're not done just yet. 4 rounds for Meow Meow to the 5 of Awoba Bobs. 1 round away from sending this all the way to a round 11 inside of a map 5. Neck and neck, Enigma. Neck and neck.
It would just follow our afternoon so far. We've already had 2 game 5s, one of them being a reverse sweep. Game 5, round 11. By the way, Mau Mau, if they win this, they would be also taking a reverse sweep round 11, game 5.
Absurd. Another one there. Exotic's going to answer first. Noisy for the trade out for his teammate. 3v2. Bombs at a hold. Yuli doesn't know what to do. He has to back up. They have to respect Meow Meow at A.
Yeah, and the Wubba Bobs right now as well. Very split. And relying on an opening pick of some kind. And although Hollow sends Exotic backing, it is not a kill. They can just wait here. The onus is on the offensive team. So Mau Mau happy to just play this one from the back.
44 seconds. He has the bomb in hand. What's he going to elect to do with it? Trying to hunt down one of these players from Meow Meow, but nobody is giving them an edge. Just look how deep these 2 players are playing in the back of the map. 30 seconds left now. Not a lot of time for Yuli to just sit and stir. Exotic should be getting the information, but if not, it's going to be Noisy. Does get dropped to Yuli. A trade out of that one. It's going to be Hollow now looking to clutch up for his team. 17 seconds. Exotic's going to go down. All up to Phantoms in 1v1, and he just needs to run away. At this point, he just needs to run. Hollow doesn't have the bomb. He doesn't have the information. He doesn't know where to go. Enigma, we're going all the way, or no, we're not.
Phantoms gets caught looking at absolutely nothing. Hollow goes flying across the map, somehow gets the kill. What are we witnessing? I was absolutely set to talk about a game 5, round 11 potential reverse sweep, but apparently not. Hollow wants none of it. Awoba Bobs, go on to your NA LCQ winners finals.
I thought it was over. I thought we were going to around 11. I mean, there's just surely no way you get that timing. All you have to do as Phantoms is stay alive in the back of the map. He cut corners there. And when you cut corners, you get caught. Meow Meow, unfortunately, they're going to miss out on that winners finals. They're going to have to drop down to the lower bracket. Before we get to highlight that, let's look at the scoreboard a little bit here, Enigma. What a crazy end to the Search and Destroy. Honestly, I have nothing really to point out on the scoreboard. It's pretty standard across from both sides. Maybe you can talk about Hollow 9-5 ending out with that huge kill at the end there. But statistically, that is a pretty standard game of Desert Siege.
Yeah, blow for blow, very much so. Back and forth. Hollow does indeed have himself a heck of a map, by the way. But yeah, what an ending. Ridiculous, really. I was with you. I was straight thinking, okay, how do we build into this game 5, round 11 for a potential reverse sweep? Phantoms, I don't know. Maybe he's lingering around a bit because in case the bomb goes down, he wants to not have as much distance to cover. That's the one out I can give Phantoms here. But I mean, Hollow just sprinted across the map, finds him. Hiders, seekers, winners, keepers, takes it, nails it, sends them on through. Can't imagine what that chat's like right now.
Wow, Hollow, he seeked him out. He got exactly what he wanted. I mean, the perfect timing inside of that round. And Phantoms, you just got to be kicking yourself. What are you going to do if you're him as well? You don't know that that bomb is down. You don't know that Hollow is chasing you. It is just, it's a guessing game at that point. And he thought he had the right play, but unfortunately for Meow Meow, they're going to be dropping into the lower bracket. We get to look at the winner side of things first. We are moving through 3 rounds now. Team exposed, Awoba Bob's NA winners final. It's going to be on the menu for our next matchup, but let's take a look at the lower side as well because teams are still fighting it out, Enigma. And when we're looking at it, it is going to be now In a Galaxy versus Electrify Steel, Meow Meow versus Timeless. Who's going to move on through this one? That is for all of us to figure out. Folks, we're going to head to a break, get things set up for a winners final. And when we come back, you're watching Challengers North America LCQ. Welcome back to the North America Call of Duty Challengers LCQ. My name is Seymour, alongside me is Enigma, and we got a little bit of things to talk about because coming up next, we're going to be looking at the lower round 3 and winners final, or lower round 2 and winners final. We got In a Galaxy versus Electrify Steel on the Bravo stream, which we will be starting off with first because they're ready to go, and then we'll be hopping in with Team Exposed versus a Wobblebobs NA as soon as they're ready to go. But Enigma, like I've been saying, it's not the only region that's got things going on, and we have crowned ourselves another qualifier in the LCQ.
Yeah, indeed. In Europe, over in EU, AIM Esports have managed to book their ticket to champs. That will be team of Eric Boom, Journey, Super, and Yakko. Let's talk North America as we get underway here in this series. Galaxy v Electrify Steel. That's a good hard point.
3 go down early for In a Galaxy. Electrify Steel starting this off with a heavy pace. You have got our Top Church as well, so looking to block off the middle of the map. He's done an exceptional job so far. It's 17 seconds uncontested for Electrify Steel so far, and they don't look like stopping anytime soon. Galaxy looks like they want to group up for one fell swoop through the middle of the map, but they just cannot get anything going.
No, not at all. And you can see as well, they're nervous about giving up those P2 spawns. They're sat very, very deep. But the thing is, Electrify Steel have actually come out of a P1 here with over 40 points. Relatively unheard of. And Fame's going to open up with 2.
Fame opens up with 2. Galaxy still set up, though. Planted themselves in the back for those quick respawns. Electrify Steel, they want to take the fight to the zone. It does look like Fame's just going to cut right into it, start the contention. And they are watching him like a hawk. Somehow finesses his life enough for Panda to find 2, but Dave Patty will clean things up. Continue time for Galaxy here. But look at the quick spawns now for Electrify Steel. They're going to be taking the fight to the backline. Royalty needs to go big. Finds a first. Got RX waiting. Traded there is a 3-on-3 inside of this hill. Electrify Steel, they haven't found their way in, and this is some good time for Galaxy Enigma inside of it. Finally a break from Electrify Steel. Can they get rid of the spawners? And not so far just yet. Dave Patty still alive, but he can't take them out all on his own.
Yeah, and the thing as well for Electrify Steel, Fame has actually spawned midway across the map and began to consider P3 in the rotations there. We're going to be on board with Panda, who's going to do the exact same thing. So there will be a bit of a chunk of scrap time maybe going towards Galaxy, but Electrify Steel are set up for what could be a massive money hill here and already have a sizable lead.
Dave Patty gets shut down over towards P1, and with losing out on a player to rooftops, you can already see those arrows pivoting through that staircase. It's going to be Prolu looking to lead the way. Got RX brilliant shots to shut him down. Walks away with 1 HP and a dream. And this rotation, it has been sublime for Electrify Steel so far. They are planted in P3.
Fame is playing his life superbly here. Just as he's somehow still alive. And with the gunfight, goodness
Oh my
me.
god, that's disgusting.
I was about to say that he's holding up Dav Paddy and Diamond Con, who cannot make any progress around the map, and still somehow comes out on top in that situation.
It is absolutely disgusting, Enigma, but Galaxy still don't want to keep the pressure off just yet. Electrify Steel almost 100 points up inside of third hard point of Tuscan. Another 3 go down. They don't want to give it up just yet. It looks like Fame's going to take one more shot. Dave Patty shuts him down, so all eyes now on the rotation, and Pander, he's sitting here, he's waiting, and he's going to get a rude awakening.
Yeah, he gets hit by 3 Galaxy players rotating on through. Dav Paddy's going to try a different approach and come at this from Ruin side, potentially set up a pinch, but as his teammates go down elsewhere, there's a fight over the spawns, and Pentagram will lose the gunfight.
Going to be spawns now for Galaxy. Shifting things up for Electrify Steel. Pentagram will spawn close, so a chance to reinforce this. Has an MP40 in his hand as well, so he's going to be opted for these close-range gunfights. Unfortunately for Electrify Steel, Galaxy have found their way in and broken. Only down 40 points now. This is going to be some time that you need if you are Galaxy. But look at this break from Electrify Steel. All 3 players float on in. They're going to find the kills. Dave Patty backed on up. He's got 5 in a row, so he can't just battle on in here without losing his life. Pentagram shuts it down. You're going to get the scrap time for Galaxy, but at the cost of losing out on that streak for now.
It's essentially the same lead that we're seeing here, that Electrify Steel are happy to trade hills backwards and forwards a little bit. They hold the same lead that they basically picked up from P1. Big gunfight win there from Prolu. Willam's coming to support his teammate at P5. As we go and rotate into the final hill of this set, we will see gunfights backwards and forwards, as you would expect. A pinstripe feed, but Dav Paddy sets 2.
Galaxy, they are sunk in this hill right now, Enigma. You can see that they are trying to soak up as much time, trying to cut down this lead as low as they can. If you look at the minimap, you can see Electrify still grouped up for the hit. Here they come. Pentagram leading the way. He's got 2. Third from Panda. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but unfortunately for Galaxy, they get broken right away. 27 seconds still to pick up here inside of this hill. If you are Galaxy, you don't want to give it up for free, so you can take another swing at this. Dave Patty gets flanked out. Pentagram's going to shut him down on the front line. It's DiamondCon trying to make a hero play, but Panda's going to close out on that kill. Royalty, can he make his way in? Not expecting Panda to be so close. That is scrap time for Electrify Steel. Back to the second rotation.
Casey Panda goes huge on this side of the map. Fame goes massive on the other side of the map. Just stopping any sort of rotation from Galaxy, bullying them back and giving his teammates time to arrive. He has finally fallen, and unfortunately his teammates aren't winning the gunfights around him, so Galaxy will be in for now, but very much so a duo who are heating up in this series. Fame and Panda, let's keep watching them.
Their own line hasn't been the best for Electrify Steel, but you cannot take away that this was the team that just hit top 2 at that Boston land. Is an exceptional team to be watching, and they are looking to come out with a heavy hand versus Galaxy here in the lower bracket. Rotation to P2, or the second set has been shut down for Galaxy, soaking up all the time inside of this first hill. DiamondCon just waiting for a push to happen. Prolude inside you. He's going to swing around, take down Fame. DiamondCon finds a double kill. Completely stuffed out will be Electrify Steel, and that moves us over to P2, and this is going to be a big engagement for Dave Patty.
Pentagram is actually playing this very, very patiently, waiting for support to arrive. It will arrive, and oh goodness me, that would look like a beautiful bait and switch, but actually doesn't end up coming through. Dav Patty hits the headshots. Fame will fall. Panda now going to be the player pushing in through the back to try and fight the spawn.
5 in a row for Dave Patty. He has been good for the Shrieks. Can he lock down the glide bomb this time? No. Panda on the flank will shut it down. 140 to 157. That lead has been nullified. Galaxy now fighting from the front. You're getting a flank from Prolude. Here he comes around the backside. It's going to be Pentagram having to turn around to fight this, but Prolude just being a nuisance here, allowing his team to fly from the front. Fight their way in. Prolude, another one on the flank before he drops 2. Panda goes down. And Electrify Steel, they may have the spawns for now, but they're still getting flanked on. DiamondCon takes down GodRx. They have control of the hill. We're looking to get a lead change. All they need is a few more gunfights. Fame wins one, wins the second one, and GodRx to help him out to keep this one going.
I mean, it's a lovely little end piece here out of Fame, but a huge passage of play out of Galaxy, because not only have they managed to essentially bring themselves straight back into this, they now have the rotations as well for 3. Pentagram's going to try and push himself around across this map side of the map, and DiamondCon will catch him. Well, Prolude's grenade catches him in the end. Panda will trade it out. So how do Electrify Steel approach this? Well, GodRx is looking to catch Prolude.
He's going to find him laying down Chrome, but not before Prolude finds a double kill. That is heartbreaking for GodRx. Just a little bit late to the draw. Fortunate enough, you still get the close spawns for your team towards P1, so they're going to be able to reinforce this right away, and they're walking away with a few gunfights too. Fame's going to take down Prolude, allow for the trickle in to happen for the rest, but that gunfight went every way in the Galaxy towards them. 3 down for Electrify Steel. They're going to hop right back into the zone. 186 to 174. They've managed to bring this one back, split the lead, and now they are looking great on Tuscan.
A really, really good set of hills indeed, and Dav Patty's up to a 5. 26 and 13 for the young man. Trying to answer the critics after his time on the Florida Mutineers, of course, and doing a really good job in this matchup. Catalyst, indeed, for Electrify Steel's leads being evaporated as we head over back to Church for P4, and it's going to be Galaxy with the spawns.
Yeah, but initial setup for Electrify Steel looking to hold strong. Dave Patty up top Church. How much can he do? Will at least open a little bit up for his team, but as he goes down, he's actually going to transition to a double kill. Nade from Prolude will take him out of that position, but a lot of players from Galaxy fall in. This is some good time for Electrify Steel to close this lead back. Looking to flip it back into their favor. Fame's going to cut Prolude onto the flank. All eyes forward. Dave Patty again inside of top Church. 2 kills are going to open this one up. Dave Patty looking to finish the job. He won't get it done. The rest of the team fighting through the front of Church, getting the job done. Panda trying to save this one through the side door. Has the help of his respawning teammate. Slides in with the pistol. Slides in with the pistol. Finds 2 of them and completely shuts out Galaxy.
Goodness me, Panda with 2 massive kills there. Pistol indeed, but you wouldn't know it with how much damage he was putting out. Royalty will be the first player then to arrive at P5. Both teams can win it here, but of course, with how contested this can be. And by the way, look at GodRx putting a pinch on this hill.
I don't know. GodRx on oh no, Fame goes down to a teammate, and that whole play that got our X made counts to nothing. 224 to 227. Galaxy in control. They can end this here. Electrify Steel, they need a break. They need it now. They cannot afford to lose out on these gunfights. Pentagram looking to work a flank of his own through well. Pander's going to open it up. A team nade on a Pentagram. No more flank. They break in from the front, but now it's 8 seconds away for Galaxy to win this one out. They just need one solid wave of kills, and they can close this Tuscan in their favor. 230 for Electrify Steel, so it's definitely not out of the woods for themselves just yet. Royalty trying to make his way in, but Pentagram saves the day. Rotation here is everything, and Proloot takes down Pentagram.
Likely to be the last player to be able to put any pressure on this, and actually 5 seconds to go if you are Galaxy, but 8 for Steel.
Proloot stops the flank. 2 go down for Electrify. Fame trying to be the hero now. Only 7 seconds for the Galaxy. Panthers here too. Royalty goes down. 4 more seconds. Spots out Dave Patty. And Pander goes huge for the win. Oh my word, Enigma. Again and again we get these neck and neck hard points. But this time it is Electrify Steel to ice up in the last moments.
Absolutely superb stuff towards the end of another hard point. We're being treated this afternoon, and this play from Panda was obviously massive, but I want to give a heads up to Pentagram there. In P5, he plays through the middle, manages to get a couple of kills to keep Galaxy off of the point, sets himself up on fire, and delays the rotation for as long as possible. He is eventually picked up by Royalty, but that there allows his teammates enough time to get across the map. I mean, Dav Paddy had an incredible performance there for Galaxy, but you look at Electrify Steel, there's multiple names that we've called out throughout that map. Oh, goodness me. We start with a banger. We've been going for some time this afternoon, and it just isn't stopping.
Let's take a look at the stats after that map number 1. It was quite the roller coaster of emotions at the end there. But Galaxy, man, another heartbreaking loss on Tuscan. I mean, this literally just happened. 2 team exposed to drop you into this position. And I thought they were going to get done there. Proloot, he hits the rotation. He has the initial kills. They get the setup, but you could not guess that Pander was going to do what he did. Slides in from the front, gets inside the face of those Galaxy players, and 34 and 21 having a banger map 1.
I mean, Panda as well, like, picks up 1:44 on the hill, involved in every passage of play. Really, really just a superb performance out of the young man. I mean, I say young man, he's a dad now. He's very much so bringing all of his experience and all of everything that he's got, showing not only the qualities that he's possessed to get him up into the league before, but why he should be there again. There's no bigger time to pop off as this team look to continue to make the run. The team that I spoke about wanting to see make a run through this tournament. You got Panda playing like that, you've got every chance.
I mean, you have every chance in the world right now. Electrify Steel, they did not expect to be in the position they were so early. Had to face Boston Academy in that lower round 1 and have to make the whole run through losers if they want to qualify through NA. They got Galaxy in their way right now, but I don't think that's going to stop them. They look exceptional inside of those hard points. The only question is those search and destroys. I mean, we just saw Galaxy in the map 2 search and destroy against Team Exposed. They smoked them on a Bocage. I don't know which map we're going to be getting for these 2 teams. I'm going to have to actually check this one out between them, because it looks like we're going to a Bocage again, man. We're going to a Bocage map 2 between Galaxy and Electrify Steel. And after what we just saw them do to a Team Exposed, this might be their answer back.
Yeah, 100%. They looked really good there. I spoke about how the series before that, Exposed had played Bocage, so I thought, okay, they'll learn some lessons and be a really difficult team to play against. Galaxy swept them aside. Dav Paddy in particular had a really good map, and they were very comfortable dominating early first bloods, dominating lanes. You think about the river gunfights. Clayster was not having a good time there, was very much so backed on down. So whoever's posting themselves there for Electrify Steel, I don't fancy your afternoon.
Well, Dave Patty was like 10-0 at one point in that map too. So that's quite the stat line for himself. But it wasn't really Dave Patty that shined the most in that. He did go 10-0, but it was quiet in the back, just doing, what he needs to do for those opening picks and finishing the rounds whenever he finds himself in that situation. It was realistically the submachine gun fights that were dictating the pace of that Bocage, and a player who had an okay map number 1 there on Tuscan Hardpoint looking at him to turn this around like we saw against Team Exposed inside of that series in the winner's semifinals. It's Prolude. He needs to step up for this team. If he can shut down that initial aggression from Electrify Steel, it's the same thing like Venom. If he can take down Fame, he's going to stop a lot of aggression from the squad.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. You've nailed it on the head there. It's a case of he was asked to shut down Venom previously. He managed to do that. He was the annoying player that you just could not get rid of, always on a flank somewhere or defending a flank and just being a nuisance to opposing players. You shut that down and suddenly you watched Exposed fall apart a little bit. He's being asked to do a similar job here. Can you deal with Fame? A young man who's had a really good year, looks good in that map. It's a big ask, but I mean, this is a guy who's been on Optic Gaming this year. He has all the talent in the world. We're asking big things of a big player, and he's got to step up in big moments like this.
Oh, and I'm expecting him to bring a lot of that talent into this roster, especially, you know, being alongside someone like Dave Patty, who just left the CDL from Florida Mutineers, and he wasn't having, you know, a terrible time on Florida. It didn't work out, you know, with that roster. They didn't even make it. Well, here we go. It was a little bit of a hiccup at the stream. You know, I was breaking things down, but now we're into the game. Now we're into round number 1. We got Galaxy versus Electrify Steel. And it does look like Galaxy's found themselves in a 3v2 on defense. Bombs down right above them at that A site. So I'm pretty sure they're on defense with the situation they're in. It's looking like Fame wants to make the full wrap around.
Yeah, Fame could be a nightmare here. Diamondcon situating himself on this side of the tank is the only thing that stopped him being picked up. GodRx also looking to get creative with his angles in and out, but I think he's just been spotted by Prolude.
Oh, no,
Fame will go down. And so goes GodRx.
Yeah, that information that Prolude gets just feeds it right to DiamondCon. In that situation, all he has to do is wait for that bomb to get picked up, check for it to be planted, and he takes down Fame. He gets the information, pulls a kill off on GodRx. That's 3 in a row for DiamondCon in round 1.
Yeah, and his positioning there as well, like I spoke about how it stopped him being picked up. Perhaps just listening to his teammates, listening to their comms. What have they cleared? Well, I know that this left side of me might not be perfect, so he positions accordingly. It sounds like an easy thing to do, but with how big the stakes are, it's easy to forget the basics. But RX on board with him, a man who spoke to me midweek, very excited about playing from the facility in Texas that these boys have this week.
3v4 for the opening. It is a big first blood for Galaxy. Taking Pander down. Don't have to worry about that pop-off play that he had at the end of Tuscan Hardpoint to show up here in Search and Strike. He's going to rotate over towards the attic. Open up the window. Just in case maybe he wants to take a peek in the future and catch out that bomb being planted. But every single player from Galaxy just waiting for a moment to get onto the site. Here they go. Bomb getting planted and Pentagram's in nowhere to be seen to take him down.
GodRx does get Dav Paddy though, so I was about to say an opportunity perhaps, but Royalty shuts down Pentagram's position. Fame unfortunately gets nothing and falls.
And that's going to leave it up to GodRx. AR in hand, 1v3. Inside Grandma's, he's going to take down 1. Prolude to drop as well. It's a lot of pressure off of your back. You don't have to worry about him flanking. But where are you going to read these tight corners that Diamondcon and Royalty are sitting in? Diamondcon's gonna get spotted. GodRx in a 1v1. 14 seconds left. Gonna hop the bomb right away. Royalty, all he needs to do is check this, and no way we get another clutch. It's not gonna happen. Royalty shuts them down, and Galaxy take round 2.
Very, very nearly though. GodRx maybe lies down there. Perhaps something comes on through. We've seen multiple ninja diffuses so far this afternoon. Very nearly another one there. I'm all for it. Instead of going hunting and wasting that time, just dive it. You never know. Very nearly comes through pure pixels there at the end. At the end of the day, Galaxy go 2-0 up, and it's those first bloods. They've had both so far, opening up rounds really, really well, making it difficult for Electrify Steel to assert themselves on the map.
On the offense, they need to get something going. Electrify Steel going to take control of the middle of the map, looking to pull a first blood. And Prolude is basically side by side with Pentagram. Door's going to open, but Prolude wraps around. Trade's going to be there. Pander is going to even things out into a 3v3. Still bomb in hand as well, but Galaxy, they haven't moved a muscle. In fact, they've actually taken control of Zig. So if you disengage here, if you're Electrify Steel, you are walking into a trap.
I love this part of S&D. Teams try and weigh each other up, figure each other out. I think Panda just spotted Dav Paddy. Maybe not. These teams continue to Mexican standoff for just a second. 40 seconds left to go. Bomb being moved.
Diamond Kong gets caught. God, Rex gonna give them the numbers. Royalty jumped on by Pentagram. Dave Patty alone over towards B. And I don't know if Galaxy's gonna get the read. The shots are gonna go out. They get the information. That's gonna be a bomb down towards A. This is everything for Electrify Steel. It's their round to lose right now. And Dave Patty gets cleaned up.
Gets caught, doesn't even get an opportunity to escape from that back corner he'd put himself in. And I thought early on in the round, had Panda spotted him? I guess so. And he was just happy to disengage for now, fire that information over to his teammates, and allow them to pick off the rest of the map, essentially play the maps. Okay, boys, we're in a 3v2 over here. We can actually be really aggressive on the bomb, clean up what's around us as long as we hit trades. And they didn't even need that in the end. Breaking ankles in bottom grandmas was Pentagram. Bomb goes down nice and easy. 2-1 up, though, still for Galaxy, and their turn to move the bomb.
A pretty even passive break-off from both teams. You haven't seen Electrify Steel push too far out of grandmas or that at all until Panda moves on up. He's trying to make something happen. I don't know if the player's going to spot him through that. GodRx is going to find a first blood. Panda's going to strike. 2 down now for Electrify Steel. The trade from Royalty is going to keep numbers in a 2v2, but Pentagram making sure that it doesn't sway their way. Galaxy now all up to Dave Patty. 1v2, and he has made his way all the way into the back. He's going to get a jump onto GodRx. Doesn't see him right away. Finally spots him out. Gonna make it a 1v1. All he has to do is turn the corner. There it is. And Pentagram doesn't move.
Now trying to figure out where he's gone. Dav Paddy making noises. Perhaps trying to throw Pentagram off the scent, but Pentagram here has decided, okay, I'll set up for B. Go do what you want, and these boys just missing each other with every pass. Dav Paddy's on his way.
This is great for Pentagram. Dave Patty has no idea. It was a 50-50 gamble, and that works your way. Pentagram just has to sit and wait. It's either going to go down at A or B. He has no idea where that bomb was down originally, and Dave Patty has no information where Pentagram is. He just scurries on over to the B site, and he walks right into the line of sight of Pentagram for a big answer back for Electrify Steel to tie us up.
It's an unfortunate end for Dav Paddy, but Electrify Steel, when we came into this map, I was talking about the river fight and how in the previous series, Galaxy were dominating that. GodRx is opening up that fight so often with the first blood, really putting Galaxy under pressure, not letting them play their game. Definitely one to keep an eye on through this.
Aggressive out of Pentagram here, but look at the rest of the team for Electrify Steel. And they're basically just putting a line of scrimmage over towards their own base until Fame opts to get a little bit aggro over towards that A site. Pentagram looking for the bomb plan. Royalty should have spotted him passing. You can see that the arrows are starting to rotate on over. Bomb's going to go down. Royalty doesn't break on through. Finally starting to get a little bit electric inside of this round as we get trades back and forth, but still numbers in favor of Electrify Steel, and Fave in such a good position to close this one out. 1v3 for Dave Patty. Can he make anything happen? Will bring it back to a 1v2, but 27 seconds. How long can he prolong this one? It's going to get spotted out by player number 3. GodRx is going to feed that information over towards Fame. And this post plant, it is so hard to break. Fame's going to spot him out, and Fame's going to put him down.
So many situations now throughout this map where I'm seeing players, particularly Dav Paddy perhaps, there's a reason why he's the last man alive at times, I feel. There's this situation ongoing where Electrify Steel have a lot of players in and around each other to make the trades. It's a bit further spread, a bit of a thinner line for Galaxy, and sometimes they're not in spots to really help each other out. So when those trade situations unfold, like we saw there as the bomb went down, there's just not enough numbers there to help clean things up. It's unfortunate, but you need to start to get your boys closer together, and you can't be much closer right now as they all hit A.
Well, basically shoulder to shoulder at that point, and Electrify Steel, they actually have the read to this. Panda slowly working his way out towards that pit. But the bomb goes down, and now it's going to be a 4-4 for the retake. Diamond Con gets red. Panda's going to open things up. Dave Patty early for the trade to keep things even. No sweat broken for Galaxy just yet. It's going to have to be off of a big play here from Fame. Prolute not looking the right way. That's going to be the opening. Electrify Steel need now up into the barn. Can he find a second? No. Royalty trades him out again. 2v2. 21 seconds. Royalty alone. And look at this play. I'm loving this call from Royalty. He is out of barn. He is rotated all the way around this map. He just needs to check the bomb, and as soon as he does, he knows he has this round. Here we go for the defuse. Pentagram goes down, and there's just no time.
Beautiful stuff out of Royalty indeed. You're right. As soon as he begins to hit that wrap, leaving Electrify Steel chasing nothing but shadows, it meant the round was effectively over. Lovely stuff from him, and evens up a situation that all but got away from Galaxy throughout the round. Great stuff indeed from Royalty. Clutches up big time. 3 apiece. We continue then to go back and forth, and off this break off in particular, again, I want to see who picks up this river fight, because early on, GodRx was happily dominating it, and Galaxy started to stack it a bit more. But instead, we're going to get Panda heading down towards the mid-map, and a big A hit out of Electrify.
Pentagram going right back to the position we saw it again, but look at this flank coming out from in the Galaxy. Prolute's going to open things up, and Dave Patty's got us back. That is the opening that I've been waiting for from Galaxy, to get aggressive, take things into their own hands, and throw Electrify Steel through a little bit of a loop.
Patience from Pentagram. Indeed, him and Royalty. That's essentially touching backs, and, well, Fame gets found as well. So, Pentagram, make a higher light real play, or to go out with a whimper.
Crazy. Diamondcon's going to get the information. Gives away his location. Prolute looking to hunt him down, and he will find him. Pretty easy kill there for Prolute to close out the round. 4-3 for In a Galaxy on Bokaj. It hasn't been as easy as when they went up against Team Exposed, but every single time I'm seeing him win a round, I'm seeing situations like this. You got 4 up. That was a flawless win from Galaxy. That is the aggression I've been waiting to see from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And a decisive play that Electrify Steel had little answer for. One of the things that is interesting right now is every single player. There's not really anyone dropping off or anyone taking over. Everyone involved throughout this one. It is as tight as we could possibly ask for.
Break a wall here for Pander. He elects to stick it out, though, hoping to catch somebody on the cross who might not expect him to be sitting in it. Just wide open hole like this. But nobody from Galaxy are really giving them anything to work with right now. Dave Patty slowly working up, and Pander's going to spot that out. That's first blood against Galaxy. The bomb instantly rotates over to A.
Outrageously unfortunate that the Galaxy stun, I think it was, ends up giving Panda the angle for the first blood. And Royalty gets caught window hopping. Falls, and I believe that's bomb as well. Pentagram will be aware. Prolute will back on up and stay alive, but it's a 2v4 situation. Just over 30 seconds to go. Very difficult. Right now, Electrify Steel again. Look at them group. They're ready to play trades if need be. Ready to see out this numbers advantage.
Fame's going to rotate. Prolute might catch him off. Bad timing for Prolute, and Fame's going to get a freebie. 1v3 for Timecon. They know exactly where he is, and who else but Fame. Cap's going to finish the round, and that is Electrify Steel bringing us back even. We go defense for defense, Enigma, and this is a big round for Electrify Steel, because if they lose that right there, they have to then go back to offense and try to force an offensive win against Galaxy to just try to keep themselves in this map too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I don't know, Electrify Steel, they do the right things, get together, although GodRx ends up getting picked off and probably gets some of the worst card timing ever. Electrify Steel still playing as much of the dice in their favor as they can by opening up with these first picks. Diamondcon here has the back tank, but will... Oh, Fame.
Ooh. They both wish they had that one back. That was an ugly engagement. You can see that they're a little bit stressed out.
I feel nervous for them, Seymour, so I can't imagine what it's like to play.
Pander's going to open up first blood onto Royalty. That was inside of Grandma's. Looked like Attic. But Fame gets caught in the aggression again. Bomb going down. Door is barely blocking him off. So that is going to be a free planet. It doesn't look like Galaxy were there to read it. They actually start rotating over to B, and it's going to cost them a little bit for a bomb plant. Everything off of Dave Patty working this flank. Has help with Prolute right alongside him. Pander in a situation where he can punish, but he's getting some poor timing against both Prolute and Dave Patty, who has managed to slip all the way into enemy line. 24 seconds to make this play happen. Prolute goes down. Panda is going to find him. Diamondcon now on the front line. Has to win a big gunfight against player number 1, but Pentagram's hit the hot rotation. He's all the way in the back. He's doing exactly what Royalty did to them before. Panda takes down Dave. Diamondcon last alive. Only 8 seconds left, and he's going to get caught off by Electrify Steel. An offensive win. They hit map point.
They do indeed. And for a second there, I was a little bit worried that Pentagram had gotten himself some of the worst time as Diamondcon looked to hop that, but Panta gets a pick elsewhere, forces Diamondcon to check. It's all cleaned up, one map away. Electrify Steel, by the way, being the team who are 1-0 up in our series. The software there at the top has it the wrong way around. We're looking to take a 2-0 lead in this series. Hello?
Look at this spot here from Diamond.
That's one for my ranked playlist.
Doesn't get anything from it at all, and no engagements just yet from either team. God or X on the dash barrels that we were seeing back in New York, but here we go. Prolute finally going to make his way over towards A. Pentagram has to be careful now. Diamondcon's going to be stacked up. That was almost a lineup for Pentagram, but Diamondcon stays alive, goes back into double dip, and that's why you never double dip, Enigma.
You never, ever double dip. Indeed, you're right. Pentagram picks up both. It's unfortunate timing. I think they're both cooking a grenade at the time. Something set up that they wanted to pull off, and no, Pentagram will gobble that one up. And Fame catches Royalty hopping out a window. Dav Paddy on his own.
This is looking like Electrify Steel trying to win this out. Can Dave Patty clutch? He cannot. Pentagram ices up, and that's Electrify Steel to even this game. Actually, they're going to go up 2-0. That was Electrify Steel who took the Tuscan right at the start there. So now Electrify Steel up 2-0 over Galaxy. I mean, this team is really bringing it to them. What a way to win that out as well. I mean, that was perfect out of Pentagram. Finds the first blood. Doesn't get too over aggressive to chase Diamondcon. Waits for him to come back for the seconds. And as soon as he does, he takes down the double kill. He throws things out of arm's reach for In a Galaxy, and a 6-4 victory there on Search.
Yeah, almost as close as our hard point. We're nearly talking round 11s. It is the finest margins at the minute. Pentagram, by the way, let's talk about how good a map he had. Absolutely ridiculous. He goes 9-5, but I felt like he was constantly involved in the big engagements. I spoke a little bit about Dav Paddy in that one and how I felt he is getting a couple of kills, but he felt away from his teammates, not massively affecting rounds, whereas I felt like Pentagram was constantly involved in the thick of it. First bloods, opening things up, getting mixy around the bomb site. So he in particular had a really, really good map there.
Oh, he did. And folks, I mean, I think that's going to bring us into our winners final right now. We're looking at Team Exposed versus Awoba Bobs. Before we highlight them, I mean, right now inside the LCQ, it has been crazy. We have 2 qualified teams right now, point blank out of APAC and AIM Esports from EU already qualified. Here we get to see them. They just came out of Spain versus Spain in the finals. Minnesota Rocker Academy just couldn't get it done from the lower bracket, and AIM cleans things up, and they're going to be going to LA. So big things there from AIM Esports out of the EU region. Enigma, I cannot wait to see this team on LAN.
No, 100%. And I mean, those of us who've watched a lot of Europe over the last couple of years, Super is a player to watch, a player for the future without a shadow of a doubt. He's absolutely ridiculous. Very much so. Looking forward to see how he does in that tournament.
As am I. But let's take a look at our winners final right now, because a Team Exposed versus Awoba Bobs NA. If we can get a look at this map set for the two, we can get a look at the scenes for this best of 5 Enigma, because these two teams have been waiting to go match up against each other, and I think this is looking good for the likes of Awoba Bobs, just because I'm seeing a Berlin and a Gavatu map 1 and 2. If you remember what we saw at the start of the stream versus Timeless, Team Exposed, they did not have a good showing on these 2 maps.
No, absolutely not. So you're right. This is looking good for Awoba Bobs indeed. And I believe as well that Gav hardpoint in the series against Mau Mau, I'm pretty sure Awoba Bobs won it 250 to 170 something. So Yeah, so I believe that that stacks even more in their favor. It's very much so a nice map pool for them. Don't get me wrong, though. Make no mistake about it. I am fully expecting that to be a juggernaut of a winners finals because these two teams have already had to take on some serious challenges so far.
I mean, make no mistake. I mean, you got Control Map 3 and you got Team Exposed right here on the opposite end. Even if you lose out on the first two maps, I am not counting them out, Enigma. They've been through the ringer already today, and they got that Bokash map 5. I mean, this is set up right now for Team Exposed to do it again if they want to reverse sweep. They got the Tuscan Hardpoint there. Why not? Those are all 3 maps that they've won today, and even that map 5 on Bokash, they've already won it in that setting versus Timeless in winners round 1. So, on both ends, I'm seeing good and bad for both squads, but I cannot wait to see them go head to head because Awoba Bobs, they have been on a tear of their own. Yes, they go to a map 5 versus Mau Mau, but Hollow winning that 1v1 against Phantoms just to shut down that round 11 chance from Meow Meow. It has to be a killer for Meow Meow, but if you're Awoba Bobs, you're ecstatic for that.
Yeah, absolutely. You're coming off the back of that with absolute fire in the veins. You are so very happy about the way that one ended. But I think in the context of the general series, I agree with you. I do think the map 1 and 2 look pretty good. If you're a Wobblebob, you could start the series off really good. That map 3 could never be much more of a swing map if we ever talked about one. Team Exposed have already won 2 game 5s today, one of them being a reverse sweep. In the Control, they've looked really, really good in one series, and really, really poor in the other series. So if we do come to that map 3 and Exposed need to win it, we've got to see that first series Control side out of them, the one that completely ran over and took a 3-0 here before.
Well, it looks like we're still getting the lobby populated for this map 1, but folks, be ready. We got the winners final for LCQ. You don't want to miss it. Awoba Bobs versus Team Exposed. We'll see you in a bit. Here we go. Map number 1 of the winners finals, folks. You're watching the Challengers North American LCQ. A Wobblebobs NA versus Team Exposed. Winner of this punches their ticket into the grand finals. A chance to qualify to go all the way to LA for champs. My name's Seymour. Alongside me is Enigma. Andy, let's kick this into gear with a Wobblebobs versus Team Exposed.
Absolutely. We spoke about it just before the break. This Gav map could well be somewhere Wobblebobs really are happy to start with. They've won on it already today, a convincing 250 to 166 over Mau Mau. Meanwhile, Team Exposed, when they played on it, very different story. They lost. So, very much so a map that Wobblebobs probably voted for, but Clay breaks in for 2 on P1.
It's going to be a good time for Team Exposed early. Cryptic lurking around the outside, waiting for a chance to strike. Felony, though, he's going to get aggressive. He lines up one with help of Clayster. They stop a Wobblebobs in their tracks, keeping things going for Team Exposed inside the hill. Now 20 seconds under their belt. And this is Venom's time to shine. He's got the MP40. He is exactly who you want in this position. You got the rest of the ARs just picking away and allowing him to be so comfortable inside of here.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, no one's rotated yet over towards P2. There will start to be some mid-map movement from Mind and Co. And you're going to see Pristini and Venom start to shift their way over there as well. But look at this. They're still thinking P1. And the problem is it's only Clay here. Clay's still sitting around, but the rest of his team are moving on to the next point.
That's a good rotation for Exposed again. Wobblebobs a little late to the party as they want to take a late shot for that scrap time, and it's going to cost them. Not for the setup. Exposed. These ARs have been lights out, and Venom's got one of his own. It's going to make it even harder. Spots out on Yuli. The break will be through for a moment, but it looks like Exposed, they just want to make sure that they take these gunfights head on. It's 3 down for a Wobblebobs. Yuli looking to make a hero play on the inside of it. Still alive, but cleans up by Fellow. And that's Team Exposed holding on to this thing. 30 seconds, and they're getting every drop that they could want.
Going against the script that we had tried to write at the start of this one. A Wobblebobs could not look more lost at sea right now. Team Exposed look right at home, and they have found themselves a sizable lead. Also have spawns in for that first money hill that's going to be P3. Wobblebobs need to get moving, and you can see them trying to hit a rotation around the back of green.
Big win there from Mind. It is going to cut down a few players for Team Exposed. You're really looking at Yuli and Cryptic on the flank here to open things up. But Clayster playing the off angle will shut down that flank. Mind to trade this out. Team Exposed have planted themselves inside of this hill to start this off, and nobody from a Wobblebobs is really in a position to really stop this. You're looking at number 4 Cryptic maybe to make this play, but he makes himself known. Clayster's gonna get eyes on. Another 2 go down, and this is fantastic.
This is textbook hard point out of Team Exposed. And if you look as well, Venom and Pristini have had very little to do. Clay and Fellow absolutely popping off, and it's just going to continue if you are Exposed here to assert yourself. It's nearly a 100-point lead. A Wobblebobs have got to start to think about rotations. Clayster's already on his way across the map, by the way. He could slip on through.
It's going to be tough for Wobblebobs. The snowball can really start after this one. Big win from Mind, and Yuli to back him up. You still have some presence from Venom here, but it looks like the rest of a Wobblebobs, they're going to collapse. They're going to clean them up, and this is where you need to turn things around if you are a Wobblebobs Enigma.
Indeed, they need to start getting something going, and well, that will be a good way to start it off. You've got a really good setup here for your P4. 2 kills on the board. You catch players here trying to barrel themselves up through Cliff. Well, this is just such a difficult hill to break. Clay, though, in round the back. Opportunity, perhaps.
The flank play from Clay is going to pay off. It does so far. Has Venom to back him up. He doesn't even need to take a gunfight. He just needs to anchor things out for now. Team Exposed, they find the break, only giving up 22 seconds inside of Hill 4. And now with a 129 to 44 lead, they can just put this even farther out of contention for Wobblebobs NA. Yuli's going to make a late play for that scrap time, but cleaned up by Fellow. Is going to be right back in for those 15 seconds. It's a fight for the rotation over 5. Cryptic on the ship. Gets worked by Clayster. Pistols out. He's going to rip him off of that heady. And Team Exposed, man, they just look like they are on a warpath to start this one off.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of plaudits here for Clayster. Sorry, for Fellow, considering he's 15-7 right now. But Clay, I feel like he's constantly making those rotations, constantly looking to threaten a Wobblebobs at all times around the map. We know what he brings to the table. He's got an unfathomable amount of experience that into the deep stage of these tournaments, the late stages, you need your players to keep on going. Clay can certainly bring that. And his team here are running away with this, but it's a good little hill, a good passage play for Wobblebob so far.
He just brings the experience that not a lot of people have seen in Call of Duty. And Exposed will find another break into the hill, this time giving up a little bit more time, but they still have a comfortable lead. Double the points and beyond of a Wobblebob's NA. As you look at the minimap, you can see Yuli is close to the break, will get ahead on Clayster, but traded out from Venom, still Exposed, soaking up this time inside of Hill 5. A late play from Hollow is going to shake things up for a bit. Can't win the 1v1 first Clayster, so he won't clean up that 5 seconds. You look over to the rotation to Hill number 1 in the second set. You have 2 players here from Wobblebob's NA. They need to lock this down, but I think Venom slipped through.
Indeed, he gets around the back, and these are the plays that we have been talking about him making all afternoon. Picks up 2, allows Clay to get into the hill. Clay doesn't finish his food. Cryptic will stay alive for just a moment, and actually Mines on the flip side of this hill will eventually be brought down to stop that pinch coming on in. But trades galore for your P1 Yuli with a big 2-piece.
A lot of back and forth right now is Exposed. They do not want to give any second away from a Wobblebob's. Back into it for the contention. You're looking at Pristini to stop this. Hollow's going to rip him out of there, but you look at the minimap, you can see Exposed giving up this time, rotating over to P2. They have winner's advantage. They have double the points of their opponents right now, Enigma. So realistically, I mean, all they need to do is play for a solid rotation.
Yeah, 100% can just play the open of a hill or maybe some extra scrap time, couple of trades in there. They have such a good lead right now that they can very much so afford to give some points up and get themselves in then for our second look at P2. And Clay here does catch Cryptic sneaking around the cliffside, and that's a big kill. But actually teammates coming in through, and the spawns have changed, by the way, because of the route from Pristini getting himself over towards P3. Wobblebob's going to spawn P2 side. That could be huge for the coming hills.
Take a look at the live look into it. It's Galaxy trying to bring things back and start a reverse sweep against Electrify Steel on Tuscan control, but up 2-1, looking to prolong the series. Inside of this hill, we're looking at some good time for a Wobblebob's NA through LST ship. Still 21 seconds. They haven't broken the spawns from Team Exposed, so they have a lot of work to do. Venom's looking to go for the scrap time as well. He's going to make a late hit. Slides on in. Somehow Mine catches him out with a big win back at that second hill. But no scrap time for them. He's going to get cut down, and all eyes now over to P3, where Yuli is now on the crossfire.
Yeah, oh goodness me, Cryptic wins a gunfight. He really shouldn't be, and we will have backup here from Mind, and it looked good for Exposed for a moment. Pristini had made that route that had given his team the spawns, flipped out a Wobblebobs, but that P1 control, that P1 pressure is giving the Wobblebobs a chance.
Chance to all they need to bring this one back, Enigma, as they're slowly but surely climbing the ranks of Gavatu Hardpoint, spawning Team Exposed all the way deep towards that red antenna. And Exposed will have a chance to hit this again, but all the kills in the kill feed going the way of Wobblebob's NA. They have completely come alive. Minus 24 and 16. We have not highlighted him yet enough. And he is such a reason why they're making this comeback. Only 40 points down. Exposed will find a break in the end, but now Wobblebobs with the rotation over to P4. This could be their chance to equalize the game.
It could, but Clay slipped on through, and the spawn comes in for Pristini.
Oh, no.
Clayster again. He's only going 16 and 17. That KD's not going to look great, but he's making so many heads-up plays on this map. Getting himself around. Rootman gets paid, but big gunfight, and he wins it. 3 dead for Wobblebobs. That situation that you spoke about, it could have been huge. Massive passage of play to get back into the game. Now they've got to stop Exposed winning it right here.
Oh, they spawn in the back. The Wobblebobs have a chance to get back in, and I don't think Exposed are going to be ready for it. Clay's just going to go down. Felony trying to pull things back into their favor, but Cryptic's here to cement things out. Takes down Yuli for the straight, and it's back and forth, but it's still Exposed on top. 222 and counting. Still with the spawns in the back of Wobblebob. They can hit this again and again, but it just does not matter. Exposed are winning all the one-on-ones that they need. Holding on to the time. Clayster around the outside is going to cut down those reinforcements. Only 16 seconds remaining. You can win this here. You need to hit this one more time for a Wobblebuzz.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, Wobblebobs are spawning here, but Team Exposed will want this. It's a, oh my goodness me. Okay, I thought Fellow hit the third there. Clay provides the support. And now look at the rotation. Team Exposed are just gallivanting across the map towards P5.
This is GG's, Enigma. There's no way you can get here in 5 seconds. Clay's just going to post up in the hill. He's going to soak it up. And what a map from Exposed. They start off strong and they end strong. Yes, Wobblebuzz started to pull things back, but It's that one play from Clayster for the rotation over to P4. He wins the gunfight. He pulls those spawns for the moment, and it is a turning point for that second set of rotations. Clayster going big in the rotation battle to win that out.
Yeah, absolutely. I said there that we were going to have this situation where he's not picking up necessarily all the kills, but he's making some ridiculously heads up plays. I mean, we're deep into this afternoon. Your brain's going to be fried a little bit, but he has the experience, he has the nerve, and makes the plays for his team. We're going to move on over to our control. Electrify Steel 2-0 up in this series, but we are into round 5 of the control.
You talked about a lot of these players. They've been there, done that. They've gone through the ringer. They have been pushed to the ropes. Enigma. And the ice, sometimes you just can't teach it like some players know in that situation. Prolude on screen as we hop over to In a Galaxy versus Electrify Steel. Round number 5 of control. In a Galaxy, they need to win it to send it to a map 4 because Electrify Steel on a moment. The 3-0 sweep them right out. Fame's going to hit this around the back. A flank play to take them out of the hill. A-Zone does not get captured just yet. And it does look like Dave Patty's going to take his time. He's going to hop on it, and it does get secured.
Only a minute 40 on the clock. That feels a little lower than what we've seen so far this afternoon. So Electrify Steel here, repel a couple of waves, and you're fine for this. But Panda's going to be backed on down. Plays his life, but Dave Patty will open things up onto Pentagram.
Panda's going to get overwhelmed. Absolutely rolled over. Electrify Steel taking their attention here over to P5. Goddard is going to be the point of contact, but he's going to give it up as soon as he sees. Just feed the information to the rest of the team. Bunker down into B. And wait for the push to happen. Galaxy they need the right opportunity, the right time to get this going. It's even. 19-19. Fame's gonna peek on out. Again, spots him. Glide bomb from Dave Patty, and here they go out to the races. I expect them to fly to the hill. Dave Patty leading the charge as well. Royalty right alongside on Pander in the flank situation. At least gets one, but it's still Galaxy taking 2 down. The answer back from Electrify Steel is just too good, though.
It is. I love the play attempt here out of Galaxy. Open up with the glide bomb. Go from there, but it doesn't come to anything. Fame will back Diamondcon down. You have one last hit if you are Galaxy here, or your entire season is over.
A lot on the line for these players. And Fame just looking to cut the rotations again. Diamondcon with a big win, but Fame should get back there before his team gets in trouble. Royalty going down. It's going to slow things down for Galaxy by a mile. Prolude dropping as well. No more sub pressure from Galaxy on this hill. 13 seconds left, Enigma. I mean, this could be it. Right now at 9 seconds, you have to get it to the hill. No ifs and or buts. Prolude goes down. Royalty and Diamondcon trying to find their way in. Shut down at the gates by Electrify Steel. And everybody falls. Electrify Steel 3-0 sweep. They're moving on. Galaxy, they get sent packing.
It's such a tough afternoon if you are Galaxy, because I mean, they lose in the game 5 beforehand against Exposed. They lose 3-0 here to Electrify Steel, but you felt like every map that they lost was close. There were situations where it definitely could have gone their way. I mean, you think back to the series they had against Exposed. They started off slowly in the hard point, but made a massive comeback. Dominate map 2, dominate map 3, really close then from that point onwards. And here we saw it goes to game 5 and round 5, unfortunately, falls apart. That's the end of their season. It's unfortunate, but I mean, those are the stakes we're playing for today, baby.
It's just the way the ball rolls here in LCQ. I mean, one mistake and it could go a long, long way, Enigma. And now, if you're Galaxy, I mean, it's been quite the run, you know, ever since forming for this LCQ. But now you get to watch from the sidelines at the rest to see if they can qualify. We're taking a look at our winners final again, just as a recap. It's Exposed up 1-0 after a win over on Gavitu Hardpoint, and it looks good for them. It was one thing that I was worried about seeing this map set is that previous game against Timeless where Exposed got smoked inside of Gavitu. It wasn't even close. It was 250 to 140, even farther apart than this matchup. But they get the job done, and they look good this time around. And now, can they keep that magic going into the Berlin Search and Destroy? Because they didn't look good in this map either.
No, absolutely. And again and again and again, we've referenced this when it comes to this team, what they can bring in terms of learning on the fly, the adjustments that they can make. It's so hard for teams to do that with VOD, with time to review and practice and apply. These guys are doing it during the day. We're going to take a quick look at our scoreboard. Mind, by the way, 28 and 20. That's a sore one for him to lose. But on the other side of things, all players getting involved to some extent. It was a slower game out of Pristini, perhaps, but again, we're talking about players making big plays. Pristini hits a route, for example, that gave his team P3 at a very, very important moment. So all the players weighing in and crucial to that 250-160 victory.
Precision just doing the dirty work throughout that game alongside Felony. It's what I'm expecting from these two. It looks like Clayster and Venom are having themselves a day right now. And Felony and Pristini, you know, they've been around the block. They're okay to take a step away, play that dirty role, do the dirty work for Team Exposed, and just get the win at the end of the day. But that's going to bring us into the Berlin Search and Destroy. Let's talk a little bit about Awobabob's NA, because this is a team that's looking to make a miracle run through the winners bracket, a team that not a lot of people may have expected to be in the position that they're in, but they've made it here, and now it's their time to shine. Berlin Search and Destroy, I'm going to have to see that pressure that we saw early on against Mau Mau. Try to take the fight to Exposed. Like I said in previous games, if you can shut down Venom, you can shut down Exposed in a Search and Destroy.
Absolutely, but Hollow will get our first blood in this whole Search and Destroy. And Mind is just waiting here to catch Venom, but Venom reads it and snaps and picks up the kill, but he's got company just around the corner.
And he's going to be okay with that. Venom doubles down. 3v2. He's completely turned this round out of the hands of Awobabob's NA. Gets eyes on Yuli. Cryptic as well. Through the statues. Won't be able to win that gunfight now. 2v2. And Felony alone over towards that A site with Pristini sitting on the bomb. Two players separated on either end, but looking to get it done. Pristini gets caught by Cryptic. Looking for the flank play here is Yuli. Felony getting aggressive, making himself known. Cryptic just finessing his life, waiting for his teammate to get there. Plenty of time to play this trade, but Felony's looking to make the clutch happen. It won't be able to. Pistol from Yuli cleans it up, and he's getting that defuse.
Numbers come out on top. Awobabob's getting the first blood. Just leaves Exposed too much to do, despite Venom's heroics there, trying to break himself in through the plat area. And I looked back at the notes that I had from the previous game that we watched Exposed play on Berlin S&D, and the big problem that they were having was indeed the first blood. So they've got to pick that up. It started off slowly here, but that was you on offense. You're running into a team setting the map, setting it up their way. How do you answer back off of this one?
Felony was such a hard kill there. I mean, I think Awobabob's, they almost threw that away, but lucky enough, Yuli was full HP and able to clean it up with the rat. Now looking to get aggressive over towards that B site. See if they can get a quick plant. See if they can set up for the post plan and keep Exposed zoned out. Felony goes down for first blood too, so that's going to make matters even worse.
And well, Leicester here hasn't been picked up. Venom will open up with one. There's an opportunity here. Oh, no, Yuli shuts that down.
No more opportunity for Clayster. Everything coming off of the flank right now. Venom and Pristini. Pristini's going to get eyes on. Mine will shut him down, and they know exactly where Venom's coming from. This guy lives on the flank. So all they need to do is hunt him down and take him out. Awobabob's NA, a 2-0 start to this Berlin Search and Destroy. Just continuing that success that we've seen from them in this Search and Destroy game mode. But and for Team Exposed, again, falling on to the previous history where they do not look good on this map.
No, definitely not. And Awobabob's there, offense and defense. So comfortable on both sides. First blood in both rounds. Actually, Venom, the only player here for Exposed that's going positive right now. So a slow start out of certain individuals. Leicester will get a lot of information, though, on that cross. The problem is that there's an arriving Yuli. Cryptic gets the nade.
Absolutely no way. Both players, I mean, they're holding hands right to their death. And now if your Team Exposed, a little bit rattled off that, they're getting aggressive over towards A. Laying down prone, it's going to be Mind. He hears Venom, he pops up, he takes him down, and his teammate right alongside finishes the job. Awobabob's 3-0 start to this Berlin. You couldn't ask for anything better.
No, not at all. And when you're getting sec nades coming through, picking you up 2 pieces to open a round, thanking you, blessings there. And Team Exposed, no answers at all so far. Very much so under the cosh, struggling. Whereas Awobabob's Cryptic currently 5-1, Mind 3-1, all very much so enjoying themselves on the map. They got themselves up towards the B plant last time, got it down, and it looks like the bomb's going that way again.
Sitting just alone right now. You see Hollow just waiting patiently for possibly a first blood. An opening in that, but they walk right into the middle, and Clayster's going to line them up to go down for Wolbob's NA. Not the start you were hoping to this round, but if your team exposed, trying to break something happen, Hollow and Mine, they bring it back 2v2. Bomb getting planted, Enigma, and Mine, he's already out of there.
Yeah, he knows the angle that he wants to get up over this bomb. Expecting someone on the flank, perhaps looking for Venom, but he's not there. They're going to both apply this from the front. Pristini puts an 8 through the door.
Guys, but Hollow's still alive on the inside. Are you going to have a chance to trade this? Pristini 4 HP. Can he finesse his life? I mean, he can for now, but a 1v2 with 22 seconds left. They know exactly where he is. Hollow's going to swing it wide, and a Wolbobs keep it going. They lose out on the first and second blood, but they climb right on back. The post plant, too strong to deal with.
Yeah, 2v4 is a situation there. Win for Wolbobs, just as things go from bad to worse for Exposed in this map. You look like you finally started things off well in a round, picking up not just the first kill, but the second with Clay as well. And Wolbobs shuts it all down. I mean, at this point, if you're Exposed, you're asking how to build yourself back into this, and not getting loose after you picked up the first blood would be a nice way to do things.
1-4 to Pristini. Not a good start to this Berlin. Olstead needs over towards A, but nobody's there to receive them here. Wolbobs taking a different avenue into this round, just sliding into mailroom. Haven't been spotted yet. You do have a player lurking for Team Exposed. It's going to be Clayster waiting towards that B site. Maybe looking to make some noise, but at the same time, Team Exposed have found their way over to A. Looking to get this bomb down. You lose out on Clayster, but you get the bomb site.
Bomb will go down. You see very much so that the Wolbobs did not want to give up B at all there. But do they have a retake plan in mind for A? Well, looks like we're going to have Secret and Station as the point of attack. Venom honestly looking for nothing and needs to rotate on over to his teammates.
Team Exposed right now. They have the perfect post plan set up. It's going to take a lot for a Wolbobs to root them out of here. Mine's going to elect to go on the flank. Pivotal player to make this happen. Catches some bad time onto it, but it's going to pay off. Felony doesn't spot him out. A trade's going to be there. Venom, he's last alive. 1v4. 8 seconds left. All they have to do is take him down, and they do, but nobody hops the defuse in time. And Venom, he gets the right kill at the right time.
Indeed, the right kill at the right time. He's essentially shooting through 4 sets of legs there to find the right player, and manages indeed to get it. A huge play out of him, essentially clutching a 1v4 situation as his teammates all fell around the bomb. And we're going to get to see it here. Finds Yuli, rips him off it at just the right time. I mean, the problem is here for Exposed, if you're having to go to those lengths to get yourself one round on the board, you're making this so difficult for yourself. Dini, by the way, still not off the mark in this map.
Well, if you're looking at anybody to turn this around for Team Exposed, it would be a start to put something on the board. If you're Pristini, Felony on a breadstick too, not as good. Wolbobs getting aggressive over towards A site. 3 players here lurking for Team Exposed in some semblance of a form. Yuli's going to make some noise. You can see the pull away from Exposed to keep their eyes on. Pristini looking to get aggressive here. It's going to slide out, gets first blood. In and out he goes, stays alive. That is bomb in a very bad spot for a Wolbobs.
The bomb's actually fallen inside. I don't know if they can actually retrieve
How does that
this.
happen?
I have many questions as you do, but actually Mind manages to retrieve it. Very long arms, apparently, and pulls it back out of the window. And what? Okay,
Barely
Venom's not going to want to
Venom.
watch that one back. The bomb's being rotated, but actually, look, Felony is going to be sat on B, so this is not a clean rotation for them at all.
28 seconds left, rotating over to B. It won't be the right call, but the fact that Pristini knows that nothing's happening towards A, it has to be a B hit here. Felony's going to hop out of the site. Player number 5 trying to edge on closer. Catches out Felony. Big win there for Mind, and they don't even need the plant. They get it with the kills. A Wolbob and A. They shut down the round now on map point in the search and destroy.
Oh, goodness me. I really thought that was going to be fine for Team Exposed. The Wolbobs, though, win the round out. I mean, Mind with a ridiculous gunfight win there on rotation. Cleans up Felony, who'd made the right play. And Mind himself, by the way, has a glide bomb in hand. So as things go from bad to worse for Exposed, they now might well have a glide bomb to catch.
Rotating over here. Presence from a Wolbobs. Hollow's going to open it up. Venom for the trade. Can he find another one? No. Mind and Yuli leave Clayster last alive. And Mind's on an ace spree. I didn't even see it. It's been a quiet one because of just how dominant the rest of the team has been. And now looking away to put away this map number 2. Tied the series up 1 apiece. Cryptic's going to get eyes on. Clayster on the escape on Mind is hunting him down. A Wolbobs bring this series back.
We came into this series talking about how Exposed struggled earlier on Berlin Search and Destroy, especially when it came to the first blood count. Wolbobs just repeated that script, put Exposed in the blender almost every single round. Even when you had situations where Clayster was opening up with the first 2, which, by the way, were the only 2 kills he picked up in that S&D. This is just not one that these boys are going to want to watch back at any point. Wolbobs, on the other hand, Mind in particular, very much so will enjoy that. Gets himself onto that 8 spree at the end. Has a lot of fun with it and picking up ridiculous kills like that one on rotation towards B on Felony. So very much so just one of those games that all went one way. Not too much to really break down there.
Oh, exactly. And I was surprised, at the start to see both Gavitu and Berlin Search and Destroy make its way into the map vetoes, especially considering how weak Exposed looked earlier in the day. But it slips on through, and maybe the Gavitu was a change of pace for Exposed, but a Wobabas, they keep the woes same over towards that Search and Destroy. They bring it back, 6-1 stomping inside of Berlin, and mostly because of some big plays out of Cryptic, Hollow, and Mind. The whole team putting in work. Yuli, a little bit quiet, but I mean, let's be honest. Anyway, he really didn't have to do anything.
No, he really didn't. He's just chilling in the back as his teammates run around the map and pick everything up. Really, really good stuff. Yeah, it's just a game that's all gone one way, essentially. And looking at our map set instead, then let's look ahead to that Berlin control. So we've seen both of these teams on this so far today. For Wolbobs, it was a Game 5 victory over Boston Academy. For Team Exposed, it was a 3-0 win over Timeless. Now, if I can drag your mind all the way back to the first game we cast today, Seymour, that 3-0 victory that Team Exposed picked up in the control, it was dominant. It was absolutely brutal. In the very first round, the entire team flew at A, picked up 2 ticks, nearly a full capture before there was any sort of response at all from Timeless. Team Exposed come out like that, they well and truly could take this one.
No, it was perfect. It's the exact reason why Exposed are still in this winner's bracket. The way that they brought that back, it shifted momentum right into their favor for that first series back in round 1. But folks, as we get this ready for the control, we're going to cut to a break. When we come back, map number 3, it's a big swing one between these 2 winners finalists.
days since the last major international event. It's Ultra Academy North America. He gets fire! He gets on board! A team, and then the kill comes out, and Hixie will get another championship from Ultra NA. It was the last one left. Now it's the last chance for Ultra, and they're getting peace at the front doors of the lobby.
7 seconds needed, and this could be the hole to do it. Denza putting them in the dirt. Teamwork.
Bueno, que por ahí ya están lloviendo las balas. Savage quiere revisar. La gente de Master Deck.
Still with the Savage, take that another miss. That's what he got it there. Almost getting another.
And we finally crown a Challengers champion again.
Let's get this thing going. Map number 3. We got a control on Berlin. Team exposed. Looking to dominate like they did before as we're hopping on board with them on defense first. It's going to be the Wolverbobs looking on the offense. Trying to get into this B zone. Cryptic has a little bit of pressure on the outside. Flies towards Venom. It's 2 down, 4 exposed early, and that's going to give us some progression over to B.
Yes, this is one of the conversations that we were kind of having a little bit before the break, and we also talked about it a little bit during our break whilst we were sat in the green room. And it's essentially how exposed we're going to play this, because last time we saw them on Berlin Control, they were very aggressive towards A off the start, ridiculously good at then getting pressure and ticks through on it, and later going and getting the easier B zone. So how are Wolverbobs going to adjust? Well, it turns out Wolverbobs sent everyone to A pretty much except for Venom. Sorry, except for one player, and exposed went the other way. We got flip here. My apologies. I have only just realized that the team exposed are red and the Wolverbobs blue. That is on me. I am really sorry.
Just a little bit of a change in the cardcaster, and the colors are a little bit different.
Yeah, colors have changed.
We got the names right now because we flipped things around on our end. So good to go here. Just color is going to be a little bit weird throughout this, and the Wolverbobs working their way back into B. You're going to get 3 down for a moment. And this should solidify a second tick of progression as well. Cryptic looking to get aggressive with his teammates. Put some pressure off the respawn for Team Exposed. B-Zone looking to get captured here, Enigma. And looks like we're going to go minute 30 now to see if we can take that A site.
Absolutely. And you have managed to get Hollow on, but Clay will trade him out. And it's a couple of clean kills that will allow Wolverbobs then to get out of the spawn situation. Cryptic here in a sneaky little position, but Prestini beams him. Yuli gets caught top fire, and that will be a cleanup. Wolverbobs having to reset themselves and go from the front.
15v15, minute 15 left for Wolverbobs. Get to A. Clayster's gonna get the information. Felony catches mind throughout front of train station. Now the full rotation here from Team Exposed to set up for this bomb trap. This is where things can get dangerous for a Wolvebuzz. You don't want to give up too many kills because you have to be thinking for the late game. But Venom getting aggressive, looking to find the flank. Won't be able to happen. Mind sniffs him out from that area. Felony goes down too. Cryptic's going to remove Clayster from top third. This is a lot of map control going on for a Wolvebuzz now.
There's but Venom just lurking in a corner, and Venom manages to pick up one. However, Hollow dives on through. First tick about halfway there. Venom's got two to deal with. Cryptic cleans it up, and Clay gets in.
Well, Clay, big 1v1 here. Hollow goes down, only giving up one tick. Team Exposed make a best out of what looked like an opportunity for a Wolvebuzz to get in there and secure that zone, but Clayster on the flank stops them in their tracks now. Full setup for Team Exposed on the inside of the offices. Going to be hard to get back in here if you're a Wolvebuzz. Yuli goes down to the flank. Clayster off the respawn is going to make sure that happens. Hollow on 2 HP. Pristini drops him. 11 seconds left. 3 lives. You have to be thinking Exposed starting off with the round win.
Absolutely. It was a nice effort. Yuli there, he gets a cleaner kill. Perhaps an opportunity to pinch the point. But Clayster catches him before it then comes through. It'll be 4 ticks for a Wolvebuzz. And picking up one can be a really good start against a lot of teams. A lot of teams will struggle to pick up any sort of progress here on this A site. However, going back to what we were saying before, Exposed love to throw the entire kitchen sink at A from the start and immediately get some ticks on there. So is that what we see here? Have they adjusted in any way, or is it going to be that same big hit that Exposed have loved to make so far this afternoon?
That's what I expect to see. Enigma coming through from Team Exposed right off the bat. And it looks like it's what we're going to get. All 4 players rushing through train. 4 players to meet them here. Looks like a Wolvebuzz did their homework, but can they execute? Venom going on the full flank. Nobody going to be watching this for now. A few arrows going to pivot, but still Venom finds a first one. That's going to lead the team into the zone. Venom's going to find 2. Felony opens this one up, and now all alone is going to be Mines in the backline. Can he be the hero? Looks like he is so far. Venom still working things in the front line. A tick being worked here for Clayster. The contention's going to be in for a Wolvebuzz, and they don't allow that first tick to be secured. So a breath of fresh air if you're a Wolvebuzz.
Yeah, Wolvebuzz have indeed either seen it earlier on this afternoon or scrimmed this team at some point in control and aware of what was coming through. Sent everyone to defend that A zone, gave up B entirely. B was basically not contested at all for a long period of this. But the important thing if you're Wolvebuzz is that Exposed do not get that tick that they wanted.
You don't even get the second tick finished in B. This is heads up play from a Wolvebuzz not to allow too much to Team Exposed here in round number 2. It is going to be Team Exposed looking to make that overextension play back over to A. A heads up though from the respawners to clean that up. 48 seconds left. A 1 life differential between these 2 teams. Yuli, he can make or break this next situation here for Team Exposed. He's in such a good position to find a few kills. In behind, cleans up Rossini. Back into the train station to look to finish off a few. Clayster goes down back over at B. It's going to be 2 for Hollow to clean up Team Exposed. A Wolvebuzz now looking to bounce back.
Absolutely. I really came into this one expecting Exposed to go massive on the attack rounds, as we've seen so far this afternoon, but Wolvebuzz have all the answers, pushing them back, giving them no way in, and there will be a last bit of presence here on B, but actually, Wolvebuzz gone too aggressive here.
Might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Enigma now. B zone getting captured. You still have a chance here if your Team Exposed, but 3 lives down. You need to slow down. Venom back on the flank. If he plays this right, he can definitely allow a window of opportunity for the respawning players to get into this one. 19 HP. Sits away. His mind's going to stun him up. Flanking this one, they pinch out Venom, and that is a huge kill, but the next wave of kills coming in for Team Exposed. Clayster looking to finish off where Venom started. Back into the hill now, but he can't get through the window. So much time wasted for Clayster, and only 47 seconds now.
Call of Duty champion is Carpenter. He is not. Difficult to get through the window sometimes on this game, but Clayster has absolutely 0 problems then snapping into kills to help his teammates. Well, he's stuck in a pinch currently.
Sometimes you just skip woodwork class. It happens. You just don't know how to work that one. Clayster gets aggressive, finds Hollow, mine for the trade. Back into the zone will be a Wobobob zoning out Team Exposed. A 1 life difference, Enigma. Back to the drawing board for Exposed.
The important thing here, though, for Wobblebobs, they do manage to get that one tick, at least, on A. So now they can afford to send everything at it, because at this point, they're essentially even with the Wobblebobs a previous attack round. And we just breathe.
It's there's gonna be a flank here. Hollow can't shut it down, and he will. Plays his cards right, plays it patiently, gives Yuli the help that he needs. Venom will line up too, but Hollow's gonna clean up. 15 seconds left, no respawns for Exposed. A 4v2, almost making something out of that is Clayster, but there's just no time. There's no resources to make this one. Prasini's got to go absolutely huge. Yuli is going to shut him down using that head glitch. And last one going there is going to be Felony. As he walks in, it's going to be a Wobobobs walking away with the second round, bouncing back after a round 1 loss.
Yeah, indeed. We have the names and the colors switched. If those of you watching are confused at all, don't worry. You caught me in the first round as well. But Team Exposed get themselves 4 ticks to match a Wobobob's 4 ticks from the first round. So we essentially go into this then. Even Steven, last time around, the Wobobobs sent a lot of players towards B, 1 over towards A. Do they match that again this time, or is there a change-up coming our way?
To B they go. Team Exposed, on the other hand, they're going to go for 2-2 split. Looking to fight fire with fire over towards that B zone. Clayster finds 1 before trading out. Next up is going to be a Venom, and he's able to keep that B zone under siege for Team Exposed. Zone out a Wobobobs again. And this is crazy. If you can find a few more kills here, if your Team Exposed, you can start that spawn trap so early and burn the resources of a Wobobobs.
You really can, and denying ticks here would be absolutely huge. Getting yourself that preferred defensive side. P5 Hollow, by the way, 1 away from a glide. That has crept up on us. He does fall. Venom finds him such an annoying. I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
But we've been doing that all day, Enigma. Let's be honest. I mean, just barely finding those shrieks. Some of those players getting touched down just before they amass that glide bomb. 43 seconds. Time to stop towards B. Wobobob's in the zone 4 now. Prasini on the outside, trying to find a way in. Cut down by Hollow. Venom's the next one up to the chopping block, and he's going to turn things around for a Team Exposed on the inside of the mail room. Now working his way around on a flank. So sneaky. That's our teammate, Venom. Felony goes absolutely big. Luckily for them, Venom is going to find Cryptic. He's making up for that little bit of a mistake, and now trying to fight off the rest of a Wobobob's not going to happen. They get into the B zone. 24 seconds.
And this has been really, really good out of Exposed, essentially bleeding Wobobob down. They're up in lives. There's not much time left to go, and the kills are continuing to come through. Fellows playing chicken manages to stay up for just long enough for Venom to get in for the trade. 16 seconds to go. This is poor of an attack round for a Wobobobs as you could hope to get.
Only 1 tick of progression, 9 seconds left. A lot of kills in favor of Team Exposed as well. Clayster looking to put the finishing touch. It's going to be Felony, though. Another team kill on the board from Team Exposed. And Yuli looks going to get in for a last hurrah here over at B. A second tick of progression going to be cemented. Huge for that last little bit. Prasini slides on in. Can he finish the job? No, not yet.
Won't stress that too much here, though. Happy to just let this one burn through. If anything, there will be a couple of players arriving, but at this point you can essentially play TDM. You're up 13-5, and there's only a minute, not even that, if you are a Wobobobs to push towards this A point.
What do you do here if you're a Wobobobs? I mean, this has to be picture perfect. Felony's with the eyes on Yuli, trying to finesse his life. Venom hunts him down. No more respawns for a Wobobobs here. 41 seconds to make a miracle happen. In round number 3, Clayster's going to cut the rotation from Cryptic. Finally traded out from Hollow, trying to expect the pre-fire around the corner, but only 2 lives to make this one going. It just seems like it's a when, not an if they can make this happen. Yuli and Hollow making it look good so far, but as they walk into the zone, Yuli last alive. He doesn't get in time. He's going to be cut down by Team Exposed, and that is going to bring them right back into the lead 2-1.
Team Exposed then with an opportunity to see out Berlin. And I know that it's an offensive round, but we've watched them absolutely smoke these rounds so far this afternoon. Watched them be very good. If anything, a Wobobobs did phenomenally last time out. Just shot Exposed down. But you felt the momentum shift in the second half of that round there. You felt that Exposed were really starting to get going. You got Venom here. Actually, they've changed it up. It's a patient play. Maybe trying to bait a Wobobobs in.
like this, just trying to sit and stir the minds of a Wolves. They are getting a little bit over aggressive. Yuli will at least find one. Mind and Hollow to back him up, so that is much needed out of a Wolves. If they let those kills go towards Team Exposed, they will expose that A zone to a susceptible capture. And they deter them for now. They get the kills needed. They keep them away, and Cryptic now on the hunt over at B.
Thing is here, Exposed have managed to get players in around the back. Look at Yuli. He's going to be in the back warehouses. He's going to be very much so pushed up. Cryptic just waiting for teammates to arrive so he can dive in on this. Yuli's in through the back.
Is another flank play coming out from a Wolves. It's been a staple to the success here in map 3. Yuli's going to cut down Venom. He's got 2 in a row for himself. 5 in a row for Mind. Keep your eyes out for streaks for Wolves, because if they can lock down a defensive round or even an offensive round in the end, no matter what, that streak will come out big into the long run. Cryptic and Mind, they got the crossfire. 6 in a row for Mind, looking for the glide bomb. Can't shut down Venom just yet. Trying to play his life, trying to lock down this streak. 17 seconds now for Team Exposed to pull something away in Mind. He doesn't even get the streak, Enigma.
Doesn't. Venom here is just going to try and buy time, perhaps shift some players his way. Might get them a tick at best, but what a round this has been from a Wolves. Pristini picks up a very important kill. Pristini's trying to just cut off the arriving reinforcements. Yuli here trying to get in, and Venom eventually falls.
Oh my, Hollow may get a team kill, but I think the damage has been done here. Pristini, last chance now for Team Exposed to make it happen, and Pristini makes a heads-up play to just take the fight to the respawners. A-Zone now getting captured for the 3rd tick. Yuli will get a jump onto Pristini for now, but some big kills coming up from the Irish. Felony takes down Cryptic. Yuli goes down to Clayster. 1v1 now, and Clayster clutches up the A-Zone. It gets captured, and they're not done yet. We're going over to B.
Absolutely not done at all. That looked like a really awful round out of Exposed. It looked like a Wolves had sent them packing with absolutely nothing. And now Exposed will go into the lead on tick count, up by 1. And the Wolves here have thrown away so much of their hard work. And they now have to do everything to stop this going.
Mind wasn't able to make his way in. A chance here for Exposed. The progress is turning. They stack it up. Yuli's going to go down. Still inside his Venom. Who's going to save the day for a Wolves? It's got to be one of Hollow or Mind. Mind's going to get in for a time, but it's still going. Pristini's going to be here. Can't find one. A 1v4 Clayster. Can he get this one done? He's holding it down, but it's Yuli on the flank. And a Wolves. They are taking this to a round 5.
Goodness gracious me, Seymour. I thought for sure there that Exposed had the worst attack round we've seen them have this entire afternoon. Really looked shaken. And Wolves had shut them out entirely. And all of a sudden, Exposed flip the switch, capture all of A, nearly all of B, despite the massive deficit as well in life count. Goodness me. Well, Wolves get the offense, Exposed defense. Honestly, I don't even know which one Exposed would have wanted. They're so good on this map when it comes to pushing forward.
I mean, they haven't taken an offensive round, though, so getting defense a lot more comfortable.
Very
and
true.
they have looked lights out. Exposed will go 2 down over towards B, and Mind steps his foot in, stops the clock at a minute 17, is going to get some early progression here. Try to weed out some of the resources for Team Exposed while the rest of his team goes on the hunt towards A. 3 players here, but Pristini and Venom are going to sniff them out. Hollow now shaken up by where his team has gone. He's going to drop as well. That's 3 out of the hands of Wolves.
You can see here Exposed as well, getting very aggressive up through the trains. We've seen this defense happen multiple times. It's very effective. It essentially bottlenecks any players spawning in the back here from getting on out. And they're trying to sniff out the players who are around. You got Venom and Clay, who both pick up kills, are eventually traded though.
Disgusting shots at a Cryptic and Mind to break out of that. They're going to go back to B, see if they can finish this out. Add another minute to the clock. Just get that little bit of cushion to move over to that A zone. It hasn't been easy for you for a Wolves, but I mean, it is definitely doable. We've seen teams do it again and again in round 5 scenarios. Win an offensive round. And a Wolves, they just need to do it one step at a time. 1 life down.
Lost the time. You're right.
Felony.
Definitely possible. Clay shuts down Mind. Fellow does not give away his position. Has now after ringing out shots.
Pristini catches Hollow up on the top lip as well. I thought if anyone was going to shut things down, it would have been Hollow. Pristini finds Cryptic as well. And this is a swarm now from Exposed. But actually, Pristini gets caught going top third. Mine then with some height advantage and an opportunity to get his team out of their spawn.
On edge for spawn trap, Felony finds another one. Mine looking to sniff him out with his teammate, but Felony's still alive back there, just causing such a ruckus for a Wobbubbs to deal with. So annoying of a player. 31 and 27. I mean, you just don't teach it in the later rounds. The veterans, they come out to play, and you do not want to let them heat up in a respawn game mode because they will start taking over. Felony now 4 in a row. 9 lives left for a Wobbubbs to make this happen.
I feel like Felony has been alive for a good 3/4 of this round and even brings out the butt of the gun eventually to shut things down. Will finally fall, but the damage has been done. A Wobbubbs down by 7 lives. Everything to do. 40 seconds left. Has to be picture perfect from here on out.
No room for error at all for a Wobbubbs. Just trading out is not going to be enough. Cryptic goes down. Yuli keep it a 3-on-3, but Venom looking to make a flank again. Lines up Mind. Big plays at a Venom. 2 lives left. Team Exposed in a round 5 setting. They do it again. They're going to shut down a Wobbubbs. They're going to move on through the swing round, and they're going to take an advantage in this series. All you need to do is cut down one last player, and it's going to be Hollow.
A Wobbubbs, sorry, Team Exposed. It flashes up on the screen there. Of course, my brain struggles to compute that sometimes. Exposed taking our control, taking the lead in the series. We've spoken about it multiple times this afternoon. They love themselves some Berlin control. It wasn't as clean cut as it's been so far at times through this afternoon, but again, those offensive rounds that they just love. That round 4, when it looked like they'd essentially gotten nothing, they were going to have your offense on round 5, and they just flipped it, picked up all of A, nearly all of B, and well, from there, comfortable in the final round. Fellow goes on a tear.
Oh, man, I'm just sitting here. I'm all giddy in my seat, just like jumping up and down at what we're seeing. I mean, this is some crazy Vanguard. You can tell that the season is on the line for some of these teams. They do not want to go to the losers bracket. Just look at those numbers from Clayster. When you need him to go off, I mean, this guy can be an MVP. 40 and 30, right alongside Venom, 37 and 35. The dynamic duo right now of the LCQ just tearing about through Wobbubbs in that Berlin control. It was close. It did go to around 5, and you could see that in the stat lines for a Wobbubbs NA, as well as they didn't have a bad game at all. Just on those defensive rounds, they just could not break the iron wall that was the ARs of a Wobbubbs.
No, 100%. And just to continue on the Clay train, most kills, second least deaths, most damage. He's just absolutely incredible performance. Just looking at a statistical board. But when you think about the intangibles that he brings, making plays at big moments, nearly clutches up that round 4 in like a 1v6 situation or whatever he was in, brings so much to a team. Well and truly, I mean, he is still very much so one of the best players to touch Call of Duty. He is such a good player.
You just think about it. Back in that round 4, he clutched up a 1v1 to push from 14 seconds to a minute 14 to capture that A zone. I mean, it's things that you just can't teach from him. He brings the ice. He brings that veterancy, that world championship mentality when you need it to Team Exposed. There's a reason why this guy has won multiple world championships, and it's just because he sometimes, when you see him pop off, he looks like he cannot be touched. You're looking now at that map 4 inside of the map set. We got Tuscan Hardpoint coming up next, and this brings me back to our last series for Team Exposed. Going up against Galaxy, they met on Tuscan Hardpoint first, and they looked untouchable against Galaxy. And who was it? It was the first set of rotations completely getting run through by Venom's flanks.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the player that to look at again in this one. Don't get me wrong. We can wax lyrical about so many players on this team, but Venom was disgusting to deal with for Galaxy. He was constantly hitting rotations, often at times protecting flanks as well as hitting routes. Just very, very difficult and an annoyance constantly, a constant, just persistent threat that you could never really get rid of. That annoying thing in your ear that you just can't move away from. Venom was that exactly. And they're going to win this series and put themselves through to grand finals. That's what they need to have again. They need that Venom.
Oh, it's even scarier when you look at that control and you realize that everybody is online right now for Team Exposed. Not one player really slowing down in that control map. And it's the same to say for Wobbuffs. I mean, a lot of those players weren't really having bad games either. It just wasn't as consistent as Team Exposed on those defensive rounds. And in that last one, you just couldn't get past them. You couldn't break through. And going into this Tuscan hardpoint, I need to see a little bit more of that slaying power. You're going to a map where those submachine guns can have a lot more of an edge inside the game. And if you can find a way in for a Wobas, get those SMGs to just tear through the map, break like I've seen them break before. I mean, Wobas, they're a fantastic team at breaking from the front of hills. So if they can do that to expose to, sometimes don't look the best for holding onto hard points. We might be able to see a Wobas slip this one through and send it to a map 5. But even if we do, I mean, we've already seen a team exposed win 2 map 5s today. What's a third one?
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, that's the thing. If it goes to game 5, you're in team exposed territory this afternoon because they don't mind them at all. But thinking about how this map 4 could play out as well, the one thing that team exposed need to really avoid is that fits and starts approach that we've seen them have at times, where they really can extend out a good lead and then all of a sudden it's just collapsing around them a bit. And Wobbuffs will well and truly roll with that if they can. Players like Mind have been fantastic this afternoon. So if he gets going on a heater, you just never know with exposed at the minute, because they can be a bit rocky if they start to lose a lead. A momentum team, if I've ever seen one. But I mean, momentum indeed. They've been rolling through everything this afternoon.
They have.
So.
They have been. And folks, well, we have a little bit of time before this map number 4. Don't forget that the action is still going on over in the LATAM stream, where McCormiel and Cash are running through the grand final, seeing who's going to qualify from that region as well. We're still making our way through North America, only in the winners finals. But if you want to see who's going to qualify for that champs right now, go check out Latin America, because McCormiel and Cash, they are crushing it over there. And so is the competition in Latin America. You do not want to sleep on the LATAM teams, Enigma. I've seen them play. They are dangerous, an X factor, the underdogs, you might say, coming into this year. First time they're ever going to get their cups and their elites. And I mean, they have definitely proven a lot inside challengers throughout Vanguard.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that one of the beautiful things that we are going to see, obviously, with this champs is that we're going to see representations from all of these different areas. I mean, we've got 2 teams in there currently from Europe, 2 teams in there from North America. We've had our European qualifier. We have our APAC qualifier. To go and see, players from all around the world stepping up and taking on each other on LAN is definitely something that we want to see. It is going to be a fantastic tournament. But let's find out who makes a grand finals. Do Exposed get there now, or do a Wobbuffs push it to map 5?
After 3 years of having challengers, this is going to be a first international world champion for challengers, and that is a crazy thing to think about. But first, we need to get there. First, we need to get through the LCQs and see who is going to have a chance to fight for that. And right now, Team Exposed looking to push their way into the grand finals, up 2-1 versus a Wobbuffs. We're into Tuscan already, and a Wobbuffs, they are starting off hot. 26 seconds and counting. It doesn't look like Exposed are going to get anywhere close to this.
No, definitely not. And Felony catches an important kill onto Cryptic in order to avoid a potential P2 rotation. But Hollow slipped the net. Hollow straight on through. Doesn't meet a lick of resistance and gets the spawns.
He gets the spawns right now, and a Wobbuffs trying to fight back onto this one. Clayster's going to remove Yuli in that position, and you're looking at Mind here or Hollow to try to shake things up for these spawns. He's going to go up to Patio, play his life, wait for the reinforcements to follow him up. Yuli's going to open something up onto Pristini. It's a 3-on-3 team fight right now for hill control. Clayster just trying to finesse his life. He's going to be run over by Mind. 3 go down for Exposed, and that's a Wobbuffs breaking from the front, something I was looking to see.
Yeah, and now you've got to start to think, okay, how much do we throw at this? At what point do we start to consider the rotation? Because P3 can obviously be a massive money hill. And at this stage of the game, gap can mean very, very little. You don't want to mentally invest too much into that. And Exposed have been a little guilty this afternoon at times of hitting hills too late and not rotating. But Felony is already hightailing it across the map.
He is. I'm loving this play out of Felony. Just make sure you secure that rotation over to the Fountain Hill. Exposed have constantly had to fight this one from the outside looking in, but now a chance to cement some early time.
Thing as well, the Wobbuffs have so much ground to cover here, and they're looking for something to engage with, but nothing. Instead, Big P5 hit from a Wobble Bobs. Grouping, they want tile control.
Win on Venom. Shuts down the potential for a flank there is Hollow, but it's going to be a 3-on-3 in the backline. Yuli leading the charge. He's got an auto in hand. I thought he'd want to have an MP40. It's going to be Mind who breaks the hill for a short while. Back onto it. Comms team exposed. Venom's going to be looking to soak up some more time, and it doesn't look like Hollow is playing right now. We're going to have to see what's happening yet. Oh, Bobs, they're going to drop from the server. It looks like we're having a little bit of issues here early on, which is unfortunate because Bob started off so hot into that hard point, but you know what? It happens.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's unfortunately one of the things that we just have to deal with, and we will, I imagine, just get a reset there. It's a little bit of difference in the scoreline, but exposure in for P3. I mean, we'll wait to find out, but yeah, I can imagine a restart on that one.
I can imagine a restart too. Those teams were pretty even towards that third hill. But folks, when we get these teams back in, when we get these players ready, we're going to cut to a break. And when we come back, we're going to see this map for Tuscan. Go nowhere. We'll be right back. Let's run it back. We're going to Tuscan Hardpoint. The second go around. It looks like we are starting from scratch between these two teams. Team Exposed still on series point in the winners final of Wobblebobs. They want to see a map 5. They have to turn it around here. And again, just like the start of the first go around, a good start from a Wobblebobs NA.
Yeah, absolutely. Essentially a rinse repeat of before, with P1 going the way of a Wobblebobs. Team Exposed last time were very keen to just sit back and show that they had P2. Catch players trying to slip on through the net. But this time, actually, they're going to bully their way back in and attempt to break this. Still 20 seconds left to go.
Team Exposed not giving away as much time as they did last go around. And that is going to be good for the rotation. Now you have to be aware if your Team Exposed, you need to back somebody up. Player number 7, Clayster, looking for the rotation for the flank. He's already set up over towards command center. He can really shut things down. He's going to catch Yuli. Hollow snuck through, but Clayster should be able to clean things up with the rest of his team as Team Exposed are looking to lock down the rotation over to P2.
Yeah, you can see a moment of panic there as well, but the spawn comes in for Exposed so they can just settle down for a moment. However, a Wobblebob's knocking right on the door. They're close. They're ready to send in through the front.
It's tied into P2. Venom's going to line up too, out inside patio. Now the full collapse of Team Exposed. And Venom is looking for a little bit more. All 4 go down. Venom gets it all done, even a 5th. As he's looking to clean away a Wobblebobs clean up on ILP5. It is Venom running through the competition.
So locked in, he starts shooting Fellow, even though all 4 are down. Guy is frying right now, up to a 6. Make that a 7. Has a glide bomb, so his team can stay and continue to fight for P2, because if they want to rotate late into 3, they can. They've got a glide to break it. Doesn't matter, though. Pristini spawns midway across the map, and he'll start rotating. Got to be careful with Hollow, though, who's arriving.
As perfect a start as you can ask from the player that you and I have both highlighted again and again throughout today. Now the rotation over to P3. Going to be a big rotation for Wobblebobs. Can they lock it down? Can they start bringing this one back? So far, it doesn't seem like that. Cryptic trying to go big. Is going to find 4 in a row. Has locked things down for now for Wobblebobs. And he is going to have the reinforcements. So live to fight another day here inside the Fountain Hill. You have the rotation from Team Exposed through rooftops. But is it going to be enough to break on in? The car's going to explode. A lot of damage going to be done. Slows them down for now. For the break, it's Pristini to lead the way. Venom backs him up. And that is a clean wipe for Exposed.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. I thought for sure that the Wobblebobs had done enough there to guarantee themselves a whole chunk of change and get this board level again. In scoreline, Exposed, though, hit it one more time and managed to break. We look then towards 4. Fellow has hit a very long rotation. Maybe he's spawned over there or something. I don't know, but he's on the other side of the map, picks up Cryptic, and that then is going to cause problems for Wobblebobs trying to get a defense set up.
It's just not the same of Wobblebobs that we saw when we first saw Tuscan Hardpoint before these two, before the reset. Now a Wobblebobs, they need to dig deep here in T4. They don't want to let this get out of hand. They don't want to give Team Exposed too much of a lead because that momentum, they ride it a long way. Yuli's going to get caught in the rotation. Venom, a second one onto Hollow. Pristini now all the way onto the flank. He's looking to pull these spawns away or at least cut down the spawns of the rest of a Wobblebobs. Will be shut down by Pristini, so a chance here for a Wobblebobs to battle back into church. Cryptic's gonna take down Venom, lining right up. Clayster not good for anything. All up to Felony here around the outside. Will have a little bit of help from the front, but can they get it done? They will. Felony finds 2. It's gonna be Yuli trying to save things for a Wobblebobs, and it does go their way. Unfortunately, Clayster gets there in time.
Absolutely huge plays out of every individual right now. Just in that moment right there, Fellow gets 1. Snaps has enough damage to Yuli to back him on down. Somehow he gets 2, but the damage from Fellow before is eventually traded out by Clay. Everybody going for this.
Wow.
Hammer and Tong. This could be the last map you play of your whole year if you're Wobblebobs. Exposed want to ensure that. Oh no, I apologize. We are going through to grand finals, of course, if you are Exposed. Very, very much so swinging for it. Look at Venom. We've spoken about him so many times this afternoon. On the rotation, looking to set up a pinch.
Ooh, big kills there from Mine. Double the points Exposed have over Wobblebobs right now. Not at a dangerous waters just yet as Pristini has rotated through well. Gotten a kill through staircase. Will drop, but not before dealing enough damage to allow Clayster in for a little bit of damage of his own. Now trying to find an angle for his team to push in. Contention's going to be out. Venom takes the fight to the staircase. He's going to wrap on back with the help of Felony. They clear out 3. Hollow is trying to make a last-ditch effort here to contest this hard point. He will be able to take down Fellow as well, but Pristini's here. He lines up the nade. He gets the kill, and he gets the scrap time.
Does indeed. We end our first set of rotations then exposed with a solid 50-point lead as we start to look towards the second hole of P1, and the glide bombs in from Venom. Information galore and doesn't connect.
Oh, it doesn't connect at all. The Wolbob is actually going to turn this one around 4 in a row for themselves. They're going to be able to set up for P1. We talk about this a lot. It can be a money hill. You're just looking at a Wolbobus now to flood the lanes, and they're doing that so well. Might not be finding the kills, but they're keeping team exposed. Zoned out for now. Everybody going there. Take a look at the minimap. Valiant's making a long way through Church. Hasn't been spotted yet. Yuli finally going to get eyes on and cleans that one up. Nobody in the hill. 26 seconds. Exposed into line this one up. Venom flies in. He might drop to Pristini, but the damage has been done.
It has. They've managed to get themselves in for the bit of change here. However, you've got to start to think about P2. Well, Wolbobs are essentially set up for it right now. How do you approach this, though? Do you push your way in through ruins, essentially barrel on through the rest, or hit a flank? And we can see, of course, Venom looking to get his way through. Oh, he gets caught.
He does get caught. Cryptic, he's going to find a second one. 3 down for the rotation. Great for Wolbobs now. You lock down 60. You pull this one right back. Still not out of the hay just yet. As you can see, team exposed starting to work their way around the outside. Cryptic's going to hunt down Felony. All eyes to the front of the hill. Team exposed working through the middle of the map. Trying to get their way in. 38 seconds to fight for. Plenty of time that you do not want to give up. Venom's going to open the door now. Through the gates they go. Exposed fly on in. One by one of Wolbobobs fall.
Fella's doing a great job as well of playing his life here. He might get pressed out from top plat, but Prestini should be round the corner. And Clay will manage to provide overwatch. Finds 2. Now, if you are a Wolbobobs, you're backed into the church alley, and you only have 13 seconds here. Rotation's already in for Fellow, who's looking to get his team in for P3. A real potential money hold.
The race over to Hill 3. Exposed will be there first. Hollow, we saw this position back before the reset. He's able to find 2 this time. It should allow an avenue in for the teammates to flank through rooftops. Cryptic only good for 1 before Pristini is going to actually shut them down. Clayster hunts down Hollow off the respawn, shuts out a Wolbobuzz. And this is a chance for Team Exposed to put this out of arm's reach. They're going to look to amass 200 points. They're going to look to put this away here and now. They won't be able to finish the map, but, I mean, they could put this damn near close.
Really can. Prestini tries to slide on through, but he will fall. However, his teammates are arriving around him. Clayster will be in the back and get the kill. And this now should be Exposed getting themselves over the 200-point marker. And already, look at Fellow, already on the move for P4 Church. The rotations from this side come in so well. It isn't over the 200-point marker, but it's damn near close. This will indeed continue to be slugged out between the sides as Cryptic manages to get grass control.
Nice Venom. Won't allow him to go any farther. You look at the minimap and you see how far Wolbobuzz are from contesting this hill. Pristini's going to get a lot of information on that setup, and Clayster waiting for somebody to walk in front of him. Wolbobuzz on both ends just trying to find their way in. Clayster's going to get caught by Cryptic from behind. On the inside, Exposed have had a lot of time to soak up here inside of the Churchill Mine, looking to keep them out. For now, Venom flies in from the top ropes, gets 2 for himself, keeps a Wolbobuzz out of the hill. 30 seconds left. There needs to be a break here for Wolbobuzz. Want to keep this one going.
It's one-dimensional from a Wolbobobs. It's an all-or-nothing hit. Either they get everything here or they're shut down by the Exposed players who are around the various angles. Fellow, a lot of trouble. Clay will pick up 2. Fellow gets the other. And the Wolbobobs have 1 last hit to make this happen.
A little bit extra love there from Felony. Everybody going to be flooding in from P2. Felony is closing the door. They're looking to end this here, looking to punch their ticket to the grand finals. And we are going to now go to P5. I mean, it extends. Somebody got off the hill. And what was a chance to bring this back? I mean, it would be a miracle if I've ever seen one. Clayster's going to get into the hill. Mine on the exit. Gets caught by Pristini. Venom trades out Cryptic. The game is over. Exposed are going to the grand finals.
Exposed continue to just do incredible things, and again, those rotations coming in from sometimes Venom, sometimes Fellow, it doesn't matter really. It's just coming on through for Exposed time and time again, arriving. But we spoke about him before we came into this map. Venom was going to be crucial to the success of this side. 36 and 22, Seymour. We hop over to Mau Mau v Electrify Steel, our losers bracket game. We're here again, Tuscan Hardpoint.
Winner of this plays. We just saw it in that game 1. Winner of this goes on to play in that losers finals, to have a chance to meet Exposed now in the grand finals with Glacier & Co. 1 away from qualifying for champs here. Toscan hardpoint again between these two. It's going to be the opener though, as Mau looking to start off so strong. Electrify Steel, who just took out Galaxy, Prolude & Co. Can they move on here? Can they shut down Mau? The number 2 team out of Boston. All eyes on them.
Phantoms, by the way, manages to get himself in through Church and gets a couple of kills from players in the back. So massive gunfight here between himself and GodRx. Turns away, and GodRx does find him. However, there's more players arriving. Actually, Capsule's going to back this one on down. Doesn't like something and is happy to give up the spawns.
Happy indeed, as Fame's just waiting for somebody to show themselves now. 0-2 for the start, but a chance to pull this back. Gets eyes on Exotic. A lot of information stunned up, but it doesn't matter. Still walks away the kill, and a second one out of Phantoms clears out Mau. But look at the spawns in the back. Electrify Steel, they don't realize this in time. Fame's gonna have to turn around. You see the nade spam from Exotic. He's gonna take down one. Finds Pander as well. And Electrify Steel, they are rattled. Can they hold on? Fame looking to go big. He has to disengage for now. Gets back in with the pistol, but it's just not enough at this point. Mau break in with a heroic spawn, or a lucky spawn in the back. And now they need to take down Panda. Capsule gets it done.
Goodness me, the spawn situation there completely catches Electrify Steel off guard. Probably both of us off guard as well. And that's going to allow Mau to rip P2 out of their hands. Rotations are on. Pentagram will catch Capsidal, but Mau already have 2 players here.
Set up and rooted in. Should know Pentagram slipped through. It doesn't seem like Phantoms has an idea. Phantoms goes down, so now Pentagram looking to work his way over to this hill. Can he find Exotic in the back? It looks like he's going to get a freebie there with the help of a nade. Now clearing off the site is going to be the next step for Electrify Steel. Noisy's going to go down too, through top burning. Pentagram set up with the AR. This is a dangerous thing to look at.
This is actually a beautiful, beautiful break out of Electrify Steel. I was very worried for a second that this game was going to start to get away from them. That spawn situation from beforehand could have really rocked them a little bit, but Pentagram has moved up to a 5, and Casey Panda is shooting like that. Electrify Steel take a lead.
That's goofier block for you. I do say, don't forget it. Pander 8-7, but he's been lights out today for Electrify Steel. Not to mention Pentagram through that whole rotation 5 in a row. If he turns this into streaks, that's going to be such a key aspect for the rest of this. But I hope we can Caster Kirsten. We've been doing it way too much today. The full setup for Mau over towards Church. Fame looking for a way in. All the way on the flank. And doesn't go to get it. Phantom's going to cut him down. Next up is going to be GodRx. Pentagram's got his 6. Working on that glide bomb on the flank. It's going to be Noisy. At least finds one, but traded out by GodRx.
Yeah, Phantoms has had to give up that back tank. He's realizes that his team aren't winning the gunfights in the front, so he decides to try and join his team, and he gets flattened as well. Pentagram gets a glide bomb. Keep an eye on that for use of breaks later on in the map. GodRx probably cooks the nade at the wrong point, but hits Noisy directly in the face with it, and it's just a pinstripe feed back and forth we go. Mau though looking a little bit better, but Pentagram again up to a 9.
A 9 in a row is absolutely disgusting, but what else to expect from an LA Thieves substitute right now? Noisy finally going to put an end to it. GodRx gets the trade. Scrap time to Electrify Steel. 91-54 in this Tuscan heading into P5. A chance for Electrify Steel to push this over the 100-point marker. Get triple digits, but you're going to need a big break here. Fame trying to play his life. Finesse is enough. Gives the hands the beatdown. Breaks smack dab in the face of Phantoms, and he's not done yet. 3 in a row for the young man. Phantoms holding on to Hill 5.
Absolutely not done yet, and it's the proactive nades that catch Capsidal. Unfortunately, though, the gunfight doesn't go his way, so Mau get 3 down. It will allow them into P5 for just a moment. They will finally start to chalk some points together. Capsidal explodes Exotic into next world, and we don't have a rotation coming in from anyone, though. Still contesting over this mad point.
This is just a mad hard point all in all. Pander looking for this scrap time. Capsidal still fighting for a 1v1 for Pentagram. And 11 seconds to work with. It doesn't seem like Mau want to give it up just yet. They know Electrify Steel, they have the lead, so they're trying to take it away. Phantoms barely walking away with the win, only for 2 seconds of time. And on the rotation, Electrify Steel, they're already here. So is that worth it to go for the scrap there for Mau?
Absolutely not. Pentagram, by the way, looking like he's coming to this map different, so different. He not only picks up Capital, but drops it on Fame's head as well. However, the information will be in, but Pentagram gets caught sprinting. GodRx able to trade it out, and Noisy gets found as well. Capital with a big kill to stop this all going Electrify's way.
Nobody can shut down Electrify Steel. They are on a run right now in Tuscan. Zoning out is Pentagram. 3 in a row in the back line. Chalks them up, lines them up, and put them down. It's going to be 23 seconds now to accumulate for Electrify Steel in the hill. And Pentagram, he's not done yet. He's still on the flank. 5 in a row for himself. Can he get another glide bomb? It would be outrageous. But Exotic will put an end to that. And now Electrify Steel, they are in quite the comfortable lead.
We brought it up at the top of the show. We spoke about Electrify Steel, how this weekend they've put themselves in a facility in Texas alongside each other, giving themselves as close to a LAN environment as they can, an environment in which they thrive in. If you're popping pieces like that in your Pentagram, you're getting loud and your teammates alongside you are thriving in it. And right now, Electrify Steel are thriving the whole way through this Tuscan hard point.
You are feeling the energy right now if you're Electrify Steel, trying to get into this P2 now for the break. It is Mau looking to hold on. 40 seconds to fight as it just popped open. And Exotic, he is in a dangerous spot right now, kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. At least able to find one, but the flank, it's going to cut him down. Now looking for the lanes as Electrify Steel is there, pushing it out. Fame gonna get cut down by Phantoms. Take a look at the mini-map. Noisy looking to turn this one around. On the flank for himself, only good for one. Phantoms trying to find his way in, but it's all the kills going Electrify Steel. Over the shoulder will be Phantoms, but what did Pander just do? Turns around, shuts him down, and this is looking like we're seeing 200 points for Electrify Steel.
And whilst Electrify Steel are winning everything at P2, by the way, Fame's rotated over for 3, and they don't know he's here. No one's done the math. No one's checked where Fame has been for a long time now, and Fame can pick his moment in the backline here. Unfortunately, his teammates falling around him, so just playing patience.
This is the best setup we've seen from Mau all game, and that says something, the fact that Electrify Steel are up 200 to 100, but they don't account for Fame in the backline, and he's ready to open things up. He allows them into this, and Pentagram, I mean, Fame is just being annoying right now. Such a hard kill, and they don't know he's still alive back here. He can find a couple more. The stun, you need to get Fame out of this position, and you finally do, but the damage, it's been done, and they didn't get any time from that at all. Pander's gonna get a nade. Pentagram's here to play as well. GodRx dips into the hill for now. The respawns from now able to reinforce this right away, but the kill's so hard to find. And Fame is here again to cut down a few.
I mean, Fame, he might only be rocking 20 and 19 on that scoreboard, and that's something that everyone's eyes always go straight to. But plays like that are fundamental difference makers in the way that a map plays out. He gets himself in, and even though the kills don't necessarily come through, it buys so much time. Mau don't get any hill time there, even though they're set up for 3, and Electrify Steel can arrive and support. We're in for 4. Electrify Steel are nearly there. They can win it on this one.
Oh, big mistake there. It's a team kill at a Capsule, and Pander gonna keep Mau out of this hill now. Sits away from it. Actually ducks into those bunks, and he's waiting for a Mau to come off of the respawn. Electrify Steel looking to work their way back into this Capsule, trying to stay alive into this one, but you're seeing this trace back and forth. You look at the mini-map, you can see how far Electrify Steel are spawning out, and Mau just looking for a way to get into this one to end this in 1.
The thing is, last time we went to P5, it was just as split and mixy as you would expect, and that would suit Electrify Steel perfectly right now. With how close they are, they can put themselves in a spot, even if it is incredibly back and forth. They can very much so put themselves within touching distance of seeing out this map.
As you look at Finesse here, you can see the full pressure of Electrify Steel is going to be there. Backup has arrived. So Noisy has some help to work with. He's going to peek on out, and GodRx lines him right up. GodRx's second one as well. You're looking at Phantoms to try to hold on for a team. He's got 4 in a row, and he may be looking to play for these streaks, but Mau has done a great job at pulling this game back. Now 160 to 214. They need to contest for this hill. They cannot allow Electrify Steel any more time. Capital's here, slides on in. See you later, Fame. And now looking for the staircase. Cap. Big 3-piece right there.
Absolutely huge, just when you need it. I was speaking a minute ago about Electrify Steel can put themselves within closing distance. However, Mau now getting back touching distance, getting close to Electrify Steel's score. But that being said, 2 go down, and it's a team kill that eventually is just going to finish off this contest. Rotations galore. Pentagram, of course, over here, stopping Mau.
Phantom's going to open that one up. Electrify Steel looking to put this away. Capsule inside the setup for Meow Meow. But can they bring this one back? We have seen comebacks on comebacks in Hardpoint, but is this too far out of reach for Meow Meow to make happen? Well, Fame and God RX, they open this one up. It's back and forth trades. It's a 1v1 on the inside, but the reinforcements from Electrified Steel to get there a little bit quicker. Exotic holding off the pressure, and he is doing a great job with the setup. But now you see Electrify Steel, all 4 players spawning in the same spot. They're going to fly forward, look for the break. Fame takes down Exotic, flies on forward. It's 2 down. The break's going to come through. It's a 4 out of the hands. And that is Electrify Steel now in a great spot to put this away.
Absolutely ridiculous play out of Fame. He has no right to stay alive, let alone then get a 2-piece somehow out of it. And God RX has exploded on through, picks up 1 and gives all the information to his teammates. Cap still here, now in L. Can't get in through mid because Panda's cleaned it up. Electrify Steel are so close.
Another 3 down, 4 seconds. Can anybody get in for Meow Meow? Electrify Steel. I mean, they open this up so strong and they finish it on a high note. They just need to rotate to P2 and they get it done. Map number 1, Tusk and Hardpoint secured. Electrify Steel lead the series.
Electrify Steel, the team I wanted to see make the run. They started off slowly, knocked down from winners 1 to losers 1. However, looking every bit better and better and better the more we go through the day. And we spoke about him so much in that series. Pentagram was absolutely ridiculous throughout that whole hard point.
Oh, they were lights out. I mean, for the start to the finish, Electrify Steel, they just looked like they are on a rampage through the losers bracket. I mean, they've been in here since lower round 1 as well, so they are just taking names as they move on. If anybody is deserving this lower bracket run, Electrify Steel, they look so good at the moment. But Enigma, for you and I, it seems like we've come to an end here for the NA Challengers LCQ. We're going to be taking a back seat and allowing I Hold Shift and Visions to cover for the rest of it. It has been a crazy ride. Any finishing thoughts so far for the LCQ?
No, it's delivering every bit that we wanted. Crazy comebacks, reverse sweeps, round 11s. We've got it all. Some of the best players to ever touch the game. Some of the best up-and-comers that we're going to witness and watch for years to come. It is delivering on every front. It's been a pleasure to cast alongside you and over such amazing talent.
Well, that's going to be all for the 2 of us, folks. We're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, Visions and I Hold Shift are going to take you through the rest of the show. You don't want to miss it. Only 1 more team to qualify for champs, and it's just around the corner.
What is up, COD fans? Oh my goodness, I've been sitting around watching you clowns play all day long. Now I get to yell about it a little bit. My hold shift. With me, I've got Visions, and we're taking over the airwaves, the visual airwaves, so to speak. Map number 2 coming up, Electrify Steel and Mau Mau. They played each other in the winners bracket, so a chance for redemption on the line here. Obviously, also with that, a chance to try to continue on your path of qualifying for champs.
That's right. That's the big factor. Qualifying for champs here, only able to get 1 seed through each region. So that said, it's obviously going to be an absolute gauntlet. And while we've seen these two kind of, face off against each other a couple times on the day, but coming off that first hard point, I will say there's a couple individuals that have been playing a little different here for us so far, Alan. Pentagram, Fame, they've been the key factors. They've been going off, and that's going to have to be matched here on the other side for Mau Mau if they're going to have a chance of being able to pull off this upset.
I'll tell you what's exciting about not just the results from map number 1, but also the two players that you had mentioned. We were going after Toronto and after Boston, sitting there and saying, are they only being able to find success on LAN? We haven't really seen a lot of online success from those two this year.
We haven't.
The fact that we're starting to get that at the key moment is pretty darn incredible. But on the other side, you have to figure going into a Bacage, you have some pieces of what was that Bear Claw team from back in stage 2, and they were great on this map right after the bomb site change had happened. So can they kind of rekindle some of that success as we jump into map number 2?
That's what you're going to be kind of hoping for. I mean, you talk about players, like Noisy, that I feel like has been one of the players that I think you have to really rely on when it comes down to finding your entries, getting that bomb down. But I think Noisy has kind of been a little hit or miss at times when it comes to search. So we'll see if they can do it. Meow Meow, and of course, Electrify Steel here in that lower round 3. We're jumping into the search and destroy. See who can open up with that first engagement. And it's Pander taking the battle versus Noisy. Both players going to back down.
Wow, the fact that both players are taking this gunfight is already kind of surprising in the first place. Not waiting for anything besides just the opening engagement, but now things come to a bit of a calm. Electrify Steel kind of trying to create some doubt by killing the noise, so to speak. Nades will echo and fade away, and now it's just down to who wants to peek and at what timings. Noisy able to find first blood. Immediately traded back, though, by Fame, and that will allow entry for Pentagram to get close to the A site.
Yeah, it's a good spot here for Pentagram to be able to potentially drop this bomb. They do have to worry about Exotic in the back, and now Pander's made this offensive push maybe a little bit easier. But in the back, Exotic going to get dropped. One player up top and almost gets snapped on by Fame. Should be an easy trade, and Pentagram's going to hold his life, wait for his teammate to get there. Electrify Steel, they're good for the opening round.
Man, what a really uncharacteristic kind of identity for both of these two teams. And you're going to tell me we're going to get an automaton fight at range through Granny's door to backside barn for a first blood, potentially? That's craziness. And then to see that kind of delayed hit without any nades really being kind of held on to over towards the backside of Water Wheel, also a bit surprising, but it works out for Electrify Steel. Now it'll be their time to set up what will likely be a look at what I assume would be their default setup here for Bacause Search and Destroy. Whereas for Mau Mau, do they want to try to maybe meet some aggression of their own here? Yeah, how about this? Got a Rex right in the middle looking for team shots, and Fame will take the benefit of the trade. 2-for-1, Electrify Steel's defense with the numbers.
If there's one player I'm always going to bait for, it's going to be Fame. And he comes up with 2, comes up with another with the help of Pander. And, well, I mean, immediately, just that opening round, right? You open up the doors, you get the first player to slide across, and then Fame challenges right behind him, finds those 2 kills, and from there it almost feels like it's kind of solidified with the map control that follows after. So great opening engagements that have just been a little bit different than what we're used to seeing out of Electrify Steel.
You got to think the mental gymnastics going on right now in the Mau Mau camp have to be pretty extreme. Call up the Ringling brothers because the Big Tent Circus is already in town here at Bacage. And you almost have to wonder to a certain extent, like, if you're Mau Mau, do you sit here and say, all right, bet, let's go, full gas? Do we try to meet you, or do we try to really hold back? And we're getting our answer. Capsule already over towards the gatehouse, not just at the gates, but in the house itself with support. They're looking to take away mid-map.
Yeah, I like this play from Capsule. He's going to be able to kind of flex off of any information that comes through that river sign through the bottom of the mini-map, or he can help through mid just like that and find that first blood. Position going to be revealed, but it looks like off screen, Caps is able to reposition himself. And all of a sudden, it gets a little bit more difficult for Electrify Steel to kind of pinpoint what they want to attack because of this spread. They're more looking for that opening kind of pick to really allow the play call to come through. But now with about 50 seconds left, we'll see what they can work with.
Well, the nades come out offensively of Electrify Steel trying to get some information over towards that backside taxi. You see it getting demolished, but everyone defensively stays safe from that. Can Godorex catch any information onto Phantom? Sure does, but it's mutual, and Phantom's at the favorable angle is really only giving away a pixel, takes the heady, and that will turn now to a huge advantage for Mau Mau, even more so as Noisy finishes off Fame. Pentagram now on his own, has an angle to work with, but a difficult one at that. And Mau get on the board.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, overall, you can see really just the changeup. Capsule right through mid, gets inside of HUD. But I think the key factor about the setup is that everyone playing off of each other. Maybe the only one that isn't is Exotic. He's kind of playing Island, watching through the push on A. But everyone else is playing off one another. So as soon as an engagement comes in, there's almost an immediate trade that's going to follow. So really nice adaptation at least coming through for that initial round. But now the question is, will they be met with more offensive challenges right off the bat here? Or are they going to be able to kind of play slower and methodical like they just did in the previous round?
Questions have been asked. Opening stuns over the top of the A site for Capsule will at least relinquish some ability for him to play forward, not catching any information off the stun. Phantom's also still throwing shoulders to the backside, and ooh, some nades do connect, so Phantoms has to give it the angle for a moment. Fame seems to think that's the go call. He's going to take away this angle at the front doors. And he may have actually seen Phantoms bounce over to the cross, so now you've got an interesting kind of trench warfare going over here on the left side of the minimap. Team nades coming out as Fame now kind of receives some damage, and things will go back to neutral. 50 seconds on the clock before we stay.
They are inching over to that A site right now, and I think it might be a call to maybe lay it. You got player 8 Exotic, who's kind of working down low on the minimap there. He's going to have that entire cross cut off, but he loses the battle from Pentagram sub. I think Exotic has to have an AR there, but Pentagram still more work to do. 2 players about to pop out the door and say hello. Trades going back and forth, and that's going to drop us into the 2v2.
That's vacancy over towards A that now Electrify Steel have to be cautious of, and Fame is going to look to quick rotate back through mid. He gets a look at Caps, but it was a delayed one, and that will be a win for Capsule, also leading to a plant. Godorex quickly on the rotation on the backside. Just misses a little bit of timing onto Timmy Phantoms. And so now it will be a true 1v2. Stun to play with. Phantoms rewrapping back over towards mid. Looks like it's going to be a post plant from the high ground for Mau. And not even on the high ground. It's on one on either side, so crossfire will be established here. Godorex would have to absolutely destroy these 2 players, and he won't get a chance as he gets caught in the mantle.
Yeah, not going to happen there. I mean, a very interesting round that kind of opens up with what looks like an initial A hit there with Exotic's positioning, and then Pentagram almost spoils the entire plan there. But it's a double hit that comes through Grannies that kind of flushes him out to make sure he's not going to be impactful. But a quick rotation right after, good enough to help them tie this one up. 2-2 will go. Nice play here from Caps in the last couple rounds here, too, as well. 4 in a row for him, now up to 5-2 in total.
Shoes on the other foot now all of a sudden as well when it comes to that kind of chess game that we established in the first 2 rounds. Capsule on 4 in a row has definitely tempered the aggression from Electrify Steel, or so you would think. Still, we're getting very early gunfights on the outside of these bomb sites. This time it's Godorex to take down Exotic for first blood. But even with that kill, it's a very formidable defense in a 3v4 for Mau, still lingering with Noisy up and close on the A site.
A lot of pressure on Noisy to make a play. Fame with just a little bit of a jump peek here. Might be able to spot him. Noisy almost finds the second, but Capsule there for the quick trade. So again, a 2 versus 2 bomb should be picked up here momentarily.
Oh, man.
There it is. It's going to be picked up. Capsule's there. 6 in a row. This is his playground right now, Alan. He needs 1 more for that Glide Bomb.
I just love the decisions he's making. Obviously, he's in a close proximity to get the trade into Noisy in the first place, but then to take Noisy's same corner, I don't think you would expect the same player to be there twice, so it allows a chance for the Glide, as mentioned, and possibly 3 rounds in a row, and Godorex is not at all interested in entertaining this, at least so you would think. Thought he was just going to go prone in their spawn and just let the round expire, but he's going to go surfing over into Grannies, maybe seeing if you can hunt out 1 player. Has a chance also to pick up the bomb. Do they know that Caps is on 6? That's the real question.
Yeah. Almost wouldn't expect it with the way the opening rounds went, but Godorex now down to 4 HP. Really hoping for some kind of a ridiculous challenge, but the time will run out, and Meow, they are good, but more importantly, they make sure that the Glide does not come through. Capsule was just about there to find that final kill, but it doesn't come in, so still 1 more kill needed to at least secure the streak.
And, the thing about securing the streak is, since we're just going into round 6, I'm totally fine with Mau up 1, trying to use the first 45 to 60 seconds of this round, trying to get kill number 7.
Agreed.
You don't have to do anything too crazy here. Just use your same default and see if you can isolate. Find some information and let Caps maybe make a play. And, those early stuns are great information. And you can see Caps is looking, saying, all right, if they're going to play aggressive over towards A, I've got a sub in hand. We can make this happen.
They now going to come out here for Capsule. Over the top, hit the back tank. Not going to find anything with that one. They have used about the first 30 seconds of this round to try to sniff out a kill. And Capsule sees him up top, but he commits to the challenge, and Rex will stop the streak. A huge individual gunfight for him, but it is still a chance for Noisy to make a play. However, he is the bomb carrier.
Yeah, a bit baffled by that call. We'll recollect and talk over Capsule's decision on that play in a moment, as Noisy is now the one very stealthily making a way forward. Panda will reveal his position. Should be an easy kill here, but still one kill comes through.
What?
Panda, he breaks the ankles, gets a second with the pistol, and nearly gets a third in the same life with an MP40 that he picked up John Wick style midair, but gets enough help to keep it at a 3-3 affair. And I don't know. I got to go back to Caps in the first place. This is an impressive play to talk about for sure, but the fact of the matter is your teammates in the backside didn't connect. You got stun information. You should know they're playing on or in the bomb site.
I mean, on top of it, he just didn't even have to commit to the challenge either, right?
Yeah,
like it's just a matter of, like, you don't get the first couple shots, so, why greed for it? Why take that kind of chance when there's still plenty of round left and all three of your teammates around you? But wow, what an interesting round that unfolds there for us. Does leave us at a tie game, though. 3-3. Aggressive challenge through the bottom. This time, Exotic will be good playing through that back tank. Finding that first one here, but the rest of Electrify Steel trying to work there too, and it's Noisy that finds the easy second.
Yeah, that's just Electrify Steel saying, all right, Pentagram, see if you can break the defensive timing here. Get in the back. They didn't even bother trying to cook up any nades. It was just Pentagram just running forward, trying to catch Mau Mau with nades in hand. Didn't work out, but sacrificing a second to the cause was GodRx. So now a 2v4 situation, tons of time on the clock. And honestly speaking, a good bit of utility also to kind of work with here, but difficult pretense to figure that this would lead to a round win just based off the fact that they're a little bit cornered over towards the trench and tunnel side. Bomb's still going to get planted, though, and Mau Mau's going to have to play retake.
You're almost hoping just for an easy pickup down low in the tunnel from Pander, but up top, you've lost Fame. And Pander's like, well, I'll give it a go, guys. First one's in. Tries to get the sub in hand. It's not going to happen, and that just, all again comes back to those opening engagements that are coming through down low by B, right, Alan? Or rather A, excuse me, where you find those first two, and it kind of just stops the rest of the team from being able to make a play in that numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, I agree, and it's just tough because the whole playbook call you have to think is Pentagram beat a timing to get around the back towards Water Wheel. No one even bothered cooking up nades, and it just doesn't really work out. So foiled, a good defensive setup, very passively. We have to keep that in mind. Will that change how the set nades are going to be cooked next time around? So we'll come back to that point as we consider what Mau Mau wants to do to try to get onto map point here. Again, they would desperately love to get this to a 1-1 tie. If we learned anything from Boston, is that you don't want to dig yourself a deep hole against its Electrify Steel team, because once they taste momentum, they will not let off the gas.
No, they will not. That synergy just starts meshing and flowing for him. Noisy, he's been actually pretty strong so far in this map, while being the bomb carrier. But Phantom's just caught out in the middle of nowhere. Pentagram works the angle, finds the first blood, and makes sure no immediate trade comes in either. And now a lot of information here for Electrify Steel.
The layering of this defensive setup is very significant. I was a bit surprised initially. I mean, we're looking at the giant white outlines. Fame's shoulder was sticking out from turret, but you don't expect someone to challenge that angle, and that layering, allowing Pentagram to get up top, is absolutely immaculate. But Capsule, has he maybe found a little bit of a slip through here? Catches a look at Pentagram. The kill will be there. Got a Rex, though, on the trade from the back window. Keeps it defensively a 3v4.
35 seconds kind of left on this clock here. Noisy's going to cook up a nade. If he can hit one of them, at least be information, but this maybe does muffle his push. Does he find GodRx down low? 25 seconds left. Noisy has to be the one to find this kill and get out with his life, because he has the bomb here. So a lot of pressure, and well, that's probably going to solidify the round. Last one left alive, going to be Exotic. He gets a chance at the chow, and Pander shuts him down. Electrify Steel, again, just too good right now on the defensive side.
Yeah, I really like that defensive look. We haven't seen too many looks like that where it's really just 3 ARs, right? You've got Pentagram holding an AR up top. He's kind of trying to avoid the pre-fire by standing on top of whatever he can find up top in Granny's second floor. And you got Fame that can help out from his left, and then GodRx who's down low, making sure there's no push through. So it's a very reserved setup, but for 3 ARs, including Pentagram who flexes onto the automaton, I quite like the look. It's a pretty cool idea, and we haven't really seen too many looks like that on this map. So a little bit of uniqueness coming through as we tie things back up at 4, as you had mentioned. Quick stuns over the top. We mentioned, hey, keep an eye out for these opening set nades after everything unfolded from the last Electrify Steel offense, and Phantoms cooks up a perfect peach, gets the opening double.
Does he ever? And it will be exactly what you love to see. Nice little double to kick off an S&D round. It's a good way to put yourself up on map point. But Pander, scope in hand, might be able to get some work done here if someone will give him a pick. And, well, this is kind of all you can rely on at this point in time, right? Both players play the opposite side of the map, hope for an individual challenge, win that battle, and kind of regroup from there. Still time to play with. Pander's going to start to take some room down low. Scott Rex will be spotted, and now 1v4.
Yeah, man, this really is just a battle of setups. I hate to make it sound so simple, but honestly speaking, these opening engagements that we were kind of getting maybe conditioned to in the first 4 rounds have come to a bit of a cool. And now we're starting to see just resiliency in who's able to put together the better opening 30 seconds by a full squad standpoint. And so far, it's been pretty much all defense. The defenses have been getting opening first bloods, and they're just not giving away numbers, which is really reserved, and I give a lot of credit to it. So now it has to be 2 rounds in a row for Electrify Steel, trying to keep this defensive-sided map in the last couple of rounds the case. Stun over the top through middle as Mau look to get forward through mid quickly, and they're not going to be met by any nades or stuns. So they've gotten full clearance, and they've done this in a concealed fashion. However, pre-fire coming through the middle allows an opportunity for Noisy to try to finish off, but gets baited into a double stack. That's a good first blood for the D.
Yeah, it's really aggressive there from Noisy. And again, the bomb carrier, right? So now it's going to put you a little bit of an awkward spot, but Capsule says no problem. Gets the kill, gets the bomb, gets out with his life. And that's going to even up the odds here, but Pentagram still playing very close on the site, going to be able to stop any kind of a plant that ends up coming through around A. You take a look at the minimap here, and all of a sudden, it looks like it might be a rotation over to B. This entire river lane is open. With a lot of the ARs already being eliminated, this could be a chance to be able to get this bomb down freely.
Yeah, the slits in the woodwork up top were not wide enough for Fame to catch this information on the rotation, but look how quickly Pentagram's rewrapping and kind of chasing the shadows of Mau. There's going to be so much intel here. But Fame reveals his position. It gives away the whole flank. Fame not able to capitalize on a first blood, and this engagement at least takes it down low, finds the kill, gets away up top. No, it's Phantoms to respond. So now it's Pentagram, 1v2, 30 seconds on the clock, and he will need to defuse. Finds a second tool to work with. An automaton on the ground will serve a purpose at range. But now the MP40 up close and personal. Phantoms will fall. Now it's down to can you find Exotic? Tries to bait the kill cam, saying I'm going high, when in fact he goes low. Time becoming a problem though, 15 seconds. Pentagram, you've got to go. You've got to go right now. There's not enough time to find this kill, but maybe he gets the timing at the last second. The kill is there. Now it's a foot race to the bomb, and no, not quite there in time. And Mau will tie up the series at 1 map apiece.
Wow, what an incredible round there in the end. And Pentagram almost enough to be able to pull off something fancy there with Fame. Just not enough time to really make that one work out. You can even see the read in the back of his mind where he's expecting, Exotic to push him up close, but does not happen. Very clean search and destroy taking place on both sides, to be fair.
Really?
Very fun one to really watch over. Kind of see the initial setup, trying to break that down, throwing and changing up a lot of your preset nades, trying to see if you can do anything to stop the offensive team from making a play. And, well, for the most part, that was more of a defensive-sided Bocage search and destroy that we got, and not too many plants. So really defensive teams kind of narrowing down on what we need to do for our setups, how to stop them from making plays. So a good job overall, but more importantly, Mau, they tie this one up to make sure they do not go down 2-0 to an Electrify Steel.
I mean, we mentioned in the middle of the search and destroy, you just do not want that to be the case. It just feels like when the heat is cooking the kitchen, I don't know. There's some analogy or reference that I can make after that. Just go with it however you so feel free to do. But I will say you hit the nail on the head here when it comes to the fact that we just did not see many plants. It really was just a test of opening setups defensively. At the very beginning, it's a lot of, okay, aggression. We're just going to get right in your face, try to force the first blood engagements. And honestly speaking, it worked out nicely for the offense to just win the round by way of eliminations. But once that started to get read, largely from Capsule, who went on that 6 spree in a row, that's honestly where everything started to go back to, okay, let's play more defaults here. That's when you start to see the chess game for opening set nades come into play. And that's one of the reasons why I really like watching this map mode combo.
Yeah, I know it's one of your favorite ones for sure.
It
is.
It's
those little reasons, right? Where it can be just that fun little chess game, the back and forth, trying to figure out who's doing what. And I did call out Noisy at the beginning of the map saying, listen, I feel like at times he hasn't always brought what's necessary to kind of be strong and to be that objective player within search, but here he really shows a lot of individual plays where it played a factor, it played the difference. But Capsule, of course, the 6 spree you mentioned, you have to re-highlight that was a huge part of seeing a couple of those rounds starting to go the way of Mau after losing out in the first 2. So really good stuff, really good resilience coming in, And like we had said, just making sure that you set yourself up for a potential 2-1 going into that control now is exactly where you want to be, matching Electrify Steel here in the respawns.
Yeah, that's the big key, I think, to not only their run that we just recently saw at the Boston Open, but when you think back to what Electrify Steel were doing well back in Toronto with this same roster, mind you, a lot of it did come from their ability to outslay their opponents and also reap the reward of anyone is fine getting onto the hard point and soaking up objective time. That also includes getting onto the control point and rapidly putting progress on those offensive zones. So I think it's going to be really curious just to kind of see if that mentality has consisted of the same principles, or are we going to see something a little bit different? Because I'll be the first one to admit there, friends, I was a bit kind of, whoa, we've got some speed coming on this Bokeh search, which is not often what we see from both of those two squads. So who knows? The last 2 weeks may have led to some different looks for both of these two teams.
I have to imagine so, right? Like, you're trying to experiment like with what's working, what hasn't been working. And I feel like if there was ever a time to start to throw in some of your curveball plays, this is it, right? It's do or die for every single team in this LCQ if they want to extend their overall Vanguard season. So you have to really come in here, and I feel like you have to be different, right? If you want a shot at being able to make it to the overall champs here for challengers, you have to show something different, and they have been able to do so far. So we'll see if they can continue to do that going into the control. I feel like a lot of the controls on the day, specifically here in North America, have been some very spicy ones going all the way to round 5s. And have to imagine that trend might just continue going into this one with just how everyone's kind of been showing up on the day. I feel like no one's really been lackluster, and they know what's on the line, and they've been showing up here so far.
Dude, it's been really funny because it obviously we experienced Toronto together. It was just like we saw nothing but Gavudu control, and I think both of us were ready to like pry our eyes out with a hot spoon, just kind of watching every single series. Gavudu control, Gavudu control, Gavudu control. We got to Boston, and we had so much Berlin control. It was just like offense all over the place. We've seen much more Tuscan, I would say, on the day across the board. We will be actually getting a Berlin for this series in particular, but it's been interesting to kind of see North America in particular go from locking down defense to all of a sudden finding ability to crack the code offensively on both Berlin and Tuscan combined. In fact, we actually saw some really great plays over the weekend here on Tuscan offense as well, trying to kind of unfold that B site that can be so elusive at times. So with the double dose of Berlin coming in, just give me an X Factor player from either team that you're really looking out for to possibly change the dynamic of this series.
I'll give you one here for Electrify Steel, Pentagram, because he's the one that usually is kind of showing up with the sub at times, and I feel like he's kind of one of the X Factors. When he's doing well, it feels like Electrify Steel are just posted up in power positions. Their ARs are exactly where they want to be, and it's usually a great time. On the other side, I would be looking at Noisy, who's kind of the opposite sub, because for me, when I look at Berlin's, I always look at what the SMG is able to do and how their team is kind of activating or setting him up for success. So I think those are the two key players that are going to have to be able to find some success here, because we know at times it's not fun to be a sub, but when you can get into those little angles, you can get into the back spawn, it can be very difficult to deal with here. So those are the two I think I have my eyes on here, Al.
And I'm just going to piggyback because I think you picked the right players. And I think the thing that we've said about each of these teams for Electrify Steel in total and in pieces for Mau Mau over the course of the last, we'll say 2 stages, just to try to keep it a little bit more concise, is at times when we watch these teams and these players play Berlin, it is all about trying to make it feel like there's a 5th member on the map because of the routes that you're hitting. And the 2 players that you highlight, I would say, are probably the most excellent in the server when it comes to doing that. So we'll see how things unfold. We are just waiting on one more player to jump on in. We'll be into the Berlin control. I want to remind you guys all, though, while you're all here, first of all, thank you. We love you. Challengers loves you. We're only qualifying 1 team, though. So we've got 4 squads remaining. Only one of them can join the other 7 that have either been auto-qualified by total challenger points or have made their way through their own regional LCQs to be a part of the 8 final teams to join into the CDL Championship weekend in LA. I don't know, man. We knew that this bracket was going to be a grueler from day number 1, knowing that we were only limiting it to 8 teams and we're only taking one of those 8 squads. But I will say, after watching the teams kind of fight throughout the day, these final 4 are going to have some really fun looks for us as we try to get close to crowning an LCQ champion, so to speak.
Oh, absolutely. It just feels like the level of COD, has becoming a little different on the day. Yeah. Everyone knows that, this is the big one. This is what you have to go big for, because everyone's going to have their eyes on CDL Challenger Champs when it comes down to what they're looking to try to pick up going into the next season, who's performing well. That's how you can kind of make or break your career, so to speak. So this is everything to every single one of these guys playing on the day. And as much as we've already been able to crown at least a few more going into that Challengers Finals. There is still more to crown here, specifically in North America, as we'll look into this one. Heading into the Berlin Control, all tied up 1-1. Electrify Steel may not have been the best online over the last couple tournaments, but here, Alan, they have been performing pretty well in the day, and we'll see if Meow Meow will be able to answer them yet again in the respawn.
And one of the biggest things about this Mau Mau squad, you have to keep in the back of your mind that I hesitate to call them a pickup team, but this is a recently formed squad. So do you have the composure and chemistry to know offensively when you have an advantage and where you can take it really kind of to your opponent? First couple of kills, great. Second tick of progress, already gone on B with this double stack, which seems to be catching Electrify Steel a bit off guard. They want to try to challenge us, and the first 2 kills on re-entry are great. That will stall the progress and also gain a lot of real estate to work with defensively.
Exotic through the outskirts here will lose that battle to Fame, and all of a sudden it's kind of back to step 1 here, trying to battle out of your spawn, or you'll be able to sniff or touch that zone. We'll see if they can try to make something happen over by B. Coming through the outer side of the docks will be Noisy, but he doesn't finish off the kill, and Pentagram's able to play his life just a little bit longer. Repositions, finds Capsidal, and now can finesse inside of P2.
You see what I mean, though? Where it just feels like they're everywhere all at once. It's like that movie, everything everywhere all at once. It just kind of feels that way. And Fame, holy, he may just do it all himself. Stun comes through the front door, not going to connect, but it doesn't matter. 5 in a row for Fame. Back on his normal BS that we've been talking about over the last couple of opens. Now 1 off a glide bomb with only 35 seconds to kill off this defense.
I mean, Fame has just single-handedly cleared out the point, moved into the spawn, found a couple more kills, and now this forces Meow Meow into a really difficult position. Fame is still 1 off of the glide. There it is. It's locked in. Exotic down low, knowing the peak's going to come through, finds the head, takes out Fame, giving them one last chance to try to make a play onto B. 15 seconds on that clock. They will stall it out, but Pander in from behind.
And he's got an SMG with this. Oh, he does well to take down Noisy, but nothing further. Fame wants to try to slide in and challenge for the contest and maybe the win off of time, but he will be just a touch late, 60 seconds added. The significant portion of all of this, though, is even though, hey, the defense technically failed at B, they very much so succeeded in efforts to win the round. 6 life advantage, only 55 seconds left in the clock, and Caps inside of Fire has actually been allowed to live a little bit longer than I was anticipating, but he eventually does drop, and with that train station control is what we're going to be fighting for.
Yeah, Caps kind of really needed his teammates to win battles inside of train stations so he could be a little bit more effective there. But with no kills coming in, had to kind of run and play his life. Fame now pushes out the back and just runs at them. And will take 2 for his life. He'll happily take that. Pentagram now sees if he can maybe do the exact same thing while GodRx looks over him through the outskirts. But I mean, the play is on Meow Meow. They gotta move. They gotta make a move here with about 20 seconds left.
Dude, just give Fame 3 more kills, and he's killed off half of the lives himself. In total lives. He's actually done more than that. Mathematically, he's done more than 50% of the kills this round so far. But the hit still comes through. 8.2 on the clock is where it stalls for just a brief moment. Last chance would have to be off of Exotic and Phantoms, and oh, they just 2v3 their way in. Fame, though, look how confident he is. Right into the 1v2. Trying to spam through doorways, hallways. Doesn't matter. Everything is made out of paper mache when Fame gets involved, and that will be enough to kill off the clock with the retake. Electrify Steel, dominate the defense. Fame dominates the defense and gets his team 1 on the board.
I like that correction there, Alan. It really did feel like it was Fame for the majority of that first initial point there. I mean, just went on the 7 spree, has the glide now available, which is going to really set you up offensively when you talk about getting on that point and being able to call that glide in for all the players kind of crossing through the patio side. So very nicely done. 13-6 for Fame. I mean, you take a look at the rest of his teammates, and I mean, they have the exact same score as him. So yeah, it really has been the Fame show so far for us, but can he keep it going? Sub in hand, at least off the rip. No initial A hit, at least for everyone. Fame wants to see if he can maybe make a play through mid. Teammates are winning gunfights, and that's going to open up a touch for B.
And this is the thing that I was going to be kind of hinting at about Mau Mau. Would they be able to see their opportunities and convert? Because one of the things that we know about Electrify Steel is that they're so quick off of a favorable kill feed to flood over to A. Exotic holds some semblance of a defense at A at the moment. Pentagram by himself wanted to wait for a little bit of assistance, and it comes in form of GodRx, who actually weakens up Capsidal enough to allow Pentagram to find a free kill. But things will cool for a moment. Second tick of progress on the way at B. But you can see Electrify Steel are desperately still looking over with hungry eyes towards the A zone.
Yeah, Fame, I mean, that's his first engagement in the entire round. He's just been on the B point, stomping the clock for this entire round 2, and that's going to be good for 2 ticks of progress. Now, finally, Meow Meow are able to get at least a little bit of defense kind of set up around the A point, but it's going to quickly come right back over here because they can't really dedicate too much of their attention to B. They're going to have to focus on where Pentagram might be, because he could make a great play to kind of blow this entire thing open. Pentagram finds the angle. He's now in the point, stopping the clock, finds Capsule, and that's going to be good to start making some progress on A.
He's just... He always finds these ways to surreptitiously get around the back and just keep people guessing. Noisy forces the gunfight, saying, you're not getting away from me this time, but does sacrifice his life for the effort as an extra 60 seconds is tallied. First tick of progress on A is also looking good, as that will get locked in with kills to assist. Long-range shots from Panda just runs out of ammunition. That's fine, he's got another clip in the back pocket. Continues to spam down the doorway. Second tick gone, third tick on the way, and this is what you have to be afraid of if you face up against Electrify Steel on this map. My goodness.
Alan, I don't think they could breathe that entire round 2. Like, it just felt like I'm still trying to catch my breath. Yeah, like, it just feels like I'm, like, completely shook with the way they played that. I mean, it's nothing crazy where they send 3 players over to A, 1 player to B to stop the clock, but it's the amount of damage those 3 players at A do that kind of just sets the tone for the entire round 2. Yeah. And Electrify Steel, I mean, they are just ripping through their opponents right now. Meow Meow going to have to hit the quick regain, and, well, more specifically, Noisy needs to hit the regain right now. 4 and 15. We said he needed to get involved, and, well, this is the time you're going to have to start to turn up.
Yeah, I think he found 2 kills in the first round and 2 kills there in the second. Yeah, it definitely has not been comfortable, to say the least. Over towards B, though, the offense looks for something to kind of get them going. And the kills are solid, so here we go. Second to progress should be an all but guarantee. Just comes down to, will there be any final challenge towards the extra 60 seconds that would be merited here with a full capture? And maybe it's just Fame. Fame may try to finesse a 1v1 here. Phantoms is watching the doorway. Doesn't matter. He doesn't even pull the trigger. Are you kidding me? Hello? Anyone home? Capsule is, and he'll lock on the last tick.
That's good. Fame just, doing a little nice play to see if he can be a little annoying. Gotta get some more resources or numbers over there to secure the count. But now Noisy, he's starting to catch a little fire. This is what we needed to see. If Meow Meow are, in fact, going to bring this one back. This has been a great round 3 here for them so far, only losing 4 lives. Noisy going to wisely kind of back down there from that pinch. Going to regroup with his team and brute force through the front. Noisy trying to look for a gunfight in, but looking from left to right. Can't find anything exotic. Luckily Will gets the trade, and now we'll stop the clock.
That's just so difficult when you're coming off of B, trying to string to A, and you use all of your utility to clear off train station. You just kind of have to wander in towards the A zone and just hope you pick the right corner. You kind of saw that on the entry. Looked left, looked right. Where are they? So advantage towards the defense as they reestablish control, but they are down on lives with still a lot of clock to play with here if you're Mau Mau. But the thing about it is, it's not just this round to keep the map going. You have to be convincing in winning this round if you're Mau Mau. Yeah. Hopefully, possibly building towards streaks, because Electrify Steel is probably the best control team in Challengers right now, and they showed you why in the first 2.
They certainly did. And now Meow Meow, they are in position to make a move on the point. It's a fun one to say out. See if they can do it. Got our X here. Finds it. 3 in a row for him. We'll be able to play his life a little bit longer. Pander kind of working through the back, and it's Fane that finds 2 up close. Capsule is left all alone, and it is just so damn clean yet again from Electrify Steel.
I'm still trying to regain. Oh, that was too funny, man. 58 seconds on the clock. The lives have been reduced to a lead of only 2 now all of a sudden. And once again, you find yourself in that same kind of obstacle course of how do we get through the middle of the map before we even see the A zone. The cleaner the kills, the better, and so far it's just trade, which is not necessarily great news. Panda are going to force a gunfight outside towards Phantom's direction. Allowed to keep his life. Glide Bomb going to be called in by Fame. They're feeling like this is going to be it. Right through the train station it goes. Doesn't find any kills, but it does give out the awareness that the last 2 players are hitting from the front. And with 28 seconds remaining, Electrify Steel can continue to put a little bit of a proximity in front of this zone.
Oh, there's still a chance to make something happen here. Noisy does win. Massive gunfight up top. Train is cleared out. Just got to clear out the point. Noisy wins another unbelievable one. But his teammates all falling and dropping. Capsule, the only one left that's furthest pushed forward and won't be able to find anything. That is going to do it. Electrify Steel, they are just too damn good when it comes to control. And we see it through all 3 rounds as convincing as ever.
My gosh, dude. I mean, I hesitated to say it at Boston because we didn't get a lot of time watching a lot of the Electrify Steel run on the main stage, but watching what they put together in the face of a very good Ultra and A team and a number of other major components, even Sensor's team played, I thought, controlled pretty darn well at Boston. This Electrify Steel team just came out and just obliterated it. It felt like everybody on any map, every single series. And I just don't know what you play against this squad, because I feel like for a lot of North American teams right now, this is all speculation, but it feels like mentally everyone's looking at Berlin as their best chance to win a control, because you're not leaving it up to who has the slightly more convincing defense on Gavudu, who maybe gets a tick of progress at Tuscan on B. This one feels like you can kind of keep it underneath your own control until you play this Electrify Steel team. They're so quick on offense to get a favorable kill feed at B and then full flood you at A. They're so fast. We saw that back when we played in the season 4 of the Elite, and we definitely saw that at Boston. And if you missed either of those things, well, that's Exhibit A for you right here in this series.
Yeah, and something that feels like they're also really good at when it comes to control is something that we looked at last year when it came down to Moscow, was like kind of just like stopping the clock and allowing your teammates to like fry and just slay out for a little bit. Like that was something they did right off the rip, right? Where they just send that initial hit over to A, but then send Fame to kind of go deal with B by himself. Stop the clock, see if you can get some early progress, and we'll see what we can do with the time that we have. And well, obviously worked out pretty well for them, but that's something I feel like that they're really good at doing, and something obviously we talked about a lot last year, but it really does feel like at different times this team is just on a different level. And here's the part, like you see it right there from Pander. Everybody can do it. Everybody can find the entries. Everyone can get involved in the play. That is so critical when you talk about a map mode combination like a Berlin control.
Look, here's the thing. It's very easy, especially with that montage of replays that could just go immediately to the hoop tape for Fame, to talk just about what he did on the map. But look right below him, bro. 20 and 11 from Pander, 2,600 damage, 16 non-traded kills. Technically speaking, he had a better performance than Fame if you want to talk about efficiency margins. And the thing is, it's not just the fact that he's putting up those numbers. This is Pander flexing to an MP40, dude. Like, are you kidding me? If you went back and watched any Pander clips from last year in Cold War, he's holding the Krig L-triggering at the back of Checkmate. Like, this guy was main AR city all year last year, and even at the beginning of this year. So you want to kind of point a finger at why this Electrify Steel team is finding itself more success. It's not just the fact that Fame is a talent. It's the fact that Pander has become so damn versatile, and it's made this team just that much more eccentric when you have the ability of pulling out 3 subs at times.
You know, it's also something about Pander that like always starts off the year a little bit slow, and then we get to like the end of the year and it's like, Pander, okay, now we're seeing it. Like all of a sudden it's coming to life, it's coming together, and there's just times where you really can take over. So I think that Pander's a really good shout for as far as, you know, what we have seen. And it gets near the end of the year, that's when he really starts to click, and we see it there throughout that map number 3. So good news here if you're a fan of Electrify Steel, because they have a chance to be able to put it away going into the second hard point. Now, I will say the first hard point, they started off great, Alan. They had almost like an 80, 90 point lead, it felt like at one point in time, but they did let up on the gas a little bit. So coming into this map number 4, I think we need Meow Meow to really start off on the right foot, really kind of have that good start, because like we've been talking about the entire series, when Electrify Steel find their rhythm, find that groove, all of a sudden it almost becomes a little too easy for them to maintain that lead. And we've seen that, you know, throughout challengers for the last couple events. So we'll see if they can do it. We're going back over to Berlin. It will be, of course, on the hard point. So this will be a really big one. Well, a really big one here for the ARs to match up against Pander and GodRx as well.
Absolutely. I'm really curious, though. Is this going to be a map that's going to be AR? Is it going to be a 2-2 split? I should probably just kind of posture the whole setup for this. Or are we going to see Pander pulling out that sub at times and just changing the tempo? Because that's the one thing that, you know, now that I'm kind of thinking about it, you know, I've got an old brain. I don't really recollect things as well as I used to. But thinking back, knowing Berlin's coming up, I remember Pander on a lot of these hills pulling out MP40s. And a lot of teams just did not have the ability of pulling out that third sub to the same avail that Electrify Steel showed. Now, all that said, I'm going to counter my own part here and play devil's advocate. Mau Mau does, on paper, roster-wise, have the ability, in my mind, to be able to match that. It just comes down to, will you come out with this 3-sub build and try to take the fight to them, or are you going to have to react? I think the moment you use the word react to Electrify Steel, that's usually when things are going poorly. So I would love to see Mau Mau come out and just kind of be proactive and just try to set the tone, whether it's a 2-2 split or a 3-1, I don't care. get out there and really set what this map is going to feel like for the entirety of it.
I think you're going to have to, Alan. We'll see if they can do it. Could be the last series here for all the players on Meow Meow unless they turn up here and right now. And already the opening engagement's coming through. Noisy finds the first one. Good entry, but Fame is gonna kick it off with a three-piece. Are you kidding me?
No, he's not. He is not joking. He is not feature himself as a stand-up comedian. He is very serious. And, oh, man. It's just one of those things that's like, he just stays out of the fight until it's like, okay, now I know where everybody is, so I'm just gonna jump on in here like Neo from the Matrix and just gun everybody. And he's not done. Another two off the respawn. Just absolute dominance from Electrify Steel. Essentially call it what it is. Perfect here on P1.
Perfect, and look at the spawns. This is like the worst possible situation here for Meow Meow because they're going to be rotating through water, and well, Electrify Steel, they're well aware of where they're rotating from as Pentagram breaks open the back door, takes another multi-kill, and that is going to slow things down again. So not only do they come out with almost all the time on P1, they're going to get the first 15 seconds uncontested.
Good attempt here from Noisy to try to foil the setup. X is pushed back. Good follow-up from Capsule. Leaves Pentagram by himself. And, well, you saw it. He was looking up. He was looking down. It was just a little bit too much to deal with. So Mau Mau get their break. 37 seconds on the clock. Would love to see them get a couple of staggered kills here and really try to push back this Electrify Steel team. And the kills are good. Okay. Caps for 3 in a row. Exotic following up. That's a full team wipe. And now Mau Mau can kind of take a breath, regen your health, get a reload off, and try to get some score on the board.
Yeah, this is exactly what you needed just to make sure things do not get out of hand before going into a P3 hill. And Fame is going to put a little pressure here just to try to stop and slow down the rotation, see if he can get away with a couple kills on the point. Pander is there doing 360s, shooting through the wall, takes out Noisy. And man, the pressure certainly has been put on, but the ARs aren't set up through water here, so there is still a forward position for Phantoms to get something done for the spawns.
Oh, and Fame does get checked by that stun. Oh, great read. Yeah, Noisy will drop, but it opens up fire completely. Pander looking to play off a bit of a pinch. The timing is okay, but it's a little delayed. And while this is all happening, Mau Mau not only breaking into the hard point, they've broken the spawns completely. So now it's just down to, can you find a way to quickly try to re-break this? And oh my goodness, Pander absolutely burst his way through. And it's going to be 3 in a row for Pander. Not done yet as Mau Mau continues to spawn up close.
Fame and Pander, they're just kind of, you know, tag teaming each other, just saying, you get a 3-piece, I'll get a 3-piece. Back and forth we go with these two. And it will be time now being accumulated for Electrify Steel, breaking in and making sure they lock in the remaining 25 seconds at Pentagram with the sub. Putting in some work right now. Couple here for him in a row, 4 to be exact, and he's behind the entire play. They think Pentagram took a different route. He might be able to find another 2-piece. That's 5. Looking for 6. Goes to the pistol. Exotic. He's not going to be able to find him. Pentagram now 1 off the glide bomb.
Oh, he's got more than enough time to reposition, reload, and possibly take a 1v1. No. Noisy beats him to the punch. Now Pander, though, in the back line of his own, once again, just keeping Mau Mau on their heels. This is what we talked about. You don't want to have to react to this Electrify Steel team. They will just be all over you. I mean, it's just... it's so hard to deal with how quick they are. Even with ARs in hands, it just doesn't seem to make too much of a difference. Again, another moment of recovery here for Mau Mau, but you have to change how the tides of this battle are going right now, because at the moment, it's all Electrify Steel.
Yeah, it just feels like, you know, getting and securing time is just a huge problem. And, well, even for the remaining 20 seconds where you think their setup might be good, they even get pressured off of that time here as well. So you're looking at about a 50-point deficit, scrap time being secured, gunfight still being won. But this rotation kind of up to both of these squads for as far as who will get full control of it. Noisy's going to take the route with the AR through the dockside, kind of watch over this entire main lane. We'll see how much work he's going to be able to do as he works into fire, but no one going to go for the hill just yet.
You think these teams are familiar with one another? Because Electrify Steel, I mean, you don't often see teams playing for that rotation in the first 5 seconds of P5. It really is the last 20 seconds in P4 if you want to be technical, but Electrify Steel anticipated the long route from Mau Mau. It's a good read on where the spawns are, it's a better read on the timing, and they win the gunfights, stabilize, hold the side of the map that you want, and now you can kind of recenter, refocus, and take the fight back towards mid. Exotic trying to avoid a gunfight with Pander, unable to do so, leads to numbers now, and Electrify Steel continue to grow their lead.
Yeah, the best news about this is, like, even though time's not going over, Electrify Steel are just always making sure their focus is on the spawns for new. Like, that is really the critical key part of this. And, well, last time we saw P1, they got a good 45 seconds, so there's a reason they're doing it. And even this 10 seconds might not even go over to Meow Meow as Fame pushes all the way up. But Noisy will get there. GodRx now needs to find a couple kills, and he delivers 3 in a row. 2 inside of train station. Looking for the third. Noisy finds them for an important trade, but it's just Noisy here at the moment, waiting for his teammates to set up the pinch.
And you can feel the anxiety just in the movements from Noisy. He knows that he's not in the position that he needs his teammates need him to be. He's trying to rush forward and get to these key positions and try to work off these pinches and flanks, but he just doesn't have the real estate to work with that. And again, it's just a lot of credit to Electrify Steel, beating Mau Mau to the punch and forcing them to have to react. You need to see a little bit more patience here from Noisy. It's okay to stay a little bit more stagnant and try to just force team breaks from the front, but they're not doing that. It's all in piecemeal, and it's not working out. Electrify Steel, again, near perfect here in P1.
This is their hill, man. This is their hill. I mean, it's just sprees galore. Gapsital will get in there to stop it, but Fame over the top. These are not easy gunfights, but he's making them look easy at times. 4 in a row again. We're, of course, going to stay on board with this man as he starts to look at this rotation with the sub. He's been able to cut through mid for free. How many kills can he find? Those ones on the staircase. There it is. Number 5 is in, and Fame is still alive, looking for 6. 1 more for the glide bomb, and he might be able to find it down low. It just feels like Fame is just on a different level right now. The glide doesn't come through, but the damage is done.
Austin, there are times in that little spear right there where I had to make sure and double check that we were live on the COD Challengers YouTube page for a last chance qualifier, because Fame's running around like it's a bot lobby warm-up. He is just running, looking for engagements, and becoming a very bad influence for all you ranked players out there that are looking now just to do the exact same thing, because he's moving a little different pentagram, a little turnaround, but Exotic avoids at least some sort of embarrassment here, but it's still a 100-point game, and it's just another map that turns into the Fame show. 60 seconds plus worth of hill time, nearly double positive. I mean, ask him to do sleight of hand magic. I bet he could probably make it happen.
We'll have to talk to him after the game. Might be able to. I'm with you. It almost just feels like Meow Meow have never had like a clean feed. Like they've never had like just a really good kind of initial setup for themselves where they find like 3 or 4 down over the last couple of hills, and because of it, they're just never accumulating time. They never had the close spawn. It's just a laundry list that just keeps on building and getting longer and longer. But hey, maybe this is their chance. Gapsital does find his way in to contest for a quick moment. Pentagram to the front, waits patiently, goes to the back, snaps on Phantoms. More work to be done, and it's GodRx's name that takes him out, but still, I'm going over to Electrify Steel as they're almost at 200 points.
It's just like, what do you do against this? You're trying to set up an envelopment around the hard point. You lose all your 1v1s. You try to flood on in from one direction. You get pieced up by one player. It just feels like there's no winning right now for Mau Mau. And that's not to any discredit to any of the players. Like, really, no one's playing terribly bad. It's just the fact that Fame is absolutely destroying everything that has 2 shoes on right now. Man, this is unbelievable. That said, Mau Mau will still be able to find a way to exit with some of the scrap time, but it just doesn't feel like any commentary I put to this matters, because Electrify Steel is still dominating the trends of this map.
Dominating it, making it look good. And Mau, Fame also trying to get some early work done at the front of train station. 212 to 112, 100-point differential. They're not letting up on the gas. Electrify Steel, they want to drive this one home, advance to that next round, keep their LCQ dreams alive. Meow Meow, on the other hand, need to go now, because this has just been a little too difficult here for them. And, well, 25 seconds left. If they can get this time, maybe there's a chance to start to make something happen, but time is running out here, Alan.
Yeah, you're having too much fun with this team name, Austin. We need to... if these guys end up pulling this back and qualifying, we need to have a talk with Noise and be like, all right, you guys got to change your team name, because Austin can't control himself saying your team name out loud. Which, by the way, this game is not over as of yet. It just is going to be the most miraculous Berlin comeback we've probably ever seen if it happens. Capsital taken down. Hardpoint will expire. Exotic able to open up the new one favorably in that shade of blue. But the kills are just not there. No help whatsoever for Exotic, who's just hiding in a corner. Fame easy to pick it up. And, yeah, it just feels like the clock is ticking. It's just a matter of time. 10 seconds between Electrify Steel and a lower final matchup. Oh, boy.
Oh boy, Electrify Steel looking just so good in the respawns here. A couple more seconds, there it is. They will eliminate Meow Meow here from the LCQ in North America. And they'll advance to that next round, making it look super convincing here in the respawns.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, and we're going to see it, and everyone's going to look at it. They're going to point at it and say, Noisy did not have a good game. I just don't know what you do if you're Noisy on that map. Honestly. I mean, he's playing entry SMG. You know he's going to try to be the first guy in every single time, or do essentially what Pentagram is doing on the other side, which is try to beat Electrify Steel on rotation. The thing about it was, every time that Noisy tried to break into a hard point, there were 2 guns looking at him. Every time he tried to play for a long rotation, there were 2 guns looking at him. I don't know what you do there if you're Noisy, because it felt like there were times where Mau were trying to say, all right, trying to play this 1-by-1, trying to make rogue routes happen. It's not working. Let's try to focus on trying to full hit this. Maybe go 2-2 and coordinate these hits. That wasn't working. Even on setups, they were kind of getting surprised. So it just, you can't really look at Noisy there and say that he was the cause for the loss. I know a lot of people will look at it and say he went nearly double negative, so Shift, you're stupid, you don't know what you're talking about. But the fact of the matter was, the team mentality could never catch up to what Electrify Steel were doing in my mind.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, it really did feel like there was just so many times where, like, you could almost, like, watch their gameplay and you could just, like, see the stress, right? Like, you're just like, man, like, this feels frustrating because they just don't know if there's one more player in the back. They don't know if they have full control. And if they do, it almost felt like they never really hold on to it very long because just one player comes flying through and gets, 2 kills. And, that was a huge part of it as well. Everyone kind of popping off in different moments throughout this map, finding 2-3 pieces that really lead to a lot of control and a lot of the time that they accumulated through that first and second kind of rotation of hills. So, I mean, incredibly well done. You can only really gas them, right, after watching a map like that. So Electrify Steel, I have to imagine, I mean, looking full circle, moving on here, they got to feel really good, Alan, with the way they're playing, because it does just feel like they're oozing confidence at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, just look at the assists, bro. Almost everybody at double-digit assists. I mean, the help is incredible. Everyone went on a little bit of a spree at one point in time. The ratio of non-traded kills to actual full kills are high for just about everybody. It's just, man, I don't know how you play up against that. And the funny thing about it was, when we were in Boston talking with the Electrify Steel guys about their hard point, they were finding themselves in a little bit of a blender sometimes, where like they would open up a map and be down 80 points. And then all of a sudden they would put together these huge comebacks and still win by 60. And talking with Casey Pander, he was sitting there saying, bro, if we could just figure out our opening breakoffs, no one's going to touch us in hardpoint. And boy, was he right, at least in this instance, because that was as convincing as we've ever seen on a Berlin hardpoint.
I mean, yeah, the opening hill was like 45 seconds, right? They didn't even get a second, and then they even won the rotation to P2 initially. So, I mean, they whatever they've done, they've clearly been able to find some fixes for the opening breakoffs. As we'll take a look at the map set here one more time for you guys. Of course, the map number 1 was a little bit closer, 250 to 200. Then we have Meow Meow at least win a search and destroy to get themselves on the board. But when it came to map 3 and map 4, well, the numbers there, they speak for themselves.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And you have to be reminded that this is it, right? This is not just the end of a tournament. Right. This is not just the end of an elite season. This is the end of the year for all these Mau Mau guys now. So it's obviously commiserations sent out their way. It was such a successful season for all 4 of those guys, individually and at times collectively. It's just tough when you're in this position after Boston. You don't feel like what you brought to the Open was working. You try to find one last kind of Formula X to make it work for LCQ, and it didn't quite work out here for Mau Mau. Not able to beat Electrify Steel twice, because they did beat them in the winner's bracket, which, by the way, now it may be time for us to look over that bracket, because we've got 3 teams remaining. I know a lot of people are very excited about Team Exposed because Clayster's in grand finals, trying to qualify, get back to champs. I don't know if you can go back to that breaking point graphic saying that, does he technically still make champs then? Hard to say. Yeah. Maybe the streak can still stay alive. But there is some work to be done there as they await their opponent in the grand finals. And you see that on the bottom side of that winner's final matchup, Awobabobs NA, they were sent down to the lower bracket after dropping to that Team Exposed squad. So that will be what we get for our lower finals coming up next. That's your number 2 versus your number 3 side of Awobabobs NA taking up Electrify Steel. Any thoughts about Kaiser's squad as we look forward to that lower finals?
Listen, I feel like those guys, obviously have a lot of synergy, at least for the most part. Yuli, Kaiser, like they obviously played together for a very long time, at least beforehand. So I think coming in here for at least this matchup, they have to be really good in the respawns, because I feel like their S&D, they have it in them to be able to really take down Electrify Steel in the search and destroys. But when we're talking about control and we're talking about the dominance that we just saw on the hard points, I feel like that's where they're going to have to be able to match them if they have a shot at being able to make it to that grand final. And for the most part throughout the day, I feel like it has been a little inconsistent, here and there. But for, that grand or that winners final, they did play them very close up against Clay squad. So we'll see if they can do that here again. But I mean, you have to kind of cool down for a second, take a little fiver and just let Electrify Steel just kind of walk it off for a second here before you jump into that match. I feel like that might be one of the keys to victory.
Not to beg your pardon, I said Kaiser, I meant Cryptic. Sorry, it's Cryptic, Yuli, Hollow, and Mine. That's that team of 4. So apologies there. But that's what we're going to be coming up with next. We'll be on a bit of a break while the teams filter over what they want to do. And maybe for Wobblebobs, what do we want to even bother trying to play this Electrify Steel team on? I'll say this much. You don't want Berlin in the mix based on what we just saw. So we'll head on over to a break. Don't go far. NALCQs continue after the extended break. I love this. These boys are speeding through the vetoes, getting right at it, ready to go for the lower finals. My old chef with me, I've got Austin Visions Neil. He entered the chat today in our Discord just with like a big boisterous, I'm Visions Neil. And I love that energy. I'm hoping you've got that for us here this evening because we've got a matchup on our hands.
Yes, we do. I'm glad you brought that up too. And it's Visions, baby. Come on, you can't mess up the punchline, Alan. What's going on? But it's gonna be a fun one, man. This is the lower final, and we just saw Electrify Steel, right? They just put on an absolute clinic when it came down to the respawns. We were kind of already talking about this matchup and kind of what we come to expect. Well, I mean, for the most part, Wobble Bobs are 4-0 in S&D on the day. G Bursted came into my DMs. He's like, listen, he's like, I want to make sure that you go on broadcast, you say they're 4-0 in S&D. I'm the S&D coach. I've been looking over these guys. So I'm like, all right, man, I'll let you know. They are absolutely 4-0. They've been electric when it comes to that game mode. But what can they do when it comes to the respawn? Because there's more respawns than S&Ds when it comes to a best of 5.
Your math checks out. There are more respawns than S&Ds. It's been that way for a long time. And even more terrifyingly so is look with the 3 respawns that we have. It's the exact same map mode combination and order that we had for the last series. The only map that's different is map 5. Berlin instead of the Desert Siege that I believe was there. So, pardon me, it's actually a Bocage hardpoint. Was it Tuscan a second ago? Am I crazy? Wait, was this whole thing different?
Tuscan map 4. Tuscan map 4, yeah.
Dude, I'm on 2.5 hours of sleep, and I thought I was seeing things for a second. I literally had no idea. So a bit different when it comes to what our setup is. Ignore everything I just said, but I still think the principles of what you laid out are very true, even though we get a Bocage hardpoint to kick us off.
Absolutely. And I mean, we'll be getting into like a lot of that speed and tempo like right away. And I mean, something that we were kind of just obviously talking about kind of over that last series was the fact that it almost does feel like at times Electrify Steel have that extra member on the map. And we were seeing just how impactful just every single member can be at any point in time. And that's almost something that you kind of have to match up against, or at the very least, just find some more trades. Because when we're kind of looking over Fame, he was finding 3 pieces, Got Our X is putting it together 2, Pander's breaking open points for 3. Like, that can't be happening when you're going into this series right now. You have to make sure you're finding trades. You have to be playing together. And just for heaven's sakes, do not let Electrify Steel get comfortable in a respawn, because it snowballs out of control way too often.
Yeah, it literally, all prayers for heaven's sake, because it really does feel like we talked about it. It just gets out of control. The thing about it is and this is going to sound really strange, but when you look at maps like Tuscan and Berlin that we had in the last series for Electrify Steel, we always talk about how they're so good at putting on extra pressure where it feels like there's a 5th man on the map. That's because they're able to lock down a large map and kind of turn it into, we've got 75% of the map, you've got 25% of the map. Much more difficult to do that on Bocage, even though you would assume that, you know, we've seen electricity come out of Pander with the sub, Fame with the sub. It's going to be a sub spree all the way through. Their ability to manipulate the map becomes a little bit less confident, you would have to assume. So is there maybe opportunity there for RoboBob's NA? That's the question we consider. And yeah, we're sitting here framing up a lot of storylines from Electrify Steel's point of view. But for this RoboBob's NA team, you mentioned players like Yuli. He's been really solid in these last couple of weeks, just trying to kind of do what Pander's been doing. Pick up an extra sub, get in the mix, and make sure that you're trying to keep speed in mind as you approach these respawns. So they're going to have to find that here if they want to find success against this Electrify Steel team.
Yeah, most certainly. And I think that there is a player that kind of jumps off the page. It's got to be Mind, right? With his season, I'm a little surprised that he doesn't have more chips, you know, coming into the season with the way that he has played, at least throughout Vanguard, because there has been times where it just feels like he can just take over a map, which there isn't too many players, you know, in Vanguard within the challenger scene that we can say that about. But I think for the most part, Mind has actually been already been able to do that on the day, and we've already seen a lot of it throughout the last couple of tournaments. So, you know, if Mind can find that form and kind of match up against a lot of what we've already been seeing, I think that could also be the key to success, to kind of enable your Yuli, enable the rest of the squad to be able to get there with you and say, listen, I'm piecing them, get there with me, let's piece them together. That's what you need if you're going to take down an Electrify Steel. But we're just about ready to jump into this one, ladies and gentlemen. This is the lower final. Remember, it is do or die for every single team. Only 1 seed makes it out, so you have to win this and then win grand final. Still a long road ahead of you, but it starts with this matchup right here.
Dude, it's just, is it just me, or does it not feel like the end of the season? Like, this is the end of the season for one of these two teams. It feels weird to say that out loud. I don't know. I'm not there yet mentally.
That's all I got. Alan.
It really is.
That's all you got for me?
That's all I got for you. Doesn't feel like the end. What is that Hannah Montana saying? It's not about the climb, it's about the journey or whatever.
Is that what she says?
I don't know.
You on that one?
Pentagram for the opener, followed up by mine, but Panda continues to lock down things at range, and with a little bit of assistance from GodRX, numbers will allow Electrify still to get in for a little bit of early time. We'll get the logos messed around here, make sure Wobabobs is represented correctly. But as you would assume, a lot of the fight still for Wobabobs is trying to push through this hard point, not necessarily to get on it. And so far, so good, putting Fame into a difficult position, having to take a gunfight, and as he loses it to Hollow, an opportunity for Wobabobs NA to flip the spawns around here.
Oh, GodRX almost able to come up with another there onto Cryptic. Panda is going to work through the back here, and Hollow's going to help cut him down. This is a lot of pressure on Pentagram and GodRX. Got to play their life, wait for their teammates to spawn up. They're now here, barn control, looking good. Not a whole lot of time goes over either team throughout P1, but the front zoning that's coming through right now is going to set Electrify Steel up quite nicely for this second hill.
A very important set of kills that came through to allow Pentagram to continue to play forward, and oh, has he ever. 3 in a row, now on a killing spree for 5, and he can continue just to lurk around this back wall. Wait to watch players come across his line of sight. Pistol in hand, he nearly breaks the camera to get the glide, but is shut down. Doesn't make much of a difference, though. The ground gained will lead to significant time here on P2, and as Yuli gets caught trying to race across the field side, it's ES who are all over this hard point.
That's the first hit for a Wobabobs right there, and it was at 30 seconds. That is how much map control Electrify Steel have. It feels like if you want to move, you have to run it through Electrify Steel first before you can even move the joystick, because they have just a complete grip on everything that you do. So 56-8, Wobabobs NA, they will of course have the spawns in the back, but Fame already threatening them on 5 in a row.
What is this, my dude? Like, this is unbelievable. 65-8. This is a lower final against a great squad. And again, the end of the season. It looks like Electrify Steel have 365 days head start on this map mode combination. Are you kidding? This is unbelievable. And Wobabobs are just trying to hang on for dear life at the moment. 80-10, we're not even through the third hill yet.
I don't know if a Wobabobs have been on the other side of the map yet. I don't know if they spawned
no,
there.
I don't think they have.
Right? Like
They spawned there, yeah.
All right, so that's the only time they've been able to touch that side. And from there on out, it feels like they've just been trapped in this back side of the map, and they have not been able to kind of go for a stroll, kind of take a look around and see what the rest of the map looks like. And it's just not there for them. So 81-26, scrap time is there. Still a lot of gameplay left, but man, we need to start to see some players step it up here. But Pentagram, patient play. Will it pay off? It will for one. We'll try to just go down low, and look how annoying it is to play against Pentagram. He just makes it so difficult for you to track him down.
Yo, you and I are going to have to go back and re-watch this Electrify Steel team from when this roster first formed, or like with a couple of weeks in. Like, I am literally at a loss of words. Like, where was this when this roster came through? You know, even a month after they formed, they were struggling to kind of get things on the board. I am absolutely flabbergasted. This is, I don't even know. I don't even know.
Exactly that. That's exactly what it is. I mean, it really does feel like this is what we would get out of Electrify Steel if we were in a LAN environment right now, right? Because we talked about them just not really being able to have the same impact that we see when it comes to LAN. But so far online today, that has not been the case. So 116-39. We'll head over to P5 here, where there's a chance for a Wobabobs to start to mount some kind of a comeback. Hollow going to be really the key piece in this play. Trying to slide across to the point, but Pentagram again from the side, still being annoying, playing his life.
The thing about this, too, is the fact that they don't even need to be conscientious about the objective because everyone's just dominating.
Exactly.
Like, this is... Someone call the FBI. This is criminal at the fullest extent of the law. Unbelievable. And it's, again, one of those situations you look over to the SMGs of a Wobabobs and you say the same things we just said about Noisy. Like, what do you do? Like, there's just no options in front of you. Finally, the ARs will create a little bit of space, and that will allow Wobabobs on for some time, but they've got a lot of work to do to kind of turn this game around, because at the moment, it is all Electrify Steel still.
it has to start with the initial setups, because the only time they've gotten here so far has just been scrap time. You know, they get 10, 15 seconds here, and that's kind of added up to the 52 seconds they have in total. But they've never really had, you know, any kind of an initial setup, and if they have, they've never been able to hold it for long. So those are the key factors that have to change going into the second set of hills. And Cryptic going to be able to play his life down low in barn. Hollow also kind of watching over the secondary cross with the AR. So the map control now finally in. It is P1, but so far so good with the first couple seconds.
Oh, and I love this. Just kind of keep your eyes over towards the minimap here, audience, because you're starting to see Obabobs get focused with where they want to take these hits. They're not kind of looking to stretch routes that we saw kind of Mau Mau just do in the last series. They're trying to focus and get multiple guns up in the same area, win these gunfights convincingly, and then make your move. So it's very methodical. It's inch by inch. A little bit of trench warfare here in Bakash, and it's working out absolutely wonderfully. 5 kills in a row for Cryptic, but unfortunately, they don't get enough pressure forward to flip the spawns around. So just as quickly as Wobobs were making moves, Electrify Steel rebuttal with 1 clean break back forward.
Last time they were just so far pushed forward, but this time, a little bit of breathing room to maybe push up to the P2 hill. Cryptic won't win the second battle, but sets it up for Hollow, and now the spawns starting to flood through in the back. Electrify Steel well aware of this at the moment. It's just a matter of, can they hold on? Can they find kills? Pander is slaying out at the moment, looking for kill number 4 in a row. Pander will be able to play his life just a little bit longer, going top barn, flipping the spawns back out, and Electrify Steel closing in on what could be 200 points at this P2 hill.
This is going to be a cringe caster moment, but Austin, you've seen the movie 300, right?
Absolutely.
This feels like that speech from King Leonidas where it's just, give them
This is
nothing
where
and
we hold
take
them.
away
Oh, yeah, that one.
everything. That one too. Yeah, this is
That
where
one too?
this is where
Both
they
of them?
die. Yeah. Dude, have we ever seen a set of hard points like this from a team in multiple matches in a row this year? Because
I don't know.
I can't think of any moment that we've seen like this.
A moment where it does look like there's just like clearly things that are being done that just are not being answered. And I mean, it doesn't happen too often when you talk about a Bokaj. Usually a really scrappy hill, but when it comes down to Electrify Steel, homework has been done, but Mind starting to catch a little bit of life. It's just, will it amount to anything? It's the setups. You know, again, they're here first, but how long are they going to be able to hold on for?
First solid setup, though, I will say, for Obabobs on this map, which is never good news when it's 200 to 100, but at least you got that to work with for right now. But look at the quick break from Pentagram around the back. He's going to try to foil up the spawns. He gets traded by Cryptic, but again, it's just the help and the assists are so quick to come through, and Electrify Steel are in. I mean, oh gosh. I mean, usually when we see things like this, we say it's like poetry in motion, but this is like Sun Tzu's Art of War right here. I mean, it is just a masterclass of how to wage warfare on Bakash. Got our X looking for a little bit of finesse here on the scrap time. Will eventually be put down, and yeah, Wobobs are getting their feet under them, but I mean, I don't think we've ever seen a comeback at more than 100 points when the opponent is at 200 plus already. So this would be, once again, miraculous to say the least.
It would be incredibly impressive. One of the better things that we've seen so far throughout the LCQs, through all regions, but Electrify Steel, you just need to get another good 30 points here, and that will be it. Pander does get a little aggressive and gets caught on the overchow, so a chance for Wobobobs to maybe break into barn, but got our X. Good for 2, and now Pentagram may be enabled through the back. No, Mind will sniff him out. So far, pretty good around the barn hill for them, as it's going to finally be a favorable kill feed of purple that's slaying out here for the Wobobobs NA. Still 30 seconds left and a lot to do.
Yeah, and the thing about this is you have to keep in mind that we often see this map go to game clock, so even though it's not a threat now, you have to be perfect in this comeback. You cannot allow the game clock to become an issue because of how quickly Electrify Steel could put this game out of reach. But, okay, hold on a second. Let's take a breath here, friends. Let's reset and recenter here, because Wobobobs just put together 2 great hills in a row.
Yeah, they did.
There's an opportunity, if they can win this rotation on the back, this could get tight again.
It very well could. Cryptic now going to have a chance to be able to kind of break open the back spawn, maybe get in from behind. Everyone trying to funnel into Grannies, but Pander's good for 2. But more importantly, he gets more information for the rest of his squad, but Mind wins an unbelievable gunfight onto Fame. And the Wobobobs, they have to focus on the time now is the problem. 2:32, and Goddard is just locking down the water side, looking for kill number 3. Cryptic will deny him the opportunity, but still, 15 seconds, that's all you need to Electrify Steel. They can still get it done here.
Yeah, absolutely, and that really is an impressive double from Goddard. He's on an island, no help anywhere near him. He needs to win the 1v2 to give his team a chance to get back to the hard point, and boy does he. But with that said, Wobobobs still get the break that we needed to see from them. 20 seconds to soak here, but trying to find a way to get 80 points straight without giving away 5 on Bakaj. I mean, someone would have to just go demon mode, and that wouldn't even do it justice. And maybe it's Cryptic on 5 in a row. Panda over the top will contest scrap time because why not? When you're that close to winning, you might as well, and that's why. So it's a heck of an effort for Mobobs to try to recenter themselves, but I mean, you can't go down 180 to 80 and expect to win a Bakaj hardpoint in this day and age. And that just goes to show Electrify Steel is just operating differently right now.
No, they are. And I think you also, pose the question, like what are they doing differently from when they formed a couple of weeks in to what they're doing now?
Yeah.
It does just feel like it's a bit of, what we get out of God Rex and Pander when it comes down to their pacing and tempo. I feel like they just have a really good understanding on when they need to get aggressive and when they need to stop and slow down. Like that balance is probably what every single player is trying to find when it comes down to Vanguard. But I do feel like at least over the last 2 series that we've seen out of these guys when it comes to the respawns, those two have been really good at kind of picking their moments, finding when they need to get aggressive, and also slowing down, playing the power position, finding kills, and just waiting for their teammates to get there. It's just that balance that I think has really been coming together for them, and why we see them, pull away with a 100-point lead on a Bokaj hardpoint.
Yeah, the thing about it too that it really is impressive, and we'll probably see a lot of it echoed in the stat line, is how much general help is coming, and not by way of like, oh, let's team shoot something together, let's bait and switch something together. It's help from like across the map at times. Like, I'm kind of thinking back to this moment. Wow, look at this. When Pentagram gets forward, this is all started by the fact that there's good team shots over the middle of the map from his teammates behind him. And all of a sudden, the attention then shifts. Okay, we did our job, you go do yours. Pentagram was able to turn that into a handful in a row, and you had mentioned it, I think, verbatim. Like, there was only 1 hit from Wolbobs even to threaten P2. And honestly, it wasn't even a full threat. It was like 2 players that kind of got close. So when you see moments like that, executed so flawlessly, it just kind of peels the skin back on your forehead and gives you kind of a artificial Botox on Bokaj here, because it just wakens all of your senses. Like, dude, these guys are finding success everywhere, not just in one spot or another.
Truly remarkable here from the Electrify Steel roster. They have cleaned up their hard point, and it is truly showing, man. Unbelievable stuff as we take a look at the overall scoreboard. And it's not like it's just like 4 players all dropping 30, right? Like, it's just everyone understanding their role in the moment. Pentagram's able to go a little bit more free and kind of find all these multi-kills, be annoying. And it really did feel like there were so many times where he was just the thorn on their side, coming and flanking, getting behind them, finding 2, stopping the team push from really ever coming through to actually hit a hill as a 4-man unit. And when you constantly do that, especially on a map like Bokaj, there's just like this overwhelming frustration, I feel like, that hits you, where it's like, man, like, we just can't break a hill. We can't break them down because we just never have all 4 of our numbers with us. So, I mean, it's just incredible stuff. You can't say enough good things about Electrify Steel so far on the day when it comes to respawn. But hey, I got some other good news for you guys out there that, like, this is so one-sided right now. These bias casters are hyping these guys up. The Little Bobs are really good when it comes down to search and destroy, all right? This is where they've been flawless on the day. They have been perfect when it comes to S&D. And this is where you're obviously going to have to strike up against this squad here that's Electrify Steel.
Yeah, I mean, we hate to always look at something and say you have to, like, Neslo a series, but you kind of have to, in a way, when you play up against this team. And the problem about that is, like I mentioned, like, this Electrify Steel team is quite literally, I think, the best control team right now in Challengers. And that also kind of speaks to the Ultra NA boys that, just came off of a championship at Boston and looked very complete in their respawn as well. They're just playing it a little bit different. So you have to steal a respawn away, which is very easy for us to say, but obviously very difficult to try to anticipate. So yeah, you're right. When it comes to the immediate effect of this map, you have to win it. And interestingly enough, obviously we just came off watching this map mode combo a moment ago in the lower semis where Electrify Steel were trying to come out with some aggression, and then we're kind of caught having to break, try to test the brakes a little bit, trying to see if they could find a way to recontrol after Capsule went off. I think that has to be like kind of the win condition here for Wobobobs, is you have to keep them at arm's reach, and you have to force Electrify to modify to your play style if you want to have a chance.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, also just making sure that Pentagram is shut down. Like, when we look back to when Electrify Steel was kind of struggling originally, I feel like a huge part of that was because Pentagram could never get involved within search and destroy. So I feel like if you can kind of force that on them and stop him from being kind of the playmaker, and also stop Fame from kind of being up there with them too, then that Panda and God RX are going to be the 2 slower kind of AR players that are usually posted up somewhere, and it kind of gives you that free information, so to speak, when they're at least alive and still on the map and in the round. So I feel like if you could at least do that here, if you're the Wobobobs, you have a really good shot at being able to do what you've been doing all day, which has been clutching up, has been winning S&Ds, has been very convincing. But when we were watching over Electrify Steel, I will say at least a lot of their defensive setups did look really strong. And the way that they've been able to play off each other again, I think has been very impressive. So there is still a lot of things that can, end up coming into this map too, where I'm not counting it Electrify Steel by any means, but it's kind of on the back end of, I think, will Pentagram, will Fame still be able to find the same value that they did in that last series that we just watched?
Indeed. We're going to take just a brief moment away just for a second here as we're getting ready for map number 2. We've got lower finals, and of course, Team Exposed, Clay, Fellow, Pristini, and Co. are all awaiting in the grand finals still. So you don't want to miss that one. We'll be back in just a moment. Don't go far. Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping straight on in to Bakaj Part 2. The Search and Destroy coming up. Electrify Steel dominating the opening hardpoint. If you missed it, well, you missed the church of, I don't even know what. Just I don't have anywhere to go. But it was nuts. It was crazy. Just trust me when I say that. And now Electrify Steel making a move quickly towards B here, Austin, and they're going to get a plant off.
Yeah, this is a big change up in Fame. He's going to be able to come behind the play, and now they have to worry about where Fame is before they can really deal with this bomb site, since he can kind of pinch the play after the fact. So a little bit of a tough situation to be in for the Iwoba bombs, but Mind is at least close on the site. Gunfight potentially onto Pander. He's not going to win it. And now that's going to put us into a 4v2, and you still have to get this defuse.
Dude, how nuanced does that offensive look? I mean, the fact that you were able to kind of send nades one direction and then hit the other and still get full clearance. I mean, that's the definition of crossover, head fake, Steph Curry from beyond the arc type things, because that is too clean, you might argue, I think, if you're looking at that from the side of a Wobabobs. But already kind of breaking ankles. This Electrify Steel, we didn't see anything like that in their last series. So
that's right.
The playbook is deep. We can at least assume that as the teammates came through an opening round for Electrify Steel.
And it's because they do it on the opening round that's now going to probably force at least a member or two over there, right, going forward. So I always love that stuff that happens kind of off the break. Hollow going to go for initial challenge. If someone decides to pop up on A, Yuli pops through the window and Hut, and we'll be able to find that first one freely. So we'll drop us into the 3v3. Pander makes it a 3v2, and Yuli just going to try to hold on to his life, but it's not going to happen. Although last one left alive.
And the thing about these looks from Electrify Steel now defensively, this was very similar to what we saw versus Mau Mau in the last series, but they're happy to take opening gunfights without revealing too much. And I think the thing about it is, and this is a great example of it, by the way, when you double AR hit through mid like that, you have the ability to kind of force a Wobabobs back and then team nade. And how effective has that been? That little kind of duality between don't challenge us mid because we're team shotting. You don't have anywhere else to go, so we're going to team nade you. It's really effective. And these layers that we're seeing from Electrify Steel are super cool.
Like an onion, Alan. Just can't stop peeling them back.
It's parfait. Everyone loves parfait.
Vander on 3 in a row. Seeing exactly what he might be able to come up with. Hollow still trying to just finesse some kind of auto aim here through the wall. See if he might be able to come up with a kill, or at least get some information while GodRx kind of works through the barn. Watches over Pentagram, who's just slowly but surely shouldering out this left side. Nobody coming away with the first blood, but we talked about what the difference would be defensively. You can see a 2-stack by B still. Will Mine be able to pop up and maybe find a kill?
Wobblebobs have to be comfortable in this setup, by the way. You have to be comfortable in your own skin, because this is a perfect look defensively and a really confident win for Hollow that will reestablish some comfort here for Wobblebobs defensively. And Mind has also the luxury to kind of get a little bit aggressive here. Fame down low, Pentagram with him. They're going to charge through, and this is the only real vulnerability in the defensive setup for Wobblebobs. Fortunately, Mind keeps the back a bit safe. Time becoming a bit of an issue. 26 seconds, now down to just essentially 18. And Electrify Steel going to have to commit to B. There's no option to get back to A here.
Oh, they're going to get a free plant off again. Unless Mine can come over the top. Oh, he almost turns on Fame, but it doesn't fully come through. Bomb goes down. Hollow just gives up the angle. Now his position going to be known. Very unfortunate round there for the Wobblebobs. You thought that was one they might have been able to get away with there on the fast push from Mine, but it doesn't come through.
Man, it's just how I don't know what that call is. You know what? I guess I should say what kind of gives away that call for Electrify Steel to rush through mid grannies like that. That's the only play they had available, and you had no information on where Hollow was repositioned. Nobody had seen Mind that round, let alone the third player that was left backside tower. There's so many angles that plan could get foiled by, and they make the daring call, and it works out. It's honestly unbelievable. Solid opening first blood from Hollow. Even trades those who go pinstripe in the kill feed. Gets us to a very early 2v2. Tons of time on the clock here.
Tons of time and tons of map to now work with too. So that's going to open up this rep from Yuli, who no hesitation rushes right over to B. And we'll be able to get this bomb down uncontested. Fame, of course, going to be able to realize this and try to watch for the exit on the cross. Doesn't spot Yuli there. So Yuli's going to find himself still in a pretty solid position up top on Taxi. While you have river control here from Hollow. Now the retake coming through their side for Electrify Steel.
Oh, they've seen him. This is so much information. Fame's got full nades. There goes the stun. It flushes out Yuli to an easy kill for GodRx. And now Hollow, has he given away his position? Well, now he has, and Fame still has a nade. If he wants to cook it, he can. Stun comes through first and foremost. Fame going to go for the defuse. GodRx holding the cross. Is there an angle? No, the pre-fire through the canoe. Not going to work out. What did this Electrify Steel team have for dinner, and can I order 2 for tonight and 3 for tomorrow?
What was the map record that I threw out today, Alan? Remember?
On Search and Destroy? Was there a little birdie in your DMs talking about their search, maybe?
I think so. I think I said 4-0, I think, right?
It?
I think that's what came out of my mouth. I think it was 4-0 on the day. Electrify Steel, they're looking to end that streak, apparently. I mean, I really was looking at this one like, okay, Wobblebobs will probably square up against them pretty well within the Search Destroy and probably take it. But apparently my assumptions have not been good. So now, what can they do? Because it's still not over. Still be able to, build off of this, but it just does not feel like they've been able to clutch out these last even like 2v2 situations that have broken out for us.
I mean, let's be honest, like every look that Electrify Steel is giving is testing the funambulism of Wobblebobs on both sides of the bomb. But this is something they should have done 2 rounds ago. If you feel like you're caught off guard, you have to play a normal default and just hope you can establish something. Get a read and trust that you can just gun, but not to be in the first engagement through tunnel. Pander takes the easy win as the bomb is planted simultaneously. I mean, this does not feel like a fair match. I don't often frame up a series like this. In fact, I don't think I ever have, but this is not fair. It just isn't.
Wow. I just wish I had like analysis to provide in a lot of these situations, and like it just feels like the opening engagements, they go the way of Electrify Steel. When it comes down to a clutch situation, they're clutching up. When it comes down to their setups, they're not being broken. I mean, like the list just goes on right now. The Wobblebobs, I mean, they got to be completely shell shocked within like their
Have to
own
be.
team comms right now. Like this is the game mode that we run. This is the one that we always can rely on when it comes down to a best of 5 series, and they have not been able to rely on it here so far without even a round to speak of. So what do? You just full send it down mid? I like it. Find the first kill. That's good on the Gunner X. Fame will get the trade, but at least they got a little room to work with.
We'll do it live. Round 6, down 0-5. Full send it to mid. Just throw caution to the wind. And Pentagram will deny the potential bomb plant of Mind on the B site. Pander's still lurking on a bit of an island roll, making sure no one re-wraps on the flank nor hits through mid. And he may catch timing here into Hollow. Yeah, gets the information, backs away, also avoids Cryptic for what's going to feel like an eternity for Cryptic, but the kill still comes through it. But the problem about this is you're in a 2v2, and Pentagram still knows that bomb is down at B.
And you got 2 players that are kind of on the opposite side of the map right now. So a lot of individual gunfights that you're going to be kind of relying on pushing through this water side. Pentagram, you can find this kill onto Hollow. Hollow sniff him out. Yes, he will. So now a chance to be able to get a round on the board. It's all up to Fame. And will he be able to get here in time? He's found one. He's got the high ground too. Bomb's going down. Cryptic. Will he be able to exit safely? No, he cannot. Fame with the 1v2, and that will secure a 6-0 victory over the Awoba Bobs in Search and Destroy.
Brother.
Come on.
What?
Break it down, Alan. Give me something. Give me some words.
It's the second series in a row, Austin. I just like, what do you say? Like, if we were, look, let's just try, okay? Because we're smart. Sometimes we watch a lot of COD. We watch a lot of Search. And the thing about it is, like, the depth of this playbook is, I don't even, it's deep. It's the Marianas Trench of Search and Destroy. It's all the way down there. They've got so many different looks. The variety they can pull off these little kind of adjusted defaults are great. And I don't know how you beat it. I don't.
Boca Searchman. That's the next veto. If Clayster's watching right now and his team, you know you're vetoing probably, because it does feel like they've just been a little too clean on that map mode combo. And I wish it, like, that's where it just ends, right? It's like, oh, they've been really clean on that map mode combo. It's like, all right, well, guess what's coming up next? I think we got some Berlins on the chopping block here. So it's just, it doesn't get easier. It does not get easier here. And I mean, you take a look at the scoreboard, and I mean, I think there's a lot of people that think this would be reversed. I think a lot of people would look at these score lines and like, oh man, the scoreboard, what happened? They got all the names on the wrong side. Like, this does not feel like Mind is only bringing, you know what I mean? Like, one kill, like, that doesn't happen. Cryptic, he's been so good when it comes down to clutches. Yuli, like, how many 20 bombs does this guy drop throughout the Vanguard season? Like, I mean, it just does not feel like this is the normal Awoba Bobs that we would come to expect when it comes to this game mode. And I mean, it's not over yet. We don't want to frame it up like that, but when you look over the last 2 maps, it's just been a clear difference and a clear level above this team that we're seeing. And I mean, Electrify Steel, this has just been so incredible to watch it all come together, Alan, on the day. But they've been making this run to the lower bracket. They've been making, you know, improvements as they've been going from series to series. And I mean, they're just not slowing down.
Yeah, dude, it's terrifying. Like, honestly. I don't think, I mean it, like, I don't think in all of the years that I've casted, whether across a variety of titles, a variety of skill levels, I've ever said something like I did in that Search and Destroy, where it's just like, this isn't fair. Like, they're playing at a different level, man. And I think the most astonishing thing, and those of you that are like avid Challengers watchers, and if you tuned in throughout the Boston Open, you'll be able to kind of recollect this with me, like, the fact that this team has improved as much as they have after a great performance at Boston, it almost feels like anything can happen when it comes down to what the sky is the limit is, so to speak, you know, to be framed up for this Electrify Steel team. But we still have potentially 3 maps to get through, so let's not, you know, count our chickens before they hatch, although I think, well, you probably could at this point in time, especially considering that it's Berlin Control. And this is probably one of the best Berlin Control teams that are out there right now in Challengers, if not one of the best Control teams that are out there in Challengers. What do you do? What you're coaching Wobobob's NA? What do you do here, Austin?
Well, for man, I'm like trying to go through it right now. I feel like Alan from Hangover, just like the numbers just like all flowing to me, except they're not there. They're not there. I don't have answers. They're just there. Man, I don't know where to go, Alan. I just really feel like at the moment we're seeing, you know, just not the same play we get out of Mind. Like how many times, like Mind earlier today, right? Like his first series, I want to see he dropped like 40 kills in his first map. Like we're not getting that same performance from Mind. We're not getting the same playmaking from Yuli. We're not getting the same lockdown power position from Cryptic. Like all of these problems are kind of just all kind of coming at once. And I mean, if I were to say one thing, I'd be like, let's just like start holding hands while we're doing things together. Like, let's just make sure we're always playing for a trade. Let's get comfortable first and then maybe start to find like a bit of a flow. Like, I just don't know if I can just pinpoint one thing. It just feels like there is just a long list of problems that they're going to have to find a solution for very quickly. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that between this break and that map. Like, I just don't know if that's going to happen.
I think the first thing that I would go to is you have to play for better team shots. Like, you just have to help each other. I think if you're Robobobs, which again is so easy to say, but like it kind of harkens back to like when Gen G was in BO4 and they were really good for like that 2 set of majors that we saw between Anaheim and Miami. Like talking with Nubsy, he was saying like Gen G was the best team at team shotting. Like their assist numbers, their damage numbers were so good. Now, granted, of course, that's because you're trying to eliminate the power of what was stim shot back then, but I feel like you need to kind of incorporate that same mentality here just to try to keep pace down. Just try to slow the game down in some way here. Force someone to go off on an island and make an individually incredible play from Electrify Steel. Now, granted, they could, and we've seen that, but put a little bit more pressure on that player to have to make the decision of, do I save my life or do I go and try to finesse a 1v multiple? So that's where I'm looking. You got to group up. 2-2 something, 3-man hit stuff. I don't know, but you can't go into this squad 1-by-1 or go take 1v1s because it's not working out at the moment for anybody, it feels like.
I never like bringing this point up, but I think like you need somebody individually to just start to go rogue here to give you a little life. I need something in the comms that's going to hype you up. I need something from somebody specifically that can make a big play, that can shut down Electrify Steel, to let them know that, hey, we can do this. It is possible. It starts here in this map. That's how we get back into a top 8 bracket for the Challenger Finals to end off the year. Someone's got to give him a big speech. Someone's got to come into this initial opening and just give us a 2 or 3 piece. Show us some life. Show us you want to be here. Show us you deserve to get to that grand final. It's got to be on someone specifically, I think, Alan, to really open it up and set the tone.
Yeah, okay. We'll see. So you're looking for a hero. I like it.
Hero.
I like it. We'll see if it's going to happen. 3-man hit defensively over towards A. Electrify Steel. Ooh. Playing a bit of timing here. Not really threatening either side, just playing for mid-map control, trying to maybe catch Robobobs off guard throughout P5, and it's going to work out. And here they go. This is what you come to see. Get opening favorable kills, now rush on over and put the threat immediately over towards A, but Fame shut down through fire. It's been read nicely. The ARs will exist on the A site for now, but that is not the weaponry that you want if you're looking to hold this down, especially with Yuli on the flank. Good for 1, good for 2. Pressure dealt with. Good start for Robobobs.
Great opening here. Yuli finding 2. Fame will be able to kind of play his life a little longer, but there's the trades. Those are the necessary things and fundamentals that we've really just been missing through the first couple of maps, but it does come through there, at least initially. Robobobs, a chance to be able to come through and still break open B. They certainly want to. All 3 members positioned outside of the point. While all this happens, time has been going over. Pentagram not able to get the gun up in time, and how about that clear? We needed to see an opening like this, Alan, and they stopped that second tick at B.
Yeah, really important note there. Just kind of look at how Robobobs were focusing their utility on that rebreak. They sent it all through the front door, knowing that, okay, if there's no one out top, we can just kind of work our way in with SMGs and clear the corners. Very well done from Robobobs on the retake towards B. Job not done, though. The quick proximity spawns will allow a chance for Electrify Steel to get back on, continue to make progress, and Hollow will not be in a favorable enough position to contest. So extra 60 on the clock, and even worse news for Hollow, he's lost track of GodRx, who's now behind him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely has. And GodRx should be able to come behind the entire play here. Maybe line up 1 or 2 kills at the very least. First one should be good on to Cryptic, but oh no, they're both kind of running through A long here. So gets eyes on Hollow, finds Cryptic, just needs to win this second battle. Hollow gives him the challenge and puts him down. That's a big one out of Hollow right there to kind of keep this play alive. And Yuli now through the back will also be able to maybe kind of flank this play, but Fame is there for the read and there for the second as well.
Dude, this kid is just, he doesn't care. You got high ground? You got the easy trade on me? No, you don't. 3 in a row. Opens up space for Pentagram on that push through. Look at Pentagram. No one's going to expect him to be in the back line. Got a Rex from the front. Able to get one. Pentagram now from the back and try to push forward. Look for the trade, but Mind equal to the task. But even with that said, a lot of time on the clock still. 53 seconds and a 2-life advantage for the offensive Electrify Steel. They can take their time here.
They certainly can. And they're just going to wait for player 3 here, Fame, to kind of make this play from behind as well. But is he going to be able to get here in time? He does slip the net. Does manage to get across the plat. So 3 players all dropping. And this is bad news here if you're the Wubba Bobs. Everyone is pinned inside of P3 or Fire, and you're going to have to play retake and play retake quick.
I don't think I've ever seen Electrify Steel lose a setup that looks like this. This amount of lives, this amount of progress being made. Well,
Out now, Alan.
Not done yet. Not done yet. I'm not wrong yet. Getting close to being wrong. 8v4 is still very doable for the last lives of the Wubba Bob's defense. GodRx has just enough time to make this long route happen. But as Fame gets caught in the middle of the map, Yuli has a chance to just make the clock his biggest ally. And with the double, the pressure from the front is just not here. And GodRx now has to go. He has to make a play. And the thing about it is Wubba Bob's defense is comfortable. They're in a really solid spot to likely get a read. Or are they? GodRx just dives on in. Good read on the Mind. Can't find the kill. Fame to follow up. Trades come through. 4v1. Just down to Hollow. 1.3 in the clock. But the pistol will get the job done for Casey Pander. And Electrify Steel will continue to be good on the offense.
Goodness gracious, that was just an absolute chaotic final 20 seconds there where I think they might have actually almost had it with Yuli finding those 2 kills, one on the Fame, then I think the second on the Pander. It really just nullifies kind of GodRx being in the back there where he can't contribute a whole lot until his teammates get to the front of the point to kind of assist him with the pinch. So really good job coming down to the wire. Almost a 1v1 for the win there for Hollow, but doesn't come through. So now, we'll jump into round number 2 and see if maybe a Wubba Bobs can take a page out of Electrify Steel's book for an offensive win. Fame, though, he's already in the back spawn. He's cleared out 2, and yeah, that exact line is exactly what's going through my head, Alan. Fame is back into the point, alive and well.
It's just, where does he get that call out from? I mean, holy, it's just abusive. Wubba Bobs, I like the call though. Create space by working the top side of the map. Force Electrify Steel to have to hit you from these hallways. There's a chance that you could set up pre-fires. And Electrify Steel very aware that Pentagram goes to re-clear. And his timing is absolutely flawless. Oh my. It's just, chef's kiss when it comes down to how you play this map right now for Electrify Steel. And now 40 seconds to the clock. Wubba Bob's down 6 lives already. Goodness.
And how do you get on B when Pentagram is still alive, you know, through this dock side? They still have not dealt with Pentagram so far. Any repositions? This has just been the big factor about his gameplay. The change of just finessing and playing your life in Vanguard is so crucial, and Pentagram has really picked that role up as of late. While all this happens, 25 seconds left on the clock. Cryptic's going to try to work all the way to the back to maybe come around to A, but he's going to have to do this all individually.
And it's just, there's a moment in there where Pentagram's looking to hit a pinch, and then he says, nope, I got teammates here. I can trust them. I'll just defend B. And that just establishes a win condition defensively. Oh, boy. And now you got Crossfire. I mean, the ARs are helping at range to make sure Pentagram doesn't have more than a 1v1 at worst. I mean, we could sit down and just, we could look at every single second in half speed and just talk about just the pure chemistry and synergy that these guys are showcasing right here. Pander on 4, dealt with by a teammate, and there's a chance here for Wubba Bobs to extend the round, but you're still down 10 lives, make it 11.
Yeah, that's the big factor, right? 8 lives to work with on offense. You need a clean kind of break after leaving this point, and Fame's going to try to get in there for one more, and he does. So Pentagram behind enemy lines. Hello. That's the first one, and well, can you really push all the way forward until you've kind of dealt with Pentagram? And oh man, he's going to start picking apart the spawners over and over and over again. This is devastating.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I don't even think the stream needs us. Like, we're all just sitting here, jaws slightly ajar, watching mastery. I mean, wow. The thing about it is, like, this Wubba Bob team's good. They're really good team.
It's the losers finals. They're top 3, right? Like,
yeah.
like they just lost, a decently close set. I think 3-1 versus Clay and Co. So like they grabbed a map there. Some of those maps were also, fairly close. I think the first one was extremely close. So it's like they have been playing decent COD on the day. Electrify Steel are playing even better COD on the day. I mean, it's just man, this is incredible. This is the best we've seen them look the entire year, and there's no better time for it to really come alive like it has this tournament.
Agreed. Good response here, though, for Wobblebobs, knowing that Electrify Steel are looking to put pressure through the middle of the map. It's good awareness going from one defensive round to another. But even with that said, Electrify Steel are still out trading this. So, like, they don't lose anything. I mean, it's very easy to say they obviously didn't lose anything. The fact of the matter is, like, it's a risk-reward play that is more reward than risk, because worst case scenario is you just trade and you come off your second respawn life and you're stopping the clock at B. It's just, it is as clinical as you'd like. Fame will dance out of the hard point for a moment, waiting to see if Wobblebobs will just be baited in to try to recontest this, maybe even try to clear this second tick of progress, but his teammates are getting the job done around him. A little scout on to where Hollow is. Good information transmitted to Pander, who follows up, and that's 2 ticks gone, probably the zone, and once again, here come Electrify Steel, quickly rotating to A.
Mine had an AR there, by the way. Fame, ridiculous gunfight. Now GodRx needs to win one on the Cryptic, and he will. Finds it there after a couple shoulders kind of checking out corners. Won't go the way of Cryptic. So extra minute should be good. Hollow, I don't think will get here in time. And in fact, he doesn't want to try for it. So while this happens, Fame is also still stopping the clock. Already working at a tick. Seeing if he might be able to get away with a kill or two. Jumping across, going at windows, reflanking. Fame is everywhere and nowhere. What do you do? How do you deal with him?
I saw someone in Shadow, these guys were playing earlier, call him the Ghost of Berlin. Yeah. Very well, maybe. Second tick gonna get locked. Fame hindered by nades and will be dealt with, but now the ARs have a chance to shine, and boy, will they. I mean, it's like they're playing zombies, dude. It's just wave after wave after wave. They've got Juggernog. They've got... I don't know, dude. Huh? What do you do about that?
I know, like I said the same thing after map 2. But I still don't really have all the words in my head to say right now with the way that we've seen these guys play. I mean, this has just been the best they've ever looked. This has been so convincing. It was a 6-0 in the S&D, a 3-0 in the control. It was a 100-point differential in the Bocage hardpoint at one point in time. Like, I just don't think that it's the complete opposite of all the games that we've gotten on the day that have gone like game 5, coming down to round 10s, round 11s. Like, that has kind of been the story of North America for the most part through this bracket. Electrify Steel say, we don't want anything to do with that. The 3-0, we want our grand finals run. And well, also, of course, with that, it's a Wobblebobs. That is their last series that they'll end the Vanguard series on. It's a tough one, very tough one to swallow. But at the end of the day, just will only be able to get a top 3 finish and, well, lose to Electrify Steel that are looking like one of the best teams right now in the LCQ.
Oh, I mean, oh, God, dude. I don't know what you play these guys on. Like, honestly. And here's the thing, like, Team Exposed, at least they've got maybe 10 maps to figure it out because they've got a second best of 5 that Electrify Steel will have to beat them on. But, hey, yo, this is just... Oh, man. The thing about it is, like, again, it's the fact that there is so much variety in what they're doing. Like, we could sit here and, like I mentioned, like, we really could look at this at half speed and break down how brilliant all these guys are playing off against each other. And you see it, once again, in their ability to confirm non-traded kills. I don't know. That's terrifying.
It's incredible, man. This team is looking incredible. And again, it's everyone too. Like, it's not just one player. It's not just one player. I mean, everybody has showed up on the day. And I still think that this entire story of Electrify Steel being, pretty bad online through the majority of the year, like 7th and, how many times through the elites have they kind of finished near the bottom. It feels like almost every single one, right? So it's just such a crazy turnaround to see this team go from struggling to online, struggling to win series, to making a run through the lower bracket and then win with those score lines. Like, that is not a typo. That is 6-0. That is 3-0. And I mean, the map number 1 doesn't look as bad as it should be because it was a 100-point lead at one point in time. So
Yeah.
it just was just one after the other, Alan. I mean, it's the best we've seen on the day.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. So all of a sudden, we've now seen some pretty solid Bakaj Search and Destroy. Not just obviously the 6-0, very easy to say, but going back to the last series as well, a 6-4 against Noisy and Co. They played solid, right? It really was a solid performance. They look dangerous on Tuscan Hardpoint. They look obviously dangerous on Berlin anything at the moment. And you obviously don't want to play them on Bakaj Hardpoint either. So, like, are you going to get a chance to play them on Gavudu? But even then, like, you start to theory craft, like, well, now you've got Pander pulling out an AR. Fame could pull out an AR if he wants to. Like, it just doesn't make it. I don't know. I don't know what you do. Because as deep as the playbook is, Clay and Co. are going to have to find a response for page number 1. Hold W seems to be kind of the case at the moment for Electrify Steel. They've got a veto process to get through, and then we're into it. Grand Finals, only one team can make it to further represent North America at CDL Champs. Is it going to be Electrify Steel? They would need to win 2 best-of-5s. Otherwise, who knows? Maybe Clayster can keep his winning streak and his champs appearance streak alive, rather, I should say, if they can find a way to close out this Electrify Steel team that currently looks untouchable. Extended break. We'll be back for map number 1. Don't go far. There's only room for one. That's it. It's either going to be Electrify Steel out of the lower bracket needing to win 2 best-of-5s, or it'll be Team Exposed representing the final slot given to North America at Challengers Champs. My whole shift with me, of course. It's the Big Show. Austin Visions Neil. I don't know why I don't never called you that before, but apparently I'm doing that now.
I like
what happens
it.
if I get 2 hours of sleep. You there for that? You okay being called the Big Show tonight?
Yeah, I'll just change my hat and everything. We'll just make it official.
All right, bet. When you go with a sizable nickname for me, I'll do the same. We'll duo it up on Twitter. Speaking of duoing it up, though, Fame and Pentagram are smacking teams right now. Absolutely destroying squads in the last 2 series. This is a run that started in lower bracket round 1. They now make it to the grand finals. The big question in everyone's mind is, can Team Exposed slow those 2 animals down?
That's really the big factor. Can you slow them down? Can you stop them from just taking over the start of a map? That's kind of just been the problem over the last couple of series, at least when it comes down to the initial hard points off the bat. It's just like immediately you feel like you're down 30, 40, 50 points. So, I mean, there's certainly a world where I feel like Clay and Co will be able to kind of bring this one back. So Team Exposed have looked really solid on the day. I feel like they have been able to fix up a lot of their issues we were kind of seeing when there was all these different combinations of teams of Fellow, Clayster, and all these different kind of mix and matches. But overall coming in, I think with the addition of Venom, with the addition of everyone else kind of coming in, being able to put in some good practice, they have looked phenomenal so far coming in towards this tournament. So this is going to be a great one, man. Electrify Steel, we've obviously been looking over the last couple series. We're like, all right, these guys are hot. They're really good. But Clay and Co, they've done it to the upper bracket. So I really think these guys have been able to look over everything, kind of pick out their maps, figure out what we want to do, how we're going to approach it, and match these guys here. And well, you're going to have to, because we know what happens when Electrify Steel start to snowball.
Think about it. If you really were to look over the run that Electrify Steel have put together so far, it's been a lot of recently put together squads of I won't say like up and comers, but like great years, individual years for a lot of these players. You kind of start all the way back towards Boston Academy. Obviously, that team's been around for a bit, but I would say for Shawnee and Censored, not the greatest day for them on the weekend, whereas Volance and Ghosty have been great. You then go up against what was formerly the 705 esports squad. That was probably the most impressive win that they put together so far on this run. Not to take anything away from Mau Mau or Boba Bobs, but those last 2 teams that I mentioned are essentially put together squads just for this event. So, yeah, the same things can be said in certain regards to what we're going to get from Team Exposed here. But the thing that's different is it's not a bunch of collective challengers players that haven't seen Pro League that have been put together. This is a collection of probably the most veteran players that Challengers has right now off of pro experience.
I actually think that's such a valid point when we talk about just all of the history that you have here. I mean, you have Pristini and Clayster that have won a world championship together. Clayster's got 3 rings. Fellow and Clay go way back in the day when you kind of played with one another. Then you look at the opposite side for as far as what we've had, like Pander and Coderex both have been in the Pro League. And we've seen what, Godrex was able to do through that Modern Warfare season. So there is a lot of history. There's a lot of experience here, which kind of, builds up this matchup that much more as we take a look at this entire bracket on how everyone got here. And of course, Team Exposed, as Alan kind of just broke down, making their way through that upper bracket with Electrify coming through the lower bracket. So it's going to make for one hell of a series. And I feel like when you have that kind of experience built into your team as Team Exposed, you've been able to look over to kind of a lot of the plays that have been breaking out for us from Electrify Steel, how they like to play, where they like to position. So there should be a lot of kind of homework being done over these last couple of hours, prepping you and setting you up for this match here in Grand Finals.
The Team Exposed run has been caught, by the way, in full on stream as well. Not that there's going to be obviously any time for Electrify Steel to go back and rewatch it, but we can at least relate back to some of the scores. It was a map 5 win versus Timeless to start things off in the 5v4 matchup, which is difficult. But then on their way through in a Galaxy, that was also a map 5 win. That was actually kind of a blowout on the Desert Siege search and map number 5. Everything else was relatively close from start to finish. And then that winners finals, that was probably the most convincing series that we had seen so far from this Team Exposed squad. So they've done their job so far. They've gone through the hardest teams by seed in the bracket. They beat the 4 seed, the 1 seed, the 2 seed. The only one they haven't touched yet is seed number 3 in Electrify Steel, which they have in front of them for potentially 2 best-of-5. So it's going to be curious because obviously Electrify Steel are running hot. I mean, red hot right now off of what they've been able to put together in the respawns, but also the depth of their playbook on Search and Destroy has been absolutely incredible. So will it be the tried and true squad that have stuck through really thick and thin over the last 2 months for Electrify Steel, or is it going to be the heavy veterans that have tons of Pro League experience, in which on particularly that run that E United went on in BO4, they went through every different type of play style that BO4 had on their run towards that championship. So you have to feel in certain regards, if Team Exposed is caught a bit off guard here by Electrify Steel, they'll be able to center up and actually be able to hit back, which is unlike what we just saw in the last two opponents for Electrify Steel in the lower bracket.
Exactly. Hitting back, I think, will be, a little bit more common when we look at these guys and just, overall accolades, just what we come to expect when you look at these four names. And kind of, mentioning that as well, I feel like, Felony, who also did kind of name swap the fellows, so I'm looking at this like this is his final form, right? Like, he's like, it's Felony for this tournament, a little different. And I feel like on the day, he has been coming a little different so far with us. I mean, there has been just some individual performances that he's been putting up, within the respawns that I think have been really spectacular, and not necessarily performances that we've been seeing, through the LAN events, through some of these, last couple stages and whatnot through the overall elite. So I feel like if we get the same Felony that we've been getting through most of the day, then we might be kind of singing a different song on the other side here for the side of Team Exposed, because they have been very hot. They've been very strong. And I mean, this is exactly what you want when you go up against a team that has been doing the exact same thing. So this is really going to be feeling like two teams just kind of going at each other, brute forcing their way into hills, brute forcing their way into sites. This is going to be a good one here, Alan. Should be.
Let's take a look at the maps real quick here as we get ready for this series, because, we had the question kind of framed up, where do you play this Electrify Steel team? Because over the respawns, they've been immaculate just about everywhere, including the two hard points that we do have on hand for us. The Berlin hard point was selected by Electrify Steel, and I think obviously so based on what they did in the last part of the lower bracket run that they put together, but also the Tuscan hard point was part of the equation back in the lower semis that they took a narrower lead, 250 to 200. The biggest thing here is look at the search and destroys that came through. You still had the Bocage there for map number 5, which was a masterclass performance that we just saw recently. But also for Electrify Steel, they're not opposed to playing Desert Siege. We've seen it a part of their map pool in pretty much every series, for the most part, that they've put together so far on this lower bracket run. So we have a lot of sample size here for what we get from this Electrify Steel team. But on the same front, these maps are pretty shared for the side of Team Exposed based on what they've played so far on the day.
Yeah, and a lot of Desert Siege, I want to say, has kind of been in the map pools for Team Exposed throughout a lot of their series. So they've had a lot of reps on it here so far on the day. And I mean, for the most part, we haven't really got to see like a second S&D map, at least for Electrify Steel these last couple series, because they've been getting it done in 3. And we've always had the kind of the Bocage S&D to be our first S&D map instead of the last one. So this could be at least, a little bit of a change up for as far as, how the tempo goes. You can get your sniper plays in there. You can kind of bring out your ARs, find a little bit more value. And that's kind of, really what we shape up when we talk about Berlin hardpoint as well. A lot of it is on, how you're flexing in and out of hills, pulling out your ARs when necessary, and also just kind of locking down time in the more important hills, which is something Electrify Steel were really damn good at. We were watching over the Berlin hardpoints, and they were really good with their opening breaks, which was also something that you highlighted that they have certainly been fixing. All that fix has come through on the day for sure.
It's hard for us because right now I think both of us are naturally in our minds going to, okay, we've set up the trends. How do you break them? Especially from Team Exposed's point of view, considering that we just got treated to a monster display from Electrify Steel in the last 2 maps. But I think that's just honestly, if you're Team Exposed with sharing a map pool, I don't even think you could really consider what Electrify Steel has been doing in the lower bracket. You say, all right, cool. You want to run it, people? Fine, great, whatever. We're better. I feel like that has to be the mentality to start this off, is to not even consider what Electrify Steel wants to do and to play your game. It got you to the winners bracket, part of the grand finals in the first place. Trust that, because the run that Team Exposed has gone on has been very arduous. It's by far the most difficult bracket that you could have pulled, and they have been existing and being resilient throughout every single step of it. 2 solid map 5 wins back-to-back to start off their weekend, and then an ability to kind of take over a series versus Wobobs in the winners finals. You have to build up that confidence, and I think at this point you just got to hope that you're staying warm in the time that you've had been waiting, trying to get to this grand finals matchup, which I think you kind of thank Electrify Steel because they've ran through the last 2 series, so you didn't have to wait for very long to start playing again.
Yeah, that's always good news, right? When you're sitting up there in the grand final, you're like, all right, how long do we have to wait for this match? Well, apparently not too long. It's kind of flying by here for us. But I imagine those guys have been shooting their bot. They've been doing their little 2v2s, right? Whatever exercises you have to do before getting a little warm. But on top of that, there's been a lot of COD played on the day. So, I mean, I think your centering overall is probably going to be pretty on the ball And it's just now a matter of kind of grinding through these next couple of hours here, potentially, of course, because there's a second best-of-5 series that could end up coming in if Electrify Steel come out hot here in the first one. But, I mean, a lot of it really is coming down to the fact that you've been playing good COD on the day, so, just make sure you don't change anything. There's no need to kind of make too many adaptation changes coming in, both, I guess, in one. I guess we'll throw it all together. But I think the big factor is just making sure that you are playing to your game, like you're saying. Stick to your map set, stick to what you've been doing. Everything's been going really well for you when it comes down to, winning your respawns, winning S&Ds. There hasn't really been one game mode that I look at and think this is their weakness. It really feels like they've been consistent. So I feel like that's kind of what you have to keep telling yourself going into this matchup, and just making sure you don't get too caught up in the hype, right? Like Electrify Steel, they're coming off of 2 crazy wins. Like the last one was unbelievable. 6-0 in S&D, 3-0 in the control, 100-point lead in Bocage Hardpoint. We don't see that every day, but there's no need to get caught up in that because this is a brand new series.
I like that. As a reminder, one team makes it out of here. If you forgot or haven't seen what the format is for Challengers Champs, we already started off the whole process with 4 auto-qualified teams based on their total Challengers points. So both the Ultra teams and Academy-wise for North America and EU, Team War for EU, and then the newly formed Ironblood gaming roster were automatically qualified in the first place. But throughout the last, now 24 hours plus, we've been streaming LCQs for APAC, EU, LATAM. We were able to qualify teams like Point Blank out of Australia, AIM from Spain, and then we had D1 Gaming back in their kind of home native region take out LATAM with one more of these 2 squads to join the other 7. Let's get it going, fam. It's Grand Finals, Berlin, Hardpoint, map number 1. Gloves are off. Let's see who survives.
Let's see who survives for the final seed to qualify to CDL Challenger Champs, man. This is what we've been waiting for the whole day. 8 seeds stacking up against one another. See who will make it through. Berlin Hardpoint up first. Both these squads, they've got their reps in. They've got the practice in. They've looked over all of their plays. Now it comes down to who plays the best Call of Duty.
And it's going to be the first time Electrify Steel having to break this hard point. When we saw them play it last, they were great on the initial hold from the favored side, which will be to the benefit of Team Exposed. Good first blood out of Clayster as he now repositions down towards pillars. Venom's trusted to watch their front doors. He just bursts on in. What a prediction that is, and really good control out of Team Exposed, who very well coordinatedly hit the hard point from the front, break out, put a bit of a buffer zone in the front, and they are perfect on their initial break, as they will get a lot of time here with Electrify Steel considering what they want to do.
Yeah, you can see them almost hesitating on, do we hit this one more time? Do we just start to rotate? Well, the flank comes in through the back. They want to try to hit this, fight for some of this time. Venom, though, still able to come up with a couple of kills for himself. Clayster now under fire, takes the chow head on, and that will be good for a kill. So 35 seconds collected for Team Exposed. And because of that late push coming in for Electrify Steel, it gives them the early rotation at P2.
Yeah, flips the spawns around, allows Venom a chance to kind of play a very forward position, but it's read beautifully by Pentagram and the rest of Electrify Steel, who now have a chance with numbers to re-counter what Team Exposed was doing on the back 20 seconds of V1. Pander looking to finish off Clayster, no problem there. Follow-up from Fame, and the initial time starts to tick up for Electrify Steel. Team Exposed, though, up top, a chance maybe to try to set something up, but as they lose Venom, everything comes to a very sudden pause, leading Felony to have to make a decision on do we go, do we stay? It looks like based on all these nades, he's going to want to try to break through this doorway.
Felony's in. Looking for gunfights. Still a lot of players lingering around the point right now for Electrify Steel. Can they find their way in for kills? Yes, they can. Just about a clean feed. One more player to deal with, and Fame is there for the response. So 15 seconds should be secured for Electrify Steel, as Fame is already threatening the early rotation. 3 in a row for him as he's inside of fire.
Yeah, dude, I mean, I just use it as a metaphor, but the gloves are off. This is bare knuckle boxing coming on right now. It's just both teams are really punching each other based on speed, and you love to see that, I think, from Team Exposed. Just, again, try to establish some tempo and some pace. Persini holding the angle against Fame. It's a bold challenge for Fame, one that he's gotten away with a number of times in the last 2 series, but not here. Persini still drops threat on the way from Felony through fire, but it gets shut down. So now for Team Exposed, 20 seconds, done and gone. But do you have the ability to flip the spawns? You sure do. Felony will spawn up, and there's a chance for Team Exposed to break from the back.
All right, first kill there for Pentagram. Can he come up with more? Yes, he can. Long range, almost able to trace over to a third. Pander is there. Finds the third, and Fame gets the fourth. So, despite the close spawn, Electrify Steel able to still deal with Team Exposed, secure this time, and this is going to give them a little bit of a cushion now going into this next hill.
Yeah, again, the reads that are coming out for Electrify Steel are just as good as the initial proactive plays they're putting together. Their reactive skills definitely were tested in that moment, and very fluently they made their way through the spawn flip and then the re-break on the backside of the hard point. So a 60-point lead or so here for Electrify Steel, but as we rotate back over to Train Station, this is a picture-perfect setup for Team Exposed. You've got a bit of a proximity been put in front of the zone by way of these ARs watching lanes, but GodRx and Pander will actually deal with 2 individual gunfights no problem, so the threat now established. Pristini coming off of his angle over through P2 will have a chance to contest mid-map, but he has to finesse his life a little while longer as he's waiting for a regen. There's not a lot of help here for him, and it looks like he will get caught off, but no, not going to be it. Pentagram gets turned on, dealt with through the staircase, and it's Preston on 4 in a row.
Oh, man, what a kill there from Preston. Pristini trying to keep that streak alive. Won't be able to stay alive too much longer. A nice little engagement there for him. But while this happens, Electrify Steel have still been able to kind of bully out Team Exposed, force them to try to battle through these gunfights, and it's not been easy for them. But Fame, can he find 5 in a row? Looking for 4 more shots for the pistol, and that's all he needs. He's good for it. Fame now on 5, 14 and 7 for him. Trap time again seems to constantly be secured here for Electrify Steel, as Fame wants to keep this spree alive to potentially earn the glide.
But Team Exposed is hitting back. That's already different from the last 2 series. Fame very evasively sneaks by a grenade. Knows he's got a player nearby, takes the shoulder. Only 3 bullets left in the MP40. Gets the reload. Are you kidding me? I'm telling you, what can't this guy do? He may be able to find us a cure for cancer before this map is over. 7 in a row, glide bomb earned, and Team Exposed left weltering around the 5th hard point.
Yeah, this is where things can get a little bit terrifying here if you're Team Exposed. You're going to have to really weather the storm and weather it quick. Fame is on 9. Fame almost on 10. And it's going to be Fellow that finally ends the spree. But while all this happens, I mean, Electrify Steel, they've gotten a lot of time on this P5 hill. This is not something that we typically see a lot of. And that's going to also allow the fast track right into Train Station. GodRx already forcing some early gunfights before the new hill even pops.
Yep.
As he's going to see if he can work himself in.
And this is one of those moments we talked about last series where it feels like Electrify Steel have 5 members on the map. Fame's off of a pinch. Gets 2 from it. Now has the idea that, okay, I did my job. My teammates will pick things up from the front. I can just zone off the spawns. It is absolutely perfection. It's unbelievably talented and just unbelievable team skills coming through for Electrify Steel. So much trust being executed on, and now more than doubling up the points are Electrify Steel as there's still 30 seconds to fight for here on P1. Goodness gracious, Austin, hold me.
Yeah, it's totally out of control now, right? It's just been a couple hills that go well for Electrify Steel and Team Exposed. They can't find a break. They can't find their way inside of the hard point. And, well, everyone just starting to take over here, threatening the early kills. Fame is there again. 25 kills, mainly with an MP40 on Berlin. This is just ridiculous.
Huh? How? How does he just get the first 3 shots into his torso and still win the gunfight versus Felony? It's just... what? That can't be right. Surely not. Second hard point at Mail opens up. Decent read here. Good help coming out from Pander to secure the initial trade. Hard point goes neutral for a time, but it's 200 to 77. And it's just rinse, wash, repeat coming out of Electrify Steel.
Pentagram waiting to make his move, but laying in the corner there will be Venom. Glacier gets in as well. 25 seconds left on the point. Pander wants to try to soak it up here. And, well, GodRx there for the assistance. One more 1v1. GodRx will find 2. Gets the trade. Pentagram is in. And all this time is great time considering you're already over 200 points.
I mean, it just... again, these are some of the best players that have been in the Call of Duty League or Call of Duty World League in the last 5 years. And... Electrify Steel is styling on them again. Good moment of recovery here, though. Full setup over towards P3. Venom is making problems happen in the backline. Now it comes down to holding this setup and making sure Fame doesn't just completely piece you up. First kill's good. Second kill, sure, why not? Has an idea on where Venom is. He says, let me take that real quick, but GodRx was there for the help. Spawn's still good for Team Exposed, largely speaking. Felony spawning out will be able to kind of help from a bit of a pinch, but you've got a lot of work to do here if you're Team Exposed, and, well, the problem is Electrify Steel is still reading this.
Yeah, they certainly are. you got to absolutely go beast mode here if your team exposed. Clear out the point. There it is. That's going to be finally a clean feed that we have not seen in maybe the last 3 to 4 hills. With a chance to be able to at least scoop up some of that scrap time. Pristini tries to fly into multiple members, but is unable to come up with anything. So this rotation going to be a massive play here for Team Exposed, but mind you, they're still down a significant amount of points, and there is so many steps that need to be taken before you're able to get full control and start to bring this one back.
Yeah, it's a laundry list that will have you running errands for weeks. Got our X on a long crossing angle, gets a solid read on Pristini, who does fire back, but weakened up, will get traded out. Venom is stuck between a multitude of Electrify Steel members, but it may not make a difference. Good for the opener. Not able to get the regen off. Pentagram able to secure the trade. And like, where does he find that trade? He finds it through the hard point, and Team Exposed can't come in to even find a significant trade onto him. It's just every kill leads to more than just numbers. It's map positioning. It's hard point pressure. It's as effective as you've ever seen. This is unbelievable.
I mean, Brazzini had to have been a little weak there. Shoots a couple bullets, gets help there on the second. Pander, I mean, everybody, just look at the way they play off of each other. And again, it's for a good, 8 seconds or so, but it's getting them so close to that 250 mark that they'll likely close it out here. 14 seconds needed for the win. Pistol's good there for Pander. One more down low. Little jump down, seeing if he might be able to finesse, and the teamwork is there again. Electrify Steel, the setup is in. G5 control is there, and they might be able to close it out here, Alan.
Yeah, looking good for it. I mean, it's just there's no gunfights being lost. 250 to 132, Austin. When is this going to change? Who can shoot back against these guys?
When are they going to lose a map, man?
When are they going to lose a map? Honestly. Unbelievable. It's just... go. Just say things. Say words.
Yeah, what's crazy about this is, like, we look at the opening, like, first 3 hills, and it was like a dead even game, right? Like the early setup was actually there for Team Exposed at P3. They get broken, and as soon as they got broken on P3, everything just starts to fall out of control there. And there's something about this team being able to chain together hills on this game mode this weekend that we have not seen in previous tournaments that has just been absolutely light years above the rest of the team so far. So, again, so good. That's kind of my analysis. So good. They're so strong, Alan. I love it. Just keep giving me more. But, I mean, if you're on the other side, you're a Clay fan, you're a fellow fan, you're a fan of Team Exposed, you got to hope they start to slow down the bleeding. Slow it down quick, man.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to see it on the stats sheet when it comes here at the end. But the total number of kills versus the non-traded kills onto Fame, the margin is almost 0. It's almost a 1-for-1. And as much as I feel bad. And it's funny because, like, our producer, Sport, and our observer, Switchy, we're talking the same thing. We feel bad. Like, it's a lot of Fame. But the thing about it is, it's not just Fame. Pentagram, Pander, and GodRx are doing more than just enabling Fame to get into these cheeky and far up positions to where he can do these kind of finesse plays. I mean, think about how many times the trade is instant when Fame loses a gunfight when he's weak. Or he follows up and he's able to help his teammates confirm assists. Like, are you kidding me? That's, 36 total assists that come through between all 4 of them? 29 non-traded out of the 35 total? And the damage numbers are not like runaway stats. Like, yeah, 3,600 damage, but look at GodRx. He's main AR, just locking things from the back. He gets 32 almost. So, like, it's just a full, complete squad, man. And, wow.
You just could not ask for a better time for a team to hit form. Like,
no,
you
not at
really
all.
could not, man. End of the year, do or die. 1 seed makes it through an 8-team bracket. Electrify Steel are clearly saying, well, that spot is ours with the way they've been playing on the day. It's been very convincing. It's been very strong. And again, it's everyone, like you were saying there, highlighting them, Alan. Beautiful stuff coming through. But I feel like this is maybe good news, I think. I mean, I don't know at this point, but Desert Siege is up next. So that is a good map, technically speaking, for Team Exposed. So I want to say this is a good one here for them, Alan. But at the same time, I just don't know if I can confidently give that specific analysis.
No, I feel you. And I think the biggest thing about it is we've watched it a couple of times over on Bacage Search and Destroy. The variety of looks that Electrify still can put together, and I'm not just saying like, oh, like here's play number 1 of the playbook, here's play number 7, here's play number 82. It's all based off of like 3 different types of defaults. Like, okay, what's our key focus area on the attack? How are we going to try to extend one part of the map to give us clearance and isolation over another? And defensively, they're catching you off guard with speed to where you fall victim to very easy team set days. We saw that a lot on Bakaj, and this is another map that it can echo those same things, to where you get pushed off of your initial entry points, you're stuck kind of in no man's land, and all of a sudden 3 nades are on your head. So I think if your team exposed here, this is going to sound a bit strange, but I would love to see them dominate in a sniper rifle opening. Play off picks. Play picks and point of contact here. Don't allow Electrify Steel to find any information in the first 30 seconds.
You feel like just something just to like let them know that you're there, right? Like, hey, like we got an opening kill now. You can't play aggressive, at least off the initial, first 30 seconds of the round. You got to slow it down a little bit. You got to force their hand, force them to make, some tough decisions. Like, I feel like that's kind of been the problem within S&D. They haven't really been forced to, have to make a lot of difficult decisions, and they've been clutching up a lot of their 1v2s, 2v2s, you name it. But let's see where this one goes. It has been one story so far throughout the majority of the series we've casted together. Will it change? Team Exposed looking to get themselves even odds, and they will even us up at 3-3.
Yeah, Pristini's position was a bit forward over towards this B site, so it does kind of force a lot of consideration towards how Fellow wants to play this backside angle. And as he gets pushed off, he's at least fortunate enough to keep his life, I will say that much. Electrify still looking for picks here still, and they're in very vulnerable positions as the ARs will ring out over the dunes of Desert Siege. Fame now, last one left, 1v3, has to navigate it from the opposite side of the map.
Well, Fame's done some pretty special things. This one's real tough with very limited information and a double stack in the back here, but finds the first one.
No.
Oh, he gets the second, but Venom, oh man, saves the entire play. Alan, if that 1v3 happens, you might get a similar story to the last series in map 2.
I feel like everyone collectively can hear Clay's voice and tone when he goes, bro. When Fame hits that 1v3, I feel like if anyone's watched a Clay stream or seen his reaction when he was in the CDL, I think everyone kind of knows what I'm getting at. But not to be here. Fame shut down, Team Exposed, good at long range across the opening duels. Get themselves on the board first. Now, this is where I'm really curious. Are we going to continue to kind of just run full automatons? Venom is shaking his head no, but in essence, the composition will still say yes.
Yeah, now we got to flip through everyone just to see. Might have Venom's ear, Alan, but very patient, very slow here. This is a lot of Desert Siege, but Clay, it's going to actually hurt them quite a bit here because that was kind of the man. You needed to stay alive to the right side of the map just in case you needed to pull off a rotation after finding maybe a pick or two. So this is now going to limit their options a little bit. And as you mentioned, it looks like there is a lot of automatons in play. So that's kind of going to scream to me, long-range battles you're going to have to win. University might not be an option.
No, definitely will not be. You're going to get, it has to be to something at long range here. In fact, I want to say defensive Electrify Steel are kind of doing the same thing unless Pander has a sub over the top of the A site. That might be the only SMG on the board. Felony has got some great room to work with. Can't finish off Godorex, who goes prone. Here comes the help from behind, and oh my goodness, is it ever as perfect as you would want it to be. Pristini through mid-university is going to give it a try. Couple of tags, but nothing there to the pistol, enough to where really just nowhere to go. And Electrify Steel just kind of, again, contain Team Exposed. We get tied up at 1 early.
A lot of credit to Adam there. Godorex just playing his life. I mean, not in just that first gunfight, but the second one on the Pristini as well. And I mean, there's a lot of players that I think take that initial challenge because they know they're weak and they just want to get some damage down so they can set up the trade.
Yeah.
But Godorex just kind of laying prone, tucking himself in that corner, buying a lot of time, and then the trade doesn't even come in because if Fellow gets that, he gets info on the last 2 players for Pristini, and it's a different story there in the 1v2. Not the case. Really heads up play there from Adam.
What next? Oh, Godorex is just looking to farm a bit of an angle here at range. Information's gained off of that. Pentagram with the sub is looking to threaten through mid, but Pristini is holding this angle by breaking down the barriers in the front side of University, but he gives up the angle, and now Pentagram can actually sniff out more intel without having to use any utility from this position. This is a great spot for Pentagram to be. It just comes down to will he actually catch anyone, even visually. You don't have to get any kills, just find information. That's all his position is really used for here.
50 seconds on this clock. They know Felony's kind of been playing that back right castle area. But it really is a lot on what Pentagram's going to bring to the table here. Will he fly out? Will he try to make a play? He has options. But losing now 2 players, that's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Now Pentagram's kind of forced to make a play.
Yeah, you got to respect it, I think, to a point that GodRx is trying to battle up against Felony from what would be a favorable angle. But the problem about it is it's just not team shotable from that angle. So the trades favor Team Exposed. 20 seconds on the clock. GodRx moving quickly, trying to recover the bomb, and will be caught off by Venom, who took away the train yard side. So really solid defense of Team Exposed. I have to admit, again, this 4AR setup has looked really nice and tight. There hasn't been really any holes anywhere, and you kind of have to respect the default nature of what they're trying to put together here.
Certainly. I mean, extremely disciplined as well. Just making sure they're not, taking unnecessary challenges. Just a lot of situations where they're just kind of zoning, Pentagram in the back, right? They're not trying to run at him. They're not trying to double team him. Just waiting patiently. He's got to leave. He's got to try to find his way out, and you'll be ready and waiting when he does. So heads up play here for Team Exposed across the board. Everyone playing pretty well here so far. Venom, of course, the top 4-1. Doing a solid job, and well, we'll continue to see exactly if you might be able to find some of these opening engagements. It will be a little bit of an A look, at least off the bat, but you kind of have to find that opening kill before you can get to that bomb.
Well, Venom's going to peek and prod over towards the top side, and Clay sniping.
Beautiful.
Peels off the forehead of Pander, so that's an opening towards A. Still contestable, though. Pentagram playing tight. Oh, my goodness. Must have seen an elbow or something of Clayser, who gets destroyed. Fortunately, Pristini's there for the quick trade. GodRx looking to wrap around the back. Will not stop the plant, but can maybe find the planter. Not the case. Could not quite finish off the elimination, leaving Fame for another 1v3, and he cannot get over towards Water Tower. Team Exposed, string together 2 rounds in a row.
I love it, man. And you also brought up that fact that, hey, maybe they get a sniper going, find a couple picks, and all of a sudden, when you're not matching the sniper rifle, or at least you're not taking the initial challenges, like, you start to play a little bit different going into these future rounds now, because you don't want to over-peak, you don't want to be first-blooded, you don't want to give too much away. But Clayster really being able to make things difficult on Electrify Steel, which is another one of the points that we brought up. They have not really been forced into too many difficult positions, but finally find themselves down a little bit. Couple of rounds at the moment. 3-1 here for Team Exposed as they're going to head back over to the defensive side.
And as far as the response is concerned for Electrify Steel, I want to see more of this. In fact, I was going to say, maybe not even one SMG. Force a second one into the picture. Just take University control. If Team Exposed wants to run 4 ARs against you, limit their ability to rotate around the map by just taking the mid pivot point. But not going to work out here. Pristini with a good first blood through mid. Venom all the way again through A. Has once more isolated Fame in a 1v multiple. This time it's a 1v4. He at least denies Venom's potential streaks. Good shots onto Clayster, but it will not make a difference in the end. Team Exposed now 3 in a row. Yeah,
the Desert Siege, man. You're seeing why it's been one of their go-to picks on the day. I mean, just opening engagements, they're good. Shutting down, also Pentagram, through bottom. Palace was also a huge factor as well, making sure he does not get to that same position that he got to last time. And it's just, kind of just checking all the boxes. Like, hey, Pentagram got to our spawn, like, the round previous before when we were on the attack, or rather on defense. Like, let's make sure he does not do that again. How did he get there? It's just going to be a lot of problem solving that is always necessary in Search and Destroy. So I'd love to see those little things coming through here for us. And now with 4-1, this is where you're calling for Electrify Steel to start to chain together some rounds.
Yeah, you're getting aggressive now through mid. I think this is the right idea. Shots from Fame deep will make the call that everyone needs to rotate, but Pentagram actually has an AR. Just based on looking at his X-ray, which means Pristini will safely plant, and he can actually hold this a little while longer. Good damage on the Pentagram. Can't finish off the kill, leaving him with 8 HP. And careful here. Pander's on a quick route. He's going to stop and he crosses, but the problem about this is, once more, Team Exposed, full setup with automatons, can watch this bomb defuse at range. And it's just clean. It's just absolutely perfect. Venom hits a great piece of timing on the pinch. And once more, it's Fame by himself with no time to do much of anything.
It's been a huge story this entire search, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Fame caught in a couple 1v situations, and Venom even takes it in the end, man. So good. After the first round, we were like, oh boy, here we go again. But then Team Exposed just kind of find 5 rounds in a row here, and it's off the back end of just forcing engagements, brute forcing their way into sites. Very impressive here so far for us, Alan.
You ready for the gamble here, Austin?
Oh, hit me.
Electrify Steel have to set-nade outer A and flood into University with at least 2. You have to take mid away, and you have to stop Venom from pushing through early train control. That's the only response that you can really put together. You have to slow up this Team Exposed squad. The problem about this is you've got 4 rounds to play with here. And Team Exposed could do whatever they want. I mean, they could do something crazy just because they've got so many rounds to play with. And, well, the opening stun to knock through the doors at University doesn't quite connect, and that honestly was the whole play, was to open those doors and try to rush in, and it didn't really work out for him at all. 3v2, advantage to Team Exposed.
Oh, they might be able to catch 2 players, though, rotating through aggressively. Never mind. Glacier and Venom able to get there, but Fame up top again. He's done this before. Almost finds the 3rd, but Felony holds on to the angle, has the crouch shot. We'll make sure there's no 1v3s to extend this one further, and Team Exposed find themselves a great bounce back to tie the series up 1-1.
Not gonna lie, bro. Fame is she's
Shooting
dialed,
different.
dude. He's not missing bullets. But I do have to go again back to, win condition for Team Exposed. If you have a solid read here, whether it's based on previous experience playing up against or previous experience watching them play, that Electrify Steel doesn't play through mid-university, run a 4AR setup. Who cares? Just keep them at arm's reach. If they don't play for mid, you don't have to play for mid either. You can just let Pristini knock some boards down and just check just to make sure. Keep your focus on towards the outsides with Fellow towards B, Venom towards A, Clayster rotating between the two. It really is a really sound setup. And as much as we kind of gave a lot of credit to Electrify Steel for having a deep playbook worth of, ideas and opportunities, Team Exposed just kind of came out with the default defense, and there was never a response to it. So it's literally the definition of it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I have to give a lot of respect for Team Exposed, just kind of working with what they know and dominating through the map with it. Is well played.
Well played, man. And that's kind of the map you needed to have. Just like a convincing one to let you know that we can do the same thing back to you. I feel like that's just good for the mental. When you look at this team, you talk about, how emotional some of these players can get, especially in that moment. So it's a really important one. Even us up early, but just very controlled as well. And I think just making sure that, Electrify Steel just aren't finding these same routes that they were finding in previous series, which isn't as easy to do on a Desert Siege compared to like a Pokaj, mind you. But it was just a really good job of picking up all their lanes, playing off one another, and actually, finding some of these opening engagements, making sure they're not getting first blooded every single round. And obviously Venom, a huge part of that here at 11-3, really showing up with that automaton.
Yep. It's really great stuff. And, you also kind of have to look towards Venom again. I know that we obviously are keeping a lot of our focus towards a lot of the other players that are in the lobby that have performed immediately for us. But Venom has been, I would say Venom and Pristini both have really showcased their flexibility since Pristini rejoined the grind towards kind of reestablishing his competitive career. And then Venom, in challengers throughout this year, he's really done well at being able to swap back and forth between the AR and the SMG. I mean, you kind of saw the double that came through defensively with him just hitting a timing from B site with an MP40. So the fact that he feels confident enough to get aggressive, but also have this little bit of pause and be able to pull out an automaton is really mature to kind of show his ability to grow as an individual coming out of the CDL back into challengers. So let that marinate for any potential viewers that are looking to make moves going into next year, maybe. But we take a look forward towards this first best of 5 in the grand finals. 2 Tuscans await for us. Any initial thoughts on both these maps back-to-back here, Austin?
Well, when I look at Tuscan, at least on the day, I think a lot about Fame. It feels like this has kind of been his playground, and I know that's been a lot of the narrative that we've kind of been throwing around in this series, but this really has kind of been his bread and butter so far on the day. So you have to make sure that you shut him down, but also, if we get that same Venom that can kind of be like that annoying kind of pinch player, always behind you, you have no idea where he is on the map. If we get that Venom coming into not only the control, but as well as the hard point for Tuscan, that's kind of how you find your advantages. That's how you start to build leads, create, those moments where you can start to take over the map. That's what we need, I feel like, here, if you are Team Exposed going up against this squad.
All right. Let's see how it all unfolds. For Electrify Steel, they did play this map very recently. Just a moment ago in lower semifinals versus Mau Mau. It was a 250-200 game. For what it's worth, if you care about that stuff. Whereas for Team Exposed, they did play this against the number 1 seed, the former 705 esports guys, going as In a Galaxy Far Away. That was a 250-235 win. So both teams tested on this map, barely able to eke out wins. Clayster, good first blood. Now making a move forward is Venom through Church, and there's a chance here to really just completely isolate Electrify Steel behind the zone.
Eleni with a sub too, can pop it at any moment. Oh, he's not going to be able to find the first one. Panda with a nice slide, but Clay and Pristini, they're good there from range. Pristini finds one mid, Glacier finds one through A long. And that's going to be really difficult for Adam to work himself out of it. So, GodRx goes down. A-Zone likely will go over it. Already the fast move coming right through Church as they're going to see if they can make some early moves to B.
Yeah, I love this. You don't really have to do too much from here for Team Exposed. Just hold this ground. Keep map control in your favor. Force Electrify Steel, have to consider the front, through Church, or around the back. Stretch this defense thin. And while collecting the A zone, they've only given away 3 lives. So great news here for Team Exposed. Every resource you could possibly want to work with. Here comes the hit. Venom for the opener. Able to take down one towards Patio. Pentagram keeps the defense alive by holding down the staircase and collecting Felony on the way through. One more on the slide shell. It's just Clayster by himself, though. And that's going to be enough for Electrify Steel to immediately regain ground.
Felony, no, he gets the timing to slip under mid-map. Should be 2, and there it is. This could open up the floodgates. This could be the play here for Team Exposed, but Felony is still kind of all alone, and they spawn right on top of him, and he's just not ready for those gunfights to come through there. So still plenty of time to play with. 3 life lead here for Team Exposed, and they've been able to at least maintain some of that early control around P5, around Church, just a matter of breaking open a favorable kill feed so they can touch the point.
That's really tough scenes for Felony. He thinks he's clear. Tosses a nade to kind of free him up through over towards B. Denied. Good fight back off this next life to keep the middle of the map in control. Venom also from the backside of Patio. A chance to get on towards B. First tick of progress coming the way. Pander, the only defender that's immediately here. Help is on the way. Is it going to get here in time? Kills looking good for Electrify Steel as they likely hold this initial push. And yeah, they sure will. Fame will make sure of it by finding the final elimination. 60 seconds on the clock. 3 life lead for Team Exposed still.
I love this for Electrify Steel. They keep wrapping back to the staircase to kind of retake Patio first. It's all about taking over Patio, then worrying about the rest of the map once they get information. So it's been very clean here so far. But the push needs to be through P5 for Team Exposed, and everyone's waiting. That's going to be another clean feed. Deep spawns coming in for Team Exposed. Not where you want to be with 45 seconds left.
No, not at all. And the lives have now gotten back to just a 2-point margin. Whereas, I mean, Electrify Steel could do what they did on Berlin, just trade. Just kill off the clock. The lives may not be any part of the problem here when it comes to locking down this defense, only giving away 3 ticks of progress. Stun connects for Fame. Good information for him as the nades come through and litter headquarters. On the back, also, Team Exposed find nothing. So with 17 seconds left, it has to be desperate. You got Felony in Church. You got Pristini from the front. Well, never mind. It's just Felony from the back. He's going to have to be the one to make the play.
Oh, it's a big win there from Fellow. He's got to play his life. Wait for the regen. Will he be able to do it? Challenges Pander, and he almost finds it. That gunfight could have been big, but still no one from the front really wins out on the battle, so makes it a little tough. But either way, defensively holding on. I don't believe giving over a tick to that B zone here will be Electrify Steel.
Yeah, just the 3 on A. So nothing crazy here. But I will say, I think as far as the attempts that were made for Team Exposed, coming immediately off of the A zone, getting good control in Church, putting together a really solid hit from multiple angles, there's a lot to keep in mind, I think, for Electrify Steel next time they're on the defense. And what does Team Exposed have for us here on the defense of their own? A lot of focus over towards the outside of A quickly, mind you. Pristini on an angle to challenge any contestants that want to get onto A very rapidly. You also have Venom on the bottom side of the mini-map, trying to make sure no one's going to kind of delayed hit over towards B, but 3 straight kills come through. Clayster knows he's got to take the 1v1 versus Pentagram. Wise play to make sure nothing happens at B.
Yeah, it's so critical, right? You don't want to have to try to play retake from your side of the map with very limited info. So a nice play from Clay to relieve all the pressure from B, and now come back over and focus around A. Second tick is almost in, slowly but surely coming through. Clayster on the flank is no good. GodRx also holding on to that line of sight through mid. The Fame from a long range will be good for 3 more. Second tick is in, likely will be the A zone, and now they can already start making early moves over to B.
A little deja vu here. Only 3 lives given away. Church control coming through, so it's kind of one of those things where the tables have turned, so to speak. Oh, Venom. Oh, that would have been a huge 1v1. It would have really slowed down Electrify Steel, but with it going the way of ESG, there's a chance to now focus fully on this B zone. An idea that Pristini's up top, and it's well read from Pentagram. Slipping away from a contestant on the backside of him. He's got help on the way by the way of Pander. Oh, he's shooting at his teammate. What are you doing? Felony will take care of the threat of the zone, and the first bit of progress will be depleted back to neutral.
Always hurts when you're stunned in this game. You don't know if it's your teammate or if it's the opponent. And well, Pentagram unfortunately guesses wrong there in that instance. But with the nade coming through there for Clay, that clears out 2. That's going to allow a forward position and still have not let any ticks of progress go over. So still a really solid chance you come out. with a good hold here, but that's not what you want to see.
No.
Everyone dies from the forward position, and this is going to allow Electrify Steel to get a touch and move forward.
Oh, that's a huge gunfight win from Felony. Pristini was in trouble, that much was for sure. But now he has a chance with the numbers to hit a bit of a route of his own, and it's just as clean as Electrify Steel was a moment ago. And now a little bit of real estate being threatened. Pristini trying to lock down P5. Knows he's got one nearby, deals with it, and slips away from the trade initially. Pentagram will eventually confirm, but all that said, it's exposed to come away the victors of the rebreak.
Oh, nice little teamwork here. Bait and switching going well around P5. It's going to force everyone now for Electrify Steel to kind of come through the field side. And, well, ready and waiting off screen was Felony and Venom. They're able to deal with a couple of players. And now, down to about a minute left on that clock to try to make something happen. Fame has slipped the net. Does take some fire, though. They know he's around. Can he win this battle? Yes, he can. Fame is in the back. This could ignite the play.
Absolutely could, because you got Rex over through Church Alley, and Team Exposed, they don't really have any high ground to work with. It's just Clayster, and it's a huge 1v1 for him to kind of control Patio for a small time, but Fame is still on his warpath. One more to find, and Felony will reveal himself. But it comes with a key win. 6v9, 30 seconds on the clock. If you're Electrify Steel, you can win this by lives, but you're probably going to have to stop the clock a little while longer.
Yeah, you certainly will. 6 up against 8 here, still in favor of Electrify Steel. They're positioned forward in front of V. Everybody trying to make their way over as they stop the clock at about 20 seconds. Venom waiting to make that move, finds the first one. Pentagram not ready and waiting, and will end up dropping. Felony tries to turn and burn. It's chaos.
Good.
Everything goes wrong. It's madness around the B point, but it will be Team Exposed that hold on. Now 3v4 with 10 seconds left.
Oh, that's just incredible help from Pristini. His teammate is completely caught with his pants down. And he doesn't just save the day, he likely saves the round, but there's still a chance for Fame to touch this and possibly extend by way of lives. Oh, the last follow-up was on the way, but not able to touch the zone. It would have been a 1v2 at the end that would have had to been won, but Team Exposed kill off just enough clock, and it's that kill right there from Felony to make sure of it.
These two match up so well against one another.
They really do.
You see that over the course of the last 2 rounds there. Just so close. Final push is coming in. Gets very low in the lives as well. And that kind of comes off the back end of just really being able to get a lot of work done when they were on A. Stop by the clock, finding kills. But now we'll switch sides once again. Still all tied up for as far as the ticks. As we'll go back over to the offensive side here for Team Exposed. And it's Clay that opens up with the first blood.
Similar positions as far as what Team Exposed wants to hit on this attack, but a different look defensively for Electrify Steel. You can see a lot of respect being given that, okay, we need to make sure we don't give away church control here early, but Pristini, oh my God, timing. He gets through the backside of church and no one has any idea, but he gives away his position with taking shots at Pander. Would have loved to see some trigger discipline executed here, but as Fame goes hunting, he actually gets crossed up a little bit. Venom actually is here to help, and oh boy, that's 3 straight kills over towards B. There's a chance as the zone gets captured to continue to put some pressure on the lives. Felony on 6, looking for the glide bomb. He confirms it for number 7. A huge tool for Team Exposed as they're still on trying to find success on the first tick.
Pristini's just got to slow down, play his life, try to get a kill or 2 if you can. That first one is going to be massive. Second one does spot Pander, takes the challenge late, and he finds 2. Pristini doing wonders here at the top of plat right now. His teammates hot off the spawn, ready to pounce, but Fame comes in from behind. Might be able to find that second, but he gets help from Rex, so they'll clear off the point to do some good damage control. Now the remaining 2 players are going to have to try to hold, but they want to make a play.
Yeah, it's a bold call. You can kind of see why. There's an opportunity maybe to win a 1v1 and control Patio, but there were just so many defenders nearby, and the gunfights were not as clean as Team Exposed, I think, were initially thinking of in that 2-man challenge. So now the rewrap comes out. Top side towards Fields goes Team Exposed. But as Electrify Steel gain ground on the front side of B, they've got every bit of elevation to play with as they look to defend this last minute 15 seconds. Glide bomb?
Oh, they're calling it in. They're getting a lot of information. Fellow, he doesn't find the kill. The 2 are forced to flood inside, and Pristini comes up with both of them. 2 kills are good. Team Exposed might be able to make something happen here, but it's Pentagram that could spoil everything in from behind. Felony's kind of waiting for him. He has to find this trade, but you're right. Pentagram needs to play his life.
Oh, he's going to get caught in the cross right here. Not able to turn around and find the elimination, so it all falls onto Fame. Nothing going to happen here. That's going to be the first tick of progress locked in. How key could that be if we see around 5? Clayster on 4 in a row, trying to tally a killing spree, but is kind of dancing with the devil, so to speak. 12v4, a chance for Team Exposed to take the W, and Clay nearly does it himself. 11v1, it's a mere formality at this point. Pentagram trying to charge through, trying to see if there's a top for him to stop the second tick of progress. Hard to say if it was locked in or not, but it may not make a difference as Team Exposed crack the code and win an offense.
Oh, that glide bomb, it really pays off there. Felony goes on that 7 spree right after capturing that first zone. And you get the glide, and you're thinking in a lot of situations, usually you want to be kind of either on the point or at least around the point, but they're kind of still mid-church, and some of the players aren't all there, but they funnel the players into radio.
Yeah,
and it sets up Pristini for that double, right? That's what enables everything. So what a massive call. What beautiful execution. That's going to allow Team Exposed to come out with that offensive round.
That's going to feel funny. Electrify Steel just free-firing the doors of church. Oh boy here, Austin. Hold on a second. Okay. It's a flawless opening to this attack. First tick of progress is locked. And you can feel Team Exposed take a breath, say, all right, respect. Take a bit of progress here onto A. We'll just try to set up our defense to make sure we can try to put this thing away neatly in 4 rounds.
Lots of time to play with. Still good time to play with right now while that's kind of going over. Any kills right now that you find are massive to maybe play for that life lead. Got our X ready for the second. Clayster will take the challenge head on and finds the head. And we'll take out God RX there in that engagement. So a big one there for him. Fame flanking from behind. Felony reads it, but just a tad bit late. And now with 2 minutes to play with, you already have a great position. Electrify Steel, this is their round to send us to a round 5.
Oh, you need to isolate these players that are defensively trying to push over towards the outsides of the patio, and they do a nice job of dealing with plays here. Venom will sneak back away towards safer confines. And Team Exposed, oh, you could see it. I mean, 3-man stack. Nades coming over the top. They want to get to P5, but look at the help. Electrify Steel have crossfire positions. No one's challenging Church. GodRX could actually sneak on him to stop the clock here. Placer over the head, he only gets 1. So GodRX a chance maybe for a first tick of progress, but is shot at from way too many angles. And now Team Exposed has the ability of pushing forward and really punishing the clock here as Electrify still have to regroup and spawn.
It was a really bold call, not pushing through plat and kind of playing through the low ground, hoping you can maybe catch some players jumping down behind you or in front of you, wherever it is, but it doesn't happen. So now back to step 1, right through mid. Felony says, keep challenging me. That's 3 for Felony. Almost all 4. But Fame will get there for the trade. However, this again slows you down as you can't even get out of your spawn as a 4-man unit right now. There is constantly players in your spawn from Team Exposed.
And the thing about it is, players are all over the top side of where the A zone was. You just got stunned from P5, so you have to essentially find 1v1s and win 1v1s, which is not great news when you've got the clock pressuring you every single second. But look at the timing here. Electrify Steel have kind of beat the defense from the patio side. So now Team Exposed have to kind of track backwards to make sure no one's really broken this defensive setup, and they may have missed Pentagram. Idea will come through. Pentagram will be traded. Pristini stuck in a bit of a corner, will be traded out as well. We go to a 10v10, 40 seconds on the clock. And Venom needs to be very wise on what he wants to do with this position.
Like him playing his life and not challenging there. GodRX was hoping that he would. But the nades now coming in are going to weaken them up a little bit for this push. Fame sliding in. Venom laying on the trigger. Only there for the first one. But now Glacier also off screen, able to deal with the second. Pander through the back. Could he make the play? But he's lost his teammates. Now with 15 seconds left, he's not going to be able to do a whole lot here as it's all going to have to come to the front.
9v5. No time to really consider what to do besides dive on into the zone. And GodRX is going to be the best possible opponent to do that. And Pentagram, the next one behind him, will not have the time to get there. So defensive masterclass coming through in a number of ways, but the impressiveness shines with the ability of Pristini capitalizing on a double off the glide bomb in the round 3 offense. It takes 4 rounds for Team Exposed to go up now 2-1 in the series, and they're on qualification point all of a sudden, Austin.
That line hits a little different, doesn't it? Qualification point. It carries some weight with it right there. But man, does it ever. I mean, I'm still a little bit surprised after how the map 1 went. I thought we were going to be in for a similar series to what we just ended on in the losers finals. But it's not been the case whatsoever. I mean, you could just see how everything changed after that map number 2. I feel like that really kind of instilled a lot of that confidence that, we usually get out of, something like Clay and Fellow through a map number 1 on the Berlin that we just were not seeing. So it really comes together there. And I feel like there was just a lot of great moments you were seeing from everyone, as well as like a lot of great bait and switches as well, kind of working through radio in that P5 area. That specifically, I think, was what allowed them to really find a lot of that control, specifically when we were looking at that offensive round.
I 100% agree with you. And there are moments where I think you kind of take a screenshot of the minimap and you say, what's the idea here, Team Exposed? But I think we both kind of had a question mark initially lingering after the glide bomb came in, and it was right on the post side of Electrify Steel finding 2 clean kills. But if we catch it at all here in the replays, you'll kind of see where the action unfolds. It's this guy on your screen, Pristini, that finds 2 through Church, and that kind of allows them the attempt to get forward. This was still on the first attempt here, but I still think that, everyone was looking at it saying, oh, weird glide bomb decision. And I think both of us were kind of thinking that initially, but Pristini makes it work with a great double here in the 3rd round. And that's what opens the door and a chance for them to kind of overwhelm both sets of high ground and deep into the defensive spawn to make sure you're securing progress.
Yeah, certainly was. And then you had moments like this where Fellow almost got 4 players. This is when we started to see them take over slowly. But man, oh man, slaying out, looking good, just like they were looking through the upper bracket the entire day. And hey, I did call out Felony. I said, listen, he changed his name from Fellow to Felony coming into this LCQ, and he's been showing up quite nicely here on the day. 30 kills for him, but I mean, obviously everyone very involved with the slaying throughout that map.
Yeah, it's a great position to be in here if you're Team Exposed. I mean, you look across the team effort this time around, much more complete than obviously we saw map number 1. Everybody 20+ non-traded kills against at most the 30 total kills from Felony. So, I mean, a margin of -10 between regular kills and non-traded kills, that is unbelievable as far as efficiency is concerned. And I think the best way about putting it, and this is what maybe hits the hardest, is that's Team Exposed beating Electrify Steel at what has been their own game, right? Like, every time we've seen a respawn for Electrify Steel, it's been off the backside of large individual streaks and non-traded eliminations on the other side. Not the case there in the control on Tuscan. The question would be, can you repeat that as we change the mode to hardpoint?
Can you repeat it? Yeah, it doesn't get easier. The hardest one to typically close out is that final map, but if Team Exposed can play like they just did in the control, bring that same grit, bring that same intensity, there is a chance that they have that final spot going into the Challenger Finals. But you have to get over the hump. You have to put it away. It's not going to be easy. Electrify Steel, they know what's on the line. We'll see what they bring for us, Alan, as we head into Tuscan Hardpoint.
Was I the only one that was kind of selfishly hoping Clay fell off the map right there just so we can have a Clay? Still not a possibility. To be fair, this is like the first title where I don't think we've seen Clay on screen fall off. You have? You seen him fall on screen fall off the map?
Oh, maybe not on screen. Maybe not on screen.
Okay,
I've seen him fall off the map.
All right.
Keep our eye out.
All right, we will. But for now, keep your eye on the scoreboard because Team Exposed perfect in the opening breakoff. Only giving away a couple eliminations, and they're already over 30 points accrued. A great start here for Team Exposed as now Electrify Steel, for the first time it feels like in a hard point, have the pressure mounting against them.
Yeah, they're going to try to make a, last-second play to see if they can maybe fight for a bit of that time. It doesn't come through, and, well, oddly enough, after, praising the opening hard points here for Electrify Steel, these 2 hard points through this series have not went great off the start. So 42 seconds secured, but of course P2 will be theirs initially, but good kills coming through here for Venom and Clay. Got RX a lot of work to do up top of the patio, little spinorama around the top, but won't be able to find the second, and now pressure on Pentagram to try to make up for it.
Yeah, this is a unbelievable set of rotations for Team Exposed early. Good stretch across the map after soaking up almost every single second on the first hard point. Bounce back, though, from Electrify Steel. Fame looking to create extra space as he tries to read where this next break attempt's going to come through. He's read it very much so correctly. 2 in a row. Must have gotten a call from a teammate because he was ready to fight Felony, but was too hindered, too weakened. And now all of a sudden, the double subs of Felony and Venom get to work. 20 seconds to the fight for here on the scrap, and as they commit, they fall in tandem. So now an opportunity for Electrify Steel for the first time to flip the spawns and try to make some manipulation happen as they stretch towards Fountain.
Oh, through the back, though. Felony actually, I think, got a split spawn, so he's going to be able to really just be a little annoying. Just force some old engagements here to slow things down. Pentagram's just going to leave them, saying, listen, you can have that time. That's fine. It's all about what's going to happen at new. Waster posted up in the point. 2 players on top of him. Gets help for the first one. Will that be the second secured for Venom? Automaton in hand, and he gets a little overwhelmed. So Pristini needs to slow down in the back, but the spawns have flipped. Control is now over to Electrify Steel here in the Fountain Hill.
Yeah, that's a very unpredictable moment from Team Exposed. You're kind of in a split spawn situation. You've got a couple of players that are existing behind the hill, a couple of players that spawned out. Where exactly is Electrify Steel going to come from? You don't really know. But how about this? Off of their outer spawns, they have great focus, individual gunfights at all 3 points of ingress going the way of Team Exposed, and they re-break like it's nothing. Venom now up top through fire, comes back to help out against Pentagram. Good win there, and the rest of the team follows up behind it with Pristini already putting pressure on New.
That's just so insane. Look at how far Pristini is right now. He's already at the back of Church while they're soaking up 15 to 18 seconds of scrap time. Like, there is just a lot of trust in one another right now, and it is reflecting very hard on the scoreboard because of it. Almost 100 points going into this P4 hill. Fame gets info, but it's Pentagram that finds the first kill. No problem. Now it's about breaking in. Fame's got to win these battles, and he's able to find it. Good stuff coming in for Electrify Steel. Again, doing some damage control, and they need it at this moment.
Yeah, that is a very important moment in this map. You lose that rotation, you're playing desperate hardpoint from there on out, it's going to feel like. But that key win allows Electrify Steel to stabilize, win the spawns, and keep focus as they bunker up inside the church. And the second set of gunfights are just as perfect as the gunfights initially were won, including that last one versus Felony. One more hit around the back here for Team Exposed. They're going to leave themselves, no pun intended, exposed on this rotation back to 5.
There it is.
It's going to be extremely easy to read here for Electrify Steel, and they're going to get every single second of scrap.
Yeah, they certainly will. I was also waiting for when you were going to use that one there.
I didn't even mean to.
It's okay.
It just fit.
It just came out. That's okay, Alan. I'm with you. 185 now. Team Exposed have the early control. P5, oh, they're going to be able to actually push at the front here. This is always what you want when you talk about P5, because it's such a nade and stun heavy hill. You want to be able to at least get a forward position, and Clayster's position is great. Finds one, slips away, playing his life, forces the challenge, but Fame is still able to entry his way into the point while his teammates also attack from other angles. Still very contested hard point. Could go either way with 30 seconds left, but Goddard with a great read down low.
That's a huge gunfight for Goddard. It completely makes this angle locked in as far as the well push is concerned, and all the SMGs can just focus on the top side. Now as the threat is established, Goddard's going to assist. Catches the right throwing arm of Felony, but can't do too much with it as lanterns are exploding all around him. One more fight for the last 13 seconds, and Fame will win it relatively easily. Goddard following up for the trade, and after everything's all said and done, it was a flawless first 2 hills essentially for Team Exposed, but we end our first set of rotations at a dead even tie. Let's go.
Dead even. This is exactly what you want to see. Electrify Steel bringing it back. The last couple of hills have been solid, but now Team Exposed, how solid can they be on P1 again? Last time they got about 45 seconds. You need it to be cleaner this time around with the opening engagements. Pander waiting to pounce through mid, looking for angles, looking for players. Players, though, dropping around him. Those are his teammates. It's all up to Fame, and that is a clean wipe. Solid hold initially here for Team Exposed.
Yeah, they're really good on these first 2 hard points. That much is for sure. Just the way that they're trying to set themselves up is essentially flawless. You're getting every position that you need to lock in good time. One more potential fight from the mid, but you've got nades to keep it safe. Felony a read onto Pentagram, who still wins the gunfight somehow while he was stunned off screen. That is unreal. 4 kills in a row for Pentagram. The scrap time goes the way of Electrify Steel, and a chance to try to 50-50 the initial as they rotate over towards Column.
Oh, Pentagram. Is he going to read the player close left? No, he will not. Spree will come to an end. And Felony picks up where he left off. 151 to 132. This is a great transition for Team Exposed, but Electrify Steel getting together, working through Church. Big engagement comes in, but it's not going to be won. Everyone losing their battles has got the last one up. He'll find the first kill. He's got no one with him.
Oh my gosh, but the second kill allows him a chance to fight through the high ground. Here comes the reinforcements. How big is Adam Goddard? 4 in a row. A chance to neutralize the hill. One more 1v1 can get you a significant amount of time here on 2 still, but as Fame dives in, the reinforcements from the back for Team Exposed just a touch quicker. And now you have to do the work all over again. Pander trying to cut through alley, shut down no problem, and it's Team Exposed looking good to get close, if not maybe even above 200 points if they get every single second.
It's looking that way, Alan. Team Exposed really finding their rhythm at this point in time. In Electrify Steel, they have not been as strong when it comes down to breaking hills. So now they are forced to set up for new. This is a hill where you need a good 45 seconds out of it at
Have to have
least
it.
if you're going to stay competitive and, well, still have a chance to be able to make it to the Challenger Finals.
Oh, but they get a read as far as where exactly
There
the
it
hit's
is!
going to come from. And there it is! Clay off the map! Did we speak it into existence? Are we prophets? Who knows? The hit still has to come through, though. And Felony has a chance with friends to try to hit this from the front. And honestly speaking, Electrify Steel are not in great positions to deal with this. Kills are coming through for Team Exposed. Just short of 200 points, but the kills are coming through, and they'll get to the double century mark. Pentagram on 2 HP, doing whatever he can to claw his way back into the hill, but they'll be bounced out. And it's now Team Exposed, a chance to qualify for champs.
20 seconds, you cannot give up right now. You have to fight this if you're Electrify Steel. There's one more player to deal with on the point and in the back, but the reinforcements coming in, and it's a clean feed of blue. GodRx the only one up. Can he find another miracle play? At least solid the clock just a little bit longer, and he will be able to get there. So it looks like it's only a small amount of time, but it's key to make sure it's not more time over to Team Exposed. And now it's also Fame up top, finding kills, slaying it a little bit. This is still possible. Last time on Church, they found 40 points.
And they may get a read as far as where exactly this is going to come from. Yeah, the fire from the middle of the map will allow Pentagram a chance to try to play an angle. He's got to find the opener, and he's not able to. Venom able to tally the first kill. Now a chance to slide on him, but Pander's pre-fire will meet him at the doorways. GodRx keeping the outside lane safe, and it's 3 straight kills for Electrify Steel. Venom, the last one left, trying to survive, but is unable to do so. And Austin, we got a game again.
Oh, it's a hard point, all right. Electrify Steel holding on to Church just like they did last time around in the first rotation. Team Exposed, though, they're setting up like they want to hit this time, and Fame says you are not allowed entry here.
Oh, no.
That's 3 for Fame. Able to now fly out through field to see if we can maybe disrupt this rotation into new. We almost have ourselves a dead even game going into the rotation, and Pentagram is here first.
Oh, and he wins the first gunfight versus Clayster, but the flank from Fame is shut down off screen by Venom, so now it just comes down to who can win the gunfights or throw the better nades from the front. Electrify Steel drawing first blood on this next engagement. Pristini firing back. Venom from the low ground creates another opportunity. Could it be Fame once again? It's gonna have to be. Dances with Pristini, but it's the pistol that wins the draw. 217 to 211, and GodRx gets one onto Venom, but you need to get help, and you need to clear Pristini out of this position. The kills come through. Now it's just down to the break, Austin.
Down to the break, need to win the gun battles, have to slide in, and Pander comes up with 2 for the nades. Too many nades, too many stuns. Venom with the challenges there for 2 more. Venom for 3 to lock it in. 20 seconds is what's needed, in Venom and Felony, they have taken over Tuscan Hardpoint. One last
already playing for
chance
rotation.
to try to move through. Electrify Steel, they might be able to break in, but it's Pristini they have to get through. Venom is there again for 2. The game does not end here, but it is very close, and it could all end on P1.
It's a 3v4 on P1 to determine the game, and Pristini will strike first. Clayster from the top of the heady. The kills are clean. It's the E United duo that get it done and have a chance at a championship again. Team Exposed, the final team to qualify out of the LCQs. Pack your bags. We'll see you in LA.
Pack your bags, indeed. The final seed is secured. Unbelievable stuff. You talk about the bounce back. You talk about the resilience after a map 1 and the way it went. And, well, that's when you mention all of these vets that we have on this lineup, man. It is unbelievable when you see some of those final moments, those tense moments come into play. That's when the experience really pays off there. And you see them just make the heads-up play, make the rotation, saying, listen, we do not need to play for that scrap time, Allen. We'll win it right here on P1, and they do exactly that to guarantee themselves that NA spot.
What a battle, man. What an absolute battle there on map number 4. And it's, oh, man. There's elation to be felt for Team Exposed. The storyline's as deep as you'd ever like it. You think all the way back to the beginning of the year, the drama, the tribulation, the trials that New York Subliners team went through, not being able to even sniff out a hard point win. Clay gets dropped. There's controversy. There's a lot of debate. And all of a sudden, you kind of feel this moment of like near nirvana. Krim makes it on a storyline that just doesn't seem possible. And then from challengers, it's not as ideal, obviously, but Clayster gets what he deserves, I think, for a lot of people's minds. To get back to a championship opportunity, yeah, it's just challengers for some, but you have to mention the fact that that means everything for Clayster trying to continue his career. And outside of him, I mean, pick a storyline. How big was Venom in this last map? Jeez.
Venom was just Dude, he was on one, man, and we started to notice that within stage 4, right? Like, Venom just started to come a little bit different. He was a huge reason on why we saw his squad even make it into playoffs through the Elite. And, well, he is in that same performance here for this map as well. Incredible stuff here from Venom. Incredible stuff from the entire team. And, man, you kind of almost have to bring up the fact that, listen, Venom, or rather, excuse me, Clayster as well as Felony, these two in specific had kind of experienced some of the most heartbreaking losses I have ever seen within Call of Duty. With, you know, how many times did they get reverse swept? It felt like almost too many to keep count at this point in time. So for them to go through an entire tournament like this that is completely stacked, everyone fighting for one spot, it is just insane to see them go through this level of adversity to get to this point, to battle out and be a part of that Challenger final. So really big heads up. No call out to those two in specific who have just kind of had to go through the absolute worst this entire year, but have made the best of it and end up qualifying.
I have to say as well, I mean, we got that. I mean, we're just going to let that last 60 seconds wash over us, as it's just the enrichment that we get from all the narratives from each of these players is just, it's just so, I don't even know what. It's just, it's deep. It's as long storied as a lot of their full careers have been, but Venom ability to get that final 2 wins them the game. If Electrify Steel even trade him out, you have the middle of the map open to use for rotation, and there's a chance you can come back through and make the comeback happen. And where I'm going with this is you have to really feel for the 4 players from Electrify Steel who all of them started the year off with high expectations and missed metrics. I mean, especially for Pentagram and Pander and God Rex coming off that Built by Gamer squad, by far the most consistent, if not the best team in Challengers last year. To come out as flat as they did, felt like the wheels were coming off the car rapidly. You then pick up Fame. The results aren't instant, but you get unbelievable results on LAN, and then to put together a near historic lower bracket run to qualify for Challengers Champs. You're going to feel real bad about that, and major commiserations out to Electrify Steel team who put on one hell of a show tonight.
Yeah, they absolutely did, man. Like, those last 2 series that we just casted and watched it over, like, you cannot understate on how much control and how much dominance was showcased through those series. And we were getting a glimpse of it, especially in that map number 1, where you can see it here through the tally, but not enough to be able to overcome it through the next 3. But again, big shouts to those guys who have had to go through, you know, a ridiculous year of battling back, you know, not having the best online COD, putting on some incredible performances when it comes to LAN, and the fact that they were able to show up here in this online tournament and get second and almost get themselves a qualification spot. It's going to sting, but it's also huge based off of where we've seen them. The improvements have certainly been shown, just not enough to get over that final hump.
Man. Challengers Champs could not come fast enough, I'll tell you that much. Again, as a reminder, as we look to close off what has been a 26-hour stream, essentially, you got 4 auto-qualified teams, both Ultra Academies from NA and EU, Team More out of Europe, and of course the newly formed Iron Blood Gaming roster locking in that final auto-qualification spot based on total accumulated Challengers points will now be met with the 4 teams who qualified from each of our Challengers regions. Out of APAC, you had Point Blank, who were able to take down Fida, Shocks, and Luca and co, who had been dominating APAC over the last 2 years. Kind of an upset there for a lot of people. Then we went over to Europe, where we had a huge barn burner, a final battle for Spain to make it to champs. AIM able to find a way to get over Rocker Academy. And then Latin America, the first time we'll see a Latin American team represented at a championship format. D1 Gaming will represent the region for the first time. And of course, as you see it, Team Exposed, able to get the job done from the winner's bracket, will be our last North American squad. It can't come fast enough, Austin. It can't come fast enough.
No, it really can't, man. Like, I know we always, you know, amp this out. We're obviously always into this, and it's always so fun to watch over these guys, man. So getting in the Challenger Finals, there is a lot of teams that can take that entire thing, man, and it's just going to be completely up in the air for who's going to show up, who's going to be the best. But we do know it's going to be entertaining. It's going to be great. And I cannot wait to jump into that, Alan. It's going to be fantastic.
It'll be happening over the top of the CDL Championship weekend. I'm sure more details will be there to come in the next couple of days or possibly the next week. So make sure you keep an eye out on the COD League channels, both on Twitter as well as anything else that they happen to be posting socials on, whether it be the website or otherwise. And, well, I just have to say personally, a huge thank you to all of the people who came out to help put this broadcast on. We had 3 streams going on at once between EU, Latin America, and North America here this evening. Late hours last night covering LATAM, or pretty for APAC, from 10 p.m. Eastern to like 7 a.m. this morning. Just absolute legends, everyone that helped out on the clutch side. It's been a pleasure and a humbling experience being able to put this broadcast on for you guys. But we say farewell until champs. That's all we got. Until next time, make sure you keep holding it on. Bye-bye.